Rajasthan, those remain unfulfilled. Therefore, we are not in a position to face the people of Rajasthan. ये इनका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है, ये गारंटी दे रहे हैं कर्नाटका में. Now, people of Karnataka are very wise. They've made the right choices. They will again make the right choice. BJP government will come to power. But the point is कि वो गारंटी छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान में काम क्यों नहीं आई? वो गारंटी कार्ड का क्या करें? यहां पे गारंटी दे रहा है. और सबसे बड़ी बात जो मैं आपके समक्ष रख रहा हूं, I am keeping this fact before you, requesting you, beseeching you to raise this point before Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, also Mr. Siddaramaiah, and the third umpire that has come from Delhi to ensure that the two don't fight for a chair. The fact is this. In my hand, the BJP leader in Rajasthan, Satish Punia ji, he reminded Ashok Gehlot ji. He asked a question to the government, and the summary I am narrating, and then I will read from this official document of the government. He asked that you promised farm loan waiver for the farmers of Rajasthan. Have you fulfilled your promise? And it goes like this. Now allow me to read. Quote, क्या ये सही है कि हाल ही में किसानों की जमीन ऋण नहीं चुकाए जाने के कारण कुड़की की कार्रवाई.
So clearly the Bharatiya Janata Party jumping into the infighting that's taking place in the Congress camp in Rajasthan. Heading into a very short break. This, remember, could become a big issue as well within the Congress if it is not able to handle this infighting between Gehlot and Pilot. More on that after a very short break.
Good morning viewers, let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this morning. Thiruvananthapuram is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 61. Mumbai is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 63. Panaji is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 67. Ahmedabad is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 142. Bhopal is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 75. Jaipur is at 28 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 115. Delhi is at 26 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 113. Srinagar is at 13 degrees Celsius with AQI being 68. Lucknow is at 27 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 108. Patna is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 197. Kolkata is at 33 degrees with an AQI of 146. Hyderabad is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 136. Bangalore is at 24 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 57. Chennai is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 74. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me, AI Sana, all through the day.
Good afternoon and welcome. You're watching The Lunch Break. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. Sonia Gandhi writes an editorial slamming government at the centre, says Modi is destroying 3 pillars of democracy, alleges CBI is being misused and other judiciary and the agencies as well by Modi government. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is in the United States of America and gave a firm rebuttal to the negative Western perception of India in Washington. Says do not listen to perceptions built by people who've not even been on the ground and are producing reports.
I would only say come have a look at what's happening in India, rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited on the ground and who produce reports.
In Rajasthan, it's the Pilot versus Gehlot war reigniting. Pilot is on dharna against his own government. Rajasthan Congress in charge says Pilot is targeting the party, not Gehlot. Meanwhile, the suspense continues on the BJP ticket list. No decision taken yet, even after the CEC meeting. BJP likely to redo the candidate list. Home Minister Amit Shah, coming back from Arunachal Pradesh to Delhi, will hold another round of meeting likely today. Enforcement Directorate heat is on Tejashwi Yadav over land for job scam. ED questions Tejashwi over 600 crore rupees proceeds of crime now. Ministers in the government are now responding to the editorial written by Sonia Gandhi, lashing out at the government of the centre. Remember, he's also the law minister and she has also targeted the judiciary, saying judiciary is also being misused by Modi government. He has slammed Sonia Gandhi over the remarks on judiciary and he asked, I quote him here, is Sonia lecturing us about democracy? Illusory statement of highest improbability, says Kiran Rijiju, the law minister of the country. Akshay Dongre with the latest on that. Akshay, so that can be seen as the first reaction from a Modi Mantri about what she has said, and it is in many ways significant because that's exactly the profile he holds.
Well, absolutely, Pooja, and in fact, it was expected that the Union Law Minister will speak on this particular article because Sonia Gandhi, besides naming the Prime Minister specifically in this article of this newspaper that I'm holding in my hand right now, she specifically targets the Union Law Minister as well, where she says that the Union Law Minister calling some retired judges anti-national and warning that they will pay a price. She's calling this language deliberately being used by the minister. So, Kiran Rijiju has, while he has not been named, but the article clearly states that the Union Law Minister. So that there is a direct reference to a Union Law Minister, and that seems to be the reason for this sharp, hit back that has come.
Because I want the viewer to listen into what Kiran Rijiju, the Law Minister of the country, has to say, how he's responding to Sonia Gandhi's scathing editorial at the Modi government.
Just a few days back, Chief Justice himself said he is under no duress to perform his duty. He never gets any kind of undue pressure from the government to take or to toe certain lines. Despite that, there are people who are constantly saying that Indian democracy is severely compromised. Indian judiciary is almost dead.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is presently in the United States of America and gave a befitting reply to the negative Western perception of India. Here's what she said. At the Peterson Institute for International Economics in Washington, D.C., Nirmala Sitharaman replied to questions about, for example, Muslim minorities in India allegedly being subject to violence. The finance minister slammed the Western media and its perception, saying India has the second largest Muslim population in the world. And that population is only growing in numbers. She claims that the members of the Muslim community continue to conduct normal life in India and it's for anyone to come and check themselves. Finance Minister further branded this Western write-ups, columns on India's stand on Muslims a complete sham. A delegation of Sikh Americans also met the finance minister. The delegation said the Khalistan movement is fizzling out due to the pro-Sikh steps that have been taken by the government, and added that a handful of Khalistanis will not decide about how the Sikh communities want to move forward and in fact are giving bad name to the Sikhs across the world.
Pakistan declared itself an Islamic country, but however it said, minorities will be protected. Every minority has been dwindling in its number, or if I may use the word which is harsher, decimated in Pakistan. Even some of the Muslim sects have also been decimated. Violence prevails against Muhajirs, Shia, and every other group you can name, which is not accepted by the mainstream, Sunnis probably. Whereas in India, you would find every strand of Muslim doing their business, their children getting educated, fellowships are being given by the government. So across the board in India, if violence is happening to make Muslims get affected, itself is a fallacy as a statement. It cannot be so. Each province and its police are different. They are run by the elected governments in those provinces. So that itself tells you how these reports have no clue of the law and order systems in India. We are reaching near saturation in providing the basic facilities in India. Earlier, the discussions would be on poverty alleviation. Have we removed this many number of people from out of poverty and lifted them out? Today, the approach of the government is to empower the poor people with at least the basic amenities, and that is give them some good house to live in, which is made of concrete and not just thatched roof, with toilets in them, with drinking water reaching them through pipes, electricity, and a good road, not just to the village, but also to the streets in the village, and then connect them to the nearest highway, connect them with good transport facility, and so on. So saturation, financial inclusion, so that each member of the household has a bank account, and they get every such benefit which has to reach them, but directly into their bank account rather than through a middle agency. I would only say, come have a look at what's happening in India, rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited on the ground and who produce reports. It has to be very smartly tailored to make sure that India's unique demands can be met by your own manufacturing, but at the same time you need to get your raw materials and intermediaries, which otherwise you do not have. I don't think India is alone in doing this, particularly after, let's say, the global view of China. This changing perspective of what indeed is globalization, how far globalization, to what extent globalization. So when all these questions are happening and being discussed all over the world, India cannot be in isolation. And also looking at how just tariff is not going to be one way of controlling or preserving your capacities in manufacturing. So it is a strand, I suppose, in a larger debate of how the global trade will have to happen.
It's quite unfortunate that a certain perception is being formed about India in the Western press, and a large part of it is because of what the opposition members of parliament and leaders have been saying abroad, particularly people like Rahul Gandhi who go abroad and make all kinds of sweeping statements about persecution of minorities back in India and seek foreign intervention in India's internal affairs. The Western media has in part formed its perception based on that, and in part on basis of what some factions of the media here speak. But the truth of the matter is very, very different from what they would like to believe. In the last 9 years, the state of minorities in India has improved significantly, whether it is the drop in the girl child education, which was earlier 70%, has now dropped to 30%, scholarships which have gone up from 3 crore before 2014 to 5 crore now, representation in government jobs which was a paltry 5% before 2014 and now stands at 10%. Or for that matter, the overall support that is being provided to the members of the minority community, skilling them. Just about 20,000 people in 2014 were skilled, as opposed to 2 million, which is about 20 lakh people post-2014. So these developments that have happened have put the minority community in a very, very good position in India.
Well, Finance Minister's concern about Muslims in India is welcome. But at the same time, I think she needs to answer that what is the opportunity that is being given to Muslims in India as far as her party is concerned. You see, the highest lawmaking body, that is the Parliament, Lok Sabha, where they don't give a single Muslim a seat. No, how can they justify in saying that we are trying to empower Muslims or we are giving them their legitimate share? And you see, I am sorry to say, to tell the Honorable Finance Minister also, that please don't compare Indian Muslims, 200 Indian Muslims who are committed to the growth of their country, the welfare of their country, with Pakistan or with any other country. More particularly, every time we are being just found fault with regard to Pakistan. We don't care what is happening in Pakistan. We are not concerned with the Muslims in Pakistan or Pakistan establishment. Once we have parted from 1947 onwards, we are growing in our country. We are committed to the growth of our country.
It's trouble brewing for DK Shiv Kumar. We have some big breaking news coming in. Shiv Kumar is under the EC lens after the Nandini photo opportunity too. Remember, he had visited some of the Nandini stores, bought products. Also, the Election Commission will now check if Shiv Kumar violated the election code. This is on the Nandini Amul controversy, with the Amul making an entry into Karnataka, which is election bound. There is this allegation that this could be a violation of election code of conduct against KPCC President DK Shiv Kumar. Already, remember, he has had summons from the ED on different issues. Then there was this viral video of the truck from where he was showering 500 rupee currency notes on the artists. He said, now Hassan District MCMC team directed the State Nodal Officer of Public Grievance Department to verify the video. It's already viral on social media. They have been directed to check whether there is any violation of the code of conduct while he was he distributing the milk products. Report needs to be submitted within 24 hours. Just to give you a background again, look at this visual closely. DK Shiv Kumar went to one of these stores amid the controversy, purchased some of the milk products from Nandini, which is a homegrown brand of dairy products, and distributed to people also in Hassan. Sagai Raj joins you on the phone line with this. Sagai, so this clearly Shiv Kumar may not have expected is going to land him in trouble. But how can this be seen as a code of conduct violation, Sagai?
See, what we get to learn is there is a complaint which has been raised, and immediately Model Code of Conduct officials have directed the media team to verify that particular video and submitted the report to the Public Grievances Committee within 24 hours. And there are allegations that he has not only purchased the product but also distributed people the Nandini milk products. So they have raised a question that this is probably the violation of Model Code of Conduct, and that is one of the reasons why this particular instruction has been given by the Model Code of Conduct Committee to the public for the media committee to submit a report.
Sagai Raj with the latest coming in from Karnataka. Thank you very much, Sagai. Sachin Pilot is on a warpath in Rajasthan and the Congress has issued dire warning. It's a fresh attack on Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, where former Rajasthan Deputy CM Sachin Pilot announced a hunger strike. Now he's saying, and he's taken this offensive basically, with corruption cases and accusing the Gehlot government of being hand in glove with the BJP leader and former Rajasthan Chief Minister Vasundhara Raje. He's saying, why aren't the BJP cases being opened up? Why aren't there action being taken? But this move to sit on a day-long fast has caused a lot of disquiet within the Congress. His loyalists are lending support to Sachin Pilot. Rajasthan Congress has expressed meanwhile displeasure over this dharna and called Pilot for a calm dialogue within the party. Pilot is getting support from Chhattisgarh, interestingly. It's the state's health minister, T.S. Singhdeo, in a rare show of support, has hailed Pilot's dharna and said this sit-in will bring better change in the grand old party. But it's Chhattisgarh, remember, for Rajasthan it could be trouble because the Congress High Command hasn't taken it lightly. Listen in to some reactions that have come.
आज जननेता आदरणीय सचिन पायलट जी एक दिन के सांकेतिक धरने पर यहाँ पर बैठेंगे। राजस्थान प्रदेश का जो युवा है और प्रत्येक वर्ग का व्यक्ति आज यहाँ पर इस धरने में सम्मिलित होंगे। पिछली सरकार के अंदर जो भ्रष्टाचार हुए हैं, इस मुहिम के अंदर पूरा युवा एकजुट है और युवा और पूरा प्रदेश यही चाहता है कि उस भ्रष्टाचार की जाँच होनी चाहिए और उस जाँच के लिए तमाम लोग एकजुट हैं और हम हमारे नेता आदरणीय सचिन पायलट जी के साथ हैं।
पायलट जी में भ्रष्टाचार के लिए कहाँ है तो अच्छी चीज है। भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ कांग्रेस कार्रवाई करती है। अभी भी जो चीज तथ्य होंगे उस पर कार्रवाई होगी। आम आदमी भी बैठता है अनशन पे, तो ये तो अपना अधिकार, वो पूर्व सेंटर मिनिस्टर रहे, प्रदेश अध्यक्ष रहे, हमारे डिप्टी सीएम रहे, तो चीज उठा रहे हैं तो कोई चीज तथ्य होगा तो ही उठा रहे हैं।
सचिन पायलट जी राजस्थान विधानसभा के सदस्य हैं। राजस्थान विधानसभा के 5 बजट सत्र पूरे हो गए। एक शब्द अगर वो बोले होते, क्योंकि इससे बड़ा लोकतंत्र में मंच नहीं, वो कबीना के अंदर उप मुख्यमंत्री रहे, 18-19 महीने रहे, कबीना की बैठक में प्रस्ताव लाकर बात करते तो समझ में आते। वो इस सरकार में, गहलोत सरकार में कोयले घोटाले की खरीद घोटाले की बात करते, महंगी बिजली खरीद घोटाले की बात करते, वो टीएडी के अंदर फर्नीचर घोटाले के नाम पर जनजाति के जिस तरह बजट का दुरुपयोग किया उसकी बात करते। इन कई अनुत्तरित बातें हैं, उनकी बात करते तो बहुत अच्छा रहता। मैं समझता हूँ कहीं पे निगाहें, कहीं पे निशाना चलेगा नहीं।
अरे जो भी बात है वो घर में होनी चाहिए ना, घर से बाहर नहीं होनी चाहिए। अब आप मुझसे पूछ रहे हो तो वो भी मैं वही गलती करूँ जो कोई और कर रहा है, मैं भी आपसे बात करूँ, वो बात नहीं करनी चाहिए। अगर मेरे मन में कोई बात होगी तो मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी से अवश्य मिलूंगा, कहूँगा, वो मेरे मित्र हैं, दोस्त हैं, हम उनका सम्मान करते हैं। अगर कुछ पार्टी के हित में होगा तो मैं उनसे कहूँगा।
Is on hunger strike not against Mr. Gehlot, for an inquiry against Vasundhara Raje ji. There is a lot of difference. You know, once he says I am in revolt against Ashok Gehlot and his government, that is revolt. He is raising an issue regarding corruption of Vasundhara Raje and her government. That is not anti-party.
So remember, this is what's happening in Rajasthan. Let's get in some perspective as well. Our executive editor Preeti Chaudhary joins me here in the studio. Preeti, what should one make of this? Is this the last push before likely he wants to leave the party, or he realizes this is his moment to realize his own ambitions?
Well, you know, Pooja, the deal is I don't see Sachin Pilot leaving the party. But what could happen is that Sachin Pilot is made to leave the party in terms of that the party takes a decision. I think Sachin Pilot is in a catch-22 situation. He didn't quite anticipate, you know, that late-light letter by Mr. Randhawa, which practically stated that the Congress thinks that if Sachin Pilot goes ahead with his fast, it's anti-party activities. Now, if the Congress in an official communique has said this is anti-party, then by the end of the fast, the Congress will have to take some action. What is also interesting is yesterday morning, you know, when the Congress first initially reacted to the announcement that Sachin Pilot is going to be fasting, you know, to oppose the corruption, you know, in the state of Rajasthan, of especially Vasundhara Raje Scindia, it was clearly perceived that he's sitting on a fast against his own government. So first, initially reaction of the Congress was officially to say that we support Ashok Gehlot, he's doing a fabulous job in the state. They did not say anything where Sachin Pilot was concerned. They skirted the entire issue. However, now Ashok Gehlot, you know, they don't call him the Jadugar for no reason. He is he's in COVID, like he's suffering from COVID, so he's in isolation. But clearly there has been enough pressure that has been put from Ashok Gehlot's office on Congress, to make sure that a very strong missive is sent. And when was this missive sent? By Mr. Randhawa, who's in charge of the state, at 11:30 last night.
But he hasn't said anything wrong. He's saying open corruption cases against the BJP.
But he's also saying that my own government is not acting on it. So where does it leave? Coming back to where does it leave Sachin Pilot? It leaves him in a very tough spot, because yes, now that he had said that he's going to be sitting on a fast, he has to sit on a fast. He's come and sat down on his fast. Now what happens? Will the Congress crack the whip, which is take action, which is suspend him? Because if they've said officially this is anti-party and he has defied the whip of the Congress, then he has to, pay the consequences.
Do you think the Congress communique also is very clear on what their agenda is? They are standing by him down.
They are standing by Ashok Gehlot. They've made that very clear. The background to all of this is what, Pooja? Is that Sachin Pilot, since the CLP fiasco a few months ago, has been trying desperately to reach the High Command. Really nothing much has come from that end. He sees the writing on the wall. Will Sachin Pilot sit out this election and wait for his time to come, the next election round? Sachin Pilot is a man in a hurry.
And I know Preeti will be tracking the latest.
And he's not going to. Yeah. So will he start his own political outfit? I would think if his back is towards the wall, which it is right now, he in all probability he will look at starting his own political outfit.
Plunge yet of quitting the party like many others.
He will not quit the party, but will he force the party's hand?
Very interesting. Preeti Chaudhary will be on top of this story. We have some big news coming in. Let's take a look, and this is also important. Remember, meanwhile, Sachin Pilot continues to sit on dharna in Rajasthan. Uttar Pradesh cops are taking Atiq Ahmed to Prayagraj. That's the big development coming in. Remember, from Gujarat, he was taken to Prayagraj for a presence and he had to be produced in court. Now he's being taken again to the Prayagraj court. Again, similar status of the security cordon around him. And this time, Atiq is crying conspiracy. They will kill me, he says, Atiq Ahmed. These are the latest visuals on your screen coming in. En route Prayagraj, look at the security deployment, ensuring that he is safe and secure, the manner in which the convoy is taken. But Prayagraj is in Uttar Pradesh. From Gujarat, Sabarmati, to take him to Prayagraj is a long haul. It was an overnight journey the last time it took place. Visuals on your screen. Atiq Ahmed, remember, who has been accused now of being the mastermind of the Umesh Pal murder case. The witness who was killed in broad daylight by 6 to 7 gunmen. Now, while Atiq Ahmed has been in prison, the conspiracy against him is that despite being in jail, he was able to have his close aides and associates manage this murder of Umesh Pal. It's also about Raju Pal, the BSP leader who was killed long ago. In that also he's accused. But this time he says that there is a conspiracy, they want to kill me. Now this is going to be very crucial. We'll try and get more details coming in. But why is this important? This man was a known don, a known gangster. Then he became an MLA, also a member of parliament repeatedly from the Samajwadi Party. So he's clearly been known for his political clout, for his muscle power and money in the state of Uttar Pradesh. But ever since he's been in prison, he's been in Gujarat. Last time he had to be shifted from Gujarat to Prayagraj. It was an overnight journey. And remember that it passed through 3 states at least. It was a heavy security cordon, including the state police, including the commandos, and barely 3 to 4 times that he was allowed to come out of the vehicle to relieve himself. But that's all. Even now, very strict security cordon with which he's being taken to Prayagraj. Our reporters are on the ground. Let's go across to them, and they're sending us this live.
हाँ, मुझे आ रही है लाइव 14 का नेटवर्क है, ठीक है? हाँ, ठीक है, हाँ, सुपर शॉट से मौजिया.
My colleague Abhishek Mishra is also on the ground. This, remember, is gangster turned politician Atiq Ahmed, an accused in Umesh Pal murder case, who's now being taken to Prayagraj. First visuals on your screen, Abhishek Mishra tracking the latest. Abhishek, is this also from Gujarat, if I'm correct, that he's being taken to Prayagraj?
Well, certainly he has been taken from the Sabarmati jail to Prayagraj, and that is something which is again a major development as far as Atiq Ahmed case is concerned.
का इस्तेमाल करके मेरी हत्या की साजिश की जा रही है, उसी तरीके से कहा कि नीयत में खोट है। यूपी पुलिस जिस तरीके से अतीक अहमद को यहां से ले जाने की बात कर रही थी और जिस तरीके से पूछताछ वहां पे कोर्ट में पेश किए रहेंगे उमेश पाल की हत्या को लेकर, देखिए उमेश पाल की हत्या को लेकर भी हमने सवाल पूछा उसे कि उमेश पाल की हत्या के मामले में आपको ले जा रही, तो अतीक अहमद का कहना था कि वो तो जेल के अंदर था। और सवाल यहाँ पे ये है कि अतीक अहमद पूरी तरीके से डरा हुआ है। अतीक अहमद को कहीं ना कहीं एक डर सता रहा है कि कहीं गाड़ी पलट न जाए, कहीं उसका एनकाउंटर न हो जाए। और मैं आपको बता दूं शुभांकर कि इस बार सुरक्षा के लिहाज से यूपी पुलिस बहुत ज़्यादा चौकन्नी है, क्योंकि पिछली बार जिस तरीके से एक जो आगे जीप रही थी, 2 बड़ी वैन थी, उसी तरीके से यूपी पुलिस आई हुई थी। लेकिन इस बार एक इनोवा गाड़ी में पुलिसकर्मी ज़्यादा है और साथ ही गुजरात पुलिस से भी सुरक्षा मांगी गई है। तो गुजरात पुलिस की जो वैन है, आप देख सकते हैं, गुजरात पुलिस की जो वैन है वो भी यहाँ पे सुरक्षा मुहैया करवा रही है। लेकिन जो बायोमेट्रिक सिस्टम हो या बॉडी वॉर्न कैमरा हो या फिर बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट के साथ यूपी पुलिस के कर्मचारी अतीक अहमद के साथ बैठे हुए, ये सारी चीज़ें काफ़ी सिंबॉलिक है कि पिछली बार से काफ़ी ज़्यादा सुरक्षा के साथ इस बार अतीक अहमद को ले जाया जा रहा है।
That was the voice of my colleague Gopi, that is in Gujarat in Sabarmati jail, from where you can see amid a security cordon. We are being told a police team with inspector in charge and 30 constables are leaving for Prayagraj shortly.
लेके जा रहे हैं
उमेश पाल के हत्या में तो वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग हो सकती थी। अब वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का
आपको मार देंगे।
जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग कराओ
So that was the first reaction that is coming in from the Dawn-turned Neta, Atiq Ahmed, who's again being taken to Prayagraj. Abhishek, can you help us understand why is Atiq Ahmed being again taken to Prayagraj? Because he was to be produced in the court earlier. What is the reason this time?
Well, absolutely, Pooja. This is a very major development as far as Umesh Pal murder case is concerned. Why? Because he is the main accused, and as per, so far we have seen that there has been several action which has been taken by the UP police, be it the 2 encounters which was done, but the main person behind conspiracy is Atiq Ahmed and his son Asad, who was one of the shooters, and his brother Ashraf, who is in the Bareilly jail. So that is something which is a major development, because if the UP police is able to get the grip over Atiq, can question him, grill him, inquire about the kind of conspiracy which was made from the jail. So that is going to be a major development. Now what is happening is that the police has taken the B warrant, they reached at the Sabarmati jail there, there were the documentation which was done, and now he has been taken into the custody by the Prayagraj police, and they are taking him along by the road to the Prayagraj, and he will be presented in the court within 24 hours as far as he reaches Prayagraj. So that is something again which will give add-on advantage to the UP police, because as far as this whole case is concerned, now no questioning has been done with Atiq Ahmed on this Umesh Pal murder case. So that is something we are also getting to know, that the police can demand at least 14 days of remand. So that is also something which all depends on the court. So if the UP police is able to get it, then it's going to be a major grip over Atiq Ahmed, because of the kind of substantial evidences they have, the CCTV footage.
Stay on with me. We are going again from Uttar Pradesh, from where you are, to Gujarat Sabarmati prison. That's the latest visual of our colleague Gopi Manyar tracking the latest from the streets on Gujarat. Gopi, go ahead.
अतीक अहमद के लिए काफ़ी मुश्किल वाला रहता है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से अतीक अहमद पिछली बार साबरमती सेंट्रल जेल में पहुंचा था और हमारी बात हुई थी, तो अतीक अहमद ने साफ शब्दों में कह दिया था कि उमेश पाल हत्या मामले में वो तो जेल के अंदर बंद था, उसका कहीं इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं है। लेकिन अब जब उमेश पाल की हत्या के मामले में यहाँ से यूपी पुलिस उसे लेने के लिए पहुंची हुई है, तो इस बार सुरक्षा के भी पुख्ता इंतजाम है। हो सकता है कि कई ऐसी कड़ियां हैं जो अब भी अनसुलझी है उमेश पाल की हत्या के मामले में, उन कड़ियों को सुलझाना है। और यूपी पुलिस जो है वो पुलिस रिमांड लेकर उससे पूछताछ कर सकती है, क्योंकि अब रिमांड लेंगी तो 10 दिन के या 14 दिन के जितने भी दिनों के कोर्ट रिमांड देती है अतीक अहमद को, तो उतने दिन अतीक अहमद पुलिस की कस्टडी में रहेगा, उसे जेल में नहीं रखा जाएगा। तो अतीक अहमद को कहीं ना कहीं एक डर भी रहेगा कि हो सकता है कि उसका एनकाउंटर हो जाए या उसकी गाड़ी पलट जाए या उसके साथ कुछ अनहोनी हो जाए। और देखिए, इसीलिए अतीक अहमद जैसे ही जेल के बाहर निकला, गाड़ी में बैठा और तुरंत ही कह दिया कि इनकी नीयत सही नहीं है। तो अतीक अहमद को अब जो डर है वो सता रहा है, डर सता रहा है कि हो सकता है कि उसकी हत्या ना हो जाए या हो सकता है कि उसे गाड़ी ना पलट जाए। तो कहीं ना कहीं अतीक अहमद जो है वो काफी डरा हुआ है। उमेश पाल के मामले में इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना है, 45 दिन हो चुके हैं, पुलिस के पास अब भी कई ऐसी अनसुलझी कड़ियां हैं जिसको सुलझाना बाकी है। तो पुलिस भी अब उन कड़ियों को सुलझाने की कोशिश में लगी हुई है। और वैसे में आप देख सकते हैं कि जो यूपी पुलिस की वैन है वो अहमदाबाद के रास्ते होती हुई अब सीधा प्रयागराज के लिए यहां से रवाना हो चुकी है। सईद जी।
So that's Gopi from Sabarmati in Gujarat. I want to go across to Uttar Pradesh. This is to give you a background about what's happening. Look at your visuals. The latest visual of Atiq Ahmed being taken out from Sabarmati prison amid security will be taken to Prayagraj. The case that he's facing is of being a mastermind of the Umesh Pal murder case, a prime witness in the BSP MLA murder case, about where 6 to 7 gunners shot him down in broad daylight without fear. Listen in now to the reaction coming in from Atiq Ahmed.
लेके जा रहे हैं। उमेश पाल की हत्या में तो वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग हो सकती थी, और वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का
आपको मार देंगे।
जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग कराओ
Abhishek Mishra joins us from Uttar Pradesh. Abhishek, over to you now, because it's going to be a while till this convoy reaches Prayagraj, and like they took some breaks earlier as well, that's also likely to happen. But precisely the reason was that, is it important for him to be brought all the way from Sabarmati to Prayagraj, and what is the security looking like this time around him?
Well, as far as the security is concerned, that's very tight, and more than 3 dozens of police persons are there, along with the whole fleet, whole convoy which is coming. Not just in terms of making it very sure that this travel from Ahmedabad Sabarmati to Prayagraj should be safe. The court has also given orders about taking all the safety measures. There will be a checkup of the vehicles after 400 kilometers of journey. So that is something which is a very important thing. But as I was telling you that this grip over Atiq Ahmed was very much required in terms of having a major development in the Umesh Pal murder case, because as Gopi was saying, and it is very evident that it's been 45 days, the main accused is behind the bar, is absconding. There is no lead as far as the main shooter is concerned. Yes, there has been several arresting, 2 encounters were made, but that is not sufficient, and the UP government is already facing a lot of criticism over the fact that there has been a lot of talk about having a grip over mafia, and specifically Atiq Ahmed, which is on the radar. But what happened is that so far either Atiq Ahmed or his son Asad, who is the main conspirator, his brother Ashraf, who is in Bareilly jail, is still not under the grip of the UP police. So that is the major reason that this transfer from Ahmedabad to Prayagraj taking Atiq on this issue will get
Abhishek,
a lot of questions.
stay on with me. So you're telling us one of the reasons as well. Gopi is also giving us a live status. Gopi, over to you.
क्राइम उसने जिस तरीके से जुर्म किए हुए हैं, वैसे में उसके इंडिविजुअल भी काफी ज्यादा दुश्मन है। तो कहीं कोई अतीक अहमद पर जब काफिला जा रहा है उस वक्त हमला ना कर दे, तो उस लिहाज से भी सुरक्षा के काफी पुख्ता इंतजाम जो है वो यहाँ पे किए गए हैं।
All right, so of course we'll be tracking this time. There will also be a security cordon. There is a conviction in 2006 kidnapping case brought to Sabarmati Central Jail in Ahmedabad, then to Prayag. This is almost a 24-hour journey. Therefore, it is very crucial that for each state they pass, every road they clear, the security cordon is for a reason. It could be his supporters that could create a problem, but it could be enemies of a different gang that are rivals of Atiq Ahmed. They could also create a law and order issue. It could be anyone, like happened last time as well, wanted to catch a glimpse of this big development. All of this has to be kept in consideration. Remember, the traffic routes are being cleared on way as they are going ahead. Gopi Manyar, my colleague, is in Gujarat tracking this convoy, speaking right now.
इनकी नीयत ठीक नहीं है, तो कहीं ना कहीं अतीक अहमद काफी ज्यादा डरा हुआ है। अतीक अहमद को ये आशंका है कि उसकी हत्या हो सकती है, क्योंकि अतीक अहमद जिस तरीके से पिछली बार भी जब उससे बातचीत हुई थी, तो अतीक अहमद का ये कहना था कि क्योंकि मीडिया लगातार इसको कवर कर रही थी, पूरे रूट पे मीडिया कवर कर रही थी, वापिस आया अतीक अहमद तब भी उसको कवर किया जा रहा था। लेकिन इस बार सईद जी, सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि पुलिस कस्टडी में रहेंगे। अगर पुलिस रिमांड मिलते हैं अतीक अहमद को, तो अतीक अहमद को पुलिस कस्टडी में रहना पड़ेगा। पुलिस पूछताछ करेगी, पुलिस बार बार हर एक चीज, हर एक पहलू जो खुटती कड़ियां है उमेश पाल की हत्या को लेकर, क्योंकि शार्प शूटर अभी तक नहीं मिला है, अतीक का बेटा इसकी हत्या में इन्वॉल्व है उमेश पाल की। तो ये सारी चीजें, और देखिए सबसे महत्वपूर्ण, क्योंकि माना यही जा रहा है कि अतीक ने साबरमती सेंट्रल जेल में बैठते हुए पूरी हत्या की साजिश की है। अब साबरमती सेंट्रल जेल में बैठे हुए अगर हाई सिक्योरिटी जोन में बैठकर अतीक अहमद ने उमेश पाल की हत्या की पूरी साजिश की है, तो कहीं ना कहीं इसे एक कह सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से ये साजिश की है, कौन इन्वॉल्व है। क्योंकि अब तक हमने देखा है कि जो जेल है, जेल के भी कई कर्मचारियों को पुलिस के जरिए गिरफ्तार किया गया है। तो क्या साबरमती जेल के कर्मचारी भी इस पूरे मर्डर मामले में इन्वॉल्व थे? उसे कौन कौन लोग मिले थे? जो शार्प शूटर है वो कहां है? किस तरीके से इस हत्या को अंजाम दिया? ये सारी ऐसी अनसुलझी पहेलियां है जिसे यूपी पुलिस अब सुलझाना चाहती है। 45 दिन का वक्त हो चुका है। कहीं ना कहीं पुलिस की भूमिका पर भी उमेश पाल की हत्या के मामले में सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं। तो वैसे में अब इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना बेहद जरूरी है, और यूपी पुलिस जो है वो बी वारंट के जरिए, यानी ट्रांसफर वारंट के जरिए अब अतीक अहमद को यहां से अहमदाबाद की साबरमती सेंट्रल जेल से प्रयागराज की नैनी जेल ले जाएंगे। 24 घंटे का वक्त मिलता है यूपी पुलिस को, अगर ट्रांसफर वारंट पे होते, जब भी वो यूपी में एंट्री करेंगे उसके बाद वो 24 घंटे कंसीडर किए जाते हैं। तो जब नैनी जेल में अतीक अहमद को मान लीजिए कि अभी चले हैं यहाँ से, तो हो सकता है कल 3 बजे तक अतीक अहमद जो है वो प्रयागराज की नैनी जेल तक पहुंच जाएगा। तो वहां पे से लेके 3 बजे से लेके कल परसों सुबह 3 बजे तक का।
All right, so it's almost going to be a 24-hour journey. Meanwhile, listen in now to what the wife of late Umesh Pal has to say on Atiq Ahmed.
अतीक अहमद को वापस लाने की तैयारी की जा रही है।
प्रयागराज में अतीक अहमद आ जरूर रहे हैं, लेकिन मैं शासन और प्रशासन से यही मांग करूंगी कि मुझे न्याय दिलाए। मुझे न्याय चाहिए। जिस तरह से इन्होंने मेरे आदमी की हत्या करवाई है, उसी तरह से इनकी भी इनकाउंटर या इनकी भी हत्या कराई जाए, क्योंकि ये रहेगा तो आज नहीं कल किसी को भी कर सकता है। शायद वो अगला टारगेट मैं ही क्यों ना हो, क्योंकि मैं उसके प्रति बयानबाजी कर रही हूँ, तो हो सकता है वो कल को मेरी भी हत्या करा सकता है। इसलिए मैं मांग कर रही हूँ शासन से कि मुझे न्याय चाहिए, मेरे आदमी की हत्यारों को सज़ा दिलाई जाए और उनको भी इनकाउंटर किया जाए।
इनकाउंटर की मांग है आपकी?
जी हाँ, इनकाउंटर की बिल्कुल मांग है मेरी।
अभी जिन लोगों ने आपने नामजद कराया था, अभी भी आरोपी पकड़े नहीं गए हैं, क्या कहेंगी?
आरोपी तो घूम रहे हैं बाहर इधर।
को आगे बढ़ा रही है, शांति को सुदृढ़ कर रही है, सलामती को सुनिश्चित कर रही है। उस वक्त आप सभी को मैं बिहू की अग्रिम बधाई देता हूं और समग्र आसाम के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। हमारा एक क्षेत्रीय कार्यालय आज बन रहा है। ये उस वक्त मैं कांग्रेस वालों को कहने आया हूं, जरा कान खोलकर सुन लीजिए। 2024 में लोकसभा का चुनाव आ रहा है। आसाम की 14 में से 12 सीटों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी विजयी होगी और मोदी जी 300 से ज्यादा सीटों के साथ फिर से भारत के तीसरी बार पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ प्रधानमंत्री बनने वाले हैं। फिर से एक बार पूरी आसाम की जनता को बिहू की बहुत बहुत अग्रिम बधाई, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। वंदे वंदे वंदे।
Very interesting that the Home Minister is also referring to the 2024 Lok Sabha elections already. He was in Assam right now, earlier was in Arunachal Pradesh. Heading into a very short break, more on the other side. Voice samples of anti-Sikh riot accused Congress leader Jagdish Tytler has now been collected by the CBI's forensic lab. CBI summoned Jagdish Tytler in connection with the violence in Delhi's Pulbangash area in 1984, but specifically to some of the videos that were also released, and for that his voice samples have been collected. He is accused of specifically inciting a mob that murdered the victims. CBI said it had found fresh evidence in the 39-year-old riot case, making it necessary to have the voice sample. However, Tytler has completely denied the allegations. He's saying he gave his sample for some other case. He has said he will hang himself if the evidence against him is proven. And he's basically claiming that there is no evidence against him. Just to give you a background, in 1984, at least 3,000 people, specifically from the Sikh community, were killed in the riots. Independent sources estimated also about 8,000. And the cases, many of them include Jagdish Tytler, then a Congress leader, who has been earlier was given a clean chit by the CBI, but this could be leading to the reopening of a case. This is big news, remember, because for Jagdish Tytler, he says there's no evidence, I will hang myself if any evidence is given, and this is not with regard to that case. Now, just to give you a background about why precisely Jagdish Tytler is in news right now. There were some videos released in 2018 and then by also another Sikh leader, and for that, with regard to that, also his voice samples have been brought out. But all of this, primarily his name is accused with regard to 1984 anti-Sikh violence, and the videos also were in reference to that. He has been accused of leading a rioting mob in the North Delhi area of Pul Bangash Gurdwara, where many people, specifically from the Sikh community, their properties were damaged and were killed as well. Listen in then, however, to what Jagdish Tytler has to say.
CBI, anything about it?
Who says I recorded a statement?
So you came here to give your voice sample.
Yeah.
Sir, you were called for voice sampling, sir. The case is very old. Do you think this is agenda?
आज आप CBI CFSL lab आए क्यों आए हैं सर? क्यों आए हैं?
It has been 39 years, sir. What do you have to say about this? It has been 39 years, sir. Don't you think that now it's a time for you to closure? Say something.
I don't want to say anything.
Why, sir?
I won't let them do it. Let the government do their own job.
Sir, the government is doing their own job. But what do you now regret about what you have done?
What have I done? What have I done? Which have see again? You are one person. You are one person who makes a person something. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done?
Sir, if you
yourself said 25 years and now you tell me what you have done.
After 39 years, sir. Sir, जो voice samples दिए गए
कौन सा आरोप लगाया है?
सर आपको मेन
कौन सा आरोप लगाया? एक जना पुट करे सर कौन सा आरोप?
सर पुल पंगास मामले में जो एक की डेथ हुई, तीन की डेथ हुई थी और आग लगाई गई थी गुरुद्वारा में, उसके लेकर
उसके तो बारे हुआ ही नहीं बात. उसके बाद हुई नहीं. ये तो बिल्कुल डिफरेंट. पता करो जाके. Nothing to do with that 84 thing.
Tytler sir, you regret about the entire incident which happened? You've been made as a key suspect. They would have found something evidence now. आपको इसलिए लगाया हुआ है.
If there is one evidence, no, I'm prepared to hang myself. Let me tell you, if there was evidence, one evidence, they would have registered a FIR against me. 30 years they have not done it. They're still doing an inquiry. And now you're asking me, that look at the way kind of things which they're saying to me. बिल्कुल गलत बात है, झूठी बात है. कोई केस 84 का नहीं है. There is something else which they wanted my voice.
सर वो क्या बात थी? किस मामले को लेकर फिर आए?
आप उनसे पूछिए.
सर किस मामले को लेकर था सर? Sir, because the allegations are not stopping. You came here to give your audio recording samples. So what was it for?
There's one statement they wanted me to. This has nothing to do with 84 rights. Nothing to do with it. There's another somebody had put a complaint that Mr. Tytler said something. So they want to know if I had said this. But
so justice has not been given to the victims who were part of this tragedy.
Listen.
And you are accused in that case?
No, I'm not accused. Sir. This again, I'm saying, you media have created a hell for me.
Sir,
it's all right.
Why are you here, sir?
Why? I've told you that there's nothing to do with 84. Sir. There's another case which they wanted my voice. So I've given my voice.
So, but that case was also related
you
to...
Ask them, if you ask them, you know, if that is the case, then it will be something makes it. Because बात हुई नहीं है. नहीं कोई और बात.
In your party also there is so much of influx which is happening. Sachin Pilot is sitting on protest.
I don't want to speak on anything. आपने पूछ लिया, मैंने बता दिया.
मैंने एक एप्लीकेशन फाइल की कोर्ट में कि हमारे पास और विटनेस हैं और जगदीश टाइटलर की क्लीन चिट को वापस लिया जाए, जिसके चलते सीबीआई ने माना. और अब कुछ दिन पहले ही जज साहब के सामने, मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने एक विटनेस हरपाल कौर ने 164 में बयान दिए, जिसमें उन्होंने बताया कि किस तरह पुल बंगश पे जगदीश टाइटलर आए, उन्होंने कत्लेआम कराया और ये कत्लेआम के सीधे दोषी हैं. इन्होंने खुद 1984 का कत्लेआम कराया, जिसके चलते अब सीबीआई बाउंड है उनकी फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के लिए. और मैं दावे से अब कह सकता हूं कि बहुत जल्दी जगदीश टाइटलर, जिसको कांग्रेस हमेशा क्लीन चिट देती थी और कहती थी कि बेकसूर है, वो सलाखों के पीछे होगा. पुल बंगश के केस के अंदर जगदीश टाइटलर को सजाए मौत या उम्र कैद हो सकती है.
वो मामला है जिसमें
ये एक स्टिंग ऑपरेशन में ये कहते हुए पाए गए हैं कि जब 1984 हो रहा था उस समय राजीव गांधी के साथ ये दिल्ली की सड़कों पर मुआयना कर रहे थे, ये देखने के लिए भी कितने कत्लेआम हुआ, कैसे हुआ, क्या नहीं हुआ। तो अपेक्षा करते हैं कि ये मामला आगे बढ़ेगा और आभार है प्रधानमंत्री जी का कि इसकी जांच वापस से पुनः ठीक ढंग से हो रही है, क्योंकि ये बार बार ये कहते हैं कि मेरा कुछ मामला नहीं है, मेरे पर कोई सीबीआई का केस नहीं है, जबकि सीबीआई कोर्ट में अभी जांच चल रही है। सीबीआई कोर्ट ने सीबीआई को बोला है कि जो विटनेसेस हैं उनके भी आप बयान दर्ज करो, जो विटनेसेस विदेश चले गई हैं उनके भी बयान दर्ज करो।
Moving on now to other stories. In a big setback to the Stalin government, Supreme Court has given a go-ahead for the RSS march in Tamil Nadu. The apex court today, meanwhile, dismissed all plea from the Tamil Nadu government challenging the nod for the RSS proposed march in the state. Stalin government is approaching the Supreme Court and had done it earlier, seeking a stay on the Madras High Court order that had earlier permitted the RSS rally. But now the government hasn't got any relief from the top court either. Madras High Court on February 10th had allowed the route march despite the state refusing permission, citing threat of attacks on the march from the banned outfit Popular Front of India. The government proposed the rally be restricted to 2 districts, which the RSS contested. BJP now has hailed the Supreme Court order, saying that this exposes Stalin government's agenda.
The Supreme Court has dismissed their appeal. At least from now, Mr. Stalin should understand, we should give values for the society, should give values for the discipline, organization like RSS. And I think they may not change. But this is definitely an ideological battle, which we have won.
Heading into a very short break, I bring you some sports news after Lucknow Super Giants beat Royal Challengers Bangalore by 1 wicket and in the last ball thriller at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. This IPL season is clearly giving us all a lot of thrilling moments, specifically in the last over. Let's bring you some highlights after a break.
And Lucknow have won the game.
The Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bangalore witnessed high drama and in the last over, this between Royal Challengers Bangalore and Lucknow Super Giants. Both teams scored in excess of 200, but the match went down to the last ball. Home supporters, though, ended up with the bowing on the losing side. Here's a look at what exactly happened in the last 6 balls.
Put into bat first, Royal Challengers Bangalore came out all guns blazing. He was dealing in boundaries as RCB crossed the 50-run mark and soon completed his half-century. Amit Mishra struck for the Lucknow Super Giants, removing Kohli for 61.
She strikes, gets the big one, Kohli goes.
With Kohli's wicket, it seemed that LSG would get control of the game, but who knew it would be the beginning of some more destruction. In came Maxwell, and along with him, Faf du Plessis too cut loose. Both the batters smashed sixes at will, and the RCB skipper got to his 50. Maxwell too got to his 50, smashing consecutive sixes to get there in just 24 balls.
Maximums for Maxwell.
Markwood cleaned up Maxwell on the penultimate delivery of the Bangalore innings, which finished on 212. In reply, Lucknow didn't have the ideal start as they lost Kyle Mayers on the third delivery.
It's a big wicket.
Things got worse as Wayne Parnell struck twice in the same over, removing Deepak Hooda and Krunal Pandya.
What an over from Wayne Parnell.
Marcus Stoinis stepped up for Lucknow and smashed a quick-fire 50 of just 26 balls.
Long way.
Karn Sharma then removed Marcus Stoinis, and in the next over, Mohammad Siraj ended the LSG skipper's innings.
Towards square leg. Virat Kohli takes the catch.
Nicholas Pooran and Ayush Badoni joined forces and thus began the destruction of RCB's bowling. Pooran smashed a 15-ball half-century as Lucknow stayed within touching distance of the win. Towards the end, it was all chaos and Lucknow needed 1 of 1. Harshal Patel tried to run out Ravi Bishnoi at the non-striker's end, but failed in doing so. Eventually, he had to bowl the last ball again, and this time it was Dinesh Karthik who failed to collect the ball, and Lucknow, in the most thrilling of fashions, won the match by 1 wicket.
What a game.
Sports Bureau, India Today.
These guys are going to celebrate big.
Well, on that note, it's a wrap-up from me. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned. Lots more on the other side as well. Take care.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Good morning, viewers. Let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this morning. Thiruvananthapuram is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 61. Mumbai is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 63. Panaji is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 67. Ahmedabad is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 142. Bhopal is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 75. Jaipur is at 28 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 115. Delhi is at 26 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 113. Srinagar is at 13 degrees Celsius with AQI being 68. Lucknow is at 27 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 108. Patna is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 197. Kolkata is at 33 degrees with an AQI of 146. Hyderabad is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 136. Bangalore is at 24 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 57. Chennai is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 74. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me, AI Sana, all through the day.
You are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. Sonia writes an editorial slamming centre, says Modi destroying 3 pillars of democracy, alleges CBI being misused by Modi government. Rijeju hits back. Finance Minister Sitharaman's firm rebuttal to negative Western perception of India and Washington says do not listen to perceptions built by people who have not even visited at the ground.
I would only say come have a look at what's happening in India, rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited at the ground and who produce reports.
Pilot versus Gehlot. War ignites in Rajasthan. Pilot on dharna against his own government. Rajasthan Congress in charge says Pilot targeting Congress, not Gehlot. No decision on BJP ticket even after CC meeting. BJP to redo the candidate list. Home Minister Shah to chair another round of the meeting today. ED heat on Tejasvi Yadav over land for job scam. ED grills Tejasvi for over 600 crore proceeds of the crime.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Breaking news coming in. BJP MLA from Shivamogga, KS Ishwarappa, writes to the Bharatiya Janata Party National President JP Nadda, stating that he has decided to not contest the upcoming Karnataka Assembly elections. Big revelation coming in from by Ishwarappa. The BJP MLA from Shivamogga, KS Ishwarappa, writing to the Bharatiya Janata Party National President JP Nadda. He states that he does not want to contest the upcoming Karnataka Assembly elections. Himanshu Mishra now joins us for the latest. Himanshu, what is the reason why Ishwarappa decides not to contest the upcoming elections in Karnataka?
देखिए चैती, मुझे लगता है कि बहुत सी चीजें अभी भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंदर जो है वो चुनाव में उम्मीदवारों के नाम को लेकर जो पेचीदगियां हैं वो सुलझी नहीं है। और उसी के पहली कड़ी में अगर देखा जाए तो KS ईश्वरप्पा शिमोगा से विधायक हैं। इससे पहले वो उप मुख्यमंत्री रह चुके हैं, मंत्री रह चुके हैं। उनको कुछ कारणों से पार्टी के अंदर जो है उसके बाद उनको मंत्री पद से हटाया भी गया है। और अब उन्होंने ये पत्र लिखकर कहा है 40 साल से वो राजनीति में है, उन्होंने सेवा की है पार्टी के साथ रहकर, अब वो राजनीति से संन्यास लेना चाहते हैं, यानी कि वो चुनावी राजनीति में नहीं रहना चाहते, चुनाव नहीं लड़ना चाहते हैं। तो इस तरीके से देखा जाए तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पिछले कुछ समय में एक नया पैटर्न जो है वो शुरू किया है। आप देखिए गुजरात चुनाव से पहले जब लिस्ट आनी थी उससे पहले बड़े नाम जो ये कहा जाता था कि गुजरात की राजनीति में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, अमित शाह और आनंदीबेन के बाद कदावर नेता थे, चाहे वो विजय रूपाणी हो, नितिन पटेल हो, भूपेंद्र सिंह चुडासामा हो, तमाम उन लोगों ने पत्र लिखकर ये कहा था कि वो चुनाव नहीं लड़ना चाहते। तो कर्नाटक में भी उम्मीदवारों की सूची आने से पहले ईश्वरप्पा का पत्र लिखकर ये कहना कि वो चुनाव नहीं लड़ना चाहते। 40 साल उन्होंने
सूत्रों के अनुसार, आपके सूत्रों के अनुसार हिमांशु क्या पता लग रहा है कि ये सब इनका कारण क्या है? असल में कोई कारण पता लग रहा है आपको?
पार्टी के अंदर कुछ खेमेबाजी है, उन्हीं खेमेबाजियों को दूर करते हुए पार्टी ये चाहती है कि बीच का रास्ता निकाला जाए। येदियुरप्पा के साथ ईश्वरप्पा के जिस तरीके के संबंध हैं वो बहुत अच्छे नहीं रहे हैं। शिवमोगा से दोनों येदियुरप्पा और ईश्वरप्पा आते हैं, इससे पहले भी कई बार दोनों के अंदर बहुत तलखी देखी गई है। और यही कारण है कि कल अगर आप देखेंगे तो 2 राउंड की जो बैठक है वो हो चुकी है केंद्रीय चुनाव समिति की बैठक के बाद। आज भी हुई है, कल भी 2 राउंड बैठक हुई थी मंत्री अमित शाह के साथ।
अभी तक कोई डिसीजन नहीं लिया गया है। ये बैठक 2 हो गई है फिर भी डिसीजन नहीं लिया गया है। इसका डिले की वजह भी क्या है? इसमें इसको हम लिंक कर सकते हैं या ईश्वरप्पा का जो लेटर है उससे भी लिंक कर सकते हैं?
देखिए बिल्कुल ईश्वरप्पा को पार्टी की तरफ से मनाया गया होगा कि देखिए आप चुनाव मत लड़िए, अगर आप चुनाव लड़ते हैं तो बहुत सी चीजें जो है पार्टी के अंदर सिर्फ टपल की नौबत आ सकती है, इसलिए आपको भी चुनाव से दूर रहना होगा। उनको मंत्री पद से पहले ही हटाया गया था, उन पे कुछ आरोप लगे थे। और उसके बाद अब ये माना जा सकता है कि आज देर शाम या कल सुबह जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने पहले सूची जो है कर्नाटक विधानसभा चुनाव को लेकर जारी कर सकती है। लगभग 200 नामों के घोषणा होगी। 3 राउंड की केंद्रीय चुनाव समिति के बाद बैठक हो चुकी है और खुद येदियुरप्पा जो है वो वापस चले गए। कल गृह मंत्री अमित शाह के साथ वो बैठक में थे, उसके बाद जेपी नड्डा के यहाँ जब बैठक हुई तो येदियुरप्पा वहाँ नहीं थे, वो वापस चले गए हैं। ये माना जा रहा है कि येदियुरप्पा को कुछ सीटों के लिए जो है ऑब्जेक्शन है, कुछ उम्मीदवारों को लेकर। उनका ये कहना है कि जो जीतने वाले लोग हैं उनको देखना चाहिए, पार्टी को विनेबल लोगों को देखना चाहिए, ना कि जो है किसी तरीके से किसी की पैरवी से या कुछ और समीकरणों को ध्यान में रखकर जो है वो टिकट देना चाहिए। तो येदियुरप्पा अपनी बात को लेकर कह के पार्टी नेतृत्व को चले गए हैं। और दूसरी तरफ आप देख सकते हैं 3 दिन होने को आए हैं, आज केंद्रीय चुनाव समिति की बैठक हुए, अभी तक जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अपने उम्मीदवारों के नामों की घोषणा नहीं की है। और ईश्वरप्पा का पत्र ये बताता है कि कहीं ना कहीं अभी कुछ पेचीदगियां हैं जिनको बीजेपी का केंद्रीय नेतृत्व जो है वो सुलझाना चाहता है।
जी बिल्कुल, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए थैंक यू। वी गेटिंग मोर ब्रेकिंग न्यूज कमिंग इन। लेट्स कट स्ट्रेट अक्रॉस टू द ब्रेकिंग न्यूज दैट्स ट्रिकलिंग इन एट दिस पॉइंट। The JDS brothers are at war. Kumaraswamy opposed ticket to Revanna's wife. To Kumaraswamy's statement saying Hassan ticket will be given to regular party workers, Revanna responded saying, let Devegowda decide who the regular party worker is. So looks like the JDS brothers are at war. We have a reaction coming in from HD Revanna. Listen in.
ಈಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಅದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಯಾರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ದೇವೇಗೌಡರು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ? ಅದನ್ನು ದೇವೇಗೌಡರಿಗೆ ಕಳೆದ ಜನವರಿಯಿಂದಲೇ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ದೇವೇಗೌಡರದ್ದು 60 ವರ್ಷದ ಅನುಭವ ಇದೆ. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಏನು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಮೀನಿಂಗ್ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅದು ದೇವೇಗೌಡರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು? ಯಾವುದು ಫಲಾನುಭವಿಗಳು ತಗೊಳ್ದಲೇ ಇರೋಂಥರೇ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಅಲ್ವೇನಪ್ಪ? ಫಲಾನುಭವಿಗಳು ಯಾರು ತಗೊಳ್ದಲೇ ಇರೋರು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಫಲಾನುಭವಿ ತಗೊಂಡವರು ರೇವಣ್ಣ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಫಲಾನ ತಗೊಂಡಿರೋರು ಬರ್ತಾರ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಒಂದೇ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಫಲ ಮತ್ತು ಇದನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ದಲೇ ಇರೋರು ಅದು ದೇವೇಗೌಡರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ನಡೀರಿ.
All right, Revanna's first up reaction is coming in right there saying that let Devegowda decide who the regular party worker is. Anaka, what do you make of the statement by Revanna?
You know, Chaiti, Kumaraswamy has always maintained his narrative that Hassan ticket should be given to a party worker. And all these days, Revanna had not commented anything about it. But today, to a media question about Kumaraswamy again asserting that Hassan ticket, a very crucial ticket for JDS, should be given to a Samanya Karyakarta, Revanna has responded saying, what is the definition of Samanya Karyakarta? Let Devegowda decide. According to me, the definition of Samanya Karyakarta is somebody who has not availed any personal benefits from the party. That is the definition of Samanya Karyakarta. Let Devegowda decide who it is. It could be me, it could be anybody. Let him decide who Samanya Karyakarta is. He's saying all this, you know, with the intention of fielding Bhavani Revanna, his wife Bhavani, from Hassan constituency. This is the, you know, this is the family fight that is once again out in the open between, between Kumaraswamy and Revanna, the two brothers in the JDS party. But, you know, it remains to be seen because Hassan has always been a seat of hot potato. Bhavani Revanna wants to contest from there, but Kumaraswamy wants to field a Samanya Karyakarta because he believes if everybody enters politics, you know, if everybody in their family enters politics, JDS would have to bear the brunt of, you know, of having the nepotism kind of shade from their party. And this is the family fight that is now out in the open once again.
Absolutely. Thanks, Anaka, for joining us with the very latest details right there. With the assembly polls closing in, confusion in JDS over candidate for the Hassan constituency. War breaks out between brothers. Former Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy and JDS MLA H.D. Revanna over the Hassan seat. Revanna wants his wife Bhavani to get the Hassan ticket. Revanna is now threatened that he will not contest if his wife does not get the ticket. Revanna further threatened if his wife was not given the ticket, she will contest independently against JDS and Hassan. Meanwhile, Kumaraswamy wants Karyakarta to be given the Hassan ticket. He says his father and former Prime Minister Devegowda did not have the same sway as before to convince Revanna to drop his demand. Devegowda had met his son Revanna to his house last night, but there was no consensus on the Hassan ticket.
ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಹಾಸನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಭಾಳ ಸದೃಢವಾಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ಜನಾಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಣಿಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಜನತೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಏನಿದೆ, ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ತಲೆ ಬಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಸುಗಮವಾಗಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ಟೀಜ್ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಟಿಕೆಟ್ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಪ್ರೆಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿರೋದು, ಇಲ್ಲ ರೇವಣ್ಣ ಅವ್ರ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿರೋದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಅಲ್ಲ.
So there is no question going either nearer to Congress or nearer to BJP. My journey will start from 10th onwards. All the old Mysore area, Hassan, Mandya, Chikmagalur, these are the old Mysore areas. I am going to Chitradurga, tour this area. This is our strong belt.
It is an internal matter of JDS, and I'm sure we would definitely solve it amicably. Politics is a game of aspiration, and everybody has an aspiration. And Bhavani Revanna having an aspiration from Hassan seat is absolutely no wrong. And Kumaraswamy has his own understanding what needs to be done. But this is an internal matter of party, and I'm very sure that when we sit across and this would be resolved amicably, and a suitable candidate would be given ticket, and we are very sure to win that ticket.
We have to safeguard the state from this BJP's misrule and corruption. Otherwise, they loot every single Kannadiga, and this money will go back to Delhi. So that's why we are trying to fight out now.
HD Kumaraswamy and his son Nikhil Kumaraswamy spoke to my colleague Nagarjun over Hassan constituency. Listen in.
There were a lot of reports about Hassan fight. They were saying that brothers are fighting for the Hassan ticket seat. How do you see when the BJP picks this and the Congress picks this as the issue, saying, look, the family is fighting?
Hassan issue, nothing will happen, brother. Smoothly it will going to be settled. 100% we are going to announce an ordinary worker to win that election. There will be no quarrel between family members.
You specifically said ordinary worker, you said.
Nothing will happen. Ordinary worker will going to announce, he will going to win.
See, we are living in a democratic world, and when people want to serve, I mean when the candidates want to serve people, see, politics is a stage for you. Bhavani ji wants to contest, and even Swaroop is, been active in politics since a long time. So this ultimately depends on the party national president and our party state president. So I think they are better people to take call on this, because we have a committee, and I think the committee will take a call.
With less than a month left for assembly polls, BJP and Congress are busy finalizing the candidates. BJP is yet to release its first list of candidates, even after Prime Minister Modi chairing a CEC meeting on Sunday. BJP has gone back to the drawing room to redo the list. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going to be looking at the list today. Bomai claims the High Command was collecting ground information on various constituencies. The new candidates and the list might be released, in fact, today. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi says that BJP is being extremely cautious with its list, and there was no confusion within the party. Meanwhile, the Congress took a jibe at BJP for being so indecisive over BJP tickets, saying there is chaos and confusion in the BJP. Congress is expected to finalize its third list of candidates in the next couple of days. It has declared candidates for 166 tickets so far.
ಪಟ್ಟಿ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತಿಮ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ಗೃಹ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರ ಅನುಮತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ನಾವು ಮೊದಲನೇ ಪಟ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊಂದಲ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅನೇಕ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಒಂದು ಪಟ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ಪುಟ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಬಿ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಕಾಶಿಯಸ್.
ನಿನ್ನೆ ದಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಅವರೇನೋ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಮೂರು ಕ್ಲಾರಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕರೆದಿದ್ರು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲದೊಳಗಡೆ ಅಥವಾ ನಾಳೆ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ವಿಳಂಬ ಇಲ್ರಿ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಇವತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಫೈನಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Why is it that Mr. JP Nadda and Mr. Amit Shah having held marathon meetings, BJP has not been able to declare a single candidate till date? Does that not show and prove to our brothers and sisters of Karnataka the manner and fashion in which there is chaos and confusion in the Bharatiya Janata Party? It also proves that Bharatiya Janata Party is a sinking ship.
BJP is a
Well, I'm throwing straight across to my colleague Preeti Chaudhary, who's standing by in the newsroom, live and exclusive in conversation with Aam Aadmi Party's Raghav Chadha. Over to you, Preeti.
Well, thank you, Jyoti. Joining us right now is Rajya Sabha MP, leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, Raghav Chadha. Mr. Chadha, first up, many congratulations. A national party status in such a short time is no mean feat.
Absolutely, and all of us are thrilled. All of us at the Aam Aadmi Party are ecstatic with joy. You know, when we began our journey in the year 2012, all of us, ordinary volunteers of the Aam Aadmi Party, under the leadership of Mr. Kejriwal, could never ever dream of getting a national party status in almost a decade of our existence. The fact that we're running 2 state governments, the fact that we have around 10 members of parliament, several MLAs across states, several dozen councillors, etc. I feel this almost is a miracle, and this miracle has been made possible because of 2 things. One, the sheer hard work, commitment, dedication of the Aam Aadmi Party's volunteers and workers who have tirelessly worked, who have given their blood, sweat, tears, and toil to making AAP a success. And the second, and most importantly, is the blessings and the faith that people have reposed on us and the blessings that they've given us. And I do pray to God that Aam Aadmi Party continues to grow at this accelerated pace. And you know, as I've said this very often, I'll say it again, AAP is India's fastest growing political startup. And this startup transcends languages, state boundaries, caste, religion, etc. And a new model of governance, honest, upright governance has been given to this country. And I think people today look up to AAP as an alternative to the standard traditional politics that we've seen in this country in the last 75 years.
The speed with which the Aam Aadmi Party has gained national party status, like I said, is no mean feat. But, other parties have done it in a shorter while. But that aside, as quickly as the national party status has come, it can also go away. Because at the same time, if you look at it, when you were awarded national party status, parties like the TMC, NCP, BRS, the national party status has been taken away.
Well, of course, as we all know, that the criteria for acquiring this much coveted national party status from the Election Commission of India, you have to meet certain conditions, and the conditions are the number of states in which you run administrations, your vote share in more than one state, the number of MPs and MLAs that you have, so on and so forth. But let me remind you that out of roughly 1,300 registered political parties in this country, only 3 political parties are national parties that have administrations and governments in more than one state. One is, of course, the BJP, the other is the Indian National Congress, and the third is my party, the Aam Aadmi Party. So it's a very prestigious tag that one has received, yesterday. And I do hope that Aam Aadmi Party continues to grow, with leaps and bounds. And there is one additional factor that I, perceive that AAP has, which very few regional parties who even became national parties but could not acquire or could not possess or did not have. And that facet or that characteristic is that AAP enjoys a pan-national, pan-India presence. Whether it's our leader's recognition, that is Arvind Kejriwal's recognition, or the party's election symbol recognition. These 2 factors have a pan-India appeal, a pan-India recognition. But, and it, of course, stems from the fact that our movement, which led to the birth of Aam Aadmi Party, was also a pan-India movement that caught the public imagination.
But Mr. Chadha, you've egged on the Karnataka High Court, through which the EC has reacted and given you the national party status. Now you're aiming to fight the Karnataka elections, all 224 seats. But where is the party presence? You are sitting right in Delhi. Mr. Kejriwal hasn't gone into Karnataka. Is it just a token fight now where you're going to pick your battles?
Well, Mr. Kejriwal was in Karnataka a couple of weeks ago. I'm scheduled to be in Karnataka in the third week of this month. So I don't think we are, not putting up a strong fight. But of course, there are elections that you fight with all your might. But the results, of course, from election to election differ, and no political party fights an election to lose, right? So we are putting our best foot forward, and I do hope that the results are very, very encouraging, whether it's Rajasthan or
Okay.
Karnataka.
Well, all right. So, the Aam Aadmi Party, also astute, will be picking their battles, right? But, you're saying you're going to be in Karnataka next week. My question is, Mr. Chadha, that you're, a part of or the chief of the advisory board where Punjab is concerned. The Punjab government, the Punjab police in the dock with Amrit Pal still out right now. Every day we, seeing his videos, but we don't see an arrest. Every day, there's word coming in that he's going to surrender, but that never happens. What does, what does it reflect on your government in Punjab?
I think it reflects that the Aam Aadmi Party's government will do a complete crackdown on all anti-social elements or anti-India elements who are attempting to tinker with the hard-earned peace and harmony of the state of Punjab or that of India. I think this decisive step of taking action, arresting people and chasing people who have been trying to, disrupt peace in the state will be done, and nobody will be permitted, nobody will be allowed to tinker with the peace and harmony of the state. And I think that's the solo message that has gone loud and clear. Of course, some arrests are yet to happen. The Punjab police is doing its job. Yesterday, the Punjab police did a fantastic job and has arrested one of the closest allies of the person that you just named. So I think we are on the right track, and very soon you will see big results. But the larger message, the important message is that no anti-social or anti-India element will be tolerated. And with a lot of maturity and sensitivity, the Punjab police, and under the able administration of my elder brother, Mr. Bhagwant Mann, has moved swiftly. And all of us who come from the state, we have seen that this peace and harmony that we today have is very dear to us, is most cherished, and all of us have paid a heavy price for it. We've lost family members during the 80s when Punjab was boiling. So therefore, we respect and cherish the peace. It's very hard earned. Our blood and sweat has gone into acquiring this peace, and we will not let anyone tinker with it.
Mr. Chadha, last two questions, because I just want to ask you that one quick question, because the Punjab police has been known as, a formidable force to crack down. The image is suffering, don't you think so? It's been so many days now.
Punjab police is one of the finest police forces ever in the country. It was perhaps, I'm given to understand, it was perhaps for the first time that militancy and insurgency was countered by the state's own police, and without mega assistance and able assistance of our armed forces. It's perhaps for the first time that you saw a police in the 80s battle and win that battle conclusively against insurgency. So we have one of the Punjab police is one of the finest police forces in this country, and they've done a fantastic operation. And
but
going
their
forward,
reputation is on the line, Mr. Chadha. But we're going to come down to that. We are hoping, like you said, that there are going to be big breakthroughs very soon. We hope that happens. I won't do due diligence to my career as a journalist if I don't ask you this question. We've spoken about your national party status. The other thing in the news is your marital status. Is that going to change very soon, Mr. Chadha?
Well, Preeti, let us restrict this conversation to the Aam Aadmi Party's national party status and not make this conversation about my relationship status. Whenever there's a change in my marital or a relationship status, you'll be the first person to know, and I will inform you.
One last question on the same. By the end of the year, will that status change? And just randomly, what are your views on Pariniti? Because you say talk about Rajniti, अब वो तो बात हो गई राजनीति की, अब परिणीति के लिए भी थोड़ी सी तो बातें कर ही सकते हैं.
Well, as I said, let us restrict this conversation to Rajniti. and national party status of the Aam Aadmi Party. Let us celebrate Aam Aadmi Party's national party status first, and I'll give you more occasions to celebrate very, very soon. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate it, and thank you. We had to ask you this question. Sorry for embarrassing you, Raghav, but appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
With that, that's Raghav Chadda on the Aam Aadmi Party gaining national party status. Whether Amritpal will be arrested soon, and most importantly, what are his views on what is to be rumored his life partner Pariniti Chopra. A quick break to stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
As State of War Karnataka begins, a reminder why India today is the true number one. The 5 big faces speak to us before all others. From Chief Minister Bommai,
our intent is to weed out corruption,
to Chief Challenger Siddaramaiah,
yes, 100% I'm an aspirant.
from old warhorse Yediyurappa,
And I have got 100% confidence that we are going to come back to power in Karnataka.
to muscle man DK Shivakumar,
My number Karnataka on 13, 141 will be the number.
and Kingmaker Kumaraswamy.
Offer is there.
Okay.
Everybody offering me.
When it's Karnataka, there's no competition. India's #1 election channel.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us here on India Today. Pilot is on warpath now. Congress has issued a dire warning in a fresh attack on Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. Former Rajasthan Deputy Chief Minister Sachin Pilot today announced a hunger strike. Pilot has been on the offensive side over corruption issues and accused Gehlot government of being hand in glove with BJP leader and former Rajasthan Chief Minister Vasundhara Raje. Pilot's move to sit on a day-long fast has, however, caused a lot of disquiet within the Congress Parivar. While his loyalists are lending their support, Rajasthan Congress has expressed displeasure over the dharna and called Pilot for a calm dialogue within the party. Meanwhile, Sachin Pilot is getting support from Chhattisgarh. State's Health Minister T.S. Singh Deo, in a rare show of support, has hailed Pilot's dharna and said that his dharna will bring better change in the grand old party.
आज जननेता आदरणीय सचिन पायलट जी एक दिन के सांकेतिक धरने पर यहाँ पर बैठेंगे। राजस्थान प्रदेश का जो युवा है और प्रत्येक वर्ग का व्यक्ति आज यहाँ पर इस धरने में सम्मिलित होंगे। पिछली सरकार के अंदर जो भ्रष्टाचार हुए हैं, इस मुहिम के अंदर पूरा युवा एकजुट है और युवा और पूरा प्रदेश यही चाहता है कि उस भ्रष्टाचार की जाँच होनी चाहिए और उस जाँच के लिए तमाम लोग एकजुट हैं और हम हमारे नेता आदरणीय सचिन पायलट जी के साथ हैं।
पायलट जी में भ्रष्टाचार के लिए कहाँ है तो अच्छी चीज है। भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ कांग्रेस कार्रवाई करती है। अभी भी जो चीज तथ्य होंगे उस पर कार्रवाई होगी। आम आदमी भी बैठता है अनशन पे, तो ये तो अपना अधिकार, वो पूर्व सेंटर मिनिस्टर रहे, प्रदेश अध्यक्ष रहे, हमारे डिप्टी सीएम रहे, तो चीज उठा रहे हैं तो कोई चीज तथ्य होगा तो ही उठा रहे हैं।
तो अनशन बैठने का कोई आज समय नहीं है। पार्टी के मुख्यमंत्री रहे हुए हैं और पार्टी को सहयोग करना चाहिए। सरकार बढ़िया चल रही है, गहलोत साहब ने बहुत बढ़िया काम किए हैं। लोगों ने जो चीज़ें, वो जो काम मांगा वो काम तमाम एमएलए को दिया है। ऐसा युग लोगों को याद आएगा
कि पार्टी के खिलाफ बैठे रंधावा साहब भी कहते हैं कोई पार्टी विरोधी है, ये
गलत बात नहीं बैठना चाहिए।
यहाँ पर अगर एक तरफा अनशन करने की घोषणा करते हैं और अनशन करने के पूरा उतारू है, तो उस पर राजस्थान के जो प्रभारी हैं उन्होंने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का जो अनुशासन है वो इसकी इजाज़त नहीं देता और वो पार्टी के विरोध में है। पार्टी की उसकी इजाज़त नहीं देती है। तो उन्होंने बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से अपनी बात रखी है। कांग्रेस पार्टी की जो पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू है अधिकृत रूप से, आधिकारिक रूप से उसको सामने रखा है।
अरे जो भी बात है वो घर में होनी चाहिए ना, घर से बाहर नहीं होनी चाहिए। अब आप मुझसे पूछ रहे हो तो वो भी मैं वही गलती करूं जो कोई और कर रहा है, मैं भी आपसे बात करूं, वो बात नहीं करनी चाहिए। अगर मेरे मन में कोई बात होगी तो मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी से अवश्य मिलूंगा, कहूंगा। वो मेरे मित्र हैं, दोस्त हैं, हम उनका सम्मान करते हैं। अगर कुछ पार्टी के हित में होगा तो मैं उनसे कहूंगा।
Is on hunger strike not against Mr. Gehlot, for an inquiry against Vasundhara Raje ji. There is a lot of difference. You know, once he says, I am in revolt against Ashok Gehlot and his government. That is revolt. He is raising an issue regarding corruption of Vasundhara Raje and her government. That is not anti-party.
सचिन पायलट जी राजस्थान विधानसभा के सदस्य हैं। राजस्थान विधानसभा के 5 बजट सत्र पूरे हो गए। एक शब्द अगर वो बोले होते, क्योंकि इससे बड़ा लोकतंत्र में मंच नहीं, वो कबीना के अंदर उप मुख्यमंत्री रहे, 18-19 महीने रहे, कबीना की बैठक में प्रस्ताव लाकर बात करते तो समझ में आते। वो इस सरकार में, गहलोत सरकार में कोयले घोटाले की खरीद घोटाले की बात करते, महंगी बिजली खरीद घोटाले की बात करते, वो टीएडी के अंदर फर्नीचर घोटाले के नाम पर जनजाति के जिस तरह बजट का दुरुपयोग किया उसकी बात करते। इन कई अनुत्तरित बातें हैं, उनकी बात करते तो बहुत अच्छा रहता। मैं समझता हूँ कहीं पे निगाहें, कहीं पे निशाना चलेगा नहीं।
I don't know what is the internal scenario in Rajasthan, but I know Sri Pilot ji fairly well. He is a good leader. He has been a good PCC president. He is a good, promising politician. And anybody with that kind of profile, anybody with that kind of capability, anybody with those kind of characteristics, I'm not at all surprised that they are finding it very difficult to be in the Congress.
Let's now listen to Sachin Pilot, where he accused Gehlot government of shielding the BJP.
हमारे विरोधी इस भ्रम को फैलाने की भी कोशिश कर सकते हैं कि कहीं कोई मिलीभगत तो नहीं है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस के पिछले कार्यकाल में भी जब हमने 22,000 करोड़ का घोटाले का आरोप लगाया था, तो उस समय कांग्रेस सरकार ने भी एक मातृ आयोग का गठन किया था। लेकिन न्यायालय ने कहा कि जो गठन हुआ है आयोग का, वो प्रॉपर तरीके से नहीं किया गया, उसमें कोई लीगल कमियां रह गई थी और उसको खारिज कर दिया। तो ये भ्रम भी फैलाया जा सकता है विरोधियों के माध्यम से। हमारे विरोधी बोल सकते हैं कि भाई ये तो मिलीभगत यहाँ पर हो रही है। और वसुंधरा जी का कार्यकाल हम सब ने पब्लिकली कहा कि राजस्थान सरकार का सबसे भ्रष्ट कार्यकाल था, और तमाम प्रकरण सामने आए, उसकी लिस्ट मैं आप लोगों को अभी देता हूं। तो इस धारणा को तोड़ना, प्रभावी तरीके से तोड़ना कि कहीं ऊपरी मिलीभगत तो नहीं थी, बहुत जरूरी हो गया, क्योंकि चुनाव में अब सिर्फ 6-7 महीने का समय रह गया है।
आज से लगभग साल सवा साल पहले मैंने मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी को चिट्ठी लिखी। उनको मैंने कहा, वो चिट्ठी मेरे साथ है, मेरे सामने है, मैंने बड़े विस्तार से पूरे घटनाक्रम का विवरण उसमें रखा, और मैंने कहा कि हमारी सरकार को बने अब लगभग 3.5 साल हो गए। उस समय अब समय आ गया कि हम लोग अपने वादों पर खरा उतरें। जो आरोप हमने लगाए थे, गहलोत जी ने लगाए, मैंने लगाए, भूमाफिया के, शराब माफिया के, खनन माफिया के, 9TP को लेकर, ललित मोदी को लेकर, खान माफिया को लेकर, खान का बड़ा घोटाला हुआ था, वो सारे पब्लिक डोमेन में है। चिट्ठी लिखी मैंने 2 नवंबर 2022 को, उसका भी जवाब मुझे मिला नहीं। और हम चाहते हैं कि जब जनता के बीच जब सिर्फ 6 महीने का 7 महीने का समय बचा है, तो हम लोग पब्लिक में जाएं, उससे पहले हम लोग कुछ कार्रवाई करें।
Amid pilots' rebellion, Rajasthan Chief Minister Gehlot has counted his achievements and chose to stage silent over Sachin Pailate's dharna pradarshan. Listen in.
किसी और राज्य में जनता को मुफ्त में 25 लाख क्या 10 लाख का भी बीमा नहीं मिल पा रहा है। किसी भी राज्य में 500 रुपये में गैस सिलेंडर नहीं भरवाया जा रहा है, और ना ही ऐसी किसी योजना पर विचार किया जा रहा है। सिर्फ राजस्थान में 10 लाख रुपए का दुर्घटना बीमा दिया गया जा रहा है बिना किसी प्रीमियम के। इस तरह से और भी बहुत सारे ऐतिहासिक फैसले किए गए हैं, जिनसे राजस्थान के लोगों को महंगाई से राहत मिलेगी, पैसे की बचत होगी, और आज की इस बचत से हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ी को मदद मिलेगी। अगर महंगाई का हाल देखना है तो देखिए, कोरोना में प्राइवेट अस्पताल में देश भर के लोगों को कितने लाखों के बिल आए। तभी से मैंने निश्चय कर लिया कि राजस्थान में अस्पताल के खर्च के लिए किसी को झोली नहीं फैलानी पड़ेगी। आज की तारीख में अगर ऑर्गन ट्रांसप्लांट यानी अंग प्रत्यारोपण भी कराना है, तो राजस्थान में गरीब आदमी भी बिना कोई पैसे खर्च किए करवा सकता है। आपका बोझ मेरा बोझ है।
Jaykishan is now joining us live for the very latest. Jaykishan, what do you reckon is Sachin Pailate's plan going forward, given all of this that is going on in Rajasthan, and what are the options that lie in front of him now?
See, the Sachin Pailate's this today's unction has created panic amongst the congressmen. They are worried that because at the end of the day, it's creating instability amongst the mindset of Commonwealth as well as Congress workers. What we have been hearing from sources that Sachin Pailate may join Aam Aadmi Party or may form his own party in the coming elections if the High Command doesn't listen to the demands made by him. He has been constantly hitting out at Vasundhara Raje, the two corruptions which happened during Vasundhara Raje. One was related to auctioning of mines, first come first, and there it was an estimated of 45,000 crore scams, and there was Augusta Chopper 1.14 crore irregularity exposed by Comptroller Auditor General of India report. So what lies ahead is that there are 2-3 chances. One is that High Command convinces Sachin Pailate and requests him to talk to him at his forum. What Sachin Pailate was feeling that he and his supporters were isolated, they were not given any important role, any responsibility, even after what happened on 25th September last year. 91 MLAs boycotted Common Legislature Party meeting, and what Sachin Pailate and his party workers were saying is that that why no action has been taken against them. When they went to Delhi, all of them were rusticated from their ministries. All their ministries were taken back. Their important posts were removed. So Sachin Pailate, this is just another addition to what what he was constantly demanding, the corruption demand. Many congressmen are raising point that when he was Deputy Chief Minister, Sukhjinder Singh Randhawa, the Congress in charge in Rajasthan, he made it very clear that when Sachin Pilot was Deputy Chief Minister, why didn't he raise this matter of corruption when he was Deputy Chief Minister and the state president for 2.5 years? Where was he and why didn't he talk to him? On the other hand, Sachin Pilot replied that he had discussed this issue with Ajay Maken. He had discussed this issue with Sachin Pilot. He had shot 2 letters.
All right. Jai Kishan, I'll come back to you for more on this. Now, Congress leader Sonia Gandhi trained her guns on Prime Minister Modi and the central government in an editorial piece titled "An Enforced Silence Cannot Solve India's Problems." Sonia said Modi-led government at the centre systematically dismantling all 3 pillars of democracy. Further, she accused BJP and RSS of egging on hatred and violence and Prime Minister Modi of ignoring the same. She also brought out the opposition's charge that the government is misusing central probe agencies and added that the cases against those who joined the BJP are miraculously evaporating. BJP has counterattacked Sonia, called it an illusionary statement of the highest improbity. Law Minister Kiran Rijiju condemned it and in a veiled attack said that privileged families are the ones who are criticizing the judiciary.
Just a few days back, Chief Justice himself said he is under no duress to perform his duty. He never gets any kind of undue pressure from the government to take or to toe certain lines. Despite that, there are people who are constantly saying that Indian democracy is severely compromised. Indian judiciary is almost dead.
कांग्रेस पार्टी की केवल एक गारंटी है परिवारवाद होगा, तुष्टीकरण होगा। कांग्रेस आई है, तुष्टीकरण लेके आई है। पीएफआई एसडीपीआई का मैंने आपको बताया। अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी आई है तो वो केवल एक परिवार का हित साधने आई है, जनता से उनका कोई लेना देना नहीं है। और आज ही की बात है, सोनिया गांधी जी ने एक पत्रिका में एक आर्टिकल लिखा है, लोकतंत्र खतरे में है। सोनिया गांधी जी को बताना होगा, आपके लिए आपका लोकतंत्र राहुल गांधी से शुरू होता है और गांधी परिवार से खत्म होता है। लोकतंत्र मजबूत हो रहा है। सोनिया माता जी, अगर आपका बेटा राजनीति में सफल नहीं हो पाया, लोगों का विश्वास नहीं जीत पाया, तो कृपया करके ऐसी धारणा मत रखिए। ये लोकतंत्र मजबूत होगा। भारत में वो ताकत है, श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में विश्व पटल पर हम दिशा दे रहे हैं और आप कह रहे हैं कि मेरा बेटा सफल नहीं हुआ इसलिए लोकतंत्र जो है कमजोर हो गया।
खुद सदन में देखता हूं, सड़क पर देखता हूं, एक छात्र एक सवाल पूछता है, उसको विश्वविद्यालय से निकाल दिया जाता है। एक पत्रकार ने अगर अनकंफर्टेबल सवाल पूछ लिया तो उसको यूएपीए में डाल दिया। उसके बाद तो कुछ कहने को बचता ही नहीं है। प्रत्यक्षम किम प्रमाणम।
Nirmala Sitharaman gave befitting response to negative Western perception of India. The Peterson Institute for International Economics in Washington, D.C. Sitharaman replied to questions about Muslim minorities in India being subject to violence. The finance minister slammed Western media and said that India has the second largest Muslim population in the world and that population is only growing in numbers. She claimed that Muslims continue to conduct normal lives in India. The finance minister further branded Western write-ups on India's stand on Muslims a complete sham. A delegation of Sikh Americans also met Finance Minister Sitharaman. The delegation said the Khalistan movement is fizzling out due to pro-Sikh steps taken by the Prime Minister Modi and added that a handful of Khalistanis are giving a bad name to the Sikh community.
Let us say, steal or Pakistan declared itself an Islamic country, but however said, minorities will be protected. Every minority has been dwindling in its number, or if I may use the word which is harsher, decimated in Pakistan. Even some of the Muslim sects have also been decimated. Violence prevails against Muhajirs, Shia, and every other group you can name, which is not accepted by the mainstream, I don't know, Sunnis probably. Whereas in India, you would find every strand of Muslim doing their business, their children getting educated, fellowships are being given by the government. So across the board in India, if violence is happening to make Muslims get affected, itself is a fallacy as a statement. It cannot be so. Each province and its police are different. They are run by the elected governments in those provinces. So that itself tells you how these reports have no clue of the law and order systems in India. We are reaching near saturation in providing the basic facilities in India. Earlier, the discussions would be on poverty alleviation. Have we removed this many number of people from out of poverty and lifted them out? Today, the approach of the government is to empower the poor people with at least the basic amenities, and that is give them some good house to live in, which is made of concrete and not this thatched roof, with toilets in them, with drinking water reaching them through pipes, electricity, and a good road, not just to the village, but also to the streets in the village, and then connect them to the nearest highway, connect them with good transport facility, and so on. So saturation, financial inclusion, so that each member of the household has a bank account, and they get every such benefit which has to reach them, but directly into their bank account rather than through a middle agency. I would only say, come have a look at what's happening in India, rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited on the ground and who produce reports. It has to be very smartly tailored to make sure that India's unique demands can be met by your own manufacturing, but at the same time you need to get your raw materials and intermediaries, which otherwise you do not have. I don't think India is alone in doing this, particularly after, let's say, the global view of China. This changing perspective of what indeed is globalization, how far globalization, to what extent globalization. So when all these questions are happening and being discussed all over the world, India cannot be in isolation. And also looking at how just tariff is not going to be one way of controlling or preserving your capacities in manufacturing. So it is a strand, I suppose, in a larger debate of how the global trade will have to happen.
मैं उनको बताऊंगा कि मुसलमानों की आबादी बढ़ रही है, यानी सबकी आबादी बढ़ रही है, वैसे मुसलमानों की बढ़ रही है। मुसलमानों की खास बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ रही है, ये सही बात नहीं। मोदी जी सत्ता पे आने के बाद यहाँ जो माहौल बनाया जा रहा है, सकल हिंदू संगठन के जरिए उनके अलग अलग संगठन सारे इकट्ठा आते हैं और जिस ढंग से मुसलमानों को ऐसा करो वैसा करो, मैं जिक्र नहीं करता क्या बोलते वो, क्योंकि मुझे उसमें ज़्यादा लोगों को घबराने की ज़रूरत नहीं, लेकिन इसके बारे में सरकार कुछ करती नहीं, पुलिस कुछ करती नहीं। ये परसेप्शन अगर बाहर का होता है तो क्यों होता है, वो मैडम ने ठीक ढंग से देखना चाहिए, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
It's quite unfortunate that a certain perception is being formed about India in the Western press, and a large part of it is because of what the opposition members of parliament and leaders have been saying abroad, particularly people like Rahul Gandhi, who go abroad and make all kinds of sweeping statements about persecution of minorities back in India and seek foreign intervention in India's internal affairs. The Western media has in part formed its perception based on that, and in part on basis of what some factions of the media here speak. But the truth of the matter is very, very different from what they would like to believe. In the last 9 years, the state of minorities in India has improved significantly, whether it is the drop in the girl child education, which was earlier 70%, has now dropped to 30%, scholarships which have gone up from 3 crore before 2014 to 5 crore now, representation in government jobs which was a paltry 5% before 2014 and now stands at 10%. or for that matter, the overall support that is being provided to the members of the minority community, skilling them. Just about 20,000 people in 2014 were skilled, as opposed to 2 million, which is about 20 lakh people post-2014. So these developments that have happened have put the minority community in a very, very good position in India.
Well, Finance Minister's concern about Muslims in India is welcome. But at the same time, I think she needs to answer that what is the opportunity that is being given to Muslims in India as far as her party is concerned. You see, the highest lawmaking body, that is the Parliament, Lok Sabha, where they don't give a single Muslim a seat. No, how can they justify in saying that we are trying to empower Muslims or we are giving them their legitimate share? And you see, I am sorry to say, to tell the Honorable Finance Minister also, that please don't compare Indian Muslims, 200 Indian Muslims who are committed to the growth of their country, the welfare of their country, with Pakistan or with any other country. More particularly, every time we are being just found fault with regard to Pakistan. We don't care what is happening in Pakistan. We are not concerned with the Muslims in Pakistan or Pakistan establishment. Once we have parted from 1947 onwards, we are growing in our country. We are committed to the growth of our country.
Here are the other national stories making headlines across the country. Preet Singh, a close aide of Khalistani separatist Amritpal Singh, has arrived in Dibrugarh airport amidst tight security and will be lodged in Assam's Dibrugarh jail soon. This, of course, comes in a day after Punjab police arrested Preet from Hoshiarpur. Khalistani extremists are allegedly spreading propaganda to fan violence against Hindus and Indian interests. On Twitter, hundreds of fake accounts have been created to peddle Khalistani propaganda and incite violence. Many such bot accounts were discovered by Network Contagion Research Institute, NCRI. A massive fire broke out in wooden warehouse at Garia in South Kolkata. 15 firefighters are fighting to bring the fire under control now. Local residents allege that fire brigade reached the spot after almost 1.5 hours. So far, no casualties been reported. An FIR has been filed against 2 girls from Kolkata for singing the national anthem while laughing, sitting and smoking a cigarette. Netizens demanded action against the girls after their viral video. In a big setback for the Stalin government, the Supreme Court has given the go-ahead for the RSS march in Tamil Nadu. The apex court today dismissed all pleas from Tamil Nadu government challenging the nod for RSS's proposed march in the state. The Stalin government approached the Supreme Court seeking a stay on the Madras High Court order allowing RSS rally, but now the government has not gotten any relief from the top court either. The Madras High Court had on 10th Feb allowed the marches despite the state refusing permission, citing the threat of attack on the marches from the banned outfit Popular Front of India. The government proposed that the rally be restricted to 2 districts, which the RSS contested. The BJP has now hailed Supreme Court order, said this exposes the Stalin government's agenda.
It's correct that the Supreme Court has upheld the High Court order, saying that the procession without conditions, no condition, should be granted, and the Supreme Court has dismissed the SLPs. We have to wait for the detailed order and see what it says exactly.
The Supreme Court has dismissed their appeal. At least from now, Mr. Stalin should understand, we should give values for the society, should give values for the discipline, organization like RSS, and I think they may not change. But this is definitely an ideological battle which we have won.
वैसे तो व्यक्ति की बात करते हैं लोग सबकी आपको छूट मिलनी चाहिए अपनी बात कहने के लिए, अपनी बात रखने के लिए, और दूसरी ओर अगर आरएसएस या संघ कोई मार्च निकालता है उसको रोकने की बात करते हैं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बिल्कुल ठीक फैसला दिया और स्वागत योग्य है। अपेक्षा करते हैं कि कुछ सूझ स्टालिन साहब को तमिलनाडु सरकार को आएगी।
That's it from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. Keep watching India Today and don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or download our India Today app. Stay with us. I'm joining you in moments from now with the top headlines.
You are watching India Today.
As State of War Karnataka begins, a reminder why India Today is the true number one. The 5 big faces speak to us before all others. From Chief Minister Bommai,
our intent is to weed out corruption,
to Chief Challenger Siddaramaiah,
Yes, 100% I'm an aspirant.
from old warhorse Yediyurappa,
And I have got 100% confidence that we are going to come back to power in Karnataka.
to muscle man DK Shivakumar,
My number Karnataka on 13th, 141 will be the number.
and Kingmaker Kumaraswamy.
Offer is there. Okay. Everybody offering me.
When it's Karnataka, there's no competition. India's number one election channel.
May 2022. A normal day that changed to an abnormal day. She was cut into 35 pieces.
उसने multiple weapons का use किया.
Up against a psychotic butcher and a web of savagery. Now her father fights to put pieces of justice together. This is the story of Shraddha and her father.
जब तक इसको फांसी नहीं होगी तब तक मैं इसका अंतिम संस्कार भी नहीं करूंगा.
My daughter Shraddha, coming soon.
As State of War Karnataka begins, a reminder who is the true number one. The 5 big voices speak to us before all the others. From Chief Minister Bommai to Chief Challenger Siddaramaiah, from old warhorse Yediyurappa to muscle man DK Shivakumar and Kingmaker Kumaraswamy. When it's Karnataka, there's no competition. India's number one election channel. You are watching India Today.
Very good evening, viewers, and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula, joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin this broadcast with the top headlines. Veteran Karnataka BJP leader Ishwarappa quits electoral politics weeks ahead of the assembly election. Pens letter to BJP chief JP Nadda. No decision on BJP ticket even after CEC meeting. BJP to redo the candidate list. Home Minister Shah to chair another round of BJP meeting today. Pilot versus Ghelot war ignites in Rajasthan. Pilot on dharna against his own government. Rajasthan Congress in charge says pilot targeting Congress, not Ghelot. Sonia Gandhi writes an editorial slamming the centre, says Modi destroying the three pillars of democracy. Alleges that CBI is being misused by the Modi government. Rijeju hits back. Breaking news just coming in on your screens right there. You can see a Congress yatra right there in Wayanad led by Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. So Rahul Gandhi is in Wayanad today. We are getting you the live visuals of this particular rally. This is a live rally that is going on of the Congress party. Rahul Gandhi at the helm of it with his sister Priyanka Gandhi. Shibamol is joining us. Shibamol, he's been flanked by his Congress supporters as well. What's going on?
Well, Chaiti, the roadshow has begun. Rahul Gandhi is making his first visit to Wayanad after the disqualification. And not just the first visit, in fact, it's also the first public program carried out by the Congress to show to showcase their show of strength among the public. After this roadshow, the roadshow has just begun. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi has landed in Wayanad. Now the roadshow has started. After this, it will be going to the public conference area where both Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are expected to address the public. A lot of workers here have gathered in huge numbers. They have been since yesterday. The preparations were in full swing to welcome Rahul Gandhi. Now what we have to look forward is what is Rahul going to speak here.
His Karyakartas will always support him. What do the people of Wayanad feel about Rahul Gandhi? Because he is an elected member of parliament from the Wayanad constituency, and post his disqualification, he's going out there for this public outreach. What do the people in his constituency feel about this?
Well, Chaiti, when the disqualification news had come, we were here in Wayanad and we've spoken to a lot of people here who said that they were pretty shocked and surprised to know that he was disqualified. And here we can see a lot of public has also come out with us. Another thing to note here is Wayanad is a very, very strong Congress seat. It's been with the Congress always. Even before Rahul Gandhi, it's been a very strong Congress seat, especially coming to the northern part of Kerala. But here, it's not just the Congress workers, even the public has come out in huge support of Rahul Gandhi. That is what we are seeing right now. But what we look forward really is to see what is he going to speak. Now the people here have also expressed like if a whether they said that they're also concerned if a bypoll will also take place. They're not completely ruling out the chances of bypoll. But yes, the people here have gathered in huge numbers to see Rahul Gandhi. They're looking forward to hear because a massive stage has been set, a massive venue has been set up to accommodate a lot of people, thousands of people, to know what is he going to speak. He's leading the roadshow along with Priyanka Gandhi Vadra.
Gautam has some updates for us. Rahul, if you can hear me, get us those updates, please. Rahul, Gautam, can you hear me? All right, we'll re-establish that connection to our colleague Rahul Gautam right there. But Shibamol, you were getting us those details that post the disqualification from the parliament. This is the first time Rahul Gandhi is in Wayanad. He's disqualified, he's in Wayanad. I can see he's been flanked by the Congress supporters. But big questions are rising on how do the people in the constituency feel about this. hear me?
Hello?
Yes, Shivamol, go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Go ahead, continue.
Well, Chaiti, the road show has just begun now. Yes, the road show has just begun now. Now, one thing we have to notice here is in the last few months, whatever controversies were there after the Bharat Jodo Yatra, Rahul always chose to speak here in Wayanad. Now, initially it was planned that the first Satyamev Jayate Yatra, they called this road show Satyamev Jayate. It was supposed to start in Kolar. As we know, the speech that he made in Kolar in 2019 led to his disqualification, but later it was postponed. So here, Wayanad is where he's starting off his show of strength. And in the last few months, whatever controversies were there, whether it was his speech being expunged from the parliament or the Nehru Gandhi surname or anything, he was always here. He always came here and spoke. So he knows this place has acceptance for him, and so today also is expected to speak on many things. As we heard Sonia Gandhi today morning in an article said about how they're planning to unite the opposition and they're ready to ally with the opposition, like-minded opposition. So a lot of things we have to look forward to today to see what Rahul is going to speak, both Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. But yes, it's a lot of public we can see here. Housewives, a lot of women have gathered here to meet Rahul Gandhi. A letter written by Rahul was also circulated in the entire constituency since yesterday. He had said after the disqualification at press meet that a letter he will be writing to the people of Wayanad, to the people of his constituency. So that was also written and circulated in the constituency. That was also done. But yes, the roadshow is almost about to reach the location where the public conference, another important program of the day, is going to take place.
All right, workers pledging support to Rahul Gandhi right there in Wayanad. You can see Rahul Gandhi's massive show of strength, the road show in Wayanad after the disqualification as the Member of Parliament. Rahul Gautam is also joining us. I believe he's got some updates for us. Over to you, Rahul.
Well, the roadshow has begun, and as you can see now, Rahul Gandhi along with Priyanka Gandhi, they are cheering the crowd, they are waving towards the crowd, and in fact, Congress Party has made elaborate arrangements to give a warming reception to Rahul Gandhi, who's coming here for the first time ever since he was disqualified from the parliament. And Congress Party is also sending out a very strong message that Wayanad is a special place for Rahul Gandhi. It is because of Wayanad Rahul Gandhi went to parliament in 2019, and therefore that connect, Rahul Gandhi is trying to maintain that connect, and obviously sending out a strong message that Wayanad is a special place. In fact, he himself described Wayanad as his second home, and therefore supporters are now on the streets. They are giving rousing welcome to their leader, and obviously they are also sending out a very strong message that no matter Rahul Gandhi has been disqualified from the parliament, it is Rahul Gandhi who is their leader. In fact, the Congress Party is also trying to create a narrative that Rahul Gandhi was disqualified from parliament because he was asking some tough questions to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and BJP government, and therefore a conspiracy was hatched and he was shown exit door from the parliament. And therefore, you can see, supporters here, they have come out in large numbers. The Congress Party has mobilized scores of karyakartas and supporters, and obviously they want to present a picture that Wayanad still stands for Rahul Gandhi. And there you can see Priyanka Gandhi waving towards the crowd, Rahul Gandhi also. And obviously, it's a big moment for Rahul Gandhi.
Correct me if I'm wrong about Rahul Gandhi's message going on as far as the abrupt disqualification is concerned, and he's pointing fingers at the Modi government for this. Rahul?
And therefore, he chose to come today. We've been informed that around 20 minutes from now, Rahul Gandhi will be addressing a public rally, and obviously he will make an appeal to Wayanad people that he is going to be around. He is still going to be their leader, and therefore the Congress Party is also making this show of strength as a message that Rahul Gandhi is not, going to, leave this seat. It is Rahul Gandhi who's going to stay here for the people.
Absolutely. And if you could tell us a little bit in terms of the agenda, you said in 20 minutes he's going to be addressing a rally as well, and the bigger message that he's trying to send out about his disqualification and his plan to fight back, because he, in the letter also that he wrote to his voters, spoke about the undemocratic policies, quote unquote, of the Modi government.
Well, this is what Congress party is essentially saying, that Rahul Gandhi has paid a price, merely because he was speaking against the anti-people policies of Modi government, and therefore, he was disqualified with this lightning speed. And obviously, they are trying to send out the strong message that in opposition camp, apart from Rahul Gandhi, everybody has compromised, and nobody is, raising people's voice apart from Rahul Gandhi, even though he has been made to pay a price for that. And therefore, you can see now Rahul Gandhi again cheering, waving. And obviously, it's a special day for Rahul Gandhi, because for the first time ever since the disqualification, he is here. The Karyakartas and supporters are absolutely elated. They are saying that no matter Rahul Gandhi has been disqualified, he is still going to be their leader. And therefore, they have made these elaborate arrangements. In fact, thousands of Karyakartas, supporters, leaders of Congress party are on streets giving a rousing welcome. A grand welcome to Rahul Gandhi, who has come here only for 2 hours. Remember, from here.
Okay, let me take this across to Shibimol as well, who is standing by. In the meanwhile, I'm requesting the producers to re-establish the connection to Rahul Gautam as well. Shibimol, Congress party, of course, is the main opposition party in Kerala. And what is the kind of reaction that you are getting from the ruling party in Kerala as well? And more than that, is there any reaction coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party on the back of this yatra?
Placards also saying that Chalo Wayanad, let's walk for Rahul. Now, Rahul Gandhi, earlier he was supposed to speak in Kolar. He was supposed to start off in Kolar in Karnataka to kickstart the Satmev Yatra and followed by Wayanad. But yes, that got postponed, and it's Wayanad where he's starting off this massive show of strength. Now, as we know, he was disqualified for a speech that he made during the 2019 elections in Kolar, Karnataka. Now, the people of Wayanad was shocked and surprised is what a lot of them said when we spoke to them. And whenever he came to Wayanad, especially after the Bharat Jodo Yatra, he always maintained that this is his home and he feels like coming back home. And another thing to notice is Rahul Gandhi always chose Wayanad to react to all the controversies that were surrounding him. Whenever he was in Wayanad, he replied, whether it was his parts of speech being expunged from Parliament or the Nehru Gandhi surname or the Delhi police reaching his home, or the BJP asking him to apologize for the statements that he made outside the country. For all of it, Rahul chose to reply here in Wayanad, more like sending out a message that this is my place, this is where I would like to speak to the people, and that's exactly what you see here. People on both the sides in huge numbers giving a rousing welcome to Rahul Gandhi. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, Shibimol KG for India Today from Wayanad.
All right, Shibimol getting us those updates. Shibimol, don't go anywhere. We want all the updates coming in from ground zero. If you could get us some reactions from the Congress Karyakartas also on the back of this development.
रहते हैं, अगर उनकी सजा बहाल होती है तो क्या अगला चुनाव भी वो वायनाड से लड़ते हैं? वायनाड से
Shibimol is going to be joining us back in moments from now. Do we have Rahul Gautam with us? Okay, requesting the producers to get us both our reporters back on. But what you see on your screens are live visuals coming in from Wayanad in Kerala. Rahul, of course, roaring there amidst the crisis that is taking place in the Congress party. And he's smiling there, waving there, flanked by Congress supporters and his sister, Priyanka Gandhi, as well. A roadshow in Wayanad is what you're seeing on your screens. It's his first visit to his I'd like to call it former constituency because he's disqualified. So his former constituency after being disqualified as the Lok Sabha MP. This event in Wayanad is going to be a big one as far as optics are concerned for the Congress party as well. All right, so you can see three visuals on your screens right now. The first visual is the road show. That is Rahul Gandhi's road show. And you see his supporters, not just the Congress Karyakartas, but his supporters have also gathered in large numbers. This is, in fact, viewers, a huge show of strength by Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party in his former constituency, Wayanad. Now, on the second visual on your screen, you can see the Savarkar posters as well on the back of the controversy that is brewing with his comments on Savarkar. And the third visual on your screen is the Sachin pilot staging that dharna, that hunger strike. This is, of course, the Congress versus Congress battle that is going on in Rajasthan with Sachin versus Ashok Gehlot. So you see the kind of crisis that the Congress is battling right now. The three visuals on your screens say it all. So three visuals specifically on your screens right there. You can see the three visuals right there. You see a sea of supporters and the Karyakartas joining Rahul Gandhi. In fact, Kerala had Congress had put up the posters of Rahul's statement on Veer Savarkar everywhere. We had got you those visuals as well. And he had, remember, the poster, one of the posters had read, "I'm not Savarkar, I will not apologize nor run away." Now, Shehzad Poonawala is joining us. Shehzad, very good evening to you. How do you see this show of strength of Rahul Gandhi, whether his disqualification was abrupt or not? He's going to he's going to argue that until the cows come home. But the fact of the matter here is he's a former MP of Wayanad. And just look at the support and strength he's getting from his Karyakartas and people of his constituency right there. How does the BJP respond?
No, is this a show of strength against the court which has convicted him? First, it is disqualification. Now it is defiance over disqualification. And apart from that, right now the Congress party, its Shav Yatra can be seen. In Rajasthan, it is Pilot versus Gehlot. In Chhattisgarh, it is Deo versus Baghel. In other parts, it's DK Shivkumar versus Siddaramaiah, and he's taking out Pad Yatra when Congress is facing a Shav Yatra because it is becoming Tukde Congress. Anyways, it is his priority whether the party disintegrates and splinters, that is his business. But this kind of Yatra, I mean, he's entitled to go and visit any constituency or any part of the country. But having said that, one only wonders that first they wear black clothes against the court, then they take three chief ministers to appeal against the court order. Then one Congress leader says, Jeep card denge with a very Talibani mindset. And now they are taking out a show of strength as if they are supporting the anti-OBC statement made by Rahul. It is their prerogative. They can do it. They're welcome to.
No, your court part is absolutely correct because it is in defiance to the court. But the fact of the matter is, if you take it separately in terms of the kind of support he's getting in Wayanad, you still can see that his scores of people are supporting him. The love that he's getting from the people of his former constituency cannot be denied.
Well, why must I commentate on supporters that they have managed to galvanize for an event of Rahul Gandhi to try and play a victimhood card against the courts? If they have managed to gather a few hundred people, that is kudos to their organization. But having said that, is that organization active in Rajasthan right now to galvanize people, or is it fighting against each other? Is it active in Chhattisgarh, or it is fighting against each other? Is it active in Karnataka, or is it fighting against each other? So elsewhere also it is kursi ki ladai, and perhaps even this is a kursi ki ladai for Rahul Gandhi, for which he has gone to Wayanad.
Do you think any of this is going to lead to anything for the Congress party? What do you feel, Shehzad, independently?
No, I only feel that this is yet another attempt by the entitled diners to try and make a event out of a conviction. And when you have to follow court procession, you are removing public procession and trying to show that the court has victimized you. It is in a sense an assault on the integrity of our judiciary, trying to say that they have been vindictive against you, because the BJP has nothing to do with this conviction. So the only possible conclusion is that he's taking out a procession march in his former constituency against the courts, and we've already seen a Congress leader say jeep kaat denge to the judge. So this is the mindset of the Congress कि हम कानून के ऊपर है, हम परिवार है, हम भ्रष्टाचार कर सकते हैं, and we are above the law.
Okay, Shehzad, thanks so much for joining us with the very latest comments on this development that is coming in from Wayanad right there. The Shehzad Poonawalla of the Bharatiya Janata Party taking this across to Rahul Gautam as well. Rahul, you heard the BJP's first up reaction coming in on this particular yatra. If you could just go and get us some reactions from the Congress Karyakartas as well on this, because on one side you've got a mutiny happening, you've got the Rajasthan Congress which is in shambles at the moment. There's just a lot of confusion going on as far as the Congress party, but on the other side you have him, right, instead of sorting this out, going out and taking out yatras like that.
Well, the yatra is still underway, and you can see now in open truck Rahul Gandhi along with Priyanka Gandhi and scores of Congress Karyakartas. Congress party has made these elaborate arrangements to give a rousing welcome, a grand welcome to Rahul Gandhi, who's visiting his former constituency Wayanad for the first time ever since he has been disqualified. And you can see this massive crowd who have come here, and they've been waiting here for last couple of hours only to get a glimpse of Gandhis. And now, as they are already here, all these people are now following Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi to the Kalpeta ground, wherein Rahul Gandhi will be holding a public rally when he'll be addressing his voters. And obviously the Congress party has already dismissed all these allegations and all these charges that are coming their way, that Gandhis are not focused. They have made it very clear that Wayanad is a special place for Rahul Gandhi, because back in 2019 when Rahul Gandhi lost from Amethi, it was Wayanad because of which he went to Parliament. Therefore, Wayanad is a special place for him. And in fact, Rahul Gandhi
Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP just mentioned that Rahul Gandhi is defying the court orders, and this is in defiance to the court orders. How do the Congress party workers feel about this?
Well, as far as Congress party is concerned, they're pretty convinced that everything is happening as per, as per the law, and therefore, Rahul Gandhi has no issues, or as per, in terms of legal sense, that he can't really take out this roadshow or can't really address, these people, because they are saying that he is doing this in his personal capacity, and Congress party is again trying to create this narrative. You can see this. Thousands of Congress workers, Karyakartas, common people of Wayanad who are on the streets. And why these pictures? Congress party is trying to create a narrative that Rahul Gandhi is the leader of Wayanad. No matter he has been disqualified, but he still holds a special place as far as Wayanad's constituency is concerned, as the Wayanad people are concerned, and therefore they are saying this is the main reason why they have come in such large numbers. You can see countless number of people here, scores of Congress Karyakartas chanting slogans in favor of Rahul Gandhi, putting their weight behind Rahul Gandhi's leadership, and saying that, if given a chance, Rahul Gandhi will be contesting next election from Wayanad, and if he chooses to, contest from Wayanad, they'll still be voting for him, given the fact that he's one man from the opposition camp who's raising, people's issue, burning issues, and asking some tough questions to Modi government. So as far as Congress supporters are concerned, they have made it very clear that, they're going to remain, they're going to remain firm with Rahul Gandhi's leadership, and this is the main reason why they have mobilized such big numbers of cadres and Karyakartas on streets today.
I want to take this across to Shibimol as well. Shibimol, what do the posters and the placards read? I can see scores of Congress Karyakartas holding some placards in their hands in this particular roadshow. What do they read? Can you translate that for us?
Well, Chaiti, all the posters here in the roadshow are saying that my house is for you, Rahul Ji, and we are with Rahul, is what the posters say. But of course, throughout this area in Kalpeta and Wayanad, we did find a lot of posters with Rahul Gandhi, which
let's get you re-established. Let's re-establish that connection to Shivamol, please. If Rahul Gautam is still with us, I'm taking the same question with Rahul Gautam. What do the placards and posters read?
The placards that Congress workers are holding up here. In fact, some of them say that we are with Rahul. Some of them also carrying placards, placards saying that my house belongs to Rahul Gandhi. Given the fact that Rahul Gandhi has been asked to.
Here are a lot of sloganeering as well. So tell us what the sloganeering is all about. What are they saying in their slogans?
Well, these slogans are mainly against the ruling party BJP and also against the crony capitalism. I'll just get a word from them. What is the message that you want to give? What is the message that you want to give? What is the message that you want to give?
കേരളത്തിലെ സർക്കാർ ജീവനക്കാർ ജനാധിപത്യ വിശ്വാസികളായ സർക്കാർ ജീവനക്കാർ we support Rahul Gandhi, our MP Rahul Gandhi. Kerala state government employees, Kerala NGO Association. Yes.
So, the supporters here, is telling earlier also, they are standing firmly with Rahul Gandhi. They are saying that no matter he has been disqualified, these people will still be supporting Rahul Gandhi, given the fact that Rahul Gandhi is raising pertinent questions. He is the one who is asking tough questions to Modi government, and therefore they're going to continue to support Rahul Gandhi. And many leaders here, many supporters here have come here. They are also carrying some placards that actually say that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government is actually giving undue favors to some of the corporate houses, a charge that Rahul Gandhi has been making repeatedly, and therefore they are only echoing the same sentiments that Rahul Gandhi has been saying, that how some of the corporate houses are getting undue favors from the ruling party. So it seems that on ground zero, as far as Wayanad is concerned, it seems that the supporters of Rahul Gandhi are standing firmly with him. They are saying that if they're getting a chance next time also, they are certainly going to vote for Rahul Gandhi, and therefore they have mobilized such huge numbers of Congress karyakartas, workers, and in fact some of the ordinary citizens of Wayanad also.
Right, I believe we have someone on the phone line with us. May I know who it is, Gagan? K. Sundaram joins us on the phone line, the Kerala BJP chief. Mr. Sundaram, very good evening. Your reaction to this massive show of strength that we're seeing from the disqualified Member of Parliament, Rahul Gandhi, in Wayanad?
It's only a political gimmick. He's playing drama. Since last 4 years, he's not doing anything for coming to Wayanad or not doing anything for the Wayanad people. Now he's playing drama. It's the court verdict now.
No, sir, absolutely agree with you that this is a court verdict, and one can never defy a court verdict too. But just separately, he's going out there taking this yatra out, and there are scores of karyakartas and supporters who are there to support. So how does the BJP view this? Because he is continuously speaking against the Modi government.
UDF, what is there to comment on that? UDF people are doing one rally in Wayanad. What is their political drama? What is that has done for Wayanad in the last 4 years? How many times he visited Wayanad? How much money is spent for Wayanad people in the last 4 years? What are the projects by Rahul Gandhi for Wayanad people? You just tell me what he has done for Wayanad people.
All right.
How many times he visited Wayanad?
No.
You just ask the people of Wayanad.
No, absolutely. And those are very important questions that we need to ask the people of Wayanad as well. But his entire speak, if I could say that, Mr. Surendran, has been against the Modi government. Time and again, he's speaking against the Modi government. His karyakartas are too.
No. My question is, what is his allegation?
We just got you those reactions from the karyakarta as well, that this entire process was undemocratic.
No, my question is, Rahul Gandhi has been disqualified by Modi ji, na?
No, he's been disqualified.
What is his argument? What is his argument?
But this is a question I'm asking. you don't need to ask me that question. I'm asking you a question in terms of how do you respond to him taking pot shots at the Modi government, Mr. Surendra?
I responded that this is only a drama, political gimmick. He came after his disqualification to his home constituency. But my question is, how many times he visited Wayanadu since last 4 years? How much money he spent in Wayanadu for the Adivasi people? What are the projects by Rahul Gandhi as an MP for Wayanadu? Especially, it's an aspirational district, Wayanadu.
Okay, fair enough.
There were many meetings. No. You just let me complete. In many meetings, there were more than 10 official meetings in Wayanadu only for the aspirational district development project. How many meetings he attended? What is his contribution for Wayanadu? What he has been done for Wayanadu since last 4 years? How many money he spent? How much money he spent for Adivasis and downtrodden people? It's only a gimmick, political drama. This is my response.
Okay, so your response is it's all optics and it's political drama. Thanks, Mr. Surendran, for joining us with a very latest comment on this. We're slipping into a very short commercial break on these live visuals that are coming in from Wayanad in Kerala. Lots more on this story and many others on the other side. Stay with us on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
You are watching India Today.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us on India Today. The showdown escalates over two dairy titans, Amul and Nandini in Karnataka. Congress is opposing Amul's entry, claiming it would pose a threat to the Karnataka Milk Federation brand Nandini. BJP slams former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, saying it was during his tenure that Amul expanded its footprint in the state. BJP MP Pratap Sinha alleges Siddaramaiah does not support Karnataka farmers but backed cow slaughters and beef eaters. Sharpening the attack, Sinha said that Congress is spanning the Nandini controversy for electoral gains. State Congress Chief D.K. Shivakumar has hit back, claiming that it's an insult to the Kannada pride and will impact the farmers to quite an extent.
ಈಗ ಚುನಾವಣೆಗೋಸ್ಕರವಾಗಿ ಇದು ಇಶ್ಯೂ ರೈಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತನಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದಿದ್ರೆ ಗೋ ಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಒಬ್ಬ ದನಗಳನಿಗೆ ಯಾಕ್ರಿ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ಅವರು ಇವತ್ತು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಗೋ ಹತ್ಯೆ ನಿಷೇಧ ಕಾನೂನನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಇವರು KMF ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಾಳಜಿ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹಾಲು ಉತ್ಪಾದಕರಿಗೆ ತಾಯಂದಿರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಯಾರು ನಮ್ಮ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರ ಅಥವಾ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಗೋ ಹತ್ಯೆ ನಿಷೇಧ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೋ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಹಾಲು ಕೊಡೋ ಗೋ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನು ತಿನ್ನೋರ ಓಟ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇವ್ರು ಗೋವನ್ನು ಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತಿನ್ನುವವರು ಪರವಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಇವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅರಿವಿದೆ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ 2018ರಲ್ಲೇ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಪಾಠವನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Now we are seeing Amul trying to aggressively enter the Karnataka market, which is unnecessary because we have our own cooperative KMF. So why undermine cooperative movement in Karnataka and unnecessarily create this friction? So there seems to be some sort of a design behind this by the Cooperation Minister, Mr. Amit Shah. And because he is from Gujarat and Amul is from Gujarat, weaken our KMF and Nandini. So that is why people are up in arms.
70 lakh farmers and their livelihood is dependent on KMF. And a very big personality like the Honorable Home Minister of India coming and saying that they are going to merge and they want to finish KMF, this is definitely hitting on the livelihood of Kannadigas, which any sensible, any loving Kannadiga would definitely not like it. We have seen that the central government has strategically destroyed most of the business units of Karnataka in particular and South India in general. We can't really tolerate this. So we are absolutely nothing against Amul, but we wouldn't really let Nandini die.
India Today's consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai spoke to the MD of Amul. Listen in.
And joining me now is Jayan Mehta. He's the MD of Amul. Appreciate your joining us, Mr. Mehta. The big question I want to ask you right at the very outset, is Amul surprised, even shocked by the manner in which you now find yourself in the midst of a political battle between the Congress and the BJP in Karnataka, the reaction, the backlash to your decision to enter Bengaluru to sell milk and curd?
It's been wrongly portrayed as Amul is working against Nandini. It's never been Amul versus Nandini. It's always been Amul and Nandini together. Both as cooperatives, we are owned by the farmers. We work with the same values, mission and the model. And together for decades, we've been working together to build not just our respective states, but India also is the largest producer of milk in the world. So the backlash from the customers, also from the...
Then how...
Sorry.
Then how do you explain the backlash? How do you explain the hashtags go back Amul, save Nandini? How do you explain it? How do you explain the fact that you find yourself, as I said, in the midst of a very acrimonious political battle? You're being accused in a way of entering Karnataka to finish Nandini according to the Congress.
So it's actually wrong information being spread for Amul as well as the relationship we enjoy with Nandini, and that's what has caused all this. But that's why if we can talk about the facts about the relationship we enjoy and the cooperation we've been doing, actually it will solve most of the problems. Fact number one, our entry into Karnataka fresh milk market is not new. In North Karnataka, Hubli, Belgaum, we've been selling Amul milk and dahi and buttermilk since 2015-16.
So the entry into Bangalore only with a limited purpose of selling our products at our prices only through e-commerce channel can actually do nothing to Nandini. And the managing director of Nandini also has admitted that Amul cannot make any dent in Nandini's business in the Bangalore market. Second, Amul continues to make ice creams using Karnataka, Nandini's milk, using their plants and facilities. And we've been doing this since 1998. Yesterday also 30,000 liters of ice cream was packed at 3 of their plants and sold in Karnataka and rest of South India. So this is what a relationship we enjoy of working together. Not only on this, during COVID 2021, when there was huge glut of milk, no demand of milk and dairy products, we processed almost 2 lakh equivalent of milk into cheese at their factories there in Karnataka, and we bought that cheese and used it for us. I can talk about number of instances in which we both as cooperatives have been working closely with each other for the benefit of the farmers of Karnataka, and I'm sure we'll continue to do so in future. I cannot comment on the criticism because those people who are trolling us or participating in these hashtag movements are perhaps our customers, if not currently, the potential ones. So I'll not get into that space of the debate which is happening, but we as Amul are very clear that as a cooperative, we will never ever think of hurting the farmers of Karnataka, of Nandini as a brand, and together, two cooperatives brand will keep the private and the multinationals out.
I think the concern there, Mr. Mehta, is that there is a speculation that the Karnataka Milk Federation and the cooperatives there could be merged at some stage with Amul. And this is based on what the Corporation Minister, also Home Minister Amit Shah, had said in October 2022. He said in Guwahati, the process to form a multi-state cooperative society by merging Amul and 5 other cooperative societies has been started. Now, this has led some to believe that an Amul-Nandini merger could be an offshoot of this announcement.
Sir, we are both cooperative societies registered under our respective state cooperative acts. So there is no question of merger of these two cooperatives per se. Talking about this statement of the new multi-state cooperative societies, sir, I'm happy to say that there are 3 new multi-state cooperatives which have been set up recently. There is one multi-state cooperative on exports, the another is multi-state cooperative on organics, and the third is on seeds. And I'm happy that Amul, along with 4 or 5 other top cooperatives of the country, IFCO, CRIPCO, NCDC, NAFED, NDDB, National Consumer Cooperative Federation, all between 6-7 of us, we are incubating these 3 new multi-state cooperatives. So any product, any cooperative makes in India, this new one multi-state cooperative will export it across the world. The second is on organics, means any organic producer in the country, as an individual or as a cooperative, whatever products he makes, this another multi-state cooperative on organics will find a market for the same, and that marketing job will be done by us at Amul. And third, any farmer across any village of the country wants a certified seed, the new multi-state cooperative on seeds will provide that. So what Honorable Home Minister said is actually being translated into these 3 new multi-state cooperative societies promoted by Amul and few others, and that has already taken shape. So that's where we are currently. Amul continues to exist independently as much as Nandini does, and will continue to do so. But these new multi-state cooperatives in which we are promoters and shareholders will invite membership from across the country, and together these new cooperatives will work for the betterment of our farmers. If you heard the Honorable Finance Minister in the last budget speech, she said very clearly that cooperative has been identified as a tool of development for small and marginal section. So there is a huge tailwind for the cooperative sector with the support given across all, and these new 3 cooperatives also will take this movement further. And one more thing, sir, I may add, since we are discussing this, in India, over the last 50 years, India has about 2 lakh village dairy cooperative societies out of the 7 lakh villages. And in the next 5 years, another 2 lakh village dairy cooperative societies will be formed. So what happened in the last 50 years will happen in the next 5 years. And you can see the great boost the cooperative sector will get. And all the farmers associated, be it agriculture or dairying, will get a huge benefit out of this movement.
But you said at the very outset you want to collaborate in a way with Nandini. This is not competition. But when you enter the Bengaluru market to sell milk and curd, you will presumably be competing with them. There will be differences in price. Nandini's price is much lower. But effectively, is Amul saying we will enter markets across the country? There is no space for protectionism, and we will compete with local brands. Am I correct? That you are effectively, why not accept that you are competing with a local brand and there is enough space for both?
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's why we are there. I mean, you can see the Taste of India logo behind me, and Amul Doodh Pita India is a phrase which the whole country resonates with. The point here is that if you are competing, see, typically in Bombay, Delhi, all milk brands sell milk at almost the same price. In Karnataka, that option is not available. And that's why we chose the e-commerce route, that people who want to try Amul products will find it through this niche. So it's a niche launch, niche marketing effort, but just to get a presence in that market. It's not a foothold, it's not to gain market share. The volume strategy has never been a part of this. So it's a very, very simple marketing mix that we used, using the pricing that is prevalent in rest of the country, no undercutting of the existing brands, using a niche distribution channel, not using mass media to promote the product, and just trying to meet the niche requirement of the market. I mean, so if Amul products are available in 50 countries around the world, every single state of the country, all the butter cheese has been sold in Karnataka for last 50 years. I mean, fresh milk also will find its own small space. I mean, and we don't have huge ambitions on that per se.
So given what you're saying, and given what the kind of political reaction, you're confident of entering Karnataka irrespective of whether the government changes a month from now. Am I correct that Amul is not going to back off? That you're going to continue to enter Karnataka in the manner that you've spelt out, irrespective of whatever happens in next month's election?
Yes, of course, because the Honorable Chief Minister himself said that Amul is welcoming to Karnataka, and Nandini also accepts that Amul is not going to hurt it anyway. So, I mean, our intentions are fair. Our activities of aligning with Karnataka Milk Federation and its farmers are very, very transparent and very positive. And obviously, the same relationship will continue. And obviously, Amul products will be available to the citizens of Bangalore and other markets of North Karnataka, where we've been selling since 2015. We'll continue this relationship.
Even if there is a Congress government, because it is the Congress government that is claiming this is a hostile entry. So even if there is a Congress government next month in Karnataka, you believe that Amul will continue to spread in Karnataka and will be there along with Nandini?
I cannot talk about the election results or the political environment, but fact remains that every single state of the country, irrespective of whatever government is there, Amul continues to exist and coexist with the respective brands of the respective states. So I see no reason in saying that irrespective of whatever happens, Amul will be there to serve the interests of the consumers of Karnataka and the farmers of the Karnataka state.
Okay, Mr. Mehta, I appreciate your joining us and setting the record straight there on Amul's position on its entry into Karnataka. Thank you so much for joining us here on India.
Thanks so much. Thanks.
Breaking news just coming in. Ishwarappa has said, and I quote, people of Karnataka have asked BJP to govern but has not given full majority by giving more importance to party activities. And with the intention of bringing BJP to power with majority, I have decided to not contest electoral polls and I have written this letter, unquote. Meanwhile, protests in Shivamoga after Ishwarappa resigned from active politics. So this is drama that is going on in Karnataka. Big political story coming in right there. Ishwarappa has said, and I quote, people of Karnataka have asked the Bharatiya Janata Party to govern but have not given them full majority. By giving more importance to party activities and with the intent of bringing BJP to power with majority, I have decided to not contest electoral polls and I have written this letter. Meanwhile, we also have protests in Shivamoga after Ishwarappa resigned from active politics. We brought you that story earlier as well. We're getting a reaction from Ishwarappa. Listen in.
ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದರ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಬಹುಮತ ನಮಗೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ತನಕ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಪಕ್ಷದ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಬಹುಮತದ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದೇ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಚುನಾವಣೆಗೆ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧಿಸಬಾರದು ಅಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಪತ್ರವನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ತುಂಬ ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದರ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಬಹುಮತ ನಮಗೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ತನಕ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಪಕ್ಷದ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಬಹುಮತದ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದೇ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಚುನಾವಣೆಗೆ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧಿಸಬಾರದು ಅಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಪತ್ರವನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ತುಂಬ
All right, there's a lot of drama going on in Karnataka. Ishwara speaking out his first up reaction after his resignation, and not just resignation, he's also resigned from active politics. He has spoken out. That first up reaction was there for you to hear. Ishwarappa going on to say that they will work towards full majority. Big breaking news coming in. There are also protests in Shivamogga after Ishwarappa resigned from active politics. The supporters of Ishwarappa set tires ablaze. On the right side of your screens, you can see the supporters setting tires ablaze right there. And his first up reaction was played out by us right here on India Today. He goes on to say, we're going to be working towards full majority. He says people of Karnataka have asked BJP to govern, but have not given them full majority by giving more importance to the party activities and with intent of bringing the BJP to power with majority. He goes on to say, I've decided to not contest electoral polls and have written this letter. Anaga is joining us live for the very latest. Anaga, how do you read this particular big statement coming in from Ishwarappa, his first up reaction after stepping down from active politics, in fact?
Yes, Chaiti. So, K.S. Ishwarappa has made this big announcement that he will not be contesting in electoral politics, but he also made a statement that for, in order to give importance to party's internal activities, he will be stepping down from the electoral politics. But, it's also very interesting to note that it is the same K.S. Ishwarappa who had denied to go to the winter assembly session in Belagavi because he was not inducted into the cabinet despite being given clean chit. So, the same former minister now stepping down from electoral politics, saying that he wants to bring BJP back to power. It really looks like internally he's not so happy with it, and he's also gone on to add that he has written a letter to Nadda, keeping the well-being of BJP in mind. He wants to bring big majority to the BJP party, and a decision on who will contest from Shivamogga, where he's currently the MLA from, will also be taken from the CEC. Now, as he was making this big announcement, massive protest also erupted outside K.S. Ishwarappa's residence. Remember, he's he's one of the oldest Neta in BJP party, and he's arguably the biggest Kuruba leader in BJP. So, he was also a former deputy chief minister. So, a leader, such a tall leader now stepping down, saying that he wants to withdraw from electoral polls, having such high followers. Even a massive protest has erupted outside with burning of tires outside K.S. Ishwarappa's residence in Shivamogga. He has stepped down from electoral politics. It all started when exactly the same time last year he was embroiled in a scandal regarding abetment to suicide of Udupi-based contractor Santosh Patil. Shortly after that, he also resigned from the cabinet. He was no longer a minister. All that unfolded, and now for the assembly elections, he has made a big statement saying that he is not going to be running for the elections this time.
Okay, absolutely. Thanks, Anaga, for joining us with the very latest details. With less than a month left for the assembly polls, the BJP and Congress are busy finalizing their candidates. BJP is yet to release the first list of candidates. Even after Prime Minister Modi chaired a CEC meeting on Sunday, BJP has gone back to the drawing room to redo the list. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going to be looking at the list today. Chief Minister Bomai claims the High Command was collecting ground information on various constituencies. The new candidates in the list might be released today. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi is being extremely cautious with the list, and there was no confusion within the party. Meanwhile, the Congress has taken a pot shot at BJP as well for being indecisive.
ഐക്യജനാധിപത്യ മുന്നണിയുടെ പ്രിയങ്കരായ നേതാക്കന്മാരെ, സാംസ്കാരിക സാഹിത്യ മേഖലകളിൽ നിന്ന് ഈ വേദിയെ ധന്യമാക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി കടന്നു വന്നിരിക്കുന്ന പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട സഹോദരങ്ങളെ, നിങ്ങളുടെ മുന്നിൽ വന്ന് നിൽക്കുന്നതിൽ ഞാൻ അതീവ സന്തുഷ്ടയാണ് എന്ന് പറയാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു.
Yet it is also a very emotional visit that my brother and I are making to Wayanad.
ഈ മണ്ണിലേക്കുള്ള വരവ് അത് വികാരപരമായ ഒരു അനുഭവമാണ് ഞാനും എന്റെ സഹോദരനും അനുഭവിക്കുന്നത് എന്ന് ഇവിടെ പറയാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു.
Yesterday I was packing up his furniture from his house to put it in a store until we find a new place for him to stay.
ഞാൻ ഇന്നലെ തുഗ്ലക് ലൈനിലെ എന്റെ പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട സഹോദരന്റെ വീട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ സാധന സാമഗ്രികൾ അത് മടക്കി വെക്കുകയായിരുന്നു. അതൊരു പുതിയ സ്ഥലത്തേക്ക് മാറ്റേണ്ടതുണ്ട് എന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം.
I was looking at the storeroom, putting all the cardboard boxes one on top of the other, and I was thinking to myself that a few years ago I also had to move my home. I had my children to help me, my husband helped me. I have a family of my own, and I was thinking my brother doesn't have his own children, his own wife and family to help him, even though he has the rest of us.
ഏതാനും വർഷങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പ് എനിക്കും ഇതുപോലെ അനുഭവം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ താമസിച്ച സ്ഥലത്ത് നിന്ന് ഞാൻ മാറി താമസിക്കേണ്ടി വന്നു. അന്ന് സാധന സാമഗ്രികൾ എടുത്തു വെക്കാൻ എനിക്ക് എന്റെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളുടെ സഹായം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. എന്റെ പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട ഭർത്താവ് എന്നോടൊപ്പം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. രാഹുലിന്റെ വീട്ടിൽ ഞാൻ ഈ സാധന സാമഗ്രികൾ അടക്കി വെക്കുമ്പോ, ചെറിയ കാർഡ്ബോർഡ് പെട്ടികളും ചെറിയ ബോക്സുകളും ഒക്കെ ഞാൻ എടുത്തു വെക്കുമ്പോ ഞാൻ ഓർക്കുകയായിരുന്നു, അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് പത്നിയില്ല, അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് സ്വന്തം കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളില്ല. ഞങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പോലും സ്വന്തം ഭാര്യയും പത്നിയും ഈ സാധന സാമഗ്രികൾ അടക്കി വെക്കാൻ അദ്ദേഹത്തോടൊപ്പമില്ലല്ലോ എന്ന് സാന്ദർഭികമായി ഞാൻ ഓർക്കുകയുണ്ടായി.
I went to his room, everything was packed, only the 2 sofas were left. He was sitting there alone. I said to him, tomorrow we are going to Wayanad.
ഞാൻ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ റൂമിലേക്ക് കടന്നു ചെന്നു. അവിടുന്ന് സാധന സാമഗ്രികളെല്ലാം മാറ്റാൻ അവിടെ റെഡിയാക്കി വെച്ചിരിക്കുകയായിരുന്നു. 2 സോഫ ഒഴികെ മറ്റതെല്ലാം അടക്കി വെച്ചിരുന്നു. അദ്ദേഹം ഏകനായി ആ മുറിയിൽ ഇരിക്കുന്നത് ഞാൻ കണ്ടു. ഞാൻ അദ്ദേഹത്തോട് ചോദിച്ചു, നാളെ നിങ്ങൾ വയനാടിന്റെ മണ്ണിലേക്ക് പോവുകയല്ലേ എന്ന് അദ്ദേഹത്തോട് ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചു.
I said, I'm not very good at speaking in English, making speeches. So I looked at him. He answered me, don't worry. Speaking in Wayanad is the easiest. All you have to do is talk to them as if you are their family, because you are their family.
വയനാട്ടിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വരുന്നതിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ആലോചിച്ചപ്പോ എന്റെ ചെറിയൊരു ആശങ്ക ഞാൻ പങ്കുവച്ചു. ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ അത്ര ഫ്ലുവന്റ് ആയി സംസാരിക്കുക, അത്ര ഒഴുക്കോടുകൂടി സംസാരിക്കുന്ന കാര്യത്തിൽ എനിക്ക് ചില പരിമിതികളില്ലേ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചപ്പോ അദ്ദേഹം എന്നോട് പറഞ്ഞ മറുപടി, ഒട്ടും ആശങ്കപ്പെടേണ്ടതില്ല, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഏറ്റവും ലളിതമായി സംസാരിക്കാൻ കഴിയാവുന്ന ജനത ആരോടെന്ന പോലെ എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ നിങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ കുടുംബത്തോട് സംസാരിക്കുന്നത് പോലെ വയനാടിനോട് സംസാരിക്കാമെന്ന് അദ്ദേഹം എന്നോട് മറുപടി പറയുകയുണ്ടായി.
So here I am today talking to my family, my brothers and sisters, my brother's family.
അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഞാൻ ഇന്ന് വയനാടിന്റെ മണ്ണിലുണ്ട്. എന്റെ സഹോദരിമാരോട് സംസാരിക്കാൻ, എന്റെ സഹോദരന്മാരോട് സംസാരിക്കാൻ, എന്റെ സഹോദരന്റെ കുടുംബത്തോട് സംസാരിക്കാനാണ് ഞാൻ ഇന്ന് വയനാടിന്റെ മണ്ണിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വന്നിട്ടുള്ളത്.
I don't know if you remember, but one of the first times I came here during the 2019 election, I gave a speech in which I told you a lot of things about my brother which I thought people did not know.
നിങ്ങളുടെ ചിന്താശലകങ്ങളിൽ ഉണ്ടോ എന്ന് എനിക്ക് അറിഞ്ഞുകൂടാ. ഞാൻ ആദ്യമായി ഈ മണ്ണിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വന്നത് 2019 എന്റെ സഹോദരന്റെ തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് നിങ്ങളെ കാണാൻ വന്നപ്പോ നിങ്ങളോട് സംസാരിച്ച പല കാര്യങ്ങളും അത് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഓർമ്മയിലുണ്ടാകുമെന്ന് എനിക്ക് നിശ്ചയമില്ല.
I wanted you to know him. I wanted you to know this man who was asking for your votes, who was asking you to allow him to serve you.
നിങ്ങളുടെ വോട്ടുകൾ അഭ്യർത്ഥിച്ചു വരുന്ന ഈ മനുഷ്യനെ, എന്റെ സഹോദരനെ അകവും പുറവും നിങ്ങൾ അറിയണം എന്ന് ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിച്ചു. നിങ്ങളുടെ വോട്ടുകൾ തേടി വരുന്ന മനുഷ്യൻ, ആ മനുഷ്യന്റെ ഉള്ള് അതെന്താണെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ തിരിച്ചറിയണമെന്ന് അന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ ആഗ്രഹിച്ചിരുന്നു.
But today, almost 4 years later, I know that you know Rahul.
ഇന്ന് 4 വർഷത്തിനിപ്പുറം തിരിഞ്ഞു നോക്കുമ്പോ എനിക്ക് ബോധ്യമുണ്ട്, എനിക്ക് വിശ്വാസമുണ്ട്, ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നു മറ്റാരേക്കാൾ നന്നായി നിങ്ങൾക്ക് രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധിയെ അറിയാം എന്നുള്ളത് വയനാടിന്റെ മണ്ണിൽ നിൽക്കുമ്പോ എന്റെ ആത്മവിശ്വാസമാണ്.
You know that he is an honest man, unafraid to speak the truth.
നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി സത്യസന്ധനായ ഒരു മനുഷ്യനാണ്. സത്യം ആരുടെ മുഖത്ത് നോക്കി വിളിച്ചു പറയാനും ഒരു ലേശം പോലും ഭയമില്ലാത്ത ധീരനായ ഒരു മനുഷ്യനാണ് പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട രാഹുൽ.
You know that he is a brave man, undaunted by the power of those who want to silence him.
നിശബ്ദരാക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നവരുടെ ശക്തി ഏതാണെങ്കിലും ഏത് ഭരണകൂടത്തിന്റെ ഏത് ശക്തിയുടെ മുമ്പിലും ധീരതയോടെ സത്യത്തിനു വേണ്ടി നിലകൊള്ളാൻ കഴിയുന്ന സ്ഥൈര്യമുള്ള മനുഷ്യനാണ് പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട രാഹുൽ എന്നുള്ളത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ബോധ്യപ്പെട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നു.
You know that he is a compassionate man, always ready to hear about your life, your struggles, and to lend you a helping hand.
ജീവിതത്തിന്റെ രണ്ടറ്റം കൂട്ടിമുട്ടിക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്ന ജനതയുടെ പരിവേദനങ്ങൾ, അവരുടെ സങ്കടങ്ങൾ, അവരുടെ വിഷമങ്ങൾ അത് സഹാനുഭൂതിയോടെ കേൾക്കാൻ, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ചെവി തരാൻ നിങ്ങളൊരാളാവാൻ എപ്പോഴും മനസ്സുള്ളൊരു നേതാവാണ് പ്രിയങ്കരനായ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി.
You know that he has worked hard for you. He has raised your issues, tried to resolve your problems. He has stood by you through your difficult times, and you have stood by him through his.
നിങ്ങളുടെ പ്രയാസങ്ങളിൽ അദ്ദേഹം താങ്ങായി നിങ്ങളോടൊപ്പം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. നിങ്ങളുടെ കഷ്ടപ്പാടുകളിൽ അദ്ദേഹം തണലായി നിങ്ങളോടൊപ്പം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഈ നാട് നൽകിയ വോട്ടിന്റെ പേരിൽ പ്രകൃതി ദുരന്തം ഉൾപ്പെടെ വന്നിറങ്ങിയപ്പോ അതിന് നിങ്ങളോടൊപ്പം ഒരു ജനതയോടൊപ്പം നിൽക്കാൻ ആർജവത്തോടെ നിന്നൊരു ജനപ്രതിനിധിയാണ് നിങ്ങളെന്ന് അദ്ദേഹമെന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് നല്ല ബോധ്യമുണ്ട്. അതേസമയം തന്നെ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ മുമ്പിൽ പ്രതിസന്ധികൾ തീർക്കാൻ ഭരണകൂടം ശ്രമിക്കുമ്പോഴും നിങ്ങൾ അദ്ദേഹത്തോടൊപ്പം പാറ പോലെ ഉറച്ചു നിൽക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഈ ജനതയുടെ പ്രത്യേകത എന്നും ഞങ്ങൾ തിരിച്ചറിയുന്നു.
You elected him, and now a court in Gujarat has passed a judgment after which the government has disqualified him from parliament as your MP.
ഗുജറാത്തിൽ ഒരു കോടതി അദ്ദേഹത്തിനെതിരെ പാസാക്കിയ ഒരു നിയമ നടപടിയുടെ പേരിൽ ഇന്ത്യയുടെ പാർലമെന്റിനകത്തു നിന്ന് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ അംഗത്വം എന്ന യോഗ്യത അതില്ലാതാക്കാൻ ഭരണകൂടം ശ്രമിച്ചത് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം.
His future as your MP is in the hands of the courts. For me, it is a strange thing to know this, to know that you elected him, and that for the time being, he has been disqualified from even fighting another election for 8 years.
അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ പാർലമെന്റ് മെമ്പർ എന്ന പദവിയുടെ സാങ്കേതികത്വം അതിനി കോടതികളുടെ മുമ്പിലാണ് എന്ന് എനിക്കറിയാം. 4.25 ലക്ഷം വോട്ടിന്റെ ഭൂരിപക്ഷത്തിന് ഒരു ജനത 5 വർഷത്തേക്ക് ഇന്ത്യയുടെ പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് തെരഞ്ഞെടുക്കപ്പെട്ട ഒരു മനുഷ്യൻ, ആ മനുഷ്യൻ അടുത്ത തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പിൽ മത്സരിക്കണമോ വേണ്ടയോ എന്നുള്ളത് പോലും ഇങ്ങനെ സാങ്കേതികത്വത്തിന്റെ കുരുക്കിൽ തൂങ്ങിയാടെ നിൽക്കുന്നത് ഒരു വിരോധാഭാസമായി എനിക്ക് അനുഭവപ്പെടുകയാണ്.
To ask questions, to demand accountability, to raise issues is the job of a parliamentarian.
ഒരു പാർലമെന്റ് മെമ്പറുടെ ജോലിയാണ് ഭരണകൂടത്തോട് ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത്. ജനത തെരഞ്ഞെടുക്കപ്പെട്ട ഒരു വ്യക്തിയുടെ ഉത്തരവാദിത്തമാണ് ഭരണകൂടത്തെ അതിന്റെ ചെയ്തികൾക്ക് ഉത്തരവാദികളാക്കി നിലനിർത്തുക എന്നുള്ളത്. നാടിന്റെ അനീതികളിൽ ചോദ്യം ചോദിക്കാൻ ഉത്തരവാദിത്തം ഒരു ജനപ്രതിനിധിയുടേതാണ് എന്ന് ആവർത്തിച്ച് പറയാൻ ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു.
It is a right enshrined in our constitution that we are free to express ourselves, we are free to ask, we are free to debate, we are free to dissent.
ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ഭരണഘടന നമുക്ക് നൽകുന്ന അവകാശങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അത് നമ്മുടെ സ്വതന്ത്രമായ അഭിപ്രായ പ്രകടനത്തിന്റെ അവകാശങ്ങളാണ്. അത് സ്വതന്ത്രമായ ചർച്ചകൾക്കുള്ള അവകാശങ്ങളാണ്. അത് ഈ നാട്ടിലെ ഭരണകൂടത്തോട് ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കാനുള്ള അവകാശമാണ്. അത് ഈ നാട്ടിലെ ഭരണകൂടത്തോട് വിയോജിപ്പ് രേഖപ്പെടുത്താനുള്ളത് കൂടിയാണ് എന്ന് ഞാൻ ഓർമ്മപ്പെടുത്തുന്നു.
I find it even stranger that a whole government, every minister, every MP, even the Prime Minister himself, finds it acceptable and appropriate to malign and mercilessly attack one man just because he asked a question they could not respond to.
കൂടുതൽ ഞാൻ പറയാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു, വിരോധാഭാസമെന്ന് ഞാൻ പറയട്ടെ. ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കുന്ന ഒരു മനുഷ്യനെ, ഭരണകൂടത്തിന്റെ മുമ്പിൽ ആർജവത്തോടെ എഴുന്നേറ്റ് നിൽക്കുന്ന ഒരു മനുഷ്യനെ അദ്ദേഹത്തെ അപമാനിക്കുവാൻ, അദ്ദേഹത്തെ പരിഹസിക്കുവാൻ, അദ്ദേഹത്തെ വളഞ്ഞിട്ടാക്രമിക്കാൻ ഭരണകൂടത്തിന്റെ അടിമകളായ ജനപ്രതിനിധികൾ, അവരുടെ മന്ത്രിമാർ, അവരുടെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പദവികളിലിരിക്കുന്നവർ, അവരെല്ലാവരും വരി വരിയായി നിന്ന് ഒരു മനുഷ്യനെ വേട്ടയാടാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നതിന്റെ കാരണം അദ്ദേഹം ഈ ഭരണകൂടത്തോട് ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് തന്നെയാണ് എന്ന് ഞാൻ തിരിച്ചറിയുന്നു.
But then, my brothers and sisters, the truth is always uncomfortable, especially for those who lie, for those who unleash an industrial scale of propaganda against anyone who dares to question them.
പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട സഹോദരി സഹോദരന്മാരെ, വ്യവസായവൽക്കരിക്കപ്പെട്ട പ്രൊപ്പഗൻഡകൾ, വിദ്വേഷ പ്രചരണങ്ങൾ ഇവിടുത്തെ ഭരണകൂടം മുഖമുദ്രയാക്കുമ്പോൾ, ഇവിടെ ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കുന്നവനെ അപമാനിക്കാനുള്ള ശ്രമങ്ങൾ ഇവിടുത്തെ ഭരണകൂടത്തിന്റെ സ്വഭാവവും ശീലവുമാകുമ്പോൾ അതിനെ പ്രതിരോധിക്കേണ്ടത് അനിവാര്യതയാണ്.
Our nation was built on the foundation of truth, of non-violence, equality and justice.
സത്യത്തിന്റെ അടിത്തറയിൽ, സമത്വത്തിന്റെ വിശാലതയിൽ, നീതിബോധത്തിന്റെ ഉത്തമ ശൃംഖങ്ങളിൽ രൂപം കൊണ്ട ഒരു രാജ്യമാണ്, ഒരു ദേശമാണ് ഇന്ത്യ എന്ന് ഞാൻ ഓർമ്മപ്പെടുത്തുന്നു.
Our fight for freedom was called Satyagraha. It was a fight for truth.
സത്യത്തിനു വേണ്ടിയുള്ള പോരാട്ടങ്ങൾ, ആ പോരാട്ടങ്ങളുടെ ചരിത്രമായിരുന്നു ഇന്ത്യയുടെ മണ്ണിൽ നടന്ന സത്യാഗ്രഹ സമരങ്ങൾ, നീതിക്ക് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള പോരാട്ടങ്ങൾ.
The parliament, the judiciary, the media, these were institutions built to protect these freedoms.
ഈ നാട് അനുഭവിക്കുന്ന സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യങ്ങൾ, ആ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യങ്ങൾ അത് സംരക്ഷിച്ചു പിടിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയാണ് ഇന്ത്യക്കൊരു പാർലമെന്റ് ഉണ്ടായത്. ആ നീതിബോധം ഉയർത്തിപ്പിടിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയാണ് ഇന്ത്യക്കൊരു കോടതി സംവിധാനങ്ങൾ, നിയമ സംവിധാനങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടായത്. അവിടെ വരുന്ന പോരായ്മകളെ തുറന്നെഴുതുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയാണ് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ജനാധിപത്യത്തിന്റേതായ ഒരു മാധ്യമ സംസ്കാരത്തെ നാം കെട്ടിപ്പടുത്തിയെടുത്തത്.
Yesterday, while watching television, I heard some ministers of the BJP saying that the Congress party has taken one man's issue and is making it out of to be an issue of democracy.
ഇന്നലെ ബിജെപിയുടെ ചില മന്ത്രിമാർ, ബിജെപിയുടെ ചില നേതാക്കന്മാർ അവർ ടിവിയിലൂടെ പറയുന്നത് ഞാൻ കേൾക്കാനിടയായി. കോൺഗ്രസ് പ്രസ്ഥാനം ഒരു വ്യക്തിയുടെ പ്രശ്നത്തെ പൊക്കിപ്പിടിച്ചു വരുന്നു, ആ വ്യക്തിയുടെ പ്രശ്നം അത് ഇന്ത്യയുടെ പ്രശ്നമാക്കി വളർത്താൻ അവർ ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണ് എന്ന് ഇന്നലെ ചില ബിജെപി നേതാക്കന്മാർ പറയുന്നത് ഞാൻ കേൾക്കാനിടയായി.
It seems to me to be exactly the opposite. The entire government and the BJP are trying to turn our democracy upside down just to protect one man. His name is Adani.
പക്ഷേ എനിക്ക് അനുഭവപ്പെട്ടത് മറ്റൊരു രീതിയിലാണ്. ഒരു വ്യക്തിയെ വേട്ടയാടാൻ വേണ്ടി, ഒരു വ്യക്തിയുടെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ ഇന്ത്യ മുഴുവൻ ഒരു വിഷയമാക്കാൻ കോൺഗ്രസ് ശ്രമിക്കുന്നതായിട്ടല്ല എനിക്ക് അനുഭവപ്പെട്ടത് ഒരു വ്യക്തിയുടെ സംരക്ഷണത്തിന് വേണ്ടി ഇന്ത്യയുടെ പ്രധാനമന്ത്രി, ഒരു വ്യക്തിയുടെ സംരക്ഷണത്തിന് വേണ്ടി ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ഭരണകൂടം, ഒരു വ്യക്തിയുടെ സംരക്ഷണത്തിന് വേണ്ടി ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ഭരണഘടനാ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾ, അവരെല്ലാവരും അണിനിരക്കുന്നത് ഒരു വ്യക്തിയുടെ സംരക്ഷണത്തിന് വേണ്ടിയാണ്. ആ വ്യക്തി മറ്റാരുമല്ല, അത് ഗൗതം അദാനിയാണ് എന്ന് എനിക്ക് ബോധ്യപ്പെട്ടിരിക്കുന്നു.
Our country is at a crossroads. What has happened to my brother is just a symptom. It is a symptom of how far we are down the path towards a dictatorship today. Today, the government believes that it can silence any dissent. It believes it can take our ports, our airports, even some of our defense establishments, and pass them on to their businessmen friends.
ജനാധിപത്യത്തിന്റെ നിർണായകമായ ഒരു നാൽക്കവലയിൽ ഈ രാജ്യം നിൽക്കുകയാണ്. ഒരു പാത എന്റെ സഹോദരൻ നയിക്കുന്ന പാതയാണ്. മറ്റൊരു പാതയിൽ നിങ്ങൾ കാണുന്നുണ്ട് ഈ രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ സ്വത്ത് സമ്പത്തുകൾ മുഴുവൻ, ഈ രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ അഭിമാന സ്തംഭങ്ങൾ മുഴുവൻ ഒരു വ്യക്തിക്ക് കീഴെഴുതി കൊടുക്കുന്നത് നിങ്ങൾ കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. ആ പാതയിൽ ഇന്ത്യയുടെ തുറമുഖങ്ങൾ സ്വകാര്യ വ്യക്തികൾക്ക് കൈമാറുന്നു. ആ പാതയിൽ ഇന്ത്യയുടെ എയർപോർട്ടുകൾ അത് സ്വകാര്യ വ്യക്തികളുടേതായി മാറുന്നു. ആ പാതയിൽ എന്തിനധികം പറയുന്നു, പ്രതിരോധ രംഗത്തെ ഇന്ത്യയുടെ അവിഭാജ്യമായ അഭിമാന സ്തംഭങ്ങൾ പോലും വിൽപ്പനയ്ക്ക് വെച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന പാതയാണ് മറ്റൊരു പാതയായി നമ്മൾ കാണുന്നത്.
The whole government defends a man whom they have enabled to make thousands of crores a day, but they don't defend farmers who make only 27 rupees a day.
ഈ നാട്ടിൽ ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ സൂചിപ്പിച്ച ഈ ജനാധിപത്യത്തിന്റെ നാൽക്കവലയിൽ ഈ നാട് ചെന്ന് നിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ അത് മുഴുവൻ ഒരു സത്യത്തെ നിശബ്ദമാക്കാനുള്ള ശ്രമങ്ങൾ നടക്കുന്നു. സത്യം പറയുന്നവനെ നിരായുധനാക്കാൻ ശ്രമം നടക്കുന്നു. എന്നിട്ടോ ഭരണകൂടം സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നത് ആയിരക്കണക്കിന് കോടി രൂപയുടെ, ലക്ഷക്കണക്കിന് കോടി രൂപയുടെ ആസ്തിയുള്ളവന്റെ പുറകിൽ ഭരണകൂടം അവരോത്സാഹിച്ചു നിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ ഇന്നാട്ടിൽ ഒരു ദിവസം കേവലം 27 രൂപ മാത്രം വരുമാനം വെച്ച് ഒരു ദേശീയ ശരാശരിയിൽ ഒരു കർഷകൻ ജീവിക്കുമ്പോൾ ആ കർഷകന്റെ താല്പര്യത്തെ സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ ഒരു ഭരണകൂടത്തെയും നമ്മൾ കാണുന്നില്ല എന്നതാണ് ഏറ്റവും ഖേദകരമായ സാഹചര്യം.
Our soldiers stand at the borders ready to sacrifice their lives while Mr. Adani subcontracts to Chinese businesses.
ഈ നാടിന്റെ അതിർത്തി കാക്കുന്നവൻ, ഈ നാടിന്റെ അതിരുകളിൽ രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ സുരക്ഷയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടി പോരാടുന്നവൻ അവന്റെ ജീവൻ ത്യജിക്കാൻ ചൈനയുടെ അതിർത്തികളിൽ പോരാടാൻ തയ്യാറായി നിൽക്കുമ്പോ അവിടെ ചൈനയ്ക്കും അദാനിക്കും വേണ്ടി ഈ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഒത്താശ ചെയ്തു കൊടുക്കുന്ന കാഴ്ചകൾ നമ്മൾ കണ്ടു നിൽക്കേണ്ടി വരികയാണ്.
Our Prime Minister feels responsible to defend Mr. Adani, but he feels no responsibility towards the people of India.
അദാനിയെ സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ, അദാനിയുടെ ഉത്തരവാദിത്തങ്ങൾ നിറവേറ്റാൻ ഇന്ത്യയുടെ പ്രധാനമന്ത്രിക്ക് സമയമുണ്ട്, താല്പര്യമുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഈ രാജ്യത്തെ ജനതയുടെയും അതിന്റെ കാവൽ ഭടന്മാരുടെയും
Priyanka Gandhi speaking in Rahul Gandhi's former constituency of Wayanad. The Satyamev Jayate Yatra, as they're calling it, is rolling in Wayanad, even as the Congress faces multiple challenges and crises in different parts of the country. From Rajasthan, where their own deputy chief minister has been on a day-long hunger strike against the corruption of his own government in Rajasthan, to the Karnataka battle, to Chhattisgarh, to Punjab. But Rahul Gandhi is happy to smile and wave in Wayanad, a constituency from where he was disqualified very, very recently by the Lok Sabha Secretariat after being convicted in a defamation case. The BJP has attacked Rahul Gandhi, saying he needs to go on a Congress Jodo Yatra. Forget about Bharat Jodo, because Bharat is already united. Now, Rahul Gandhi, in his erstwhile constituency of Wayanad, for the first time after being disqualified as an MP. Rahul and his sister Priyanka were greeted by big crowds just as they began this roadshow a little earlier today. Well, ahead of the Gandhi siblings roadshow, the Kerala Congress has reignited the Savarkar war. The state party unit put up posters of Rahul's statement on Veer Savarkar everywhere in Wayanad. The poster read, and I quote, "I am not Savarkar. I will not apologize, nor will I run away." Well, after being schooled for Savarkar barbs by their own ally Sharad Pawar, the Congress party has largely refrained from reacting, bar one or two sub-level leaders like Alka Lamba. So you've got a situation where Rahul Gandhi is not in Rajasthan, not in Karnataka, not in Chhattisgarh, not where he is perhaps required to try and keep the factions together, but he is in faraway Wayanad. Let's go straight across to India Today's Rahul Gautam, who's on the ground in Wayanad, Kerala. Rahul, a big rally, a big road show, good crowds. One can totally understand the meaning of today's road show, but many people are going to wonder about Rahul Gandhi's priorities at this point of time. Should it be Karnataka or should it be Kerala?
Well, Congress party ensured that when Rahul Gandhi arrives here, he gets a very rousing welcome, a very grand welcome. Because this is the first time when he's visiting his former constituency, Wayanad, for the first time ever since his disqualification. But you rightly pointed out that there are scores of problems that are already staring the Congress party. For example, as infighting is intensifying in Rajasthan, then you have Karnataka, where you have not decided on as many as 58 seats are still pending, and obviously these are the burning issues before the Congress leadership, and that point of time, this is what in fact the BJP is saying, that rather going for Bharat Jodo Yatra, should have gone for Congress Jodo Yatra. In fact, they are also saying that Rahul Gandhi must put out these figures in public domain as to how many times he had visited Wayanad in past, given the fact that he was a member of parliament from here for almost 4.5 years. How many funds he has released for the betterment of Dalits and Adivasis. But it seems that Rahul Gandhi and Congress Party, they've already made up their mind that this day is crucial because Wayanad is a special place for Rahul Gandhi. Remember back in 2019 when Rahul Gandhi lost from Amethi, it was Wayanad that actually sent Rahul Gandhi all the way to the parliament. And therefore,
no, it's a very nice gesture for sure. It's a very nice gesture to go to Wayanad after you've been disqualified from there. But surely Rahul Gandhi has a lot on his plate, politically speaking, this election season, not least in Karnataka. So even as all these crises are brewing, Sachin Pilot appears to have one step out of the Congress party, but Rahul Gandhi appears to think that Wayanad is his priority at this point of time. Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP spoke to us a short while ago on what he says are the Congress's priorities when they should be doing a Congress Jodo Yatra, given all the quakes around their hero number one. Take a look.
Is this a show of strength against the court which has convicted him? First it is disqualification, now it is defiance over disqualification. And apart from that, right now the Congress party, its Shav Yatra can be seen. In Rajasthan it is Pilot versus Gehlot. Chhattisgarh it is Deo versus Baghel. In other parts it is DK Shivkumar versus Siddaramaiah, and he's taking out Pad Yatra when Congress is facing a Shav Yatra because it is becoming Tukde Congress. Anyways, it is his priority whether the party disintegrates and splinters, that is his business. But this kind of Yatra, I mean, he's entitled to go and visit any constituency or any part of the country. But having said that, one only wonders that first they wear black clothes against the court, then they take three chief ministers to appeal against the court order. Then one Congress leader says, Jeep card denge with a very Talibani mindset. And now they are taking out a show of strength as if they are supporting the anti-OBC statement made by Rahul. It is their prerogative. They can do it. They're welcome to.
It's only a political gimmick. He's playing drama. Since last 4 years, he's not doing anything for coming to Wayanad or not doing anything for the Wayanad people. Now he's playing drama. What he has done for Wayanad in the last 4 years? How many times he visited Wayanad? How much money he spent for Wayanad people in the last 4 years? What are the projects by Rahul Gandhi for Wayanad people? You just tell me what he has done for Wayanad people.
So it's a question of election season, it's a question of energy, it's a question of priorities. On this very day, as Rahul Gandhi flexes muscle in Wayanad, in Kerala at this point of time, there are real problems that Rahul Gandhi appears to be distancing himself from. Not least, Sachin Pilot with 1 foot out the door, rebelling against his very own party in Rajasthan. Or the factionalism between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah in poll-bound Karnataka just 1 month before the elections. Or the very visible factionalism and split between the leaders of the Congress in Chhattisgarh. But Rahul Gandhi appears to be preferring being physically present in Wayanad at this point of time. Well, the latest and most pressing crisis for the Congress party is what's happening in Rajasthan. This is the latest, and Rahul Gandhi has said absolutely nothing about it, neither has Priyanka Gandhi. In a fresh attack on Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, former Rajasthan Deputy Chief Minister Sachin Pilot on Tuesday sat on a hunger strike. It was a few-hour hunger strike that lasted just, about between 5 and 6 hours. It ended just before I started this show. Well, Sachin Pilot's move to sit on a day-long fast has, however, triggered the Congress party, which has labelled his act as anti-party activities. But we're going to go back to Wayanad for a moment, because even as all this brews in Jaipur, in Wayanad, Rahul Gandhi.
Wish all of you belated Easter and for the coming Vishu and Perunal festivals.
നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഏവർക്കും ഹൃദയംഗമമായ ഈസ്റ്റർ, വിഷു, പെരുന്നാൾ ആശംസകൾ ഞാൻ നേരുകയാണ്.
Four years ago, I came here and became your member of parliament.
4 വർഷങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പ് ഞാൻ ഇവിടേക്ക് കടന്നു വന്നു, നിങ്ങളുടെ പാർലമെന്റ് അംഗമായി മാറി.
And for me the campaign was a completely different type of campaign.
എന്നെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് എൻ്റെ തിരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പ് പ്രചരണം അങ്ങേയറ്റം വ്യത്യസ്തമായ ഒന്നായിരുന്നു.
In the regular campaign, and I've done many campaigns, many speeches. In the regular campaign, you go and you speak about policies, you speak about what should happen, you tell people about your political ideas. But this campaign in 2014, I remember when I came here, it was much more as if I had come home to my family.
സാധാരണഗതിയിലുള്ള എൻ്റെ തിരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പ് പ്രചരണങ്ങൾ പ്രസംഗങ്ങൾ നിറഞ്ഞതാണ്. എൻ്റെ രാഷ്ട്രീയ നയങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച്, ഞാൻ നടപ്പിലാക്കാൻ പോകുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച്. പക്ഷേ വയനാട്ടിലെ എൻ്റെ തിരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പ് പ്രചരണം അതിനപ്പുറമായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളിലേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങി വരികയായിരുന്നു.
Of course, I don't belong to Kerala, but the enthusiasm and the affection and the manner in which you embraced me gave me the feeling that you are part of my family, that I am your brother, your son.
നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം, ഞാൻ കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്നല്ല. പക്ഷെ ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളിലേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങി വന്നപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ നൽകിയ സ്നേഹോഷ്മളമായ സ്വീകരണങ്ങൾ, നിങ്ങളുടെ വികാര പ്രകടനങ്ങൾ എനിക്കുണ്ടാക്കിയ ചിന്ത ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളുടെ സഹോദരനാണ് എന്ന ചിന്തയാണ്.
And I have thought quite a lot. Now I have been member of parliament for quite a few years, and I've thought quite a lot what it means to be a member of parliament.
ഞാൻ ഇന്ത്യൻ പാർലമെന്റിൽ മുമ്പ് അംഗമായിരുന്നു. ഇന്ത്യൻ പാർലമെന്റ് അംഗം എന്ന അനുഭവത്തിലൂടെ എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ സാധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഒരു പാർലമെന്റ് അംഗം ആകുന്നതിന് നിരവധി ഗുണങ്ങൾ ആവശ്യമാണ്, നിരവധി കാര്യങ്ങൾ അറിയേണ്ടതുണ്ട്.
It means to be a people's representative.
ഒരു പാർലമെന്റ് അംഗം ജനങ്ങളുടെ പ്രതിനിധിയായിരിക്കണം.
To be a people's representative, you have to understand the emotions of people. You have to understand the suffering of people. You have to understand the difficulties of people.
ഒരു പാർലമെന്റ് അംഗമാകുന്നതിന്, ഒരു ജനപ്രതിനിധി ആകുന്നതിന് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ജനങ്ങളുടെ വികാരങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കണം, അവരുടെ ദുരിതങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കണം, അവർ കടന്നു പോകുന്ന ദുർഘടമായ സന്ധികളെ കുറിച്ച് മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ടതുണ്ട്.
You have to have the humility to touch people, to treat people as your equals, sometimes to treat people as your superiors.
ജനങ്ങളുടെ ഹൃദയത്തെ സ്പർശിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കണം. ജനങ്ങളോടൊപ്പമാണ്, തുല്യരാണ് എന്ന് കരുതേണ്ടി വരും. ചിലപ്പോൾ ജനങ്ങളെ നമുക്ക് മുകളിൽ പ്രതിഷ്ഠിക്കേണ്ടി വരും.
So a true representative of the people develops by attacking himself.
സ്വയം ആക്രമിച്ചുകൊണ്ടാണ്, സ്വയം പ്രതിരോധിച്ചുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഒരു ജനപ്രതിനിധി, ഒരു വ്യക്തി ജനങ്ങളുടെ പ്രതിനിധിയായി മാറേണ്ടത്.
By giving up things that one desires,
ഒരു വ്യക്തിയുടെ ആഗ്രഹങ്ങളെ സ്വയം ത്യജിച്ചുകൊണ്ടാകണം ഒരാൾ ജനപ്രതിനിധിയായി മാറേണ്ടത്.
By not fighting for what you want, but fighting for what people want.
ഒരു വ്യക്തിക്ക് സ്വയം ആവശ്യമുള്ളത് ആഗ്രഹിച്ചുകൊണ്ടല്ല, ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്താണോ ആവശ്യമുള്ളത് അത് നേടിയെടുക്കാനുള്ള പരിശ്രമമായിരിക്കണം ജനപ്രതിനിധി നടത്തേണ്ടത്.
By becoming, maybe one can say, less arrogant and more humble.
അങ്ങേയറ്റം ലാളിത്യത്തോടെ പരുക്കൻ സ്വഭാവങ്ങളെ ഉപേക്ഷിച്ചുകൊണ്ടാകണം ഒരാൾ ജനപ്രതിനിധിയാകേണ്ടത്.
A representative of the people also raises the issues of people without being scared of the consequences, without being worried about what it means to raise the issues of the people.
നമ്മൾ ഉയർത്തുന്ന വിഷയങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കാവുന്ന പ്രത്യാഘാതങ്ങളിൽ ഭയപ്പെടാതെ വേണം ഒരു ജനപ്രതിനിധി ജനങ്ങളുടെ വിഷയങ്ങൾ ഉയർത്തേണ്ടി വരുന്നത്.
The MP, member of parliament, is just a tag.
MP, member of parliament എന്നത് കേവലം ഒരു വര മാത്രമാണ്, ഒരു ടാഗ് മാത്രമാണ്.
It's a position, it's a post.
അതൊരു സാങ്കല്പികമായ അധികാര സ്ഥാനം മാത്രമാണ്.
So the BJP can take away the tag.
BJPക്ക് എന്റെ മേൽവിലാസത്തെ എടുത്തു മാറ്റുവാൻ സാധിച്ചേക്കാം.
They can take away the position.
എന്റെ സ്ഥാനത്തെ എടുത്തു മാറ്റുവാൻ സാധിച്ചേക്കാം.
They can take away the house.
എന്റെ ഭവനത്തെ എടുത്തു മാറ്റാൻ സാധിച്ചേക്കാം.
They can put me in jail.
എന്നെ ജയിലിൽ അടയ്ക്കാൻ സാധിച്ചേക്കാം.
But they cannot stop me from representing the people of Wayanad.
എന്നാൽ ജനങ്ങളെ, വയനാട്ടിലെ ജനങ്ങളെ പ്രതികരിക്കുന്നതിനും എന്നെ പ്രതിരോധിക്കുവാൻ ബിജെപിക്ക് സാധ്യമല്ല.
What does it mean to represent the people of Wayanad?
എന്താണ് വയനാട്ടിലെ ജനങ്ങളെ പ്രതികരിക്കുന്നു എന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്?
It means to fight for the things that are important to you.
ഇവിടുത്തെ ജനങ്ങളോട് ഞാൻ മുന്നോട്ട് വെച്ച കാര്യങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള പോരാട്ടമാണ് വയനാട്ടിലെ എന്റെ ജനപ്രാതിനിധ്യം.
There are practical things like the night road, the buffer zone, the medical college.
നിരവധി കാര്യങ്ങൾ, മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജ്, ബഫർ സോൺ, രാത്രിപാത, ഇതെല്ലാം തന്നെ ഞാൻ മുന്നോട്ട് വെച്ച കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്.
These are obvious things. You can ask any child in Wayanad, you can ask any person in Wayanad, they will tell you the three most important things.
വയനാട്ടിലെ ഏത് സാധാരണക്കാരനോട് ചോദിച്ചാലും ഇവിടെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രാധാന്യമർഹിക്കുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളായി മുന്നോട്ട് വെച്ചത് ഈ 3 പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്.
But then there is also another thing that is important to the people of Wayanad.
മറ്റൊരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യവും വയനാട്ടിലെ ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് അങ്ങേയറ്റം പ്രാധാന്യമർഹിക്കുന്നതാണ്.
And that is the type of country and the type of state they live in.
അത് നമ്മൾ ജീവിക്കാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന രാഷ്ട്രവും നമ്മൾ ജീവിക്കാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന സംസ്ഥാനവും സൃഷ്ടിക്കുക എന്നതാണ്.
The people of Wayanad and the people of India want to live in a country which is free.
സ്വതന്ത്രമായ ഒരു രാഷ്ട്രത്തിൽ ജീവിക്കാനാണ് ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ജനങ്ങളും വയനാട്ടിലെ ജനങ്ങളും ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്.
They want to live in a country where their child is allowed to learn and understand anything he chooses.
തങ്ങളുടെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ തിരഞ്ഞെടുക്കാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന ഓരോ കാര്യവും തിരഞ്ഞെടുക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന സ്വതന്ത്രമായ ഒരു രാഷ്ട്രത്തിൽ ജീവിക്കാനാണ് ഈ നാട്ടിലെ ഓരോ പൗരനും ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്.
A farmer who is not wealthy wants to live in a country where he can imagine his son being a successful engineer or a successful businessman.
ദരിദ്രനായ ഒരു വ്യക്തി സ്വന്തം മകനെ എഞ്ചിനീയറായോ ഒരു മികച്ച ബിസിനസ്സുകാരനായോ വളർത്തുവാൻ അത്തരത്തിൽ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുമെങ്കിൽ അത് നടത്തുവാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു രാഷ്ട്രമാണ് നമ്മൾ ഓരോരുത്തരും ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്.
And no one in this country wants to live in a country where 4 or 5 people own the entire country.
ഈ മഹാരാജ്യത്തെ കേവലം 4 or 5 ആളുകൾ ഉടമസ്ഥത പേരുന്ന ഒരു രാഷ്ട്രത്തിൽ ജീവിക്കുവാൻ നമ്മൾ ആരും ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നില്ല.
And that is what it means to be a representative of the people of Wayanad and a representative of the people of India.
ഈ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ജനങ്ങളിൽ എത്തിക്കുക എന്നതാണ് വയനാടിന്റെ ജനപ്രതിനിധി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ രാഷ്ട്രത്തിലെ ഒരു ജനപ്രതിനിധി എന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്.
I have been fighting now the BJP for quite some years.
ഞാൻ നിരവധി വർഷക്കാലമായി ബിജെപിക്കെതിരെയുള്ള ആശയപരമായ പോരാട്ടവുമായി മുന്നോട്ട് പോവുകയാണ്.
And it surprises me that in so many years
there's a big double whammy for the ruling BJP in poll-bound Karnataka. After KS Ishwarappa, former Deputy Chief Minister, another BJP veteran and former Chief Minister Jagdish Tytler says he's been asked by the High Command not to contest the upcoming election and to make way for others. Looks like the BJP is effecting a big generational shift in ticket distribution for the upcoming election. Jagdish Tytler, who has served as Chief Minister of Karnataka, has just said, I also got a call from the High Command that I should make way for others. I told them I'm working for 30 years for the BJP and built the party. I've worked as Chief Minister too. I asked them, I'm elected 6 times as MLA. What is the reason for me to not contest? Does the survey say I am not winning? Jagdish Tytler clearly sounds very, very unhappy and angry with the High Command's instructions to him to step aside and to make way for someone else in the upcoming election. I want to go across to Sagai Raj breaking the story first and exclusive here on India Today. Sagai, you know, we broke the story on Ishwarappa a little earlier, but this one is much, much bigger. Jagdish Tytler has been instructed not to stand in the upcoming election, but he is absolutely furious about it. Sagai, can you hear me? Let's get Akshita in. Let's get Akshita in from the newsroom immediately on this big story. Jagdish Tytler has been Chief Minister of Karnataka. Let's listen into it.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ 6 ಸಲ ನಾನು ಆರಿಸಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಪ್ರತಿ ಸಲ 25,000 ಮತಗಳ ಅಂತರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಗೆದ್ದು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ನಿಲ್ಲಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಕಾರಣ ಏನು, ನನ್ನ ಮೈನಸ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಏನು, ಅಥವಾ ಸರ್ವೇದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸರ್ವೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ್ದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನನ್ನ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಬಂದದ್ದು. ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 70% ಅಷ್ಟು ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಆದಂಥ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ಬಂದದ್ದು. ಮತ್ತು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನಂತಂದಾಗ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ವೇದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ವರಿಷ್ಠರು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಆಯ್ತು, ಸರ್ವೇದಾಗೂ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ರಾಜಕಾರಣದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಪ್ಪು ಚುಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ಆಪಾದನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಅಲಿಗೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಷ್ಠನಾಗಿ ರಾಯಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಈ ರಾಯಲಿಟಿನೇ ಇವತ್ತು ಇದರಿಂದ ಮೈನಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೋ ಏನೋ, ರಾಯಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಇಲ್ಲನೋ ಏನೋ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು.
Sagai Raj joining us live from Bengaluru on this big breaking story. Sagai, Jagdish Tytler, former BJP Chief Minister of Karnataka, clearly very, very unhappy at being instructed not to stand in the upcoming election.
Absolutely. While addressing the press conference, he has categorically said that if High Command had decided not to issue a ticket to him, they should have called him and conveyed to him 2-3 months back that they are not giving a ticket and probably they are looking for some youngsters. And just 2 days much before his nomination has been filed, they should not try to call me up and tell me that he should give way to the youngsters. This is quite humiliating. And he has also asked the High Command that there is any kind of black spot on him or there is any kind of anti-incumbencies in his constituency. So he has also raised the question stating that he has been working in the constituency, he's been campaigning from last few months, and if you should have if you have not considered to give a ticket, they should have informed a senior leader like him 2-3 months back, not at the nth moment when 2 days left for his nomination to be filed. And he has also asked High Command to reconsider, stating that this time he will contest and next time probably he will make way for others. And he has also said that if they don't reconsider, you please wait and watch, he will take a decision. So he has categorically said that he will try to revolt if High Command doesn't reconsider. And remember, he has said that he got a call from High Command, not like Ishwarappa who said that he has written a letter. He also got a call from Ishwarappa, and it's a different case from Ishwarappa to Jagdish Tytler. So you mean to say that they are getting a call, it's not the Ishwarappa who had sent a letter. So indirectly he is saying that there is a pressure from High Command asking them to make way for the seniors. And remember, Shiv, this is not something which is new. It has been reported even in the past that many senior leaders might be left out from the list of candidates, and now everything coming out in the public forum.
Very, very interesting and very, very damaging as well, because Jagdish Tytler is not a small leader. Ishwarappa was, not the chief minister, but he has gone willingly. He's written a letter. There doesn't appear to be any public bad blood, but Jagdish Tytler threatening to go on a revolt or a rebellion, which is something that can damage the party. Jagdish Tytler, if I'm not mistaken, belongs to the Lingayat community as well. So all of these could have implications going forward. The BJP's effort to effect a generational change, bring in some fresh faces, some new blood, younger blood, into its ticket distribution process, appearing to have, most certainly rubbed Jagdish Tytler at the very least the wrong way. He has lashed out pretty angrily, which is uncharacteristic for someone who was chief minister for a little less than a year between 2012 and 2013. Says nothing doing. I've been a 6-time MLA. He's the current MLA from the Hubli-Dharwad constituency. He says, I will make trouble for you if I do not contest. Take a look.
ಇವತ್ತು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲಾರಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ವೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿದೆ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ವರಿಷ್ಠರ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬಂತು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ 11-12 ಗಂಟೆ ನಂತರ ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ನೀವು ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಅದೀರಿ ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಒಂದು ಬೇರೆಯವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ 30 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿನ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಬೆಳೆಸುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಲೀಡರು, ಮಂತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ, ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಆಗಿ, ರಾಜ್ಯಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷನಾಗಿ, ಲೀಡರ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಪೋಸಿಷನ್ ಆಗಿ, ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ನಾನು. ಮತ್ತು ಹಲವಾರು ವರ್ಷ ಬರೀ ಹುಬ್ಳಿ-ಧಾರವಾಡ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಕ್ಷವನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ರೀತಿಯಂಥ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವ್ರ ನಾಯಕತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನಂತಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು, ಈಶ್ವರಪ್ಪ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲರ ನಾಯಕತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇವತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಬೆಳೆಸುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತು ನೂರಾರು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಟಿಕೆಟ್ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ.
Let's go straight across and get some perspective from our reporters, all looking at Karnataka very, very closely. Akshita is also with me on this. Akshita, for a man who was chief minister between 2012 and 2013, a very trusted, kind of sober, low-profile leader, who's been a party builder for the Karnataka BJP, an old RSS hand as well. For him to publicly display his unhappiness and displeasure is extremely rare, and that's what Jagdish Tytler has just done. Akshita, I'm coming to you in just a moment. Priyank Kharge of the Congress party is with me on this story. Priyank, welcome. Big outburst there by Jagdish Tytler, saying he's going to make trouble if he's not allowed to contest. He sounds very unhappy. I wonder if you've heard what he had to say. How do you react, Priyank?
Who gets the B-form from BJP, who is the candidate of BJP, is entirely left to BJP. But having said that, you can see the pattern on how BJP treats their senior leaders. I mean, this is not the first instance. Take it in Gujarat, take it in UP, take it anywhere else. People who have built BJP from the scratch, people who have ensured the BJP exists in South India, they've all been just thrown into the dustbin today. Be it Yadurappa ji, be it Ishwarappa ji, be it Lakshman Saudi ji, be it Jagdish Tytler ji. I mean, these are all people who built where BJP could not have existed. And today they have been treated with such disrespect without any proper reasoning. That is what is probably hurting them. Like Mr. Tytler said, what is the reason? Am I too old? Am I not competent? Have I lost my logic? Have I lost my sense of reasoning? Have I lost my political teeth? Nothing. It's like a use and throw politics. Okay, now we are able to control it from the center. We don't need state leaders to build this.
Well, the BJP might defend this and say that this is a generational change being affected, and what is wrong with trying to bring in new blood, Priyank?
No, like I said, young blood that is got in all parties, got in respectfully. It is got in. You don't like Tytler ji himself is saying, what is the reason? Isn't he fit enough? Physically fit, mentally fit. That's all he's asking. He's asking the right questions to his bosses. And it's not that he's going to lose an election. I can understand, अच्छा भाई ये election हार रहे हैं इसलिए हम छोड़ रहे हैं. वो भी नहीं है ना.
Okay. Priyank Kharge, thanks very much for speaking to you. I hear what you're saying. Akshita, this could be damaging for the BJP, couldn't it? Because Jagdish Tytler is not a high-profile man, but he most certainly is an important cog in the BJP's wheel in Karnataka. And if someone as sober and someone who's doesn't shuns a lot of publicity, for him to make an outburst in this manner doesn't augur well for the ruling party in Karnataka.
Very true, Shiv. You're right in saying that this came as a huge surprise because Jagdish Tytler is known to be a very quiet politician, a very down-to-earth politician. And for him to come out and say that, look, I wasn't expecting this. Does the BJP think I won't win? It's clear that there are cracks within the party right now. He is someone who has been a BJP loyalist. He's a Lingayat, importantly. So this could backfire on the BJP. They, however, clearly have done their equations and decided on taking the step. Perhaps not so much on the age factor, Shiv, but perhaps on the anti-incumbency issue, because if you look at how Jagdish Tytler has been performing, he's won from the seat, by the way, 6 times in a row. So this time if he had won, it would have been his 7th time if he had contested from the seat. But having said that, the Congress rival that he has, also a Lingayat leader, has been making gains with every year and every election. So the BJP knew that perhaps there would be a gamble involved if they went ahead and fielded Jagdish Tytler. There's been a lot of reports suggesting that there was pressure on Tytler to actually retire from electoral politics. But a few months back, I remember him very categorically telling the media that there's no question of me retiring. I'm going to go ahead and contest from this seat. But it looks like the BJP has other plans for him. I think this is why we've also been seeing a delay in the candidate list coming out, Shiv, because you've got some of the senior-most leaders of the BJP right now being shunned. And perhaps the central leadership is making it a point to personally convey it to them before they go ahead and release that candidate list.
Very, very interesting developments, rapid developments. Ishwarappa first, even though he has not made any trouble, but Jagdish Tytler, a Lingayat leader, person who has served as the chief minister. He has held many different positions, 6-time MLA, current incumbent MLA from the extremely important Hubli-Dharwad constituency in Karnataka, to make this public attack on the BJP high command, no less, is going to have political reverberations in Karnataka. This is, viewer, a double whammy for the BJP at a time when the suspense over ticket distribution has already created an atmosphere of tension, an atmosphere of anxiety within the party just a month before the elections. It has also opened the BJP to a huge attack from the Congress party, which has already announced most of its candidates and has given itself a position of advantage as far as who is more battle ready for this election. The two current leaders, K.S. Ishwarappa and Jagdish Tytler, being asked to step aside, one of them doing so willingly, even if unhappy in private, the other one making his displeasure known, very, very publicly and in an uncharacteristic manner, has given the BJP's rivals and enemies even more ammunition to paint the BJP as confused, divided and not really battle ready in Karnataka. Sagai Raj is with us live. All of our other Karnataka reporters are going to be live with us in just a moment on this big breaking story. Sagai, what is Jagdish Tytler likely to do now? What is he planning to do?
So while addressing the media, he said that he has asked High Command to reconsider because the list is not out, and he has given time to them, saying that he will not back out. He will continue his campaign. He has been campaigning from past 2-3 months, and if they don't do so, he will address a press conference, and that's what he said, that wait and watch. So he is saying the people have to wait and watch in case if he is not getting a ticket, probably he might revolt against the party, but he is hell-bent that he will contest from Hubballi central seat. But whether from BJP party or from any other party or independent, probably the time will tell us.
No, but when he, is he going to be in a position to cause any trouble, Sagai? What kind of influence does Jagdish Tytler have? He is a former chief minister. Hubli Dharwad is an important constituency. Can there be real problems for the BJP as a result of this?
So it will be a problem for BJP because Lingayats vote bank, the highest number of Lingayats are from Hubli Dharwad district, and probably it might be a damage to the party if Jagdish Tytler has not been given ticket. And remember that he was also a former Chief Minister of Karnataka after B.S. Yediyurappa. Yediyurappa had option of sacrificing his Chief Minister post to either Sadanand Gowda or Jagdish Tytler. But at that point of time, B.S. Yediyurappa opted for Sadanand Gowda, because if at all, if it was being given to Jagdish Tytler, there might be two power center inside BJP within Lingayat leaders. So Jagdish Tytler as one of the top Lingayat leaders, and the other side B.S. Yediyurappa. And that is the reason that he has chosen a Vokkaliga leader at that point of time, making Sadanand Gowda as a chief minister. And after that, it was Jagdish Tytler who was taken over from Sadanand Gowda, where even the High Command as well as after Sadanand Gowda revolted against B.S. Yediyurappa when he was a chief minister. So Jagdish Tytler is one of the strongest Lingayat leader, and Hubli Dharwad have a huge population of Lingayat, and probably this might damage the party if at all, if they don't consider giving ticket to Jagdish Tytler, because Tytler has questioned them, saying that if there is any anti-incumbency in the constituency or if there is any kind of black spot on him, they have to share with him. If not, they should have told him 2-3 months back. A senior leader like him should have conveyed a message to him 2-3 months back. He has already worked in the constituency, he's already been campaigning, and he just 2 days, according to him, in next 2 days,
we have Nagarjun also with us on this big breaking story. India Today breaks the big story of the week from Karnataka once again. This is not just your regular update. This is a bombshell from the blue for the BJP. As far as the BJP is concerned, a worse sequence of events cannot be imagined. A person like Jagdish Tytler, one they would have expected, to take this instruction quietly, with a degree of dignity and simply ride out into the sunset after a long political career. For him to lose his cool, and in public express his displeasure is something the BJP most certainly would not have accounted for. They perhaps would have, thought that someone like an Ishwarappa, who is much more temperamental, would have had something to say. But as far as Jagdish Tytler is concerned, this is most definitely something that would have caught the BJP off guard. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is with us. Naga, big one. Jagdish Tytler saying that there's, without really saying it, signaling that this is going to be trouble for the BJP. He is not going to take this lying down.
Well, this is absolutely true. The way he spoke, if one can term it diplomatic rebellion, if one can term it as shift, the way he spoke, he said, I received a phone call this morning from the High Command asking me to move away. But what have I done wrong? I have won all my elections for 6 times with a margin of 25,000. Also remember, he's the former Chief Minister of Karnataka. 2 wickets down today. One is the former Chief Minister, one is the former Deputy Chief Minister, who is K.S. Ishwarappa. So BJP is trying to cleanse up the whole system at this point of time, because the High Command definitely knows that all these MLAs and senior leaders that have come with a big baggage. To be very honest, Jagdish Tytler was not a very renowned CM back then, but because he was handed over the platter or the throne by Yediyurappa when he was sent to the prison by the court back then, he was not as popular as Yediyurappa was, so he could not fill in the shoes. So there was a lot of void as well. Before that, he's not considered as some mass leader in Hubli Dharwad region where he can have his influence over the whole Dharwad district, the neighboring districts like Gadag, Haveri, Belgaum. That's the stature of the politicians that we are looking at, is what BJP is saying. We agree that you're a 6-time politician, but what is the contribution in organizing the party from your side is what the meeting was spoken about. This is the angle that all the leaders spoke about. Okay, Ishwarappa, well, we understand that he's a big Kuraba leader, but what has he done for the party? Can he win at least one seat apart from his own seat in the same district? These are the harsh words that were used in the party meetings. But what one could pick up from the meeting is that the High Command was very evident and clear, that loud and clear, that fresh air, fresh faces have to be given chances. If what sources have to be told and to be believed, in fact, KS Lakshman Saudi, after KS Ishwarappa, also might miss the ticket. Remember, Lakshman Saudi was a deputy chief minister just 2 years back when Yediyurappa was the chief minister. So one CM is already gone Shetar. Now it's Ishwarappa. Once again, we are hearing that Lakshman Saudi, former deputy CM, might not even get a ticket. These are the changes that BJP is bringing. Drastic changes. Of course, there will be a repercussion. The state unit has been negotiating with the High Command, saying this is not Gujarat, this is not Uttarakhand or Uttar Pradesh. This is Karnataka, where every individual MLA across parties has 10,000 to 50,000 votes, barring his own vote bank in different areas, depending on caste and districts. So you can't drastically remove all senior netas.
Very, very interesting, but you know, the BJP is most certainly going to have to figure out how to navigate this one, since they most certainly did not expect something like this to come out of someone as mild-mannered as a Jagdish Tytler. We've got more breaking news coming in from our Karnataka team. The Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has declared in Delhi that the BJP candidate list will be out very soon. Bommai says the list will be released in 2 stages and adds that there is no anti-incumbency in Karnataka. Take a look at what Basavaraj Bommai has just said.
We had a series of meetings, and we had a first round of meeting, and then it was presented before the parliamentary board. And the second round meeting we had because we needed some more information and some more political calculations were there. So today we had a final meeting, and probably after Honorable Home Minister comes back to Delhi, they will be having an internal meeting of our national leaders, and they are going to announce the first list, and the second list will also be announced soon. So in the first list, major numbers will be cleared. I am hopeful of that.
More than one
Yeah, it will.
Let's get a word in also from India Today's Nabila Jamal, who's been tracking all these very, very rapid developments. Nabila, the Basavaraj Bommai says no suspense over tickets. They're going to happen very soon. No anti-incumbency, but no word on this kind of nuclear explosion from Jagdish Tytler and how they're going to manage that. Nobody is going to trust in, whether ticket distribution is going to be peaceful when someone like a Jagdish Tytler has already announced his rebellion.
Shiv, it was very well expected that there could be rebellion within the BJP, considering they've waited for this long. It's barely 10 days, barely a week or more for the final date of nomination. They've got to submit their names. BJP netas haven't even been given a whole month to campaign for their respective constituencies. And here you have the BJP now, in a way, setting good precedents, allowing for new faces, fresh faces to come to fore and take forward the party in the state. But on the contrary, many leaders like Jagdish Tytler, KS Ishwarappa, I could still say is a loose cannon, but Jagdish Tytler is a man who's worked for almost 30 years. He was a chief minister, deputy chief minister. He's really worked hard for the party and to ensure the BJP comes to power in the state of Karnataka. These are the few leaders like Ishwarappa, Yediyurappa. One should not even forget that Yediyurappa also, in a sense, had resigned much earlier, years ago, in a bid to give way or pave way for young leaders. So these are tall leaders within the BJP who are feeling thoroughly sidelined. And now with the chief minister saying that the list will come out soon, the anticipation will end soon. These are just ways to allay all the kind of dissent that's happening right now within the party. And it also raises a lot of questions between the divide between the High Command as well as the state BJP unit. And at this point, Jagdish Tytler is the man who's raised this rebellion. Be sure there'll be many, many more who will be speaking up in the days to come. Tomorrow is likely when the first list will be out, and we can expect a lot many more names to be added to the list. And before I end here, Shiv, I'd like to say, apart from KS Ishwarappa, also Suresh Kumar, KG Bopaya, Tippa Reddy, Haldi Srinivas Reddy, Govind Karjol, Uday Garudachar, all senior leaders who won 3 to 4 times, sitting MLAs who might be dropped from the list coming tomorrow. So, the public heartburn from the most unexpected quarters, but there could be even more heartburn going forward. That big story broken by India Today's Karnataka Bureau. Incredible. This is going to be agenda setting. Jagdish Tytler will be speaking very, very shortly. And once again, he'll be first here on India Today. I guarantee it. What the implications are, we'll tell you right here as India's and Karnataka's #1 channel. We're taking a very quick break from Karnataka politics. On the other side, something completely different, but not unrelated, because it has to do with software and tech. Apple has taken a big bite into India. The tech giant is set to launch 2 retail stores in the country for the first time, in Delhi and in Mumbai. We'll tell you why this is such a big deal, even if you don't
operate a single Apple product. Apple has taken its biggest bite so far into India. The tech giant is set to launch 2 retail stores in the country for the first time, one in Mumbai and one in Delhi. The move signals India's emergence as a high-priority market finally. From being a counterweight to China's supply chain dominance to a hub for growth and a hub for demand, is India the next China for Apple?
It is tech giant Apple's big India bite. Apple is all set to open 2 retail stores in the country. The first retail store in India, scheduled to come up in Mumbai at Geo World Drive, will throw open its door to consumers on April 18. Apple CEO Tim Cook is expected to attend the launch of the Mumbai store.
The store is located here in the newest mall of the city, the Geo World Drive. The barricades have already gone up with their vibrant colors, and the theme of the store seems to be inspired by the cabs of the city, the Kali Peels.
The second store in Saket, Delhi, will open on April 20. Apple Retail will help consolidate the tech giant's position further in India. Until now, Apple has sold iPhones and other products in the country mostly through resellers, e-commerce websites and large format retail chains. The move isn't surprising given Chief Executive Tim Cook in February called India a major focus for Apple. Apple has been on a steady expansion in India. Its share in the smartphone market is projected to grow from 1% in 2019 to 5% in 2023. It is no secret that Apple has been growing its manufacturing base in India. Making iPhones and then selling them in India ensures a smooth supply chain. India is at forefront of Apple's effort to decouple from China's factory floor. Apple Inc. partner Foxconn Technology Group also plans to invest about $700 million on a new plant in India, underscoring an accelerating shift of manufacturing away from China. It's clear that Apple's playbook is evolving as India emerges as hub not just for manufacturing but also demand. With Rachna Dhanrajani, Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, that's a wrap on 5 Live. Thanks for watching. Coming up next, 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita. Sonia Gandhi has broken her silence in a scathing attack on the Modi government through a newspaper column. We'll tell you what she said. It is by far her biggest attack thus far.
Co-powered by Hyundai Ioniq 5, the all-electric SUV. Co-powered by घर लेना हो या बेचना 99 acres से ही पूछना. Co-powered by Aditya Birla Capital.
Sonia Gandhi breathes fire. Modi government enforcing silence. Pillars of democracy dismantled charge. Modi Mantri hits back.
There are people who are constantly saying that Indian democracy is severely compromised. Indian judiciary is almost dead.
Sonia beefing up Congress's 2024 battle. Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and this evening we're getting you details of Sonia Gandhi's attack at Prime Minister Modi and the Modi government on a slew of issues. She's spoken out for the first time on the Adani controversy. She's spoken out for the first time on her son Rahul Gandhi's disqualification. Those highlights coming your way. Here are the headlines first. Double whammy for BJP in Karnataka. Big churn ahead of ticket distribution. Ishwarappa resigns, retires. Former Chief Minister Shettar says he's been asked to step aside. Disqualified Rahul leads Satyamev Vijayate Yatra in former constituency. Wayanad launches attack on centre. Says they can jail me, but they cannot stop me. Sachin Pilot ends his hunger strike against Ashok Gehlot, says he will continue to fight against corruption. Congress accuses Pilot of anti-party activities but hasn't acted against him. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's firm rebuttal to negative Western perception of India in Washington says don't listen to propaganda built by people who've not visited.
I would only say come have a look at what's happening in India rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited on the ground and who produce reports.
ED on Tejaswi Yadav over land for job scam. ED grills Tejaswi over 600 crore proceeds of crime. And gangster Atiq Ahmed taken to Prayagraj from Sabarmati jail in Upesh Pal murder case with 30 cops escorting him. Atiq claims a plot to kill him. Our top focus this evening on 6 p.m. Prime. Let's round up for you all of the highlights of Sonia Gandhi's editorial. She's spoken out on a slew of issues and thereby set the tone for exactly what the Congress's fight in 2024 is going to be all about. The Adani controversy, Rahul Gandhi's disqualification, the allegation of agencies being misused. All of this has been brought up by Sonia Gandhi. Let's get you some of those highlights.
Pillars of Indian democracy being dismantled. BJP, RSS egging on hatred. Verbal gymnastics by Prime Minister to distract. These are just some of the attacks fired by Sonia Gandhi at the Modi government in a detailed editorial. Titled, "An Enforced Silence Cannot Solve India's Problems," Sonia has spoken for the first time on her son Rahul's disqualification, the Adani controversy and much more. Here are some excerpts. Sonia Gandhi has accused the government of resorting to unprecedented measures to disrupt parliament. She says by expunging speeches, attacking MPs and even disqualifying a Congress MP at lightning speed, referring to Rahul Gandhi on the Adani controversy, Sonia has questioned the Prime Minister's silence, saying he makes statements on truths and justice, but allegations of financial fraud are ignored. The former Congress chief did not stop there. She also lashed out at the government, accusing them of undermining the judiciary and misusing central agencies, which prompted a quick reply from the Modi government.
Just a few days back, Chief Justice himself said he is under no duress to perform his duty. He never gets any kind of undue pressure from the government to take or to toe certain lines. Despite that, there are people who are constantly saying that Indian democracy is severely compromised. Indian judiciary is almost dead.
Kiran Rijiju is an illusionary minister. He just doesn't understand the functioning of his own ministry. The way he comments on the judiciary, these are shameful comments. Nobody in his senses would make comments such as this, calling retired judges as anti-national. These are not comments which befit a stature of a minister of law in this country. However, what Sonia ji has written in her article is proven again by Mr. Kiran Rijiju, because these are the threats to our democracy.
The BJP has gone all out to lash out at Sonia Gandhi over her multi-pronged attack at Prime Minister Modi.
सोनिया गांधी जी को बताना होगा, आपके लिए आपका लोकतंत्र राहुल गांधी से शुरू होता है और गांधी परिवार से खत्म होता है। लोकतंत्र मजबूत हो रहा है। सोनिया माता जी, अगर आपका बेटा राजनीति में सफल नहीं हो पाया, लोगों का विश्वास नहीं जीत पाया, तो कृपया करके ऐसी धारणा मत रखिए।
With Sonia's attacks, it's clear that the Congress ahead of 2024 will be sticking to its narrative, putting the focus on agencies' misuse and the Adani storm. Bureau Report, India Today.
So let's get you details of exactly what Sonia Gandhi has said and the retort that's come in from the government, from Kiran Rijiju. Sonia Gandhi alleged in the editorial that the government is dismantling the pillars of democracy. Kiran Rijiju has responded saying this is an illusory statement of the highest improbity, particularly referring to Sonia Gandhi's attack on the judiciary. Let's pull up the next point as well of exactly what Sonia Gandhi has said. She said that the government is misusing central agencies, quoted several instances of that. Kiran Rijiju in response said that this is a privileged family, a coterie that's time and again targeting and criticizing the judiciary. So Kiran Rijiju, the Union Law Minister, questioning that particular statement from Sonia Gandhi. Sonia Gandhi didn't stop there. In fact, in that editorial, she's also gone on to question several other points as well of the government. She's also claimed that violence has been egged on by the BJP and RSS, and claimed that the Prime Minister has been silent or rather looked the other way when such kind of hate speeches are made. And you have Rijiju saying that Congress's Modi hatred and misplaced priorities are clearly visible here. Rijiju referring to the fact that you've seen many controversies over below-the-belt comments made by Congress leaders against Prime Minister Modi. Let's in fact tell you also that Sonia Gandhi has lashed out at the Modi government, saying that they undermine the Indian judiciary, have mocked and questioned judges' decisions. Now, you've got Kiran Rijiju, the Union Law Minister, responding to that, saying Congress should come out of their own illusions. Now, these are, in fact, the comments that have been made. And let's get you the final one, where Sonia Gandhi has said discrimination happens in the name of religion under the Modi government. And you've got Kiran Rijiju saying that the Congress's agenda is clear. It's against the country. So these are some of the highlights of what Sonia Gandhi has said and the government's response. Let's get you details of what the Gandhis, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, said just about an hour ago in Wayanad, where Rahul Gandhi was speaking, now disqualified Congress MP from his former seat, Wayanad, and lashed out at the Modi government. Here's what they said.
The MP, Member of Parliament, is just a tag.
MP, Member of Parliament, എന്നത് കേവലം ഒരു വര മാത്രമാണ്, ഒരു ടാഗ് മാത്രമാണ്.
It's a position, it's a post.
അതൊരു സാങ്കല്പികമായ അധികാരസ്ഥാനം മാത്രമാണ്.
So the BJP can take away the tag.
BJPക്ക് എന്റെ മേൽവിലാസത്തെ എടുത്തു മാറ്റുവാൻ സാധിച്ചേക്കാം.
They can take away the position.
എന്റെ സ്ഥാനത്തെ എടുത്തു മാറ്റുവാൻ സാധിച്ചേക്കാം.
They can take away the house.
എന്റെ ഭവനത്തെ എടുത്തു മാറ്റാൻ സാധിച്ചേക്കാം.
They can put me in jail.
എന്നെ ജയിലിൽ അടയ്ക്കാൻ സാധിച്ചേക്കാം.
But they cannot stop me from representing the people of Wayanad.
എന്നാൽ ജനങ്ങളെ, വയനാട്ടിലെ ജനങ്ങളെ പ്രതികരിക്കുന്നതിനും എന്നെ പ്രതിരോധിക്കുവാൻ ബിജെപിക്ക് സാധ്യമല്ല.
I heard some ministers of the BJP saying that the Congress party has taken one man's issue and is making it out of to be an issue of democracy. It seems to me to be exactly the opposite. The entire government and the BJP are trying to turn our democracy upside down just to protect one man. His name is Gautam Adani. Our Prime Minister feels responsible to defend Mr. Adani, but he feels no responsibility towards the people of India.
So it's clear that the Congress in 2024 is setting their agenda already, and they're going to stick to the Adani narrative. Let's get you details now of another big political headline. This is Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman lashing out at all of the Western perception propaganda that's being spread about minorities being unsafe in India. Here's a report of her message to all the Western countries, saying first visit the country and then talk about the plight of minorities.
If there is a perception their lives are difficult or made difficult with the support of the state, will the Muslim population be growing than what it was in 1947?
Speaking at the Peterson Institute for International Economics in Washington, D.C. on Monday, the finance minister hit out at the negative perception of India built by sections in the West. The minister compared the state of minorities in Pakistan and India to drive home her point.
Every minority has been dwindling in its number, or if I may use the word which is harsher, decimated in Pakistan. Whereas in India, you would find every strand of Muslim doing their business, their children getting educated, fellowships are being given by the government.
The minister invited those with negative perceptions of India to visit the country and find for themselves the truth.
I would only say, come have a look at what's happening in India, rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited on the ground and who produce reports.
Sitharaman also spoke on the economic revival in India after the COVID-19 pandemic.
Government's policy played to the spirit of wanting to come out by the people of India, and that I would put in essence was the reason behind this revival and a sustained growth.
Sitharaman also met with an American Sikh delegation. The Sikh team condemned the anti-India Khalistani movements around the world, saying a handful of them were given a bad name to the entire Sikh community. Nirmala Sitharaman is in Washington to attend the spring meetings of the World Bank and the IMF. She will chair the second G20 finance ministers and central bank governors meeting. Bureau Report, India Today.
So what is this Western perception that Nirmala Sitharaman is referring to? Let's get you details of some comments that have been made by countries of late about India and how Nirmala has chosen to counter that. The United States recently has claimed that India has witnessed significant human rights violations in 2022. Read further into that report and they talk about how minorities are treated, to which Nirmala Sitharaman has responded saying the Muslim population is only growing right now in India. Let's also get your other comments that have been made in other reports. The United States also said religious freedom in India is under threat, and this is something that they've stated repeatedly year after year. Nirmala Sitharaman in United States, in Washington, has said Muslims live a normal life in India, also going on to say that they actually thrive in the country. Now, the US also said that there were attacks on minorities in India through 2021, through the year, and then in their report went on to refer to several instances of minorities being in fear. Nirmala Sitharaman has responded saying violence prevailed against Muhajirs, against Shias in Pakistan. Why is nobody talking about how their plight is really in Pakistan? The new Indian citizenship law is discriminatory against Muslims. This was a narrative that spread across the world, with many expressing concern over it. And clearly Nirmala Sitharaman said that there is no question of discrimination being done since 2014, since Modi came to power. There's been no question of discrimination. The final report also saying here on religious freedom notes mob attacks in India. Nirmala Sitharaman saying the Indian government gives fellowship to Muslims. And essentially her message is, look at the plight of minorities in Pakistan, look at how they're doing in India. They're growing, they're thriving in the country, and thereby setting the record straight on this issue that's been much debated about abroad. I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're focusing on news from Tamil Nadu, where the RSS statewide march has now been granted a go-ahead by the Supreme Court, despite the Stalin government repeatedly attempting to stall it by approaching the courts. We'll get you details on that in just a bit. Welcome back. The IPL is on. The IPL fever is everywhere. It's also hit the Tamil Nadu Assembly. There's a controversy that's broken out over CSK, as a PMK MLA in Assembly has sought a ban on CSK, questioning why there are no Tamil players in the team. And that's not all. There's been a detailed discussion also with the AIADMK saying reserve match tickets for us. And that's when Udayanidhi Stalin got up as the sports minister, taunted the AIADMK, saying, why don't you ask Jay Shah? He is the BCCI head, and if you ask him, we'll get those tickets. If we ask, it won't come to us. Let's play out for you exactly what Udayanidhi Stalin said when he took the Jay Shah jibe.
கொறடா அண்ணன் வேலுமணி அவர்கள் சென்னை சேப்பாக்கம் ஸ்டேடியத்தில் நடக்கின்ற ஐபிஎல் மேட்சிற்கு டிக்கெட் வேண்டும், ஏற்பாடு செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டிருந்தார். 4 வருஷமாக இங்கே மேட்சே நடக்கலை. நீங்கள் யாருக்கு டிக்கெட் வாங்கி கொடுத்தீங்க, எப்போ வாங்கி கொடுத்தீங்கன்னு தெரில. 4 வருஷமாக இங்கே சென்னையில் மேட்சே நடக்கலை. இப்பொழுது தான் முதல் 4 வருட பிறகு மேட்ச் நடக்குது. நான் என்னுடைய சொந்த செலவில் ஒரு மேட்சுக்கும் என்னுடைய தொகுதியிலிருந்து 150 கிரிக்கெட் விளையாட்டு வீரர்களை என்னுடைய சொந்த செலவில் டிக்கெட் வாங்கி அவங்கள நான் கூட்டிகிட்டு போய் அந்த மேட்சை பார்க்க வைக்க கூட்டிகிட்டு வரேன். இந்த ஐபிஎல் யார் நடத்துகிறாங்கன்னா பிசிசிஐ. அது யாருன்னா உங்களுடைய நெருங்கிய நண்பர் அமித்ஷா இருக்கார்ல, அவருடைய பையன் ஜெய்ஷா இருக்கார்ல, அவர் தான் அதுக்கு ஹெட்டு. நீங்கள் அவர்கிட்ட பேசி, நாங்கள் சொன்னால் அவர் கேட்க மாட்டார், நீங்கள் சொன்னால் கேட்பார். நீங்கள் அவர்கிட்ட சொல்லி அத்தனை சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களுக்கும் ஒரு 5 டிக்கெட் கொடுத்தா கூட போதும், நாங்கள் காசு கொடுத்து கூட வாங்கிக்கிறோம். ஏன்னா அது வேற ஏதாவது கணக்கில் சேர்த்துருவீங்க.
So Pramod Madhav is joining us live from Chennai with more details on that. Two interesting issues that were brought up, all with regards to CSK in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Pramod, run us through that and this interesting exchange where Udayanidhi Stalin is saying, ask Jay Shah if you want tickets.
Lakshita, it was actually a triple shocker from the Assembly today, because first we never thought that PMK MLA would seek a ban on CSK, that too in Tamil Nadu, pointing out that there are no players from the state of Tamil Nadu in CSK. Venkateswaran said that the Chennai Super Kings carries the name of the Tamil Nadu capital and still there is no player from the state of Tamil Nadu. Then came another shocker from SP Velumani, who sought tickets for AIADMK MLAs, and that said, this is an allegation that nearly 400 tickets were sought out, but nothing was given to AIADMK MLAs, and said that earlier AIADMK government used to give tickets. This is where the third shocker, that is Udayanidhi Stalin's reply, who said that there was no IPL match for the past 4 years. And if you want to get tickets, you better talk to your friend Amit Shah, because his son Jay Shah is the one who heads the BCCI, who is responsible for IPL matches. Now, SP Velumani's reply was not, Chastity was not also allowed to speak over there because the discussion was over. So in the assembly where the people's mandate and people's problems are to be discussed, today the discussion, a certain part of it was about CSK and IPL, Akshisha.
All right, interesting discussion taking place there in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Not sure if many would agree with the demand for a ban on CSK because there are no Tamil players. But thanks, Pramod, for getting us those details. Another big headline that came in from Tamil Nadu. The Stalin government for the last many months has been creating one legal hurdle after another for the RSS's proposed statewide march. And now in a big relief for the Sangh, you had the Supreme Court giving the go-ahead for the RSS rally to be held. And thereby, it means the Stalin government now has no options, no reprieve left. They have to go ahead and help the RSS, provide security to them to go ahead with this rally. The RSS has been given the green flag for its mega statewide march in Tamil Nadu. After the Stalin government approached the Supreme Court in a last-ditch attempt to stall the RSS rally, the Apex Court today dismissed all pleas from the government and gave the go-ahead. The Madras High Court had on February 10th allowed the route marches despite the state refusing permission, citing a threat of attack on the marchers from banned outfit PFI. The government proposed that the rally be restricted to 2 districts, which the RSS then contested. The Sangh, countering the government's narrative, maintained that other organizations were allowed to hold similar rallies.
It's correct that the Supreme Court has upheld the High Court order, saying that the procession without conditions, no condition, should be granted, and the Supreme Court has dismissed the SLPs. We have to wait for the detailed order and see what it says exactly.
The BJP has hailed the Supreme Court order and said the attempt to block the RSS rally exposed the Stalin government's agenda. The verdict has also sparked a war of words between the BJP and the DMK in Tamil Nadu.
The Supreme Court has dismissed their appeal. At least from now, Mr. Stalin should understand, we should give values for the society, should give values for the discipline, organization like RSS, and I think they may not change. But this is definitely an ideological battle, which we have won.
Well, that is the matter, but the Supreme Court had ordered, so the government will look into it and take necessary steps in that regard, because it is for the government to decide on this. So let us wait and what the government takes, we will wait and see.
With the proposed RSS rally now getting the green signal after months of legal fight with the DMK government, the onus will remain on the state to ensure adequate security for the RSS rally. With Pramod Madhav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today. Now let's get you details of what's happening in Rajasthan, where Sachin Pilot again has spoken out against Ashok Gehlot, even holding a fast from 11 a.m. all the way up to 4 p.m. We get you details in this next report about what Pilot's grouse is now.
The Congress split wide open in Rajasthan. Former Deputy Chief Minister Sachin Pilot is on the warpath. In a fresh attack on Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, Pilot on Tuesday staged a symbolic hunger strike. Pilot's protest against corruption has put his own party in a spot. The former Deputy Chief Minister has accused the Gehlot government of shielding BJP leader Vasundhara Raje in corruption cases.
वसुंधरा जी के कार्यकाल में जो तमाम गड़बड़ घोटाले हुए, जिन घोटालों को भ्रष्टाचार को उजागर करने के लिए हम लोग सड़कों पर उतरे, जेलों में गए, हमने आंदोलन किए, उनको उजागर करने के लिए हम लोगों ने एक प्रतिबद्धता स्थापित करी थी। और अब जब हम सरकार में हैं और 4 साल से ज़्यादा का समय बीत गया, मैं उम्मीद करता था अब तक कार्रवाई होगी, लेकिन कार्रवाई हुई नहीं। इसलिए आज मैंने उस सरकार के करप्शन जो मामले थे उन पर कार्रवाई हो, इसको लेकर आज अनशन रखा है और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि कार्रवाई होगी।
Pilot has defied the party leadership by going ahead with his dharna. The High Command has issued a stern warning to the dissident leader late Monday night. The Congress, in a statement, called Pilot's day-long fast an anti-party activity. It said if Pilot had any issue with his own government, it can be discussed in party forums instead of in the media and public. Pilot's defiance has stunned the Congress, which itself is divided on the issue.
अरे जो भी बात है वो घर में होनी चाहिए ना, घर से बाहर नहीं होनी चाहिए। अब आप मुझसे पूछ रहे हो तो वो भी मैं वही गलती करूं जो कोई और कर रहा है। अगर मेरे मन में कोई बात होगी तो मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी से अवश्य मिलूंगा, कहूंगा वो मेरे मित्र हैं, दोस्त हैं, हम उनका सम्मान करते हैं। अगर कुछ पार्टी के हित में होगा तो मैं उनसे कहूंगा।
He is on hunger strike not against Mr. Gehlot, for an inquiry against Vasundhara Raje ji. He is raising an issue regarding corruption of Vasundhara Raje and her government. That is not anti-party.
Chief Minister Gehlot has maintained silence on the controversy. On Tuesday, he released a video listing his government's achievements.
सिर्फ राजस्थान में 10 लाख रुपए का दुर्घटना बीमा दिया गया जा रहा है बिना किसी प्रीमियम के। इस तरह से और भी बहुत सारे ऐतिहासिक फैसले किए गए हैं जिनसे राजस्थान के लोगों को महंगाई से राहत मिलेगी।
The factional feud in the Congress is ammunition for the BJP.
वो इस सरकार में, गहलोत सरकार में कोयले घोटाले की खरीद घोटाले की बात करते, महंगी बिजली खरीद घोटाले की बात करते, वो टीएडी के अंदर फर्नीचर घोटाले के नाम पर जनजाति के जिस तरह बजट का दुरुपयोग किया उसकी बात करते। इन कई अनुत्तरित बातें हैं, उनकी बात करते तो बहुत अच्छा रहता। मैं समझता हूँ कहीं पे निगाहें, कहीं पे निशाना चलेगा नहीं।
Sachin Pilot has opened a new front against Gehlot. But what is his endgame? How far will Pilot, who has been denied the Chief Minister's post despite an assurance from the Gandhis, go with the rebellion? Bureau Report, India Today.
That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks very much for tuning in. Coming up on the other side is all the political action coming in from Karnataka. Nabila Jamal joins you live from Bengaluru, telling you all about the drama surrounding the BJP's candidate list.
Presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
New twist in BJP ticket Nataka. BJP strongman Ishwarappa quits politics. Congress takes a ding, calls BJP a sinking ship. Delay in BJP BJP's poll list gives Congress MO. Congress's BJP scared to lose polls jibe. State of war Karnataka in top gear. Our top focus at 6:30 p.m. with Nabila Jamal.
A very good evening. You're watching India Today, State of War Karnataka with me, Nabila Jamal. And in our show here today, a big update. The BJP now facing a revolt that they've never seen before. Right ahead of their candidate list that's due to be announced today, we believe there are a bunch of them within the BJP who are really apprehensive whether or not their names are going to be on the list. The BJP now being accused of being confused. They're not releasing a list because they seem confused. That's what the rival parties here in Karnataka claim. But on the contrary, it appears that the BJP High Command is certain, unless and until a proper list comes out where they're involving fresh faces, giving way to new names, the ones who can actually take the party forward, the list will not be cleared. In fact, India Today has the biggest inside track in an all-exclusive update here. Our sources tell us very clearly that Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself has been unhappy with the first list that was presented to them by the state unit of Karnataka. This is the big news that we're bringing to you right here on India Today, an exclusive India Today news as we see the exclusive news track on the BJP's candidate list in Karnataka. While there is enough and more commotion within the state itself, we believe that the High Command right now isn't very happy with the list that has been presented to them. In fact, as we know, the BJP's senior leadership that involves Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah claimed that there were many names that have been included in the first list presented by the state government that had a lot of them who were convicted for different crimes. Some of them who were accused of cases as severe have been included in that list despite asking them to cut off those names who have a tainted image. Despite all that suggestion given to the state unit, it appears that they have presented a list that have old names, many of them convicted in several cases. This has upset the Prime Minister and the senior leadership of the BJP. I'm going to try and get you more details. In fact, if we could patch our correspondent there, we have Sagai and Nagarjun. But before that, let me cut across to several reactions coming in on the same.
We had a series of meetings and we had the first round of meeting and then it was presented before the parliamentary board. And the second round meeting we had because we needed some more information and some more political calculations were there. So today we had a final meeting and probably after Honorable Home Minister comes back to Delhi, they will be having an internal meeting of our national leaders and they are going to announce the first list and the second list will also be announced soon. So in the first list, major numbers will be cleared. I am hopeful of that.
More than 150? More than 150?
Yeah, it will.
ನಿನ್ನೆ ದಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಅವರೇನೋ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಮೂರು ಕ್ಲಾರಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕರೆದಿದ್ರು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲದೊಳಗಡೆ ಅಥವಾ ನಾಳೆ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ದ. ವಿಳಂಬ ಇಲ್ರಿ, ನಿನ್ನೆ ಇವತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ಚರ್ಚೆ.
You know, Sagai Raj joining us as Sagai, India Today very closely tracks the developments coming in from the state BJP leadership till the High Command in Delhi. It appears that Prime Minister Modi, who's keeping a close watch on elections here in Karnataka, is not at all happy with the present list that was presented to the High Command by the state unit represented by B.S. Yadurappa. In fact, B.S. Yadurappa and team put forth an elaborate list that have many names who are incumbents and many of them who have cases on them even at this point. Many senior leaders who the BJP has often recommended to move them away or put them aside so that new faces or young faces come to the forefront here in Karnataka. Tell us a little more about the senior or the high command of the BJP here not being very happy and asking the state unit now to reconsider another round of list to be presented to them before they clear it.
Absolutely. If you notice that even Prime Minister Narendra Modi has taken part in the election committee meeting, which was been organized by the BJP High Command in the Delhi. And as you rightly pointed out, there was a first list which was given to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he has also asked them to go ahead and check with the new faces. And remember, there are in the state of Karnataka who are also facing corruption charge. For an example, case Ishwarappa, where Santosh Patil, one of the contractors, have died by suicide, and had mentioned case Ishwarappa had demanded 40% of corruption, and thereafter this particular government in the state of Karnataka has been termed as 40% government, and that is the reason Jagdish Tytler has revolted against the High Command, stating that they should come up with any kind of black spot, if at all, if they found out something, or they should come out with any kind of survey report which says that he might lose if he contests the election, or else he has also asked High Command to tell him 2-3 months before before they could even take the decision.
Yeah, so this is precisely what we are highlighting here, as we see that Jagdish Tytler seems to be the first to revolt in the BJP, and that's what India Today has been tracking very closely, even as the list is yet to come out, even as B.S. Yadurappa failed to convince the BJP High Command that these are the names that they want, or he wants to be cleared by the High Command. Here it appears there's already some voices against the decision taken by the BJP High Command, and one of them is Jagdish Tytler. Jagdish Tytler is a 6-time MLA, he's a senior leader, former chief minister, one of the most integral names who has ensured the BJP's victory here in Karnataka, almost catapulted the BJP to come to power in Karnataka. Jagdish Tytler was really one of those integral names. He has now revolted against the BJP senior leadership, saying, on what basis have you asked me to step aside to give way for new faces? Rather questions the BJP. What survey have they consulted? This was the reaction, Jagdish Tytler, who spoke.
ಮತ್ತು ನೂರಾರು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಟಿಕೆಟ್ ಕೊಡುವಂತ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 6 ಸಲ ನಾನು ಆರಿಸಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪ್ರತಿ ಸಲ 25,000 ಮತಗಳ ಅಂತರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಗೆದ್ದು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ನಿಲ್ಲಬಾರದು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಕಾರಣ ಏನು, ನನ್ನ ಮೈನಸ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಏನು, ಅಥವಾ ಸರ್ವೇದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸರ್ವೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನನ್ನ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಬಂದದ್ದು. ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 70% ಅಷ್ಟು ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಆದಂಥ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸು public opinion bandada.
All right, let me really cut across to a political analyst very closely tracking Karnataka politics here, KG Vasuki, a senior journalist. Mr. Vasuki, as we see, Jagdish Tytler seems to be the first man, a senior most leader within the party who's revolted, against the BJP High Command, and he asked some really pertinent questions. The man has won 6 times in his assembly constituency. He says, on what survey and what basis have you said that I will not win in my constituency and you want me to step aside? Give me the importance of Tytler.
Very, very interesting political strategy BJP is adopting. You have seen Gujarat.
Yeah.
After Gujarat, what did they do in Gujarat? They didn't give almost 40 sitting MLAs didn't get the seat. Here also they are trying to do the same formula they are trying to adopt. Coming back to Jagdish Tytler's importance, he's a Lingayat leader. Don't forget, and very close associate of Yadurappa. Yadurappa was not involved in the entire process. Yadurappa is angry. We remember that, how he started his own party.
And got well, all that said and done, Yadurappa was also coaxed and pacified, and things looked seemingly like it was all calm and fallen in place.
But there is a storm inside.
There is a storm inside, but never did one expect that Tytler would be dropped out.
Tytler, Ishwarappa.
Yadurappa himself ideally has already been dropped out, even though he voluntarily resigned. There was a lot of talk and clamour about how he may have been forced to.
So BJP in Karnataka, we look at them as, as a Lingayat party. So what happens if Lingayats revolt? Is it a strategy?
So you're saying Tytler revolting would mean hurting the primary vote bank of the BJP, and that's the Lingayat community?
No, especially Yadurappa's supporter. Yadurappa is a Lingayat leader. He's a mass leader.
Right, and Tytler is Yadurappa's man?
And obviously BJP is depending on Yadurappa. So you can't forget that fact. You remember the body language of Mr. Amit Shah when he went to Yadurappa's house. He has assured them He went and had breakfast. He said, "You please come back."
So those are ways to, of course, coax the senior leadership. But at the same time, I'd like to ask you, Mr. Vasuki, isn't it great precedence that the BJP is setting at this point, pushing for young, new faces to come to the forefront? Because how long can you bank on veterans?
No,
there's a day that they will have to retire, and that's very close for leaders like Yediyurappa.
I basically think that it is to fight the anti-incumbency and also the issue of corruption. The entire BJP government is faced with corruption.
Yeah, they're called the 40% Sarkar. That's the jibe the Congress and the other opposition leaders are taking against the BJP. But at a time like this, when the BJP is looking at a back foot, when latest surveys, many of them say that they may not be coming even close to a victory, it appears that the BJP right now will have to put their best foot forward. So at a time like this, dropping out their senior leaders is a big question on their winnability at this point. But stay with us. I'm going to cut across to big news that we've been tracking all of today is Ishwarappa, another senior BJP leader who's also known as a loose cannon, the man who really speaks his mind, said all sorts of things, have gotten into trouble, had to step down as a minister after allegations by a contractor that he harassed him and he eventually committed suicide. A contractor committed suicide. K.S. Ishwarappa has resigned voluntarily. And this is a big news that came in right from the start of the day. Similar to what Jagdish Tytler said, K.S. Ishwarappa also said, I'm resigning because I want to give way to many of the young faces in the party. Well, he said that I've not asked for a ticket for my son. He said that very clearly, but he's resigned voluntarily. Now, his family itself was very surprised by this letter that he shot off. There was a lot of commotion that the letter is fake, etc. And finally, Ishwarappa himself came out to say that, yes, I have resigned from active politics. Let's have a listen.
ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದರ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಬಹುಮತ ನಮಗೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ತನಕ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಪಕ್ಷದ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಬಹುಮತದ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದೇ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಚುನಾವಣೆಗೆ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧಿಸಬಾರದು ಅಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಪತ್ರವನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ತುಂಬಾ
Mr. Vasuki, K.S. Ishwarappa has also resigned. And again, this on the same lines of what Jagdish Tytler said. He said that Ishwarappa says, I'm resigning because I want to make way for young faces. It almost looks like Tytler, Ishwarappa were all told specifically by the senior leadership, why don't you resign? Let's make way, or what? I don't know. You should tell us what could have been the alternative for them.
Is it a rebellion in BJP? How do you look at it? Ishwarappa basically is a Kuruba leader. Backward class
and he
leader.
is the biggest Kuruba leader in the state, the only Kuruba leader as big in BJP of Karnataka. The other senior leader, Kuruba leader for Congress is Siddaramaiah. So that's as big a name.
And Ishwarappa is basically, one way he's a supporter of Yediyurappa, but he's not a supporter of Yediyurappa also, but he's trying to get his son Kantesh a seat in Shimoga, basically. And then, the importance is, what kind of signal it goes to the backward classes?
But Ishwarappa says this was a voluntary resignation.
I think, you have to give weightage to that word, voluntary. What is that voluntary means? Is it a rebellion? Is it easy forced to quit? Why?
Well, he says he's not forced to quit, but when India Today really tried to get a reaction from the family said, we have no idea of this letter, we don't know it's fake and all of that. So there was a lot of uncertainty about his own letter. Then finally he came and confirmed saying, no, I've written it.
Who will contest in Shimoga? Who will, what happens if Yediyurappa takes back? So these are the questions that we have to ask. Is BJP going to really fight the anti-incumbency through this? Is it a basic question?
Maybe.
And is it the image makeover of the BJP? Corruption issue, all these issues. So how are we countering? Is it the strategy?
So you think, Mr. Vasuki, finally that this is a self-goal that it would turn out to be for the BJP, or will it ultimately really help the BJP bring in a stronger cadre? It's about time that they go in for a rejig. Is the timing right?
I think what both number one and number two is doing it's a great strategy. I think they want to, come out of this kind of old hats and then, look into the new things. I think that is the strategy BJP is adapting to come out of this, as a kind of image makeover. They're trying to do it. Politically, it is very significant. But Congress, I don't know, so far they have not announced the seats. That what happens.
All right.
Let us
well,
see.
the Congress has nearly announced 166 names. They're waiting for the BJP to announce this list to sort of see if they can do some kind of matchmaking for the remaining.
Whatever.
But Mr. Basaki, really thank you for your time and joining me right here. But I'm going to take our viewers through the importance of Ishwarappa. He was really the first one to actually abide by the senior leadership of the BJP and actually voluntarily tender his resignation. As Mr. Basaki also mentioned, here Ishwarappa is known to be one of the senior leaders of the BJP who was integral in bringing the party to power. Ishwarappa, in fact, is really arguably the biggest Kuruba leader within the BJP. He is a big prominent, in fact, what we've seen of Ishwarappa is always spoken his mind. He is a proponent of Hindutva in the state of Karnataka. Really nobody more vocal than him, it appears. And he's also been a vocal critique of B.S. Yadurappa. In fact, this is the same Ishwarappa who accused his own government of corruption, BJP of corruption, when Yadurappa was in power. And it appears finally that the same Ishwarappa had to resign as a minister after a contractor accused him of corruption and the contractor eventually claimed his own life. These are the developments coming in from the state of Karnataka, even as the BJP gets ready to announce its first list. All right, let me cut across to the Congress now, really trying to target the BJP using this information or this kind of uncertainty within the BJP over their candidates. Now, the Congress lashes out at the BJP saying that they're confused, that they're uncertain. The BJP right now has, they're a sinking ship. And since they're not going to win, they're trying different combinations to try and to gain within the state of Karnataka. And right after the Congress said stuff like that, you had Shobha Karanlaje, who's hit back, accusing the Congress of fighting for the Chief Minister's chair to be the real priority. Shobha Karanlaje says there are so many aspirants to within the Congress to become a Chief Minister, starting with DK Shivkumar, Siddaramaiah, MB Patil, and now Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, is also, there's a lot of talk that he finally could be made the Chief Minister of Karnataka. Shobha Karanlaje, BJP MP and senior leader in the state, says that this is the Congress's focus. They really don't care about the people of the state. Listen in.
आप तो 3 सीएम का बारे में बता रहे हैं। मुझे तो खबर मिला है, मैं तो मीडिया में देखी हूँ 4 सीएम का कैंडिडेट है। एक तो डीके शिवकुमार है, दूसरे सिद्धरामैया है, तीसरे वाले आए हैं एमबी पाटिल। मैं भी सीएम का कैंडिडेट हूँ, ऐसे बताया है। एंड 4 वाले तो हमारा खरगे है। इसीलिए उधर तो सीएम का रेस में ज्यादा फाइट हो रहा है। एंड आल्सो दे आर फाइटिंग फॉर द टिकट्स। किसका फॉलोअर्स को कितना टिकट देना?
I said in the interview that I am also an aspirant for the Chief Minister post. Likewise, Mr. DK Shivkumar is also an aspirant for the Chief Minister post. The aim of both of us is to defeat BJP and to bring back Congress party into power. And the ground reality in Karnataka is there is a wave in favor of Congress party. BJP is going to be defeated. My statement in the interview is misinterpreted.
All right, there you have it. While you have the BJP still uncertain on who their candidates are, the Congress, on the other hand, still wondering who their chief ministerial candidate is going to be. This kind of commotion will prevail until elections, barely about 10 days for the first round of nominations, or rather for candidates to file their nominations, and it appears there still isn't clarity in all parties within the state of Karnataka. We're going to continue tracking every angle and development in my special show, State of War Karnataka, with me, Nabila Jamal. Thank you for watching.
Powered by Max Life Insurance. You are the difference.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's play.
Hello and welcome to our special program on IPL 2023, Lights, Camera and Cricket. We'll be focusing on the game that's coming up. That's game number 16 in this season. But before that, let's take a look at game number 15. Now, the match between RCB and Lucknow Super Giants had a blockbuster finish, and in the end, it was LSG who came out on top. Besides the late last ball finish, there was an attempt to run out the non-striker, criticism for Virat Kohli and so much more. In case you missed out on the drama, take a look at the top 5 moments from that match.
Virat Kohli was the second highest run getter for RCB in the match against Lucknow. He had the crowd on their feet with his wide range of shots and finished with 61 of 44 at a strike rate of 138.64. But during the course of his innings, commentator Simon Dole started to trend on Twitter for his comments about Kohli's strike rate. During commentary, Dole suggested that Kohli slowed down when he neared his 50. He received some stinging criticism for his comments, but there were a few who agreed with him. Marcus Stoinis made a healthy contribution in Lucknow's big chase of 213 runs, but he was able to do that because he was dropped early in his innings by Mohammad Siraj.
He was the one who was closest to it. He was the one most committed to it.
At that time, he had not even opened his account. Later, he made the host pay for it and ended up scoring 65 of just 30 deliveries.
He hasn't got hold of this one. We've had a few.
At one point during the game, the match seemed to be slipping away from LSG, but in came Nicholas Pooran and he turned the tables. Pooran went all out and smashed the second fastest 50 in IPL history. The match went down to the final ball with LSG needing just 1 run, and that's when the real drama unfolded. Harshal Patel came steaming in and made an attempt to run out the non-striker. He wasn't able to dislodge the stumps, but turned around and threw the ball at the stumps to run out Ravi Bishnoi, who was short of his ground. However, that did not count, as he was through with his bowling action.
Even with the run out of the non-striker, maybe it's not as per.
And finally, Gautam Gambhir, the LSG mentor, made a gesture to the RCB supporters to keep quiet. Gambhir's celebration was partly fueled by Kohli's aggressive reaction after taking KL Rahul's catch. But as they say, all's well that ends well. Kohli and Gambhir were spotted embracing each other after the match. Sports Bureau, India Today.
What an exciting finish we had to that particular game, and that's exactly what fans would be hoping for in the game that's coming up today. 2 giants of IPL. You will have Delhi Capitals up against the most successful team in the history of the tournament in Mumbai Indians. What's really surprising is that both teams for the moment have not registered a single win this season. So whichever way you look at it, one team is going to get off the mark in this particular encounter and get their first points on table. This game will be played at the Arun Jaitley Stadium in New Delhi. Talking about the stadium in New Delhi, let's take you right there. Joining us, our correspondent Nitin Srivastav. I believe the tickets for this game was sold out days in advance. Plenty of excitement. And if you think only Delhi fans have turned up for the game, well, then think again, because a lot of Mumbai fans were also spotted in Delhi.
तो कोई दिक्कत वाली बात नहीं है। आप दिल्ली जीत रही है, यहाँ पर होम ग्राउंड पे मुंबई की हालत वैसी है। 3 मैच वैसी हालत है, दिल्ली से अच्छी हालत आज भी हारे से अच्छी है मुंबई। दिल्ली रोल करेंगे, दिल्ली रोल करेंगे।
200 प्लस का टारगेट दिल्ली का 200 प्लस का टारगेट और 15 बॉल में 50 मारेगा इस बार पर। अगर बल्ला चला तो 15 बॉल में 50 रन।
इंडिया का दिन है, आज सूर्य देख लो बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है एक्चुअली। अरे सर
पीछे के मैच देख के आइए सर। सर आप पीछे के मैच देखिए सर।
पानी के पानी होगी यहाँ पे सूर्या भी है और बॉर्डर के लिए
पृथ्वी भी तो है सर।
Very excited and they actually really want that their favorite players to perform well today, and one team which is going to perform really high, really well should win this match. Many of them are supporting Mumbai. ये ले लो नया वाला भाई। दिल्ली मुंबई। ये बड़े में बड़े। Let's see which team is going to win. This is Nandini reporting for India Today, New Delhi.
All right, that was our correspondent Nitin Srivastav right outside the stadium. That game is about to start, but plenty to discuss about that particular encounter as well, from who will make it to the playing 11 and what would be the tactics that Delhi is going to use, what is it that Mumbai is going to do. If you want all of those inside knowledge about this encounter, all you need to do is join us on our social media platform, Sports Today. Go to YouTube or Facebook. You will find our page there. Subscribe to it because we're going to be live there shortly, just in a few minutes from now. We will be live as we are every day ahead of every IPL game. We're discussing the playing 11s as well as the tactics that teams are going to be employing in that encounter. For the moment, that's all that we have for you on India Today, but news and updates continue after a short little break.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's play.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching Mission 2024, your one-stop destination for all news political as we go up to the big gig of 2024 general elections. I'm Preeti Chaudhary, and these are the headlines. Double whammy for BJP in Karnataka. Big churn ahead of ticket distribution. Ishwarappa retires from active politics. Former Chief Minister Jagdish Tytler says he's been asked to step aside, asks why. Disqualified Rahul leads Satyamev Jayate Yatra in former constituency Wayanad, launches an attack on the centre, says they can jail me but they cannot stop me. Sachin Pilot ends his hunger strike against Ashok Gehlot, says he will continue to fight against corruption. Congress accuses Pilot of anti-party activities. Big question, will the Congress take action against Sachin Pilot now? Sonia writes an editorial slamming the centre, says Modi destroying the 3 pillars of democracy, alleging CBI being misused by Modi government. Rijiju hits back at Sonia Gandhi. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman firm rebuttal to negative Western perceptions of India in Washington. Says don't listen to perceptions built by people who have not even visited the ground.
I would only say, come have a look at what's happening in India, rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited on the ground and who produce reports.
ED heat on Tejasvi Yadav over land for job scam. ED grills Tejasvi over 600 crore proceeds of crime. Gangster Atiq Ahmed taken to Prayagraj from the Sabarmati jail in Umesh Pal murder case with 30 cops escorting him. Atiq claims plot to kill him. All right, viewers, what next for Sachin Pilot? Because Sachin Pilot today defied the Congress whip, where the Congress late last night said if he sits on a fast, it's anti-party activities. So what Sachin practically did today was anti-party activities. He indulged in anti-party activities. So what lies ahead? Big questions for Sachin Pilot. One thing seems very clear from the Sachin Pilot camp, that he doesn't want to leave the Congress, but will the Congress be forced to let him go because he has openly now defied the Congress whip. On the other hand, what are the other options that lie for Sachin Pilot? Well, namely, there is word that the Aam Aadmi Party is wooing Sachin Pilot. Will he go to the Aam Aadmi Party, or more likely what most political analysts say, float his own political outfit, which leaves the door to the Congress open, and ally with the likes of the Aam Aadmi Party and possibly regional outfits like the RLP. But this is how the day panned out.
The Congress split wide open in Rajasthan. Former Deputy Chief Minister Sachin Pilot is on the warpath. In a fresh attack on Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, Pilot on Tuesday staged a symbolic hunger strike. Pilot's protest against corruption has put his own party in a spot. The former Deputy Chief Minister has accused the Gehlot government of shielding BJP leader Vasundhara Raje in corruption cases.
वसुंधरा जी के कार्यकाल में जो तमाम गड़बड़ घोटाले हुए, जिन घोटालों को, भ्रष्टाचार को उजागर करने के लिए हम लोग सड़कों पर उतरे, जेलों में गए, हमने आंदोलन किए, उनको उजागर करने के लिए हम लोगों ने एक प्रतिबद्धता स्थापित करी थी। और अब जब हम सरकार में हैं और 4 साल से ज़्यादा का समय बीत गया, मैं उम्मीद करता था अब तक कार्रवाई होगी, लेकिन कार्रवाई हुई नहीं। इसलिए आज मैंने उस सरकार के करप्शन जो मामले थे उन पर कार्रवाई हो, इसको लेकर आज अनशन रखा है और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि कार्रवाई होगी।
Pilot has defied the party leadership by going ahead with his dharna. The High Command has issued a stern warning to the dissident leader late Monday night. The Congress, in a statement, called Pilot's day-long fast an anti-party activity. It said if Pilot had any issue with his own government, it can be discussed in party forums instead of in the media and public. Pilot's defiance has stunned the Congress, which itself is divided on the issue.
अरे जो भी बात है वो घर में होनी चाहिए ना, घर से बाहर नहीं होनी चाहिए। अब आप मुझसे पूछ रहे हो तो वो भी मैं वही गलती करूं जो कोई और कर रहा है। अगर मेरे मन में कोई बात होगी तो मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी से अवश्य मिलूंगा, कहूंगा, वो मेरे मित्र हैं, दोस्त हैं, हम उनका सम्मान करते हैं। अगर कुछ पार्टी के हित में होगा तो मैं उनसे कहूंगा।
He's on hunger strike not against Mr. Gehlot, for an inquiry against Vasundhara Raje ji. He's raising an issue regarding corruption of Vasundhara Raje and her government. That is not anti-party.
Chief Minister Gehlot has maintained silence on the controversy. On Tuesday, he released a video listing his government's achievements.
सिर्फ राजस्थान में 10 लाख रुपए का दुर्घटना बीमा दिया जा रहा है बिना किसी प्रीमियम के। इस तरह से और भी बहुत सारे एचआरई फैसले किए गए हैं जिनसे राजस्थान के लोगों को महंगाई से राहत मिलेगी।
The factional feud in the Congress is ammunition for the BJP.
वो इस सरकार में, गहलोत सरकार में कोयले घोटाले की खरीद घोटाले की बात करते, महंगी बिजली खरीद घोटाले की बात करते, वो टीएडी के अंदर फर्नीचर घोटाले के नाम पर जनजाति के जिस तरह बजट का दुरुपयोग किया उसकी बात करते, इन कई अनुत्तरित बातें हैं, उनकी बात करते तो बहुत अच्छा रहता। मैं समझता हूँ कहीं पे निगाहें, कहीं पे निशाना चलेगा नहीं।
Sachin Pilot has opened a new front against Gehlot. But what is his endgame? How far will Pilot, who has been denied the Chief Minister's post despite an assurance from the Gandhis, go with the rebellion? Bureau Report, India Today.
So what next now for Sachin Pilot? Let's cut across directly to Rajdeep Sardesai, our consulting editor, joining us from the newsroom. Rajdeep, Sachin Pilot openly defying what the party whip said, indulging in what the party terms as anti-party activities. What next for him? Importantly also, what next for the Congress? Because the Congress proverbial high command took no action when what went down 2 months ago where the CLP was concerned and the way Mr. Gehlot behaved. And this time again, spineless even in front of Sachin Pilot. So these are anti-party activities. Will the Congress show teeth?
You know, the truth is, Preeti, there are no easy answers to what you've said. No one really knows what the end game is because this is a long-running soap opera which seems to recur almost every few months. The last act of this was in October last year when a delegation that included Mallikarjun Kharge, who was not then Congress president but was an observer, had gone to effectively try and persuade Ashok Gehlot to move to Delhi as Congress president. That didn't happen. Now Mr. Gehlot has further entrenched himself. We are told tomorrow he's going to announce a massive Mehengai Se Rahat plan or a movement, camps across Rajasthan. So he's entrenched. He's determined to be the face of the party leading into 2023. So Sachin Pilot is left with very few options. Either Sachin Pilot bites the bullet and forms a platform. Already Hanuman Beniwal of the RLP has said that if Sachin Pilot forms a new party, we'll support him. Arvind Kejriwal is likely to do so. So that's one option. Option number two is he just grins and bears it for the next 7 months, remains in the Congress and hopes perhaps that if the Congress is defeated in the 2023 election under Ashok Gehlot's leadership, then there may be a leadership change. Or looks at the BJP, an option that he looked at 3 years ago and it never really worked out. So Sachin Pilot is someone today who's really with his back to the wall, who's perhaps decided now or never, and is hoping that over the next few weeks, he can build some kind of momentum to at least get greater space within the Congress, if not outside. But we'll have to wait and see whether the Congress High Command is really tough enough to actually act on its claim that this is anti-party, because my sense is, Preeti, till the Karnataka elections are over, the Congress will allow this to fester, and sometimes not taking a decision is a decision in the Congress.
But you know, how long can not taking a decision be a decision in itself, Rajdeep? Because why I say that is, CLP takes place a month and a half before Gujarat elections. At that point of time, the excuse is let's wait for Gujarat elections to go over, and then by December, we are going to take a final call. In all of this, because no disciplinary action in what went down during the CLP, and now if there is no disciplinary action on Sachin Pilot, what does it say of the proverbial high command? Completely spineless.
Well, it says that we have that the Congress has an extremely weak high command, and because it's such a weak high command, therefore in state after state, Rajasthan being a prime example, these local battles for power will continue almost unchecked. Remember, Ashok Gehlot virtually defied Sonia Gandhi's leadership last October and actually almost won that battle. Given the situation in which the High Command finds itself, Rahul Gandhi disqualified, Sonia Gandhi semi-retired, Mallikarjun Kharge is, more worried about what happens in Karnataka, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra neither here nor there at the moment. What happens? It's open season. And in the build-up to Rajasthan and the other state elections and the general elections, if this vacuum continues, then the Congress will find itself in a situation where, as we've seen in the last week, a number of leaders who can look for alternative options may well jump ship. Pilot is a little different because Pilot comes from a state where it's not easy to either form a third front, nor does the BJP have really space for him where he can almost come and take it over. I mean, does Sachin Pilot want to leave the Congress for the BJP and then work under Vasundhara Raje? Unlikely, given the kind of campaign he's waging against her today. So he really is pitching himself as an alternative. This is a state which has seen a duopoly of the Gehlots and Vasundhara Raje for 20 years now. He's hoping that maybe he can create space as an alternative front, but not easy in caste-ridden politics of Rajasthan.
Right.
Can he work out a wider front? We don't know, but he really is running out of patience. I think in today's defiance, in a way, of the party leadership, Sachin Pilot is virtually saying, enough is enough. How long do I wait?
Well, and will that gamble be a new caste axis, which has never quite been formed, where Rajasthan was concerned? Is that his only option right now? Appreciate you joining us, Rajdeep. Thank you. We're going to continue to come back to you. But this new caste axis that we're talking about, which is he himself being a Gujar, so he gets in that 8% Gujar vote, or tries to get in that 8% Gujar vote, ties in with RLP. That's made its offer very, very open, saying we'll support you, go ahead, which is RLP representing the Jat vote, which is about 12%. 12% is a massive, massive percentage for the Jat population, where Rajasthan is concerned, where even the politically dominant Rajput factor comes in at a close 10% there. And if the Aam Aadmi Party also throws in their lot as a first-time entrant, well, will they form or at least be a disruptor in the political sphere or geography of Rajasthan? We'll only know, but not many options left where Sachin Pilot is concerned. While all of this is going on, viewers, this desert storm brewing once again in Rajasthan, what's quite happening in Wayanad? Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, who possibly should be firefighting what's going down in Rajasthan, is in his erstwhile constituency, Wayanad. First time after being disqualified. Rahul attacked the BJP there, saying he will not stop fighting for the truth despite disqualification or even jailed, saying that he was blocked from demolishing the lies of the BJP MPs that spoke about him on the floor of the House. His sister, Priyanka Gandhi, was also there by his side, slamming the BJP for running an industrial-scale campaign to malign Rahul. Ahead of Gandhi's siblings' roadshow, the Kerala Congress reignited the Savarkar war. The state party unit put up posters of Rahul's statement on Veer Savarkar everywhere. The posters read, and I quote, "I'm not Savarkar, I will not apologize, nor will I run away."
The MP, Member of Parliament, is just a tag. MP, Member of Parliament, എന്നത് കേവലം ഒരു വര മാത്രമാണ്, ഒരു ടാഗ് മാത്രമാണ്. It's a position, it's a post. അതൊരു സാങ്കല്പികമായ അധികാരസ്ഥാനം മാത്രമാണ്. So the BJP can take away the tag. BJPക്ക് എന്റെ മേൽവിലാസത്തെ എടുത്തു മാറ്റുവാൻ സാധിച്ചേക്കാം. They can take away the position. എന്റെ സ്ഥാനത്തെ എടുത്തു മാറ്റുവാൻ സാധിച്ചേക്കാം. They can take away the house. എന്റെ ഭവനത്തെ എടുത്തു മാറ്റാൻ സാധിച്ചേക്കാം. They can put me in jail. എന്നെ ജയിലിൽ അടയ്ക്കാൻ സാധിച്ചേക്കാം. But they cannot stop me from representing the people of Wayanad. എന്നാൽ ജനങ്ങളെ, വയനാട്ടിലെ ജനങ്ങളെ പ്രതികരിക്കുന്നതിനും എന്നെ പ്രതിരോധിക്കുവാൻ ബിജെപിക്ക് സാധ്യമല്ല.
You know that he is an honest man, unafraid to speak the truth. You know that he is a brave man, undaunted by the power of those who want to silence him. You know that he is a compassionate man, always ready to hear about your life, your struggles, and to lend you a helping hand. You know that he has worked hard for you. He has raised your issues, tried to resolve your problems. He has stood by you through your difficult times, and you have stood by him through his.
Is this a show of strength against the court which has convicted him? First it is disqualification, now it is defiance over disqualification, and apart from that, right now the Congress party, its Shav Yatra can be seen. In Rajasthan it is Pilot versus Gehlot, Chhattisgarh it is Deo versus Baghel, in other parts it's DK Shivkumar versus Siddaramaiah, and he's taking out Pad Yatra when Congress is facing a Shav Yatra because it is becoming Tukde Tukde Congress.
All right, let's quickly move on to the newsmaker at 7 p.m. Well, the Aam Aadmi Party recently acquired national party status at the same time where parties like the TMC and the NCP lost their national party status. A big boost for the Aam Aadmi Party. Answering all questions on the national party status as well as where is Amrit Pal and the failure of the Punjab government to actually track him, where the Punjab police is concerned, and also from all of that Rajniti to a little bit on Pariniti, Raghav Chadda, I beg your pardon. Joining us right now is Rajya Sabha MP, leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, Raghav Chadda. Mr. Chadda, first up, many congratulations. A national party status in such a short time is no mean feat.
Absolutely, and all of us are thrilled. All of us at the Aam Aadmi Party are ecstatic with joy. You know, when we began our journey in the year 2012, all of us, ordinary volunteers of the Aam Aadmi Party, under the leadership of Mr. Kejriwal, could never ever dream of getting a national party status in almost a decade of our existence. The fact that we're running 2 state governments, the fact that we have around 10 members of parliament, several MLAs across states, several dozen councillors, etc. I feel this almost is a miracle, and this miracle has been made possible because of 2 things. One, the sheer hard work, commitment, dedication of the Aam Aadmi Party's volunteers and workers who have tirelessly worked, who have given their blood, sweat, tears, and toil to making AAP a success. And the second and most importantly is the blessings and the faith that people have reposed on us and the blessings that they've given us. And I do pray to God that Aam Aadmi Party continues to grow at this accelerated pace. And you know, as I've said this very often, I'll say it again, AAP is India's fastest growing political startup. And this startup transcends languages, state boundaries, caste, religion, etc. And a new model of governance, honest, upright governance has been given to this country. And I think people today look up to AAP as an alternative to the standard traditional politics that we've seen in this country.
But Mr. Chadda, you know, you've egged on the Karnataka High Court, through which the EC has reacted and given you the national party status. Now, you're aiming to fight the Karnataka elections, all 224 seats. But where is the party presence? You know, you are sitting right in Delhi. Mr. Kejriwal hasn't gone into Karnataka. Is it just a token fight now where you're going to pick your battles?
Well, Mr. Kejriwal was in Karnataka a couple of weeks ago. I'm scheduled to be in Karnataka in the 3rd week of this month. So I don't think we are, not putting up a strong fight. But of course, there are elections that you fight with all your might. But the results, of course, from election to election differ, and no political party fights an election to lose, right? So we are putting our best foot forward, and I do hope that the results are very, very encouraging, whether it's Rajasthan or Karnataka.
Okay. Well, all right. So, the Aam Aadmi Party, also astute, will be picking their battles, right? But, you're saying you're going to be in Karnataka next week. My question is, Mr. Chadda, that you're, a part of the chief of the advisory board where Punjab is concerned. The Punjab government, the Punjab police in the dock with Amrit Pal still out right now. Every day we, seeing his videos, but we don't see an arrest. Every day, there's word coming in that he's going to surrender, but that never happens. What does, what does it reflect on your government in Punjab?
I think it reflects that the Aam Aadmi Party's government will do a complete crackdown on all anti-social elements or anti-India elements who are attempting to tinker with the hard-earned peace and harmony of the state of Punjab or that of India. I think this decisive step of taking action, arresting people and chasing people who have been trying to, disrupt peace in the state will be done, and nobody will be permitted. Nobody will be allowed to tinker with the peace and harmony of the state. And I think that's the solo message that has gone loud and clear. Of course, some arrests are yet to happen. The Punjab police is doing its job. Yesterday, the Punjab police did a fantastic job and has arrested one of the closest allies of the person that you just named. So I think we are on the right track, and very soon you will see big results. But the larger message, the important message is that no anti-social or anti-India element will be tolerated. And with a lot of maturity and sensitivity, the Punjab police, and under the able administration of my elder brother, Mr. Bhagwant Mann, has moved swiftly. And all of us who come from the state, we have seen that this peace and harmony that we today have is very dear to us, is most cherished, and all of us have paid a heavy price for it. We've lost family members during the 80s when Punjab was boiling. So therefore, we respect and cherish the peace. It's very hard earned. Our blood and sweat has gone into acquiring this peace, and we will not let anyone tinker with it.
Mr. Chadha, last two questions, because I just want to ask you that one quick question, because the Punjab police has been known as, a formidable force to crack down. The image is suffering, don't you think so? It's been so many days now.
Punjab police is one of the finest police forces ever in the country. It was perhaps, I'm given to understand, it was perhaps for the first time that militancy and insurgency was countered by the state's own police, and without mega assistance and able assistance of our armed forces. It's perhaps for the first time that you saw a police in the 80s battle and win that battle conclusively against insurgency. So we have one of the Punjab police is one of the finest police forces in this country, and they've done a fantastic operation. And
but
going
their
forward,
reputation is on the line, Mr. Chadha. But we're going to come down to that. We are hoping, like you said, that there are going to be big breakthroughs very soon. We hope that happens. I won't do due diligence to my career as a journalist if I don't ask you this question. We've spoken about your national party status. The other thing in the news is your marital status. Is that going to change very soon, Mr. Chadha?
Well, Preeti, let us restrict this conversation to the Aam Aadmi Party's national party status and not make this conversation about my relationship status. Whenever there's a change in my marital or a relationship status, you'll be the first person to know, and I will inform you.
One last question on the same. By the end of the year, will that status change? And just randomly, what are your views on Pariniti? Because you say talk about Rajniti, अब वो तो बात हो गई राजनीति की, अब परिणीति के लिए भी थोड़ी सी तो बातें कर ही सकते हैं.
Well, as I said, let us restrict this conversation to Rajniti and national party status of the Aam Aadmi Party. Let us celebrate Aam Aadmi Party's national party status first, and I'll give you more occasions to celebrate very, very soon. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate it, and thank you. We had to ask you this question. Sorry for embarrassing you, Raghav, but appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
With
you.
that, that's Raghav Chadha on the Aam Aadmi Party gaining national party status. Whether Amritpal will be arrested soon, and most importantly, what are his views on what is to be rumored his life partner Pariniti Chopra. A quick break to stay with us. With that, I'm going to go into a quick break. To stay with us on the other side is our fact check segment.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our fact check segment where we bust fake news. There's a claim floating about. You might have seen it on many WhatsApp groups or social media platforms where this man seemingly dies smiling to protect the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Well, this was a picture which was circulated under that particular piece of news. Factually incorrect. The fact to it, it's a staged 2014 photograph from a college funeral management. Nothing to do with what it was being circulated as. With that, a quick break to stay with us. On the other side is To The Point.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
May 2022. A normal day that changed to an abnormal day. She was cut into 35 pieces.
उसने multiple weapons का use किया.
Up against a psychotic butcher and a web of savagery. Now her father fights to put pieces of justice together. This is the story of Shraddha and her father.
जब तक इसको फांसी नहीं होगी तब तक मैं इसका अंतिम संस्कार भी नहीं करूंगा.
My daughter, Shraddha. Coming soon.
As State of War Karnataka begins, a reminder who is the true number one. The 5 big voices speak to us before all the others. From Chief Minister Bommai to Chief Challenger Siddaramaiah. From old warhorse Yadurappa to muscleman D.K. Shivakumar and Kingmaker Kumaraswamy. When it's Karnataka, there's no competition. India's #1 election channel.
IDFC First Bank, always you first.
Warm welcome. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. You're less than 30 days away from elections. While the Congress has announced more than 163 names in terms of their list of candidates for Karnataka elections, we haven't quite heard anything even of the first list when it comes down to the Bharatiya Janata Party. But what we have heard, that huge upsets are up on the anvil where the BJP's first list is concerned. It was to come out yesterday, it hasn't quite come out. It's to come out today. When, we don't quite know. But we do know that Amit Shah is taking a close look at the list. But what has happened in the interim while is that indications of these huge upsets have come from none else but the former Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, where Mr. Jagdish Tytler and Mr. Ishwarappa have practically been told by the High Command to step aside and make way for fresher blood. Similar pattern was took place during the Gujarat elections, where at that point of time, if you remember, top leaders, senior war horses like former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Mr. Rupani, Deputy CM, Mr. Nitin Patel, were asked to step aside. There were a bit of disgruntlement, but they fell in line. But isn't Karnataka a completely different ballgame? Political topography, very, very different than what Gujarat looks like. And that was quite clear because Mr. Tytler has come out and said that he's been asked by the High Command to step aside. But will he step aside is the big question, because every indication seems to suggest Mr. Tytler is going to fight it out politically, maybe as an independent.
Less than 30 days before Karnataka elections. BJP's first list of candidates is still not out. But huge upsets predicted. BJP High Command looking at a generational shift in leadership. Gujarat formula to be applied to Karnataka. Old war horses will be told to step down. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Jagdish Tytler already asked not to contest. Former Karnataka Deputy CM Ishwarappa told to step aside. Six-time MLA Tytler defies the BJP High Command, says will fight elections. Rebellion in the BJP ranks. Can Gujarat model be actually applied to a Karnataka? Can BJP engineer generational shift without a political bloodbath? Will BJP's Karnataka gamble pay off? Drop focus on To The Point this evening.
ಮತ್ತು ನೂರಾರು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಟಿಕೆಟ್ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 6 ಸಲ ನಾನು ಆರಿಸಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪ್ರತಿ ಸಲ 25,000 ಮತಗಳ ಅಂತರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಗೆದ್ದು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ನಿಲ್ಲಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಕಾರಣ ಏನು, ನನ್ನ ಮೈನಸ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಏನು, ಅಥವಾ ಸರ್ವೇದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸರ್ವೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನನ್ನ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಬಂದದ್ದು. ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟು 70% ಅಷ್ಟು ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಆದಂಥ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ಬಂದದ್ದು.
ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದರ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಬಹುಮತ ನಮಗೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ತನಕ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಪಕ್ಷದ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಬಹುಮತದ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದೇ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಚುನಾವಣೆಗೆ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧಿಸಬಾರದು ಅಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಪತ್ರವನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ತುಂಬ
So like Gujarat, BJP looking at a generational shift when it comes down to Karnataka. But is Karnataka Gujarat? Will this gamble play off where the BJP is concerned? Let's take it to our panelists. Joining me in the studio, consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai, our ace political editor Polumi Saha joins me in the studio. Everything that is going on behind those closed doors where the BJP is concerned and its first list, she's going to give us the lowdown on that. Sanju Verma, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party, and Sanket Yanagi, spokesperson Congress. All four of them join us this evening, but I want to begin with you, Polumi. the list or the first list, you're less than 30 days before Karnataka goes to poll, was to come out yesterday. So clearly all's not well in the BJP camp. When can we expect that list? And is the BJP actually confident of applying what was the Gujarat model of a generational shift to Karnataka?
Well, the BJP is definitely trying that because the BJP wants to, there's a lot at play over here in terms of the selection of candidates for these elections because there is obviously, the BJP does realize that there is an anti-incumbency wave on the ground, that the Congress is going to try and basically pound it on the subject of corruption. So anybody with any sort of corruption track record, they cannot have those candidates on their list. They cannot have anybody who is not guaranteeing a win. They have to get the caste equation right. And of course, one of the things that we're hearing is it was the Prime Minister who was insisting that there should be candidates who are fresh faces. Give it not to sons of MLAs and MLCs, but give tickets more to party workers, fresh faces. So the BJP wants to, in fact, go to the people with a very clean slate of candidates saying, look, we've taken into account what you've told us from the ground. We've made the changes. And that is, this is the list that we're bringing to you. But of course, there are old war horses like Yediyurappa. We're not very happy with it. He, in fact, left from the CEC even before it was over. He left for Bengaluru, while, of course, there are leaders over here still deliberating on the issue, awaiting the return of the Home Minister from the Northeast as well, in order to finalize the first list so it can be at least put out at the moment. But, of course, they'll tell us that the last date for nomination is the 20th of April, so you can wait, and nominations only begin on the 13th of April. But clearly, as far as the BJP house is concerned, there's a lot which is happening in terms of deliberations, going back to the drawing board, taking the suggestions that the Prime Minister has made, going back, re-looking at the candidates. All of that is happening as we speak.
Will we see a list by this evening?
I mean, it's been suggested.
Only Mr. Amit Shah and the Prime Minister.
Yeah, it's too difficult to hazard a guess because we had anticipated that the first list would be out on Monday itself after the CEC happened on Sunday. That hasn't happened. Meetings have been happening yesterday. They've been happening today as well. We hope to see the first list, at least more than 150 is what Chief Minister Momai says. By this evening, or
by this evening.
tomorrow.
Rajdeep, I'm going to bring you in before we bring in our political guests as well. What's going on? To apply the same formula of a generational shift, which was applied in Gujarat to Karnataka, do you think it really works? Because political topography of Karnataka very different than Gujarat.
I agree with you, Preeti. I think broadly, one can say that Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah have generally followed a policy that in any election, remove about 20 to 25% sitting MLAs. When it was first done, it led to disruption in Gujarat because you are virtually weeding away an entire generation. But over time, it worked very effectively because some of the anti-incumbency at the local level was curtailed. Now you're doing that in Karnataka, which is a tougher state for the BJP because it's more competitive.
Shettar's already said he's going to go it out alone.
Look, Shettar can go on his own, possibly a few others, barring Yediyurappa. I don't think there is any BJP leader who's tall enough to claim that I have a statewide appeal. I think the BJP has gone in for a gamble. They've bitten the bullet in the belief that if we don't effect a generational change now, then when will we do so? Local candidates do matter. Let's give tickets to newer faces, curb some of the local anti-incumbency that takes place. Look, the BJP doesn't do anything without a method. They've obviously got feedback from the ground that there is strong local anti-incumbency, that some of the COVID management by local MLAs was simply not good enough. There are charges of corruption against local MLAs. Remove them, replace them. Now, this will lead to some element of angst, and in Karnataka, those who don't get BJP tickets could go to the Congress or the JDS. It's a state with a large floating MLA population. But I think the BJP has a plan in place, and it gives them perhaps the opportunity to effect this change. Very quickly with Gujarat, the comparison. Remember, Mr. Modi was from the RSS and was loaned to the BJP and virtually took over the party in Gujarat. B.L. Santosh, the organizing secretary from Karnataka, is virtually playing the same role. He is the one who's micromanaging and driving this Karnataka campaign, perhaps in the hope that he could be the Modi
Rajdeep,
of Karnataka.
Before I bring in Sanju, I want to ask you a quick question. Do you think the BJP is at a cusp right now, especially the way things are positioned in Karnataka, that if this gamble doesn't pay off in Karnataka this time, it's okay, we'll see next election?
Absolutely. I think the BJP has decided that if the momentum, as some opinion polls say, is with the Congress, then so be it. But at least That gives us a chance to maybe effect these changes. If we had someone like Yediyurappa in power, it would have been impossible in a way to effect the changes.
But that's a brave move. That's a very brave political move as well.
A weakened Yediyurappa has given the BJP the space to try and impose or bring about, not impose, but bring about a generational change. It may work, it may not work, but I think the BJP is ready to take that gamble this time.
But that gamble, like you said, other than Mr. Yediyurappa, the other leaders don't quite matter. But Mr. Yediyurappa is not very happy, like Polumi just pointed out. We're going to cut across to Polumi there, but I want to bring in Sanju Verma, spokesperson, BJP. Ms. Verma, you know, things went down rather tamely after maybe a day or two of grumbling in Gujarat of a generational shift. It might not go the same way. You have the likes of Mr. Shettar who openly threatened rebellion. Say, I'm going to contest, whether on a BJP ticket or independent.
You know, Preeti, I remember that when Vijay Rupani was asked to make way for Bhupendra Bhai Patel, who took over as the chief minister and actually, you know, drove the BJP to victory with that sterling number of 156 seats. Many people said that, you know, the Rupani camp is disgruntled, and come elections, the Rupani camp will ensure that the Patel vote, you know, is suitably divided, and Bhupendra Bhai Patel will not be able to do the needful in terms of ensuring a winnable victory for the BJP. And mind you, this was because also we've been in power in Gujarat for the longest time. That was the other argument that was given by naysayers. And if you recall, you know, Preeti, in the first list that was announced during the Gujarat polls, we dropped 48 of our sitting MLAs and almost the entire cabinet, barring a few. You know, the entire cabinet was overhauled with 24 new faces. So the limited point I'm making is that this might sound extremely cliched, but the Labharthi model...
Sanju Verma, that's where it differs, because Karnataka is not a Gujarat where you have an overbearing personality, an all-consuming personality like Narendra Modi telling you that this is what you need to do. Well, you have somebody like a Yediyurappa similarly here who's not happy. So two very different political landscapes.
No, I agree, Preeti, that the political landscapes are very different, and Karnataka and, you know, Gujarat may be a comparison of a bit like comparing apples with oranges. Be that as it may, there is one overriding factor which is common to both these states, and I was just coming to that, I will not be very verbose, is the fact that you forget that when we talk about the double engine sarkar or the Labharthi model, you know, tell me, are you aware that 48 lakh toilets have been built in Karnataka alone? Are you aware that 32 lakh Ayushman cards have been given in rural Karnataka alone? Are you aware that out of the 8 crore people who are availing benefits under Jal Jeevan Mission, 1.2 crore people are availing those benefits in Karnataka alone? Are you aware of the benefits to urban Karnataka?
Sanju Verma, today the people of Karnataka are aware that Jagdish Tytler is willing to go it out as an independent and not step back.
Doesn't matter.
Well, that's the story of the day. But I want to bring in Sanket Yanagi. Sanket Yanagi takes a, you know, you're brave if you're going to make a decision like this, because you're willing to gamble an election away as well at the virtue of these decisions. And it takes gumption, which the Congress has never quite shown.
Well, looking at the scenario where the BJP has been placed now, it is difficult to understand as to how the BJP is even dreaming of coming to power. Forget about coming to power. It will not even reach the second place. In my opinion, it will reach the third place. Let us analyze one by one. So the corruption charges or the communal issues in the state of Karnataka during the regime of Mr. Bommai, the chief minister, and misadministration, and several riots in the state of Karnataka, the Hindu activists being killed and the Muslims are being killed. There is no communal harmony at all in the state of Karnataka. Investors' amount or money is at risk in the state of Karnataka because of the communal clashes. Maximum number of communal clashes in the state of Karnataka during the regime of Mr. Bommai. And foreign investors are not ready to invest money. Existing investors are suffering because
but
of...
But Mr. Yanagi takes political will to say, okay, you are not happy with this lot. You think this lot was corrupt, was dragging its feet. We've changed all of them. You have a brand new spanking, candidate. Vote for him.
No, but the basic issue is with the BJP itself and the BJP's high command, BJP's administration. So even if they say replace them with a new candidate, It will not be like Gujarat, because in Gujarat they have been in power since more than 2 decades, but not in Karnataka. In Karnataka, there is no history of repetition of the same party.
Okay, Paulomi, what do you see it like? Do you, right now, you're saying the list would come out any time around, but what is it, the worst case scenario with the BJP is anticipating by possibly making these generational shift changes, especially where Mr. Yediyurappa comes into concern?
Well, it is a gamble. It is definitely a gamble. But the BJP, of course, realizes, the ground reality at the moment, and hence is making these changes. Of course, there is that balancing act that you need to do. While you cannot accept all the candidates that Mr. Yediyurappa wants to pitch on this electoral battlefield, some say, that he had at least 15 different candidates that he had, in fact, put forth, including, of course, his son, B.Y. Vijendra, as well from his...
His son is going to get the ticket that he wants and the constituency? Because one party, one family, one ticket.
That is definitely the BJP philosophy. Mr. Yediyurappa is not contesting this election. So, and the gestures that we've seen towards B.Y. Vijendra in the recent past, when Mr. Amit Shah was there at Mr. Yediyurappa's residence over a breakfast meeting, you saw that he took the bouquet from Mr. Yediyurappa, gave it to B.Y. Vijendra and posed with him for the photograph. So it was a clear endorsement over there. So I personally do not have any doubts about B.Y. Vijendra getting a ticket, possibly from Shikaripura itself. But the BJP would not like the way Mr. Yediyurappa himself announced that, Vijendra will be contesting from Shikaripura. That is something that the BJP doesn't quite like. You making announcements even before there's a protocol in place within the party. The protocol needs to be followed, and even before that protocol has, in fact, had the opportunity to sit down, you've announced and you're trying a sort of particular pressure tactic.
Rajdeep, the ground situation in Gujarat when these sweeping changes were made were very different. Other than corruption, taint and charges, there was really no high anti-incumbency. Karnataka is very different politically on ground.
Plus, it's the Prime Minister's home state. Look, it was Mr. Modi's engine in Karnataka, in Gujarat. He had the ability to have this pan-Gujarat appeal, which really meant that individual candidates didn't matter. Karnataka is very different. District to district, Karnataka's politics changes, constituency to constituency. The caste equations matter. For all the talk of, which candidate to remove, who to give a ticket, the critical factor in Karnataka boils down to caste. It all boils down to who plays the caste arithmetic. Why is this list taking so long? Because both sides are trying to get their caste arithmetic right. There are individual candidates who carry about 10,000 votes each, whichever party they contest from, even as independents. That's why Karnataka is such a uniquely competitive, caste-ridden state that you can't compare it to Gujarat, which is a BJP-dominant state. But if the BJP could do it in Gujarat, I guess they've decided we'll experiment in some way in Karnataka. We've seen it in other states where the BJP has dropped a number of sitting MLAs, like Uttarakhand in the past. The BJP has done very well. So it is possible that the BJP believes that, look, let's drop. This is the opportunity to effect this change in Karnataka. It's now or never. Mr. Yediyurappa is in the autumn of his career. We waited for the last 20 years. Effectively, the state Karnataka unit has revolved around Mr. Yediyurappa's persona. This is the first election where he isn't the central figure in a BJP campaign.
I'm going to come back to it. Will Yediyurappa also, because he's miffed, is what we are hearing, will strike back? But final comments, I'll come to you, Mr. Saket, but I want to go back to Sanju Verma first. Sanju Verma, you can change your candidates, but you cannot change what the narrative has been where the BJP is concerned, built on what the Congress alleges: corruption, communal polarization, and abject apathy.
Preeti, the Congress can spin a yarn, but like I said, be it the 8-lane Bengaluru-Mysore expressway, be it the expansion of the Bengaluru-Mangaluru highway, be it the Mysore-Kushalnagar highway, be it the Terminal 2 of the Kempengowda International Airport, be it something which is symbolic but still so relevant. For the first time in 41 years, you had a Prime Minister called Narendra Modi who visited Mandya. And we all know that Mandya, the sugar belt, is so important, purely from a perception point of view when Karnataka goes to polls. So my simple logic is this. People who have received those 48 lakh toilets in Karnataka, people who have received those 32 lakh Ujjwala connections, people who have received those 33 lakh Ayushman cards, people who have received more than 1.2 crore Jal Jeevan Mission pipe water facilities, these are the beneficiaries who will swing the votes in favor of BJP because development does count.
Okay. Sanket Yanagi, this will also be looked at, that the BJP is successful in nationalizing the election, which you want to, keep regional. Here, it is the High Command which has stepped in, made sweeping changes. You're going to go with the face of Narendra Modi, and you're going to go with all the benefits and the last mile connectivity that Sanju Verma is talking about.
Firstly, in Karnataka, it is not just a BJP, a party with difference it was earlier. It is a party with difference of opinion nowadays. And secondly, the Modi factor, Amit Shah factor, and JP Nadda factor will not work in the Karnataka. And the Karnataka people are very vibrant, educated. They are very decisive in making, while election is concerned. And they have seen the performance of BJP, how many poll promises they have made, and how much they have fulfilled. What has been the level of corruption, what has been the tragedy in the state of Karnataka during BJP's rule, that all they have seen. There is no proper face of the leadership face in the state of Karnataka for the BJP.
Like you're saying, maybe those faces don't matter, but it's a, but the jury is still out, especially if the face of Narendra Modi doesn't matter, because you know how Karnataka went in 2019 elections, sir. Out of 28, 26 seats went to the Bharatiya Janata Party. But I want to quickly bring in Poulomi back into this conversation. One face we've all reached a conclusion on, Poulomi, that matters is Mr. Yediyurappa. If his son gets the chosen constituency that he wants and the ticket is given to him, Mr. Yediyurappa back out, or will he then maybe come and stir the pot otherwise?
It remains to be seen, it's a catch-22 situation for the Bharatiya Janata Party. He still is one of the tallest faces of the BJP in the state of Karnataka, comes from a very, dominating caste constituency. That is very important for the Bharatiya Janata Party. They have, in fact, projected him. The Prime Minister has projected him as one of the topmost as far as the BJP leaders goes in Karnataka. He has been accorded that same amount of respect by the Home Minister, the reference that I made to that breakfast meeting at Mr. Yediyurappa's house as well. But again, him trying to bulldoze through with his list of candidates, walking out of Delhi, leaving for Bengaluru in the middle of all of these meetings as they're happening, clearly the BJP is not going to like that kind of pressure tactic as well. So it's going to be a lot of balancing.
But does the BJP have a choice, Rajdeep?
Yediyurappa is among the few who's been able to break the Margdarshak Mandal rules. He's almost 80. He's still very much there in active politics. He's one of those he's a very atypical BJP politician in the Modi age. You see, in the Modi age, most of the older generation has accepted the dominance of Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Shah. Mr. Yediyurappa will accept Prime Minister Modi's domination when it comes to politics at the center. But in the state, he wants to still see himself as the premier figure. And over the years, all the various networks that he's built, he doesn't want them to disappear overnight. I think he's fighting with his back to the wall. He knows this is his last election. That's why I think the BJP is doing what it is to try and cut him down to size without sending out that message to the people. Look, the BJP's problem is, if they publicly in any way humiliate Yediyurappa, they are done for in Karnataka. He remains the tallest leader among the Lingayat community. They cannot do without him. And the Congress, interestingly, has given the maximum seats it ever has to Lingayats this time. So they can sense also an opportunity in the diminishing of Yediyurappa, an opportunity to creep into the Lingayat vote. So the BJP has taken, as I said, a huge gamble. They've bitten the bullet in the hope that Mr. Yediyurappa can only go so far and no further.
Well, we'll only know when that last
can I
vote is
quickly come in?
Ma'am, 10 seconds. I don't have the time. 10 seconds, quickly.
Preeti, you can accuse us of being divisive and polarizing the narrative, but I think the decision to, shift the Muslims to the EWS quota and thereby increase the quota for Vokalingkas and for Lingayats, I think that's a master stroke which will hold us in great stead going forward.
All right, we'll only know when that last vote is counted. Thank you all for joining us. Trust us to get you up to speed and get you the front row seats to this political thriller. Like Rajdeep always says, picture abhi baki hai. All right, thank you for joining us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
As State of War Karnataka begins, a reminder why India Today is the true number one. The 5 big faces speak to us before all others. From Chief Minister Bommai
our intent is to weed out corruption.
to Chief Challenger Siddaramaiah,
Yes, 100% I'm an aspirant.
from old warhorse Yediyurappa
And I have got 100% confidence that we are going to come back to power in Karnataka.
to muscle man DK Shivakumar,
My number Karnataka on 13th, 141 will be the number.
and Kingmaker Kumaraswamy.
Offer is there.
Okay.
Everybody offering me.
When it's Karnataka, there's no competition. India's number one election channel.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies.
Co-presented by
Macho Hind, Bade Aaram Se.
the all-new Hyundai Verna, futuristic, ferocious. XP100, India's first 100-octane premium petrol.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. Economic logic faces off versus political logic in the Nandini versus Amul battle that's become a hot button issue in the Karnataka state of war. We're looking at that and more. Who's right? Who's wrong? Is the timing all off? That and more coming up on the news track.
Amul versus Nandini war simmers. Congress raises Kannada pride. BJP accuses Congress of misinformation. Utterly butterly politics. Who benefits from this churn?
The milk war between Amul and Nandini has exploded in the state of Karnataka. First, you had the Congress hitting out at the BJP, alleging that a Gujarat-run cooperative would run roughshod over the interests of the Karnataka-run Nandini. Now you've got the BJP hitting back, saying it is the Siddaramaiah government that in 2017 brought Amul into Karnataka in the first place. In the build-up to polling on the 10th of May, this milk battle has become one of the central issues in the Karnataka elections.
A ubiquitous brand seasoned by the tongue-in-cheek take of its ads. Another champion in the sector with a loyal consumer recall and base, a market leader in Karnataka.
Nandini, Nan energy drink.
Nandini, power-packed milk.
The Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation's Amul attempted entry into the state to supply milk and curd has left its dairy market and politics on the boil.
This is really the most famous local brand when it comes to milk and milk products in the state of Karnataka, and really something very sensitive also has become now a huge political issue right at a time of elections here in the state.
With elections just a month away, the opposition has invoked Kannadiga pride over the homegrown brand, accusing the ruling BJP of serving the interests of Gujarat-based businesses, with the sole aim to eventually merge Karnataka's Nandini into Amul.
नंदनी जो है उसको जबरन खत्म करके गुजरात की अमूल को भी हम सम्मान करते हैं, पर नंदनी को खत्म करके आप अमूल को ला रहे हैं, ये सरासर गलत है.
The issue seems to have struck chord with the locals, given their sentimental attachment with the half-century-old Nandini. The opposition has accused the state government of using unfair means against the protesters.
ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಹಾಸನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಭಾಳ ಸದೃಢವಾಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ಜನಾಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಣಿಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಜನತೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಏನಿದೆ, ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ತಲೆಬಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಸುಗಮವಾಗಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಡೀತದೆ.
The BJP has dismissed opposition accusations as false propaganda. The ruling party insists there are no plans to merge Nandini and Amul, and that it always stood beside farmers and livestock breeders of the state.
ತಾಯಂದಿರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಯಾರು? ನಮ್ಮ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರ ಅಥವಾ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ? ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಗೋ ಹತ್ಯೆ ನಿಷೇಧ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ? ಅಂದರೆ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಗೋ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಲು ಕೊಡೋ ಗೋ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ತಿನ್ನೋರ ಓಟ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು.
A look at the scale of its operations shows Amul beats Nandini at the national level, but Nandini dominates Karnataka's market completely. Nandini's products are far cheaper than Amul's. If Amul sells 1 litre of toned milk at Rs 54 in Delhi, Nandini's price is nearly Rs 11 lower in Bengaluru, for instance. Amul MD Jayan Mehta, in an exclusive interview to India Today, claimed the Gujarat brand is not competing with Nandini for market share.
It's been wrongly portrayed as Amul is working against Nandini.
It's never been Amul versus Nandini. It's always been Amul and Nandini together. Both as cooperatives, we are owned by the farmers. We work with the same values, mission, and the model. And together, for decades, we've been working together.
BJP has replied saying that even if Amul comes here or if any other tough competitor from any other land comes down to Karnataka, Nandini is strong enough to give a tough competitor and it will always continue to be the #1 brand of Kannadigas, is how the current dispensation has responded.
Business competition aside, politics has gathered steam over the two dairy brands in the run up to the state elections. With Nabila Jamal and Anagha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now remember, Nandini products are sold in Karnataka at a price point much lower than those of Amul, and you'll see it just in a moment as I bring that data up. And Amul as a cooperative can frankly go anywhere in the country and sell their products. So is this really a political backlash that's being driven by politics? Is this really being turned into a campaign by the Congress party because they want to turn this into a matter of Kannada pride, making it seem as if a Gujarat-based cooperative would eat up a Kannada cooperative or Karnataka-based cooperative? And is this just politically malicious and factually incorrect? Joining us on this broadcast, we've got K.S. Naveen, MLC of the Bharatiya Janata Party, squaring off against him. Aishwarya Mahadev of the Congress. Harish Bijur is one of the country's leading brand strategy experts. And Sandeep Shastri joins us on this broadcast, leading political scientist. I want to go across to Aishwarya Mahadev first because I have data here which suggests that if you compare product by product, the price points at which Nandini's products sell versus those of Amul, there is a big difference. Just to take one example, Nandini's stone milk sells at the price of 39 rupees a litre. Amul sells the same in different parts of the country at 54. Half a litre of curd for Amul is 30, Nandini sells at 24. So even if Amul were to come in to a state like Karnataka, given the kind of incentives Nandini enjoys, in a free market, it is highly unlikely that Amul would disrupt the Nandini business. Are you frankly turning this or trying to turn this into a major issue just because you've got an election around the corner? Aishwarya Mahadev, let's start from there.
Good evening, Rahul. I think first and foremost with what you have said, it is not just the Congress party that is protesting about it. It is people on the street, it is Kannada organizations, it is even hotel owners associations that realize the threat that a homegrown cooperative, an indigenous cooperative is facing today, one. And second, you know, when you talk about how the price point is wonderful and how we will be able to withstand competition from, let's say, Amul having a national presence, Rahul, one of the reasons that we're able to serve at such a low price while also keeping our farmers happy is because of the fact that the state also massively incentivizes farmers to not only produce more and more milk, but also procurement is something that they look at.
Now, what's the point you're making? It's because of that incentive that Nandini is sold cheaper.
Make is one second.
Yes.
No, Rahul, the point I'm trying to make is this. The state of late has not only lowered procurement, but has also not been offering the support price, which for a lot of the farmers has basically been a little bit of fear because the resources are coming down and the milk being sent out is already lower. And I believe if you look at the systematic way in which cooperatives have been subsumed, or the systematic way in which indigenous units have also been taken over, this is just one of the steps of the part of how I believe that Amul can try and damage KMF.
No, but some of this is not factually correct. The scheme was started under the government of B.S. Yediyurappa. Your Chief Minister Siddaramaiah enhanced the incentives which were given, and those have been further enhanced by the current Chief Minister Bommai. So it's not as if...
How many months the money has not been paid? For the past 6.5 months, none of the dairy farmers have been getting the Protsaha Dana, as we call it in Karnataka.
The government denies it. The government says 1,200 crore rupees are given. There is an incentive of 6 rupees per litre which is given to the cooperatives as part of the budget.
No, Rahul, from what used to be close to 4,000 plus crores that happened to be offered as incentives to dairy farmers under the Sidramaya government, to offer only 1,200 crores now is an absolute shame and a sham, because the majority of the farmers are not getting that. Add to that the fact that the lumpy cow disease was massively something that hit our livestock. You realize that there is a lot of stress for our indigenous farmers, and now you bring in a company. I'll also understand your argument where you say they've been there for years. This is a company that has now hit the milk and the curd market, which they'd refrained from previously, as you do a lot of cooperatives with these unsaid understandings that they have. And you're looking at Nandini under pressure, which supports the livelihoods of millions and millions of farmers. And you see that there's a direct threat and attack to Karnataka's farmers. And Rahul, one last point and question I ask. If the money made in my state why should the money made in my state not go back to my own farmers? Why is the money made in my state being sent somewhere else? We're just saying,
no, but that's very parochial thinking. Instead, you should be coming out with a plan to take Nandini national, to make Nandini a force to reckon with against Amul across the country, rather than trying to build up these boundaries. But just one second. I want to go across to KS Naveen of the BJP. Now, many things over the past few weeks have seemed to suggest that the BJP is just not able to set the narrative in the Karnataka elections. And this just happens to be yet another issue. Even if Amul was coming in and given all the clarifications which we've now seen from the Amul cooperative, the GCMMF, that's the dairy association that runs the brand Amul, has said that we're only actually looking at e-commerce, we're not looking at channel partnership on the ground in Karnataka. This is not general trade. There is no such plan. It will not work in any case because the price point is too high. This is only e-commerce or quick commerce. Now, there are multiple clarifications which have come, but just the timing, the fact that less than a month to go for the elections, you try and come up with this issue, the Congress laps it up and they do to the BJP what usually the BJP does to the Congress. They're running circles around you on this issue.
Whatever the issue that has been, brought into the forefront, which is the Nandini versus Amul, is a totally politically motivated, and just because in the recent past, in last 2-3 months, the political groundswell that is favoring the BJP in the whole Mysore region, be it Mandya, be it the Bangalore rural district, be it Mysore area, has actually shackled the Congress and also to some extent the JDS. And in fact, they are bringing out this issue of, Nandini being, targeted by Amul brands. In fact, just to bring it to the notice, in Karnataka, there are multiple brands from different states which are being sold in Karnataka, be it from Tamil Nadu, be it from Andhra Pradesh, or be it from Maharashtra. And as well, Nandini is also, sending its products.
No, you're giving me the rationale for why Amul is not a threat to Nandini. I'm totally convinced about that. I'm talking about your timing. This started on the 5th of April. Elections are on the 10th of May. Surely someone should be able to foresee, and the current BJP leadership are masters of this game. They know the political ramifications of such moves. You've literally on a platter handed the Congress an issue.
That shows how much the Congress is scared about the upcoming elections. They are bringing these kind of issues as part of their Congress toolkit, which in fact they should not have even bought. There are multiple other issues which are locally done. In fact, the way Nandini has grown over the last few decades, our government has been constantly giving support to Nandini KMF. In fact, the expansion of dairy units are happening across the state, and milk production has also increased. In fact, the same subsidy...
So then why are the Karnataka farmers speaking against you? Hotels are speaking against you. Look at the kind of backlash. Now we are seeing Amul come out and say that they're going to push this till after the elections.
These are the same people who are instigated by the Congress. In fact, D.K. Shivkumar himself went to a Nandini milk parlor saying that I have to drink. Probably he would have never done that. Just because he wants to, make this.
So why should he not do it? It's election season. What else do you expect your opponents to do? You're supposed to be smart. You're not supposed to give them issues on a platter.
The farmers of Karnataka and people of Karnataka are smart enough. They can't get fooled by the Congress, these kind of antics. They
No,
know
if it's
this,
an
this is
antique,
all.
then why are you now delaying the sale of Amul? If you are so convinced about your decision, you should allow Amul products to be sold. Why are you delaying it now?
Amul is already, Amul has been being sold in Karnataka from time and probably 5 decades. Yeah, as a baby, I have
No, but he's
also
talking
drank,
about milk
Amul
and
powder.
curd. Listen, let's not get this wrong. Amul made a statement talking about milk and curd coming to Karnataka. This statement was made on the 5th of April, which is where this controversy really sprang up from.
Yes, see, that's exactly what the clarification has been given by our corporation minister and our MD of KMF, saying that this online market where they have no control on the products that is being sold. So this is being done on the completely e-commerce platform. So you cannot put a restriction to another state brand just because they're selling through e-commerce.
Now, that's the point that I agree with. Now, one second, Aishwarya Mahadev. The problem is, by turning Amul and Nandini into political issues, you're actually anti-cooperative. As an Indian, I want Amul to do well. I want Nandini to do well. The moment you turn, you make it seem as if Amul is a Gujarati cooperative. It's not. It's a national cooperative. It may be based out of Anand in Gujarat. But this serves a national purpose, and I've been to Anand many times, lakhs of lives across the state of Gujarat and elsewhere of farmers have been changed because of the good work that Amul did. What is wrong if Amul is sold via e-commerce or quick commerce, whether their milk and their curd is sold in Bengaluru and elsewhere? Why would you object to that? What's the problem?
Rahul, before I answer that, when the BJP spokesperson spoke about how we don't have other issues, sorry, sir, we have enough and more, but do not stop us from standing up for Kannadiga pride. And we believe that it's not only a Congress issue, it is a Karnataka and it's a Kannada
Madam,
issue.
you want Nandini products to be not to be sold in Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu as well.
If you do your research, one second, sir.
We are selling ghee to Tirupati temple. We are selling
embarrass yourself.
ghee to Tirupati temple. So you want the same stand to be taken by the
Rahul, when you
Telangana and
ask
Andhra Pradesh.
his enthusiasm
You want the Tirupati temple board to stop buying ghee from Andhra
Okay, Naveen, let Aishwarya complete. I'm coming back to you for a comment. Naveen, just 1 second.
No. There is a very clear distinction that has to be made, and clearly there are some basic arguments that get lost in this. Rahul, yes, the Karnataka Milk Federation and Nandini provide over 5 lakh liters of milk when there are shortages in other states, and as a matter of pride for us, we are not saying no. We as a single milk union are literally a fraction of the amount behind of Amul, which has more than 8 milk unions together. The idea here is this. We are wonderful with expansion. We are okay with others cooperating to bring in products, but we believe there are certain areas of service or there is certain necessary protectionism that should be added for
No, but why should there be protectionism? That's the point that Naveen is making. Why should Nandini products not be sold in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Telangana and wherever else?
1 second. Nandini products, understood. There are different states that have different milk federations that work with each other cooperatively, and Nandini has also provided when there is a shortage. Why I'm saying there needs to be a certain amount of protectionism is because 1.25 crore people, their lives are directly and indirectly linked to this. So within my state, in the other states, everybody has the prerogative. There are private players here too. But we're talking about the scale of functioning, the scale of money that is involved, and the number of people whose lives are at stake. 1.25 crore farmers who now are already facing problems because of lumpy cow disease and no remuneration, because of the fact that the Protsaha Dana has been reduced, because of the fact that procurement has dropped by more than 20 lakh liters if you look at the statistics, and now you're bringing in another highly competitive, even bigger entity, which these private entities are not, a bigger entity to come and compete. All we're asking is this. If there is cooperation between these entities and these units, whether it is online, whether it is offline, whether it's mom and pop shops and whatnot, there is a manner in which you do it while ensuring that one, the prices...
Let's pause this for a moment. I want to go across to Harish Bijur because there is economic rationale and then there is a political rationale. The economic rationale very clearly lies with Amul, Nandini and whichever other cooperative you talk about being allowed to sell nationally, let them compete in the market. If it's a matter of Kannadiga pride, Kannadigas don't need to have Amul milk, but the option to buy Amul milk should exist for somebody who wants to buy it. However, there is political rationale and the Congress has jumped on this issue, tried to turn this into a major election issue and seem to be succeeding to some extent. Do you think the BJP got the economics right but the politics totally wrong on this?
Well, Rahul, firstly, this is the summer of discontent in Karnataka with elections ahead. So the timing of all this happening is very sudden, and it is a sitting duck issue which has fallen into the lap of the opposition. The economic rationale, yes, there is an economic rationale that says that brands must be able to seamlessly move across one country, at least, if not more. And I think, that holds because, Nandini could be available in Anand and Amul could be available in Bengaluru. But economic rationale apart, milk is a issue which is very, very sensitive. Water, salt, and milk. These are big issues. We have water wars between the states. Salt, has been an issue which took the nation somewhere once upon a time at the point of independence. And milk is yet another. The key, emotional issue seems to be at this point of time that if you source in Karnataka, fine, sell in Karnataka. But if you source somewhere else, do not sell in Karnataka. Now,
no, but that's not correct because Nandini, one second, sir. Nandini also sells to the Middle East a lot. It sells to armed forces. It's not as if they're selling. They're about 70% of the Bengaluru milk market, but they're also selling very extensively in the Mid East and to the armed forces. Then that should be stopped as well.
Well, let me put it this way. Different strokes for different folks at different points of time. This is election time, and the opposition will pick up issues which suits it. And why not? I think everything is fair in love, war, and elections. The opposition has picked this up as an issue. But the key point which at the grassroots level is occurring is this. But from a brand perspective, I think, we have one nation, possibly. Every brand should be able to crisscross.
The fact is that this decision was taken by Amul.
And the choice is dictated by
this decision is taken by Amul on the 5th of April. And I've seen the kind of work that's being done to try and empower some of the cooperatives. It's not as if Amul is checking with the central government before taking a decision because if it's actually asked to somebody, they'll say, nahi bhai, agar karna bhi to election ke baad karna. They won't go out and say, go ahead and do it when they know that this could wreck their chances in the election. So Amul is taking an independent decision and frankly should be encouraged to do so. They should actually, Harish Bijur, be encouraged to do so. Instead of saying all is fair in love and politics, they should be encouraged to expand wherever they want to expand.
Who is the management of the Amul board?
Well, from a commerce point of view, I definitely agree with that. But the point is this. This is one cooperative against another cooperative. Now, I think we need to coin a new meaning for the word co-opetition, because one cooperative is competing against another cooperative. But if you really look at history, cooperatives have not competed with cooperatives. Cooperatives have cooperated with other cooperatives. This is a 72,000 INR crore cooperative, which is Amul. And Nandini is a 25,000 crore INR. And both these have their respective markets, their respective hinterlands. Last point, there are two aspects to the milk market. One is fresh and the other is not fresh. Fresh is all about liquid. So there's a liquid portion which is about milk and curd. This is a sensitive terrain. People want local milk in these two spaces. And then there is a solid, which is value-added stuff, which lies above it, which is milk powder, when there's excess of milk, and then, of course, cheese and 23 other products. That could be a terrain, which could be an all-India terrain, but people in regions are quite sensitive to liquid.
Sandeep Shastri, how much traction has this issue got on the ground in your view? On television, on Twitter, it's become a big issue. The Congress gunning for the BJP, Amul now on the back foot as a result of being caught in political crossfire. Has it really exploded in a big way, or is it just a marginal, tangential kind of issue where the Congress is trying to make more noise than exists in substance on the ground?
I don't think any political force in Karnataka can afford to ignore the issue at this stage. I think it has caught public attention. Rahul, as I see it, there are three things here. One, there is a challenge of timing. It has come at a particular time when it has got caught in political crossfire. There is secondly a lack of clarity. Amul started off with the tweet that they came up with. Parties responded to it. Parties changed their position on it. So I think there has been a lack of clarity in terms of response. And of course, you have given a ready-made issues in the election. But Rahul, let me also clarify one more point. To the best of my knowledge and understanding, milk cooperatives have a agreement across states that when the Nandini KMF has excess milk and another state cooperative is running short of milk at a given point of time, the KMF transfers milk to the other states, but it is packaged and marketed as the cooperative milk of that particular state. Now, this is the practice that cooperatives have followed in their competition across states. Limited to a state, they also take their products to other states and link up with other cooperatives. I think in this backdrop, you need to see the Amul KMF, Amul Nandini controversy having come up. And as I said, it's all a question of, in terms of business terms, a bad timing that you brought
No,
it
but
at
usually
a time
it's the other way around. For example, Rahul Gandhi saying what he did in the United Kingdom, the BJP was able to pick it up, turn it into a much bigger issue than in the manner in which Rahul meant it. Allude to Rahul Gandhi things he probably never said, but he was kind of directionally suggesting it without specifically saying so, and the BJP really upped the ante on it. In the case of issues to do with Karnataka, it's the BJP which seems to be on the defensive, and this is not really the BJP's fault. Remember, this is a comment made by Amul on Twitter,
that's Rahul,
and then it becomes a big issue.
Rahul, that's because the BJP is in power.
No, but the BJP
Rahul,
is in power at the center as well.
Is in power in Karnataka.
There's something wrong with the
therefore
manner in which the BJP in Karnataka is functioning, because the BJP is in power at the center and the BJP is able to run circles around the Congress all the time as the opposition in parliament and elsewhere.
You are absolutely right, Rahul. That's why a lot of people are making a distinction between the BJP at the national level and BJP at the state level. And there have been a series of events in the last few months which have pushed the ruling BJP at the state level on the back foot. Be it this issue, be it earlier to this, a MLA's son being caught in a Lokayukta raid, be it earlier to that, the whole perception on corruption. So I think there have been a series of issues which have put the BJP on the back foot, and as a ruling party, you have not been able to set the agenda.
You know, I want to bring Harish Bijur in on this, because you've tracked many an election as well, including those in Karnataka. What do you make of the fact that on issue after issue, the BJP seems unable in this particular election to set the agenda? It's the Congress that's picking something, turning it into something much bigger than it actually is, putting the BJP on the defensive and making the BJP look reactive. It's usually the other way around.
Well, you're absolutely right, Rahul, because in this election, you know, this particular issue, let's talk the milk issue, for instance, is live fodder, given live fodder to the opposition parties. And the Congress is making the best of it, as is the JDS and as is the AAP attempting to do. So if you look at it, I think this entire issue could have been managed better. And I think the timing is totally wrong. But, you know, from a pure commercial point of view, I mean, this is telling me a lot of stuff. It's just telling me that if one cooperative versus another cooperative could create this kind of a ruckus, imagine tomorrow when Reliance, which has big plans to enter the dairy industry, is going to face when it wants to enter the dairy industry.
No, but that depends on whether there's an election at that time or not, Harish. It actually depends on whether there's an election. If there isn't an election, nobody will have a problem. Absolutely. If there's an election, then Aishwarya Mahadev and her party will be jumping again. That again depends on whether at that moment the Congress is in opposition or power. Because if they're in government, then the view may change. But in opposition, then of course this is just, there you see on your screen right now, DK Shivkumar enjoying some Nandini milk. And this is politically expedient, but remember the walls that Aishwarya is asking for, if the Congress were to win on the 13th of May, those same walls, Aishwarya, would then be very problematic, because this is the mentality of the Bombay club. You don't want to create these walls. You want Nandini to become a national force to take on Amul. That should be the Kannada aspiration. That would be a true expression of Kannada pride.
That is a true aspiration, and Nandini
But you're asking for walls, you're asking for protectionism, then other states will do the same to you.
we're basically asking is that the livelihood of way too many people is dependent on this one cooperative, which is now suffering under this current government. And let's make it very clear. Please look at the Board of Administration of Amul and tell me which political party they belong to. Look at KMF also, and you'll tell me who Balchandar Jarkiholi is, right? So you can see exactly what is happening to the farmers today. And it is not about political expediency. It is about the welfare of people, because Rahul, when we offered Shira Dare, look at the milk production that was there, even though we took the risk of offering 4,000 crores to the dairy farmers, and we were able to boost production then. We have always stood for the farmers, and this is not about being in opposition or government. The singular fact is this. This is an indigenous, homegrown industry and cooperative that we need to protect, because the last time we didn't stand up, you know what happened? Canara Bank, Vijaya Bank, Bank of Mysore, which was our treasury bank, no longer exist. The heart of Indian banking today, or whatever it was, comes from Karnataka and Uttar Kannada rather. And today none of them exist because of what you did to the other banks. I'm sorry if Kannadigas are very scared and very weary because of the fact that every time the BJP decides to make some big expansion plans, it is the regional languages, it is the regional areas and the states that get affected, Rahul.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, not only Congress, this is the people of the state that are standing up. Can you tell me every single Hotel Owners Association is pro-Congress? No. Can you tell me every Raita Sangha is pro-Congress? No. This is a people's movement because they've seen the way that the BJP and a particular machinery have bulldozed the regional aspirations of people, and we are not going to stand for it.
Elections are about landing punches, and if it's punches that are being counted, then Aishwarya Mahadev landed quite a few, as has her party over the last several days on this issue. The BJP, on the other hand, gave the gloves to the Congress on a platter. They picked up the gloves on an Amul tray, gave it to the Congress, and the Congress is landing punch after punch. And that's really been emblematic of how this campaign has gone so far. But remember, the BJP is a formidable election machine. You still have about a month to go for polling day, and Aishwarya's party is a great one, especially the recent history at scoring self-goals in the final minutes of the match. So could they do that, or can they just hold on to what they've built and keep landing punch after punch? This is an exciting election, which is why we're so excited at India Today, because unlike the last several elections where the Congress has virtually rolled over and let the BJP walk all over it, here they are fighting, they're trying to land some punches, and the BJP will hit back as well. So bring it on, I say. Makes things exciting for Sandeep Shastri, Harish Bijur, me and the entire India Today family. This is where I wrap up this debate. We'll track what happens next. Looking forward to traveling to Karnataka in the days to come. I'm slipping into a break. When we come back, we'll have more for you, with Apple taking a big bite into India, set to open its own store in Mumbai and expand nationally. Details coming up on the other side.
Wasn't a great year for you health-wise. How was that phase for you?
It was a tough phase. Of course, I was unprepared. It came my way, and then you ask yourself why it happened. Then you question, oh, my habits were okay. I was leading a good life. Oh, I had COVID. That's why maybe, no, it shouldn't have happened. All these questions come to your mind, and they, why me? Oh, why God you did this to me? But you don't have anything else but to move forward. Okay, you have to move forward. But thankful to doctors and to Almighty that things were fine. तो सब कुछ ठीक हो गया, और अब मैं अच्छे से काम कर रहा हूँ, अच्छे से लाइफ चल रही है, और मज़ा आ रहा है. तो जो हो गया, आई थिंक आपको आगे चलना चाहिए. अभी क्या, पर ये हो गया कि हॉस्पिटल में मैंने कुछ दोस्त बनाए नए, वहाँ एडमिट रहते हुए.
आई एम श्योर.
और कुछ बड़ा ही मज़ा आया. हॉस्पिटल में भी बड़ा अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस था।
कोई एक शेयर करिए हमारे साथ।
मेरे को नींद नहीं आ रही थी एक दिन, और मेरे को पेन हो रहा था मेरी सर्जरी के बाद। तो 1 घंटे बाद जब मेरे को हल्की सी नींद आने लगी, मैं बड़ी ट्राई कर रहा था, कुछ सेडेटिव भी लिया था शायद, मैं पेन में था, तो मेरे को नींद आ रही, सर्जरी हुई थी तो वो स्टिचेस का पेन और सब होता है, तो वो मैं ऐसे सोया होता, मेरे को हाथ आता है, फोटो फैन फोटो तो वो एक था कि रात को बड़ी देर बाद नींद आई थी, मैं ये पेन किलर। तो एक्चुअली उनका स्नेह है, प्यार ही है, पर वो ऐसी जगह पे आया, बड़ा अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस था। और मैं एक्चुअली वो अच्छा हुआ
हाँ।
क्योंकि मैं भूल ही गया कि मैं मरीज हूँ।
हाँ।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
18th May 2022. A normal day that changed to an abnormal day. She was cut into 35 pieces.
उसने मल्टीपल वेपन्स का यूज किया.
Up against a psychotic butcher and a web of savagery. Now her father fights to put pieces of justice together. This is the story of Shraddha and her father.
जब तक इसको फांसी नहीं होगी, तब तक मैं इसका अंतिम संस्कार भी नहीं करूँगा.
My daughter, Shraddha. Coming soon.
As State of War Karnataka begins, a reminder why India today is the true number one. The 5 big faces speak to us before all others. From Chief Minister Bommai,
our intent is to weed out corruption,
to Chief Challenger Siddaramaiah,
yes, 100% I'm an aspirant.
From old warhorse Yediyurappa,
and I have got 100% confidence that we are going to come back to power in Karnataka,
to muscle man DK Shivakumar.
My number Karnataka on 13th, 141 will be the number.
And Kingmaker Kumaraswamy.
Offer is there.
Okay.
Everybody offering me.
When it's Karnataka, there's no competition. India's #1 election channel.
You're on board the news track. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman hit out at detractors in Washington DC who are trying to build the narrative that Muslims in India are in danger. The Finance Minister cited the track record of minorities in countries like Pakistan to say that the minority communities were far better protected and enjoyed equal rights in India, and that these were false narratives being built by those who'd actually never been on the ground.
If there is a perception their lives are difficult or made difficult with the support of the state, will the Muslim population be growing than what it was in 1947?
Speaking at the Peterson Institute for International Economics in Washington DC on Monday, the finance minister hit out at the negative perception of India built by sections in the West. The minister compared the state of minorities in Pakistan and India to drive home her point.
Every minority has been dwindling in its number, or if I may use the word which is harsher, decimated in Pakistan. Whereas in India, you would find every strand of Muslim doing their business, their children getting educated, fellowships are being given by the government.
The minister invited those with negative perceptions of India to visit the country and find for themselves the truth.
I would only say, come have a look at what's happening in India, rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited on the ground and who produce reports.
Sitharaman also spoke on the economic revival in India after the COVID-19 pandemic.
Government's policy played to the spirit of wanting to come out by the people of India, and that I would put in essence was the reason behind this revival and a sustained growth.
Sitharaman also met with an American Sikh delegation. The Sikh team condemned the anti-India Khalistani movements around the world, saying a handful of them were given a bad name to the entire Sikh community. Nirmala Sitharaman is in Washington to attend the spring meetings of the World Bank and the IMF. She will chair the second G20 finance ministers and central bank governors meeting. Bureau Report, India Today.
UPA chairperson Sonia Gandhi launched a fierce attack on the Modi government, writing in an editorial that the Modi government was guilty of dismantling the pillars of Indian democracy. Law Minister Rijiju responded to Sonia Gandhi's attack, saying that democracy died only once in India, which was during the emergency under Indira Gandhi's watch.
Pillars of Indian democracy being dismantled. BJP, RSS egging on hatred. Verbal gymnastics by Prime Minister to distract. These are just some of the attacks fired by Sonia Gandhi at the Modi government in a detailed editorial. Titled, "An Enforced Silence Cannot Solve India's Problems," Sonia has spoken for the first time on her son Rahul's disqualification, the Adani controversy and much more. Here are some excerpts. Sonia Gandhi has accused the government of resorting to unprecedented measures to disrupt parliament. She says by expunging speeches, attacking MPs and even disqualifying a Congress MP at lightning speed, referring to Rahul Gandhi on the Adani controversy, Sonia has questioned the Prime Minister's silence, saying he makes statements on truths and justice, but allegations of financial fraud are ignored. The former Congress chief did not stop there. She also lashed out at the government, accusing them of undermining the judiciary and misusing central agencies, which prompted a quick reply from the Modi government.
Just a few days back, Chief Justice himself said he is under no duress to perform his duty. He never gets any kind of undue pressure from the government to take or to toe certain lines. Despite that, there are people who are constantly saying that Indian democracy is severely compromised. Indian judiciary is almost dead.
Kiran Rijiju is an illusionary minister. He just doesn't understand the functioning of his own ministry. The way he comments on the judiciary, these are shameful comments. Nobody in his senses would make comments such as this, calling retired judges as anti-national. These are not comments which befit a stature of a minister of law in this country. However, what Sonia ji has written in her article is proven again by Mr. Kiran Rijiju, because these are the threats to our democracy.
The BJP has gone all out to lash out at Sonia Gandhi over her multi-pronged attack at Prime Minister Modi.
सोनिया गांधी जी को बताना होगा, आपके लिए आपका लोकतंत्र राहुल गांधी से शुरू होता है और गांधी परिवार से खत्म होता है। लोकतंत्र मजबूत हो रहा है। सोनिया माता जी, अगर आपका बेटा राजनीति में सफल नहीं हो पाया, लोगों का विश्वास नहीं जीत पाया, तो कृपया करके ऐसी धारणा मत रखिए।
With Sonia's attacks, it's clear that the Congress ahead of 2024 will be sticking to its narrative, putting the focus on agencies' misuse and the Adani storm. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's Apple's big India bite, the tech giant, all set to launch 2 retail stores in India, one in Mumbai, the other in Delhi. The move signals India's emergence as a key market for the global tech giant. from being a counterweight to China's supply chain dominance to a hub for growth in demand. Is India the next big Apple for Apple?
It is tech giant Apple's big India bite. Apple is all set to open 2 retail stores in the country. The first retail store in India, scheduled to come up in Mumbai at Geo World Drive, will throw open its door to consumers on April 18. Apple CEO Tim Cook is expected to attend the launch of the Mumbai store.
The store is located here in the newest mall of the city, the Geo World Drive. The barricades have already gone up with their vibrant colors, and the theme of the store seems to be inspired by the cabs of the city, the Kali Peels.
The second store in Saket, Delhi, will open on April 20. Apple Retail will help consolidate the tech giant's position further in India. Until now, Apple has sold iPhones and other products in the country mostly through resellers, e-commerce websites and large format retail chains. The move isn't surprising given Chief Executive Tim Cook in February called India a major focus for Apple. Apple has been on a steady expansion in India. Its share in the smartphone market is projected to grow from 1% in 2019 to 5% in 2023. It is no secret that Apple has been growing its manufacturing base in India. Making iPhones and then selling them in India ensures a smooth supply chain. India is at forefront of Apple's effort to decouple from China's factory floor. Apple Inc. partner Foxconn Technology Group also plans to invest about $700 million on a new plant in India, underscoring an accelerating shift of manufacturing away from China. It's clear that Apple's playbook is evolving as India emerges as hub not just for manufacturing but also demand. With Rachna Dhanrajani, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you at 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
As State of War Karnataka begins, a reminder why India today is the true number one. The 5 big faces speak to us before all others. From Chief Minister Bommai
Our intent is to weed out corruption.
to Chief Challenger Siddaramaiah,
Yes, 100% I'm an aspirant.
from old warhorse Yediyurappa
And I have got 100% confidence that we are going to come back to power in Karnataka.
to muscle man DK Shivakumar,
My number Karnataka on 13th, 141 will be the number.
and Kingmaker Kumaraswamy.
Offer is there. Okay. Everybody offering me.
When it's Karnataka, there's no competition. India's number one election channel.
18th May 2022. A normal day that changed to an abnormal day. She was cut into 35 pieces.
उसने multiple weapons का use किया.
Up against a psychotic butcher and a web of savagery. Now her father fights to put pieces of justice together. This is the story of Shraddha and her father.
जब तक इसको फांसी नहीं होगी तब तक मैं इसका अंतिम संस्कार भी नहीं करूँगा.
My daughter, Shraddha. Coming soon.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. Rahul Gandhi in his home constituency of Wayanad, but Sachin Pilot, the Congress leader, is on the streets of Jaipur, effectively taking on the Ashok Gehlot government on the issue of corruption. Are the long-standing feuds in the Congress the party's biggest challenge as it tries to revive itself ahead of the 2024 elections? That's going to be a big talking point on the news today. Also, Amul finds itself in the midst of a milky war in Karnataka. We'll be speaking to the Amul MD. All that and much more on the news today.
As State of War Karnataka begins, a reminder, who is the true number one? The 5 big voices speak to us before all the others. From Chief Minister Bommai to Chief Challenger Siddaramaiah, from old warhorse Yediyurappa to muscleman DK Shivakumar and Kingmaker Kumaraswamy. When it's Karnataka, there's no competition. India's #1 election channel.
So sorry.
सारा शहर मुझे लायन के नाम से जानता है। लेट्स हैव सम म्यूजिक बॉयज। माइकल, आज से तुम करो H3N2 रिसाइकल।
यस बॉस।
लिली, अब नहीं सिली, तुम H1N1 मेरी बिल्ली।
थैंक यू बॉस।
रॉबर्ट, ये 3 छोटे छोटे वायरस कौन है?
बस, ये मेरे 3 बच्चे हैं, आपको इनके भी नाम रखने हैं।
एक का नाम रख दो पीटर, दूसरे का रिपीटर और तीसरे का जियांग मिंग रख दो।
पीटर रिपीटर समझ आया बॉस, जियांग मिंग क्यों?
क्योंकि इस दुनिया में पैदा हर तीसरा वायरस चाइनीज होता है। माइकल, गाड़ी लेकर आओ।
अरे बाप रे,
स्पीड बढ़ाओ।
बस, ये स्मार्ट बॉय तो फिर से पीछे पड़ गया, क्या करे?
राइट का इंडिकेटर देकर गाड़ी लेफ्ट मोड़ लो, स्मार्ट बॉय कंफ्यूज हो जाए। स्मार्ट बॉय, देखो हम फिर तुम्हारे शहर आ गए इन्फेक्शन फैलाने।
यह इन्फेक्शन किसी बोतल में रखा रायता नहीं है कि ठर से खोला और फर से फैला दिया। अभी तक मेरी जुबान बोल रही थी, अब मेरी वैक्सीन बोलेगी, समझे चपड़गंजो?
As State of War Karnataka begins, a reminder why India today is the true #1. The 5 big faces speak to us before all others. From Chief Minister Bommai
Our intent is to weed out corruption.
to Chief Challenger Siddaramaiah,
Yes, 100% I'm an aspirant.
from old warhorse Yediyurappa
And I have got 100% confidence that we are going to come back to power in Karnataka.
to muscle man DK Shivakumar,
My number Karnataka on 13, 141 will be the number.
and Kingmaker Kumaraswamy.
Offer is there.
Okay.
Everybody offering me.
When it's Karnataka, there's no competition. India's #1 election channel.
Good evening, viewers. Let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 42. Mumbai is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 98. Panaji is at 33 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 99. Ahmedabad is at 39 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 124. Bhopal is at 36 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 132. Jaipur is at 36 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 139. Delhi is at 36 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 204. Srinagar is at 24 degrees Celsius with AQI being 64. Lucknow is at 36 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 153. Patna is at 38 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 207. Kolkata is at 38 degrees with an AQI of 174. Hyderabad is at 37 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 108. Bangalore is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 98. Chennai is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 48. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me, AI Sana, all through the day.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by Panasonic, create today, enrich tomorrow.
Co-presented by General Air Conditioners, the Extreme Machine. XP100, India's first 100-octane premium petrol.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point, Sachin Pilot is on the street. Will this Pilot versus Gehlot long-running battle now finally sink the Congress in Rajasthan? High Command weak, Netas at war. Also, the Amul MD joins us in an exclusive on Karnataka's utterly milk war. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. The BJP gets set to release finally its first list for Karnataka. Ishwarappa to retire from active politics. Former Chief Minister Shettar says he's been asked to step aside as the BJP moves in for generational change. The milk war continues to simmer in Karnataka. Amul's MD speaks to India Today, insists Amul is not competing with state cooperative. Nandini says they will work together with whichever government is in power. In Rajasthan, Congress leader Sachin Pilot holds a day-long dharna saying that the Gehlot government has not acted against corruption of the Vasundhara Raje government. Congress accuses Pilot of anti-party activities. Pressure builds on both sides to take a step. Disqualified MP Rahul Gandhi leads a yatra in his constituency of Wayanad, launches an attack on the centre, says they can jail me but they can't block the truth. Sonia Gandhi writes an editorial slamming the centre, says Modi has destroyed the pillars of democracy. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in the US slams a Slander India campaign, says Muslims in the country are safe. Enforcement Directorate heat bills on Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav in a lands for jobs scam. ED grills him over alleged 600 crore proceeds of crime. Gangster Atiq Ahmed taken to Prayagraj from Sabarmati jail in Umesh Pal murder case with 30 police escorting him. Atiq claimed there's a plot to kill him. Bitcoin breaches the $30,000 mark for the first time since June 2022 as the crypto market recovers more than 80% this year. In India Today and Aaj Tak's news director Rahul Gandhi wins a Managing India Award for outstanding contribution to media at the IMA Awards. Kumaramangalam Birla awarded Business Leader. But our top story tonight. The Congress is fighting battles on two fronts now. Rahul Gandhi was in Wayanad, his former constituency in Kerala, holding a road show along with his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. This is his first visit to Wayanad since his disqualification as an MP. But the road show was overshadowed by Sachin Pilot's protest in Rajasthan, where the Congress leader held a hunger strike against effectively the Ashok Gehlot government, accusing the Gehlot government of not doing enough against corruption scams involving former Chief Minister Vasundhara Raje. Clearly, while the Congress looks to build and revive itself after Rahul Gandhi's disqualification, the party's factional fights are showing no signs of ending. Where does all this leave the grand old party? What lies ahead of Sachin Pilot? It's our top story tonight.
The Congress battles a potential revolt in poll-bound Rajasthan. In a short but symbolic fast against corruption, former Deputy Chief Minister Sachin Pilot has shone the light on his years-old rift with Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. He accused Gehlot of shielding BJP leader Vasundhara Raje in corruption allegations against her.
वसुंधरा जी के कार्यकाल में जो तमाम खटपट घोटाले हुए, जिन घोटालों को भ्रष्टाचार को उजागर करने के लिए हम लोग सड़कों पर उतरे, जेलों में गए, हमने आंदोलन किए और अब जब हम सरकार में हैं और 4 साल से ज़्यादा का समय बीत गया, मैं उम्मीद करता था अब तक कार्रवाई होगी, लेकिन कार्रवाई हुई नहीं। इसलिए आज मैंने उस सरकार के करप्शन जो मामले थे उन पर कार्रवाई हो, इसको लेकर आज अनशन रखा है।
Sachin Pilot went ahead with his dharna despite a clear warning from the Congress High Command. Pilot was not only warned that the fast was against the Congress's interests, but that it would also amount to anti-party activity. While Chief Minister Gehlot has maintained silence on Pilot's attacks on him, the party is finding itself divided on the issue.
अरे जो भी बात है वो घर में होनी चाहिए ना, घर से बाहर नहीं होनी चाहिए। अब आप मुझसे पूछ रहे हो तो वो भी मैं वही गलती करूं जो कोई और कर रहा है। अगर मेरे मन में कोई बात होगी तो मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी से अवश्य मिलूंगा, कहूंगा, वो मेरे मित्र हैं, दोस्त हैं, हम उनका सम्मान करते हैं। अगर कुछ पार्टी के हित में होगा तो मैं उनसे कहूंगा।
He is on hunger strike not against Mr. Gehlot, for an inquiry against Vasundhara Raje ji. He is raising an issue regarding corruption of Vasundhara Raje and her government. That is not anti-party.
Even as speculation builds up on Sachin Pilot's next move, prominent Jat leader Hanuman Beniwal has offered an alliance with Pilot if he forms a new party.
हम मजबूती से लड़ेंगे चुनाव। हमने एक बात पहले ही कह रखी थी कि पायलट अगर अलग पार्टी बनाते हैं तो आरएलपी उनसे गठबंधन करेगी, और नहीं बनाते हैं तो वो अपनी जाने। मैं सलाह ही तो दे सकता हूँ किसी व्यक्ति को, भाई मैंने सलाह दे दी।
The political drama in Rajasthan has embarrassed the Congress big time. Sachin Pilot's fast happened on the day Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra took out a roadshow in Rahul's former constituency, Wayanad. The show of strength was overshadowed by the developments in Rajasthan. Rajasthan, Karnataka, Chhattisgarh. The Congress's infighting wars do not seem to end. Will Congress act against Pilot or turn a blind eye? Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's turn then to our top talking point. Is the Congress just lurching from one crisis to another? Does a weak high command mean that the party is badly divided? Will Pilot versus Gehlot sink the Congress in Rajasthan? What will it take to end this battle between the two leaders? Is there effectively a generational battle that's taking place within the Congress? These are some of the questions I will raise. Anil Antony, BJP leader, was still a few days ago with the Congress. I spoke to him a little while ago. He'll join us. Javed Ansari, senior journalist who's tracked the Congress for years. Sanjay Jha, political analyst, joining us. We hope to be joined by T.S. Singhdev, the Chhattisgarh minister also. But let's come first to you, Sanjay Jha, because you've been a great supporter of Sachin Pilot. You've even gone to the extent of saying Mr. Pilot could be a potential future face of the Congress. And here he is staging a dharna against his own government effectively and being accused in a way of anti-party activity. Where does this leave Sachin Pilot? He seems at the moment as a leader who's got nowhere to go.
Rajdeep, the simple problem is that procrastination is never a political strategy. When you have the writing on the wall, you have two formidable political leaders in a public conflict, then to assume that you can airbrush it or expect some divine intervention to bring about the end to the problems is being rather preposterous. And I think the Congress is paying the price, and I would say regretfully doesn't seem to be learning from some past disasters like Punjab, and they allow these situations to actually become volcanic, and it just erupts in their face. And this is, by the way, a very critical election coming up in Rajasthan. So the simple answer is that what is Sachin done today, Rajdeep? Sachin is basically making a very significant statement. He's saying that political corruption of the opposition, which is the BJP, is something that the government of the day, which is led by Mr. Gehlot, is not really actively working on. And that by itself is actually going against the manifesto promise. So what he's doing is what I would call is very strategic and smart politics, because Mr. Gehlot has been very publicly, against the option of Sachin becoming the chief minister. But the truth is this, Rajdeep, that if those people who say that this is an anti-party activity, I mean, they have to look in the mirror, because if Mr. Gehlot's insurrection of his own MLAs during the time of the Congress president election was not an anti-party activity, then how can Sachin sitting on a fast and asking for action against the BJP on corruption be deemed as anti-party? I think the simple, straightforward answer to you is that the Congress leadership now under Mr. Kharge, I was expecting that they would move quickly to troubleshoot it. To just kind of defer it from one day to another, 1 month to another is intriguing, incongruous and unforgivable.
It really reflects in a way the fact that sometimes in politics, and particularly in the Congress party, not taking a decision is seen as a decision. Javed Ansari, is this a sign of a weak high command that is unable to enforce its writ over two leaders who've been fighting with each other for the last 5 years. It's not as if this started with the dharna today. For the last 5 years, Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot have been at war with each other.
Undoubtedly, Rajdeep, there is no denying the fact that the Congress High Command's writ does not run beyond Delhi. Because they are unable to win elections or make or mar the fate of the party, and therefore very few people either fear them or are willing to listen to them. They are at the moment caught between a rock and a hard place. They wanted to remove Gehlot a couple of months back. He literally rebelled, and now they can't force the pace because they're scared he will split the party. It's Sachin Pilot, who the initial error was made in denying Sachin Pilot his due. He had worked hard, put in the hard yards, and somebody else came and reaped after the results and became the chief minister. He now believes that he should be given his due. He was promised his due, but the High Command is unable to deliver.
No, but the majority of the MLAs remain with Mr. Gehlot, Javed Ansari. The majority of the MLAs remain with Mr. Gehlot. So Mr. Gehlot could turn around and say, why should I leave the chief minister's chair?
Rajdeep, once you become chief minister, you have the means to consolidate. And this is what happened. This was not the story when the government was formed 5 years ago in Jaipur. He became chief minister not on the support of the MLAs, but courtesy some of his friends, powerful friends, in and around the Central High Command.
Okay, interestingly, let me at this moment go to T.S. Singhdev. Remember, he is the Chhattisgarh minister who was hoping to be made chief minister by the Congress. Bhupesh Baghel remains in the chair, 6 months to go to Chhattisgarh as well. T.S. Singhdev, we were told that there was a promise made to you also, as Sachin Pilot claims there was a promise made to him by Rahul Gandhi. He would be made chief minister at some stage, and so would you. How do you see what's happening in Rajasthan? Is it that the High Command, as Javed Ansari says, cannot enforce its writ anymore outside Delhi?
Good evening, Rajdeep ji, and good evening to all the panelists and viewers. For one, I have never maintained that there was any promise made. Whatever is discussed behind closed doors, it has a sanctity, and that privacy has to be maintained, and it must be maintained. The Congress party has never taken out any statement regarding that. So I will not say that there were promises made, but there were possibilities. I was certainly one of the 4 people who were asked to come to Delhi before the selection of the chief minister. And since then, the media has, it is true, been carrying this matter of 2.5 years each. And it has been very trying for me to meet up with the expectations of those who were probably expecting me to have the chance of working as the chief minister. And that is where things lie. The 2.5 period is certainly over. We have 8 months to go now for the elections. 6 months, less than 6 months before the code of conduct is enforced. So that is where the matter lies.
Do you empathize with Sachin Pilot, who claims that he deserves his due? Somewhere, let's be honest, you also feel you could get more. He also feels you could get more. Do you feel that the High Command needs to be more decisive, whether it's Rajasthan or Chhattisgarh?
It is not for me to comment on the High Command. I cannot have the temerity to comment on the High Command. I have to maintain limits of discipline and propriety. But there are these issues, and we have in charges in the states, and I feel that they are the ones who foremost should make sure that these sort of situations don't degenerate into issues where Jyotiraditya left the Congress party, the entire government in Madhya Pradesh fell. And that apart from the issue of the High Command, I also sincerely feel and genuinely feel that it is for us at the state level, or whichever level we work, whether it is the polling booth or the block level or the district level, it is for us to ensure, not put everything on the heads of the High Command, that whatever is to happen, the High Command will do it. We are responsible members of the party. We have to ensure equations between us remain workmanlike, and there are no occasions where fingers could be pointed that these people are fighting for whatever.
In a way, this is also being seen as a generational issue, and I want to take that to Anil Antony, the son of A.K. Antony, who, remember, only last week left the Congress and joined the BJP. Anil was a young social media cell representative of the Congress. Anil, is this a generational issue? A younger generation in the Congress getting impatient because, well, all of you are the sons and children of politicians, and many of you believe you are entitled immediately to be given posts and positions as your parents got. In your case, A.K. Antony, in Sachin's case, Rajesh Pilot. Is this a generational battle, a battle between those who feel that they are entitled to become, to get leadership positions in what is seen by some as a dynastical party?
See, Rajdeep, again, like I previously mentioned, this is not about any positions. This is not about any titles. This is a question of, this is not about any parliamentary titles. This is not about any of these things. I'm talking about a scenario within a party where so many stalwarts who had contributed decades, 3, 4, 5 decades, to a couple of decades, to people who have just started, they all feel that inside the party you are not having a scenario where people with certain kind of skill sets, people with certain kind of experiences and even thought processes cannot function because they are not required in the party. Because right now what the party requires are a bunch of other kind of people whose only job should be to forward the interest of one or two individuals in certain manner and not on any broad causes. So I'm sure I can't speak for Sachin. Sachin will have to do it himself. And I can't speak for the Congress party also. I left the party. But I can sympathize with what Sachin is feeling because I don't think this is a case of a CM-ship or anything like that. He was the deputy CM. He was the PCC president. He resigned from these roles. But if you dispassionately analyze Sachin's scenario, this is actually, I would say, maybe one of the rare leaders who are left in the party, who are in their 40s, late 40s, who has some kind of national standing. And do you think that somebody like that has been used in any manner which is befitting his stature or his capability? No, like what I have seen.
You know, in a way you're saying that the party doesn't recognize talent or merit. Sanjay Jha is someone who was suspended from the Congress, who claims he is a congressman by heart, by soul, by spirit. Do you agree with Anil Antony somewhere with what he just said? That the Congress doesn't know how to recognize talent and merit. Shashi Tharoor contests against Mallikarjun Kharge. What next? He loses and he's virtually been pushed to the sidelines. He's not seen anymore as a frontline leader campaigning out there for your party, let's say in Karnataka as a star campaigner. All the attention seems to be around Rahul Gandhi. The images that we have seen today in Wayanad, it's all about how do we ensure the reinvention, the resurrection of Rahul Gandhi, not how do we reward other talent right along the line. Other people who may be in their 40s and 50s, who may be just as talented, capable, not being given a break.
Rajdeep, I'm ideologically Congress. I believe the Congress represents the idea of India. And no matter what my problems with the Congress, I can never join any other political party. I'm making it public on your program. But, you know, the reason why I think the Congress struggles, why an Anil Antony leaves or some other people in the party are disgruntled is only one reason. I think the Congress has forgotten to respect its talent. And I can tell you what distinguishes one TV channel from another. Why is one corporate better than the other? Why is one political party better than the other? It's the people that you have. I remember Mr. Dev is here on the show as well. Anil is here as well. In 2014, we got whacked out in the general elections. But we all believed that we had enormous talent. I mean, that was the big differentiator against the BJP. But when you allow people to leave and you are like, you know, they're leaving, it's okay. I think that's a terrible approach to have because it makes you complacent. Because yes, there is no denying you still have people like Mr. Dev, you still have a Sachin and a Gehlot and other people in Rajasthan. So it's good to have a problem of plenty. But if you begin to disrespect them, at some point they walk away. And that's how today I think the BJP is beginning to neutralize that advantage that the Congress has had.
But the Congress will turn around and say Sachin Pilot was made an MP in his 20s, became a minister also in his late 20s, early 30s. I mean, he's had his due. You know, the Congress party believes that you have to wait your turn. You can't get it overnight.
Rajdeep, can I tell you something? The world has changed. If you ask me, people like us have become older, but when people call me a very young man in politics, I'm almost amused because I believe the politics of the country must represent the demography of India. And I do feel that if you're 35 and you're good to be a prime minister, why not? There's a logic of why 25 years is the year to become a member of parliament in the Lok Sabha, which means you're fit to be even a prime minister if required. So I think we are just being very stuck up on these age-old paradigms. The Congress needs to basically be less fossilized and become a more radical, bold, decision-making party.
Can I just take what you are to Javed Ansari? Let's call a spade a spade. Is the problem the elephant in the room again, Rahul Gandhi? You see, the fact is the entire focus of the Congress at the moment seems to be in and around Rahul Gandhi and those close to Rahul Gandhi. Therefore, many of these state issues have been let to fester. And you don't have an Ahmed Patel or a strong person who's a backroom operator who can put all this together. Do you believe that that's really the problem? The problem that the Congress simply doesn't have the kind of political managers to handle these faction fights and a strong, charismatic leader who can bring in the votes.
Look, all of that you say is true, partly true. But it's very easy to blame it all on just Rahul Gandhi or on the fact that just because Ahmed Patel is not here, Ahmed Bhai was we all know he was a very capable person. But even when he was around, these problems existed. And what's new in Congress projecting its own leader? In the BJP, is anybody else projected except a certain gentleman? I mean, what's new? Most parties project their own leader. The fact is that it is not working.
Yes, but the BJP has political managers who are able to handle these situations and they are in power in the center. So they know how to distribute the benefits of power. Today, the Congress is not in power in the center. How do you distribute?
So that is what provides them heft. That's what makes their job a lot easier. When the Congress, go back a few years, when the Congress was in power, they used to manage these contradictions. Now they don't have enough goodies to give out. And the fact is that because the Congress leadership is weak, they are not winning elections. They have to win elections. The party must believe that our leadership can make or mar our future, and therefore then the respect and then their writ will run.
T.S. Singh Deo, do you agree somewhere in that the problem seems to be at the moment that the Congress party simply doesn't have the power at the center to distribute the goodies, as the word used by Javed Ansari. Isko Rajya Sabha seat do, give someone else some kind of chairmanship. Now you can't accommodate all these conflicting interests. So the ambitions are clashing with each other.
Not quite so, Rajdeep ji. As far as states are concerned, where governments are there, and it is goodies we are talking about, you have many places where you can accommodate people. We are not looking at being accommodated in the center when we are talking about state politics. When you're talking about national politics, then things like Raj Sabha or maybe members of commissions, etc., that could count. But in reference to states, and in reference to states where the Congress is in power, that would not apply. You have
So what would your advice be to a Sachin Pilot? What would your advice, Mr. T.S. Singh Deo? Does he wait it out like you? You've been extremely patient. Should he have just been patient and waited it out? Or should he be someone who said, no, I demand that I also be projected as a future chief minister?
He's different. I am different. But then again, age is on his side. And I would advise him, I have advised him in a phone conversation. We keep in touch once in a while. I did tell him that you have age on your side. Don't hurry up taking any such decision. And I would only expect maybe a youngster with the dash and with a base on the ground to be a little more patient, and don't let these tight situations. I know what is happening in Rajasthan. I've been there twice for Rajya Sabha elections. And even otherwise, we know what happens in politics sometimes. So he has time on his side. So patience will give him dividends. He should not allow others the opportunity to put him down politically.
Anil Antony, the word used there by T.S. Singh Deo was patience. Is part of the problem that your generation lacks patience? Your generation, meaning those in their 20s, 30s, 40s, And then you end up making ideological shifts. One day with the Congress, another day you do a complete U-turn and join the BJP. Shashi Tharoor, senior Thiruvananthapuram MP, has said that it's one thing to be frustrated, it's another thing then to switch straight away from Congress to BJP overnight. Mr. Pilot so far has stayed away, it seems, from the BJP. You went to the BJP, the party that your father and others said was a non-secular communal party. Is it that many of you feel because you're not getting your breaks, you feel suffocated, you've decided to join the BJP because that is the rising sun?
See, I did not join the BJP because I was feeling suffocated. I resigned from the Congress party because I felt, and I absolutely believed, that in the last 2-3 years, the Congress party had been taking several stances where I believe that they were compromising the broader interest of the country, the core interest of the country, and the people's interest for certain short-term political expediencies. And a particular scenario came, which was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back, where I felt that again, this was a scenario which was similar, where once again we are compromising our country's sovereignty as well as integrity for political expediency. I resigned from the party. I thought about it for 2-3 months. I have been thinking about my future plans for the last 2-3 months, and I came to a conclusion, a very, very clear conclusion and a realization that at this moment, the Bharatiya Janata Party, led by Prime Minister Modi ji, is the only party in this country with a nationalistic and a national vision, with a national presence, which has a long-term vision, a clear vision and a direction to take this country forward.
Would you, Mr. T.S. Singhdeo, ever switch from the Congress to the BJP? Assume you're not made the Chief Minister and the elections come in Chhattisgarh, Mr. Baghel continues. Would you say enough is enough? I'm joining the BJP. Is that possible?
Even if they made me the Prime Minister, I wouldn't, Rajdeep.
Even if they make you the Prime Minister of the country, you will not join the BJP?
Never.
Okay, that's interesting. Here is finally a leader from the Congress making it clear. So you're very clear that this battle that even if you have a battle at one level with the Chief Minister, with Mr. Baghel, that will not lead you to switch sides.
Never, never.
Well, we don't know how many leaders are out there like you, Mr. T.S. Singhdeo, but clearly that is a true old-style congressman speaking who says he will not leave come what may. Final word, Javed Ansari, what do you think will happen to Sachin Pilot? Do you think he will leave the party? Does he have an option or will he stay on?
Well, difficult choice for him. If he leaves, what will he do? There is talk that he might tie up, if he does leave, if he decides to bite the bullet, he might then tie up, form a third force with Mr. Beniwal and Mr. Maderna. But I do believe that he will heed
and the Aam Aadmi Party,
Mr. Singhdeo's advice and stay in the Congress, because he is a part of the future of the Congress party. And hats off to Mr. Singhdeo. I wish there were more congressmen and women like him.
You're saying that he's the future of the Congress. A quick final word,
he is
Sanjay.
part of the future of the Congress
You're
party.
saying he's part of the future, but Sanjay Jha, there is a belief that the future revolves around the Gandhi family. So Sachin Pilot may, perhaps according to many, be even more talented than Rahul Gandhi, but he must wait his turn.
Rajdeep, 2 very short points. I can tell you with a reasonable confidence that Sachin Pilot is not joining the BJP, number one. Number two, and this is also important, the Congress party actually has a very straightforward decision to take. Is the future of Rajasthan to be led by Mr. Gehlot? Forget his age, etc. He's been Chief Minister 3 times already. Or do you now give an opportunity to a Sachin Pilot, who, as Javed correctly said, should have been probably in the job 5 years ago? Do you now let him lead the charge? It's a very straightforward answer. And the answer points towards Sachin Pilot. You invest in the future. You give a chance to somebody who is definitely going to be a face for a long time to come, not just in the state, but in the center. So it's an easy decision to take.
Okay.
I think just by not taking it, the Congress has only aggravated its own problems.
Okay, let's leave it there. Clearly, Sachin Pilot versus Ashok Gehlot is a long-running serial in Rajasthan, but it reflects perhaps it's symbolic of the deeper crisis that a weak high command is facing, where it is unable to resolve factional struggles. On that note, Javed Ansari, T.S. Singhdev, Sanjay Jha and Anil Antony appreciate your joining me here on the news today. Let's turn to the other story that's breaking at the moment, the battle for Karnataka, where the BJP has finally released a list of 189 candidates. Chief Minister Bommai will contest from Shigao, which he's contested in before. 52 new faces in the BJP's first candidate list. So effectively, 1 in every 4 or more than that is a new candidate. 32 OBCs among that list. But the big news is a generational change. Former Chief Minister Jagdish Tytler is among those who's been denied a ticket, as has been the strongman Ishwarappa. So clearly we have a new generation in a way emerging in the BJP. Let's listen into Jagdish Tytler, who's already spoken out on not being allowed to contest this election.
ಮತ್ತು ನೂರಾರು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಟಿಕೆಟ್ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 6 ಸಲ ನಾನು ಆರಿಸಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪ್ರತಿ ಸಲ 25,000 ಮತಗಳ ಅಂತರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಗೆದ್ದು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ನಿಲ್ಲಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಕಾರಣ ಏನು, ನನ್ನ ಮೈನಸ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಏನು, ಅಥವಾ ಸರ್ವೇದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸರ್ವೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ್ದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನನ್ನ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟು 70% ಅಷ್ಟು ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಆದಂಥ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ಬಂದದ.
Okay, so Jagdish Tytler hinting possibly at striking out against the party. Paulomi Saha and Sagai Raj are joining me, one from Bengaluru, Paulomi here in New Delhi. Paulomi, you track the BJP. What's the big message that's coming out from this list? Is it, as some are suggesting, a generational change and a lot of sitting MLAs being dropped?
Absolutely, Rajdeep. That's the big message. That's the big headline, which is, of course, evident from this first list of 189 candidates that the BJP and its Karnataka in charge right now, Mr. Arun Singh, is announcing a huge shift in terms of the generational shift that you're talking about. Fresh new faces, 52 new faces in this list of 189 who've been given tickets, which means that a lot of sitting MLAs have been dropped. We are awaiting that number after we, of course, hear from Mr. Arun Singh in terms of the constituencies that they're announcing at the moment. He's going one by one. Of course, he's announced that Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai will be contesting from his sitting seat of Shigao. We have to wait and see who are the others who've, found a place in this list of the Bharatiya Janata Party. The BJP, of course, saying that we focused on youthfulness, on freshness, on fresh ideas. We want the party to be taken forward, and that is the big gamble, if you may, that the BJP has taken with this first list, Rajdeep, of 189.
Effectively, it means that the BJP is admitting, some would say, to some element of local anti-incumbency, which is why so many candidates are being staged. Am I right, Sagai, that is the BJP, as Paulomi said, taking a gamble? Are they worried? Are there any signs of dissension in the BJP? We've heard from Jagdish Tytler. Could some of them actually contest against the party, or is this simply the BJP saying the old guard of people around Mr. Yediyurappa have had their time, we are going in for young faces?
BJP is experimenting something which they have done in Gujarat, Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. Probably they have been successful in those places, but the political dynamics is totally different from those states to Karnataka. Whether they'll be successful in implementing the similar kind of experiment which they have done in those states is a big question. And talking about the revolt, yes, as you rightly pointed out, Jagdish Tytler has spoken against the party, and we have already seen the former Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Lakshman Saudi, has openly said that he might contest as an independent candidate if the High Command doesn't listen to them. And remember, Rajdeep, yesterday, abruptly, B.S. Yediyurappa has landed in Bengaluru last night when the meeting was still on, when the senior leaders were still there. And remember, almost all the MLAs, most of them are behind B.S. Yediyurappa to get the ticket. And he was the main force, was pushing High Command to issue the tickets. And
so you're saying that the Yediyurappa, in a way, is fighting his last battle, and he is trying to push for a maximum number of candidates of his. The High Command has drawn a line and said they want to give new faces. So BJP clearly facing a big battle within there in Karnataka. Sagai Raj, And Paulomi with those details on the breaking news. Now, that's one war. The other war is the milk war that continues to simmer in Karnataka. After the Congress red flag Amul's foray into the state, saying it would impact their homegrown brand, milk brand Nandini, the BJP has gone on the offensive, accusing the former Congress Chief Minister Siddaramaiah of bringing in Amul into Karnataka in 2017. Why are the two parties fighting over an iconic Indian brand? Take a look.
A ubiquitous brand seasoned by the tongue-in-cheek take of its ads. Another champion in the sector with a loyal consumer recall and base, a market leader in Karnataka.
Nandini, non-energy drink.
Nandini, power-packed milk.
The Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation's Amul attempted entry into the state to supply milk and curd has left its dairy market and politics on the boil.
This is really the most famous local brand when it comes to milk and milk products in the state of Karnataka, and really something very sensitive also has become now a huge political issue right at a time of elections here in the state.
With elections just a month away, the opposition has invoked Kannadiga pride over the homegrown brand, accusing the ruling BJP of serving the interests of Gujarat-based businesses, with the sole aim to eventually merge Karnataka's Nandini into Amul.
नंदनी जो है उसको जबरन खत्म करके गुजरात की अमूल को भी हम सम्मान करते हैं, पर नंदनी को खत्म करके आप अमूल को ला रहे हैं, ये सरासर गलत है.
The issue seems to have struck chord with the locals, given their sentimental attachment with the half-century-old Nandini. The opposition has accused the state government of using unfair means against the protesters.
ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಹಾಸನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಬಹಳ ಸದೃಢವಾಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ಜನಾಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಣಿಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಜನತೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಏನಿದೆ, ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ತಲೆಬಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಸುಗಮವಾಗಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಡೀತದೆ.
The BJP has dismissed opposition accusations as false propaganda. The ruling party insists there are no plans to merge Nandini and Amul, and that it always stood beside farmers and livestock breeders of the state.
ತಾಯಂದಿರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಯಾರು? ನಮ್ಮ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರ ಅಥವಾ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ? ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಗೋಹತ್ಯೆ ನಿಷೇಧ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಇವರಿಗೆ ಗೋ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಲು ಕೊಡೋ ಗೋ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ತಿನ್ನೋರು ಓಟ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು.
A look at the scale of its operations shows Amul beats Nandini at the national level, but Nandini dominates Karnataka's market completely. Nandini's products are far cheaper than Amul's. If Amul sells 1 litre of toned milk at ₹54 in Delhi, Nandini's price is nearly ₹11 lower in Bengaluru, for instance. Amul MD Jayan Mehta, in an exclusive interview to India Today, claimed the Gujarat brand is not competing with Nandini for market share.
It's been wrongly portrayed as Amul is working against Nandini. It's never been Amul versus Nandini. It's always been Amul and Nandini together. Both as cooperatives, we are owned by the farmers. We work with the same values, mission, and the model. And together, for decades, we've been working together.
BJP has replied saying that even if Amul comes here or if any other tough competitor from any other land comes down to Karnataka, Nandini is strong enough to give a tough competitor and it will always continue to be the #1 brand of Kannadigas, is how the current dispensation has responded.
Business competition aside, politics has gathered steam over the two dairy brands in the run up to the state elections. With Nabila Jamal and Anagha, Bureau Report, India Today.
And earlier today, I spoke to Jayant Mehta, the MD of Amul, and I began by asking him, Mr. Mehta, are you surprised, possibly even shocked by the manner in which you, Amul, an iconic brand, find yourself in the midst of a political battle today between the Congress and the BJP in Karnataka, the reaction, the backlash to your decision to enter Bengaluru to sell milk and curd?
It's been wrongly portrayed as Amul is working against Nandini. It's never been Amul versus Nandini. It's always been Amul and Nandini together. Both as cooperatives, we are owned by the farmers. We work with the same values, mission, and the model. And together, for decades, we've been working together to build not just our respective states, but India also is the largest producer of milk in the world.
But then how
so
do
the
you
backlash
no,
from
no,
the customers,
how do you explain?
Also from the
No, how do you explain then this backlash, Mr. Mehta? How do you explain hashtag go back Amul, save Nandini, the strong political comments being made by the Congress against you? How do you explain the fact that you find yourself in the midst of an acrimonious political battle, being accused in a way of entering Karnataka to finish the Nandini brand according to the Congress?
So it's actually wrong information being spread for Amul as well as the relationship we enjoy with Nandini, and that's what has caused all this. But that's why if we can talk about the facts about the relationship we enjoy and the cooperation we've been doing, actually it will solve most of the problems. Fact number one, our entry into Karnataka fresh milk market is not new. In North Karnataka, Hubli, Belgaum, we've been selling Amul milk and dahi and buttermilk since 2015-16. So the entry into Bangalore only with a limited purpose of selling our products at our prices only through e-commerce channel can actually do nothing to Nandini. And the managing director of Nandini also has admitted that Amul cannot make any dent in Nandini's business in the Bangalore market. Second, Amul continues to make ice creams using Karnataka, Nandini's milk, using their plants and facilities. And we've been doing this since 1998. Yesterday also 30,000 liters of ice cream was packed at 3 of their plants and sold in Karnataka and rest of South India. So this is what a relationship we enjoy of working together. Not only on this, during COVID 2021, when there was huge glut of milk, no demand of milk and dairy products, we processed almost 2 lakh equivalent of milk into cheese at their factories there in Karnataka, and we bought that cheese and used it for us. I can talk about number of instances in which we both as cooperatives have been working closely with each other for the benefit of the farmers of Karnataka, and I'm sure we'll continue to do so in future. I cannot comment on the criticism because those people who are trolling us or participating in these hashtag movements are perhaps our customers, if not currently, the potential ones. So I'll not get into that space of the debate which is happening, but we as Amul are very clear that as a cooperative, we will never ever think of hurting the farmers of Karnataka, of Nandini as a brand, and together, two cooperatives brand will keep the private and the multinationals out.
You know, I think the concern though, Mr. Mehta, is that there is wide speculation that the Karnataka Milk Federation and the cooperatives at some stage in the future could merge with Amul. And this is what it's based on what Corporation Minister, also the Home Minister, Amit Shah said in October 22. He said in Guwahati, Mr. Mehta, and I quote now, the process to form a multi-state cooperative society by merging Amul and 5 other cooperative societies has been started. This has led many to believe that an Amul-Nandini merger in Karnataka could be an offshoot of this announcement.
Sir, we are both cooperative societies registered under our respective state cooperative acts. So there is no question of merger of these two cooperatives per se. Talking about this statement of the new multi-state cooperative societies, sir, I'm happy to say that there are 3 new multi-state cooperatives which have been set up recently. There is one multi-state cooperative on exports, the another is multi-state cooperative on organics, and the third is on seeds. And I'm happy that Amul, along with 4 or 5 other top cooperatives of the country, IFCO, CRIPCO, NCDC, NAFED, NDDB, National Consumer Cooperative Federation, all between 6-7 of us, we are incubating these 3 new multi-state cooperatives. So any product, any cooperative makes in India, this new one multi-state cooperative will export it across the world. The second is on organics, means any organic producer in the country as an individual or as a cooperative, whatever products he makes, this another multi-state cooperative of organics will find a market for the same, and that marketing job will be done by us at Amul. And third, any farmer across any village of the country wants a certified seed, the new multi-state cooperative on seeds will provide that. So what Honorable Home Minister said is actually been translated into these 3 new multi-state cooperative societies promoted by Amul and few others, and that has already taken shape. So that's where we are currently. Amul continues to exist independently as much as Nandini does and will continue to do so. But these new multi-state cooperatives in which we are promoters and shareholders will invite membership from across the country, and together these new cooperatives will work for the betterment of our farmers. If you heard the Honorable Finance Minister in the last budget speech, she said very clearly that cooperative has been identified as a tool of development for small and marginal section. So there is a huge tailwind for the cooperative sector with the support given across all, and these new 3 cooperatives also will take this movement further. And one more thing, sir, I may add, since we are discussing this, in India, over the last 50 years, India has about 2 lakh village dairy cooperative societies out of the 7 lakh villages. And in the next 5 years, another 2 lakh village dairy cooperative societies will be formed. So what happened in the last 50 years will happen in the next 5 years. And you can see the great boost the cooperative sector will get. And all the farmers associated, be it agriculture or dairying, will get a huge benefit out of this movement.
So from what you're saying, and particularly what you said at the very outset, Mr. Mehta, let me get it in conclusion. You are telling me, irrespective of this political reaction, whichever government comes to power in Karnataka a month from now, Amul is going to enter the Karnataka market fully. You are entering Bengaluru, irrespective of what happens in next month's election. Am I correct?
Yes, of course, because the Honorable Chief Minister himself said that Amul is welcoming to Karnataka, and Nandini also accepts that Amul is not going to hurt it anyway. So, I mean, our intentions are fair. Our activities of aligning with Karnataka Milk Federation and its farmers are very, very transparent and very positive. And obviously, the same relationship will continue. And obviously, Amul products will be available to the citizens of Bangalore and other markets of North Karnataka, where we've been selling since 2015. We'll continue this relationship.
So even if there is a Congress government, because the Congress is claiming you're entering Karnataka as a hostile force, even if there is a Congress government, you will continue to spread in Karnataka and be there along with Nandini. Am I correct?
I cannot talk about the election results or the political environment, but fact remains that every single state of the country, irrespective of whatever government is there, Amul continues to exist and coexist with the respective brands of the respective states. Okay. So I see no reason in saying that irrespective of whatever happens, Amul will be there to serve the interests of the consumers of Karnataka and the farmers of the Karnataka state.
Okay, let's leave it there, Mr. Mehta. I'm glad to see Varghese Kurian, the founder of Amul, there in that picture behind you. That's a good sign of continuity. Appreciate your joining us and setting the record straight on the Amul versus Nandini battle. Let's take a break at this point. When we return, our good news today's story. And it comes from Prayagraj, that is from Allahabad. Back in a moment. You're watching the news today. News without the noise. Let's turn first to our Get Real India story now, which comes from Chhattisgarh's Bemitara district. It remains tense as 2 more dead bodies have been found amidst the communal clashes that followed Ram Navami a few days ago. Remember, Bemitara emerged as this hotspot of violence after 23-year-old Bhuneshwar Sahu was killed over a heated argument. It's tonight's ground report.
Chhattisgarh is on the edge. Days after a 23-year-old man was killed in a communal clash in Bhiranpur village in Bemitara district, 2 people with head injuries were found dead in Korve village in the same district.
आप ये कह रहे हैं आप लाश को उठने नहीं देंगे, अंतिम संस्कार होने नहीं देंगे, इसकी क्या वजह है?
क्योंकि सरकार उनके निर्णय लिया है, तो हमारे उपस्थिति में सरकार क्या कर रहा है, हमको यही जानकारी लेना है।
गवर्नमेंट से आपकी क्या डिमांड है?
गवर्नमेंट हमको इंसाफ चाहिए, कुछ नहीं चाहिए मैडम हम लोग को। भाई जैसा हमारे आदमी को उठा रहा है वैसा उनको भी उठाना चाहिए साथ साथ।
11 लोग जो अरेस्ट किए गए हैं, 11-12, वो सब मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी से
आदमी को उठा के लेके गया है, तो उनका कमेटी आदमी क्यों उठा रहा है मीडिया पुलिस वाले? हम लोग को यही चाहिए, उनको भी आदमी उठना चाहिए भी साथ साथ, तब तो शांत होगा दंगा तुम्हारा।
Some intercaste marriages that happened in a few months back in Korve seem to have created a rift between Hindu and Muslim communities.
Now, the entire district has been under a strong curfew. This is the day 3 after 8th of April, after the killing of Bhuneshwar Sahu. Still, the tension remains the same. And right now, what you see around me is the heavy police deployment that is just getting increased. On day 1, 400 police personnel were present here. However, the number of police personnel is constantly increasing, with 700 to now more than 1,000.
Bhuneshwar Sahu was killed and 3 policemen were injured on Saturday in a communal flare-up triggered by a fight between 2 children. Sahu's father has alleged that the police didn't come forward to help his son.
पुलिस ने ज़्यादा पूछताछ नहीं की। अगर पुलिस पूछताछ करती तो फिर आपको लगता है कि घटना वो हो सकती थी?
नहीं होती थी, अगर नहीं होती थी, अगर पुलिस पूछती, किसी को नहीं पूछा।
Chhattisgarh Chief Minister has announced 10 lakh rupees and a government job for Sahu's family. The murder has added to communal tensions. Right-wing Hindu groups had observed a bandh in the state on Monday. With Sumi Rajapan in Bemitara, Bureau Report, India Today.
Troubling story there from Chhattisgarh. My good news today's story, a group of slum dwellers in Prayagraj have started their own tiffin service. The initiative has become a big hit with more and more women chipping in. It's tonight's good news today's story.
They may not have the necessary resources. They may not have the finances. But where there is a will, there is a way. These superwomen living in a slum in UP's Prayagraj have commenced their own tiffin service. For 50 rupees, you can get a piping hot meal of dal, chawal, roti, sabzi and salad.
टिफिन सर्विस के काम हम लोग अब खाना बनाने लगे हैं। खाना यहाँ अच्छा लगता है और वहाँ काम करने झाड़ू पोछा जाते थे तो 4 बात सुननी पड़ती, कभी लड़का बीमार हो गया, आज नहीं आएंगे, क्यों नहीं आओगी, पैसा काट लेंगे, पैसा नहीं देंगे। अब यहाँ है तो अच्छा लगता है, आपको खर्चा भी निकल आता है हम लोग को।
Their daughters also chip in after school, helping in packing food and of course spreading the word on their mother's amazing service. Several other girls also help in any way they can. The tiffin service has now become a community affair.
मेरे बस्ती के लोग बहुत सब चूल्हा बर्तन करते हैं। मेरी मम्मी भी चूल्हा बर्तन करने जाती हैं। मैं यहाँ पर शुरुआत में खाना भी बनाती हूँ, मैं पढ़ती भी हूँ और इससे मेरा खर्चा भी निकल जाता है, इससे मेरे परिवार भी खुश है।
So who's the motivator? Who pushed these women to pursue their passion and earn a buck or two? Meet Abhishek. He teaches the children of this slum and decided to help out these ladies to become self-reliant.
हम लोग पिछले 7 वर्षों से जो स्लम की बच्चे होते हैं उनको शिक्षित करने का काम कर रहे हैं और इसके साथ साथ में हम उन्हें स्वावलंबी बनाने के लिए लगातार प्रयास कर रहे थे। तो उसी दौरान हमें पता चला कि जो यहाँ की महिलाएं होती हैं उनके अंदर प्रतिभा तो बहुत होता है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं उसको सही प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं मिल पा रहा है। तो उनसे बात करके हमने एक टिफ़िन सर्विस की शुरुआत की।
These women have now transformed their families' lives, bringing in money to feed everyone at home. With Pankaj Srivastav in Prayagraj, Bureau Report, India Today.
Nice, good news story. Our image of the day, India Today and Aaj Tak News Director Rahul Gandhi won the All India Management Association's Managing India Awards for outstanding contribution to media. We leave you with that image and hope you keep watching. Thanks very much. Good night. Goodbye.
News Director, India Today.
Namaskar.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Congratulations, Mr. Kamal.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Presented by General Air Conditioners, the Extreme Machine. Powered by You Grow Capital, non-stop business करने की आजादी. Union Bank of India, good people to bank with. Reliance Digital Personalizing Technology. Volkswagen Verter. आदित्य बिरला सन लाइफ इंश्योरेंस, इससे जरूरी कुछ भी नहीं. टाटा ट्रक्स, देश के ट्रक्स.
And all the suspense over the BJP's first list of candidates for the upcoming Karnataka Assembly election is over. And India Today once again has it right at multiple levels. We told you all about the big fights and all of them have been proven correct. Finally, the suspense over the BJP's list in Karnataka is over. The party has released a list of 189 out of 224 candidates and brought in a whopping 52 new faces. That means 27% new candidates. The big losers are the BJP veterans, Ishwarappa, Jagdish Tytler and many others. 9 sitting MLAs have been dropped in total. One of the big gainers is Yediyurappa's son Vijendra, who was widely expected to, and he has been given a ticket from Shikaripura, which we had told you about a week ago. We will be decoding this full BJP list, telling you the big takeaways, who the big winners are, the big losers are, and what the message is from this first list of 189 candidates. Suspense over, but the war begins now. I'm Shivarur, first headlines. BJP releases first list of candidates. Yediyurappa's son Vijendra to fight from Shikaripura, Bommai to fight from Shigao, R. Ashok fielded against DK Shivakumar. Milk war simmers in Karnataka. Amul MD speaks to India Today, says Amul not competing with state cooperative Nandini. Rajasthan Congress MLA Sachin Pilot holds day-long dharna against Gehlot government, demands action on corruption. Congress accuses Pilot of anti-party activities. Disqualified MP Rahul Gandhi leads yatra in former constituency Wayanad, launches attack on centre, says they can jail me but they cannot block the truth. Sonia Gandhi writes an editorial in the newspaper slamming the centre, says Modi is destroying 3 pillars of democracy. India Today and Aaj News Director Rahul Kanwal wins Managing India Award for Outstanding Contribution to Media. Kumar Mangalam Birla awarded Business Leader of the Decade. Finally, the suspense over the BJP list in Karnataka is over. The party has released a list of 189 candidates and brought in a whopping 52 faces, which means, like I said, 27% new candidates in this list. The big losers, as India Today had told you earlier, are all the veterans, including Ishwarappa, Jagdish Tytler, and possibly certain others. We're still decoding that long list that has just dropped. 9 sitting MLAs have been dropped in total. One of the big gainers is Yediyurappa's son Vijendra, who's been given a ticket from Shikaripura constituency. We will be decoding that big BJP list for you over the next 1 hour with all the details, and our frontline team from Delhi and Bengaluru reporting on every aspect of this long-awaited BJP list. Let's go straight across to our reporters. Nabila Jamal on the ground. Polami Saha has been tracking everything from the BJP headquarters side as well. Nabila, to you first for a first reaction. 189 candidates, much of the suspense over. Many of the things that India Today had reported have obviously been proven true. The big takeaways, if you could list them for us.
Right, Shiv, I'd like to tell our viewers the biggest takeaways here is those fighting the big guns of the Congress. And it was India Today who predicted this first. Who's going to be fighting Siddaramaiah in Varuna? It appears that former Minister V. Somana of the BJP, who's also seen as a turncoat, he's now been fielded opposite Siddaramaiah and Varuna. This was India Today's exclusive news break. We were the first to reveal this inside information, and that's exactly what's come true. V. Somana now to fight Siddaramaiah in Varuna. Of course, it is Siddaramaiah's home turf. Varuna is his home turf. But at the end of it, the BJP here projecting that it is going to put up a tough fight against Siddaramaiah in his own home turf. Now, let me also take you through who's going to be fighting DK Shivakumar in his constituency, Kanakpura. It appears that again, Minister R. Ashok, who is MLA of Padmanabhanagar, he is also going to be fighting DK Shivakumar in Kanakpura, which is also again a big sign going out that the BJP is putting up a tough candidate. A minister as big as R. Ashok, who's a prominent face within the party, who's going to be fighting DK Shivkumar in Kanakpura, and who's going to be fighting HD Kumaraswamy in his home turf of Chenpatta. CT Yogeshwar. CT Yogeshwar was someone who was fighting for a seat for a while now. It doesn't seem like he is much of a strong candidate.
Nabila, just hold on for a moment. Just hold on for a moment. I just want to break that piece of information. Very, very important. I want to take it one at a time. Let's put that breaking on our screens right now. Let's put that breaking news on our screens right now on what India Today had just told you first. Nobody had predicted that this was going to happen. India Today stuck its neck out, and we've just told you which big guns are going to fight against which in this first list. Let's put that second piece of breaking. Let's put that second piece of breaking news here. 10 sitting MLAs have been dropped. 52 new faces have been brought in. Let's get the second piece of breaking news that's just coming in now on who the big fights are going to be against. Who are the people being fielded in the big fights? Let's put that on our screens. We'll have that on our screen in just a moment from now. There you go. India Today told you first on the biggest fights in Karnataka. And here are those details validating India Today's reporting. V. Somanna will be fighting against Siddaramaiah in Varuna. That's the first big fight. India Today had told you first. R. Ashok, sitting minister, will be fighting against DK Shivakumar in Kanakapura. That's the second big fight that we're bringing to you here on India Today. Two big news breaks confirmed for the first time here. Nobody else had reported it, and we're telling you first. CP Yogeshwar goes up against HD Kumaraswamy in Channapatna as well. R. Ashok versus DK Shivakumar in Kanakapura. Nabila, R. Ashok, Somanna, Yogeshwar are going to be the proposed giant slayers. What the BJP is hoping will be the giant slayers in this upcoming election. What's the mood on those names?
You know, let me tell you, it was in fact our India Today Karnataka Bureau, Nagarjun Dwarkanath, in fact, who himself was the first to break it on our channel on V. Somanna, who is a 5-time MLA from Govindrajpura of Bengaluru, going to be fielded against Siddaramaiah in Varuna. So we're looking at a caste equation here, which ideally should have been a Kuruba versus Kuruba, but V. Somanna is a Lingayat, and it appears that the BJP has decided to field a Lingayat candidate in a Kuruba-dominated area, which is, of course, a big shock and a statement undoubtedly. And let me tell you, V. Somanna hasn't been very keen on contesting Siddaramaiah. In fact, as much as the news circulated, there was a lot of talk that V. Somanna will be fielded. Somanna was very tactful and handling the entire commotion, saying, I'm not keen. He said it very clearly, I'm not keen on contesting from Varuna. It almost appears that he's been forced to contest Siddaramaiah, which means he's going to be giving up his sitting seat, where he was an MLA 5 times around from Bengaluru's Govindrajpura, which has almost a 70,000 population of Lingayats. So Somanna to be moved to a Kuruba-dominated area is going to be going to be a very interesting fight, undoubtedly. Now, coming down to R. Ashok, let me tell you, R. Ashok is a strong man, multiple-time MLA, sitting MLA, and a minister from Padmanabhanagar. He is going to now be fighting DK Shivkumar in Kanakapura, and this is another statement which the BJP is making, considering that DK Shivkumar is a strong man. He in fact is a Wakaliga, and in that area where DK dominates, R. Ashok, a sitting minister, to take on a mighty man like DK is a statement, but a big question mark on winnability for the BJP. But at the end of it, clearly here BJP making bold moves, Shiv. The only weakling I see here is CP Yogeshwar, who's really struggling for a ticket right for a long time now. He was in fact waiting for a strong footing within the BJP. He lost his constituency some time ago. He's come back to be fielded opposite HD Kumaraswamy in Chennapatna. Doesn't seem like a strong fight for Kumaraswamy.
Let's listen to what Arun Singh, the BJP's in charge of Karnataka, had to say at this long-awaited press conference. Let's just listen into what he said.
प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री जिनकी कॉमन मैन की छवि है, मैन की छवि, वह जो उनकी पहले की सीट थी सिगांव, बसवराज बोम्बई जी सिगांव से चुनाव लड़ेंगे। नए लोगों को मौका देने वाली भारतीय जनता पार्टी, उसमें से 52 लोग ऐसे हैं जिनको नए लोग हैं, जिनको भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उनको चुनाव के लिए चुना, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कैंडिडेट होंगे। इसलिए पुराने लोगों का समन्वय उनका ध्यान रखते हुए नए लोगों को अधिक से अधिक मौका देने का काम ये अकेली पार्टी कोई है तो वह भारतीय जनता पार्टी है। कि इस पूरी सूची में 9 डॉक्टर हैं, देयर आर 9 डॉक्टर्स इन द लिस्ट, 9 डॉक्टर हैं और रिटायर्ड आईएएस ऑफिसर भी हैं, आईपीएस भी हैं, इसके साथ संख्या मैं बताता हूं, और पीएचडी किए हुए पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट 31 लोग पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट किए हुए हैं। इसमें महिलाएं हमारे सूची में 8 महिलाएं हैं जो टिल नाउ। वरुणा, जहां से सिद्धरमैया चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, पिछली बार बड़े मुश्किल से वो बहुत कम वोटों से जीते, इसे वरुणा से वी सोमन्ना जी जो वहां पे लोकप्रिय मंत्री भी हैं, वह वरुणा से चुनाव लड़ेंगे सिद्धरमैया के सामने। और सिद्धरमैया पिछली बार तो किसी तरीके से कुछ वोटों से जीत पाए, इस बार सिद्धरमैया इस सीट से 100% हारेंगे।
देखिए, जगदीश शेट्टर जी हमारे बहुत वरिष्ठ नेता है, आदरणीय नेता है, उनको हम हमारे साथ वो रहेंगे, हम उनको समझा पाएंगे। मेरे भी आज उनसे बातचीत हुई है, हम उसमें आश्वस्त हैं।
Let's go across to India Today's Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who once again, has been validated. He's been proven right. The only journalist who stuck his neck out to talk about talk about V. Somanna being fielded by the BJP against giant Siddaramaiah in the Varuna constituency. Also the first to report about R. Ashok being fielded against DK Shivakumar in Kanakapura. Naga, obviously, as always, great reporting, validated once again by our ground coverage in Karnataka, which obviously nobody else seems to have. But apart from the big validation, what are your big takeaways from this list, Naga?
Well, at this point of time, what we are picking up from the list is that BJP is not letting go the 2 CM candidates that easily. They want to tie both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar in their constituencies, right? So that they don't campaign in the remaining 222 constituencies. DK Shivakumar, if he wants to campaign in Kanakapura one day, now he'll have to campaign at least 5 days because R. Ashok will be contesting. R. Ashok also comes from the Vokalika community. Siddaramaiah also is the same with Siddaramaiah. Now that Somanna has gone, he's a Lingayat. Varuna constituency has at least 65 to 75,000 Lingayats. And from Karnataka that it's highly casteist, right? The vote consolidation happens not by the religion, but with the caste, even the subs also. So by fielding a Lingayat candidate, BJP wants to say that Siddaramaiah will be tied down and at least make sure the contest is close enough, if not Varuna. We'll have to wait and watch what happens. But the big takeaways are no one has presumed that these 9 MLAs would be dropped. Sitting BJP MLA from Udupi being dropped, Shirati, Ramdung, Hosdurg are being dropped. But what? Also on the contrary, Shiv, all the turncoats have received the tickets, have got the tickets. Sudhakar, Somshekhar, Bhairati Basavaraj, Anand Singh's son, all of them have got tickets. If the CEC decided that there should not be any corruption charges, there should not be no stay or court orders, injunction orders, the MLA should have not approached the court for stay for any CD Rao or any such cases. All the turncoat MLAs who became ministers have approached the court for a stay on certain their own personal life elements. All of them have got tickets right now. So this is the contrary. When CEC discussed about having clean aspirational politics, all the turncoats who came to BJP from JDS and Congress have all been given tickets, starting from Yellapur in Uttar Kannada to Yeshwanthpur and KR in Bengaluru. All of them have got. But sitting MLA in Mahadevpura, Arvind Limbavali was also the former minister. His CD also had come out. His alleged movies in some issues had come out during the last year assembly session also. So that MLA also has not been given ticket as of now. We don't know if he'll be given ticket in the next list, but at this point of time, he's not been given ticket. That is Mr. Arvind Limbavali, who was the forest as well as the Kannada culture minister in the BSY government. Not just
Naga, we're going to try and fix your audio. There's a bit of an audio glitch there. We can't hear you. It keeps going on and off. So let's just try and fix that with Naga. In the meanwhile, let me just bring Polomi in. Polomi, Naga and his team have been reporting through the day on, the sum and substance and the thought process behind this list even before it came out. Youth, freshness, no to turncoats and motor mouths, and bringing, removing the old dead wood and bringing in some new energy into all of this. At a first glance, and from what you're hearing from the BJP, has that pretty much been the case in this list?
That's right. The BJP, of course, has taken a big risk over here, a bold decision to go with 52 fresh faces. Of course, this includes certain seats where the Bharatiya Janata Party obviously lost in the last election as well. So 9 sitting MLAs have been dropped, and in the other constituencies that they'd lost, they have...
Polami, stay with me for a second. Apologize for interrupting you. I'll come right back. Priyank Kharge, a member of the Legislative Assembly in Karnataka, is with me live. I want to get a quick word in from him. Priyank, hi once again to you. Your first reactions, first thoughts on this BJP list that's just come out, Priyank?
Well, I think a delayed list is a desperate list by the BJP. And the way they have treated their seniors and the way they have treated people who have built the BJP from scratch in the southern states, it's going to cost them heavily. And it's not my opinion, of course. I have no opinion of the BJP list, who's going to stand, who's not going to stand. I'm basing my stand on the opinion of Mr. Jagdish Tytler, Mr. Lakshman Saudi, and other senior BJP leaders who have been denied the ticket. So I think they have introduced 52 new faces, as they say. But it's going to be a bloodbath probably in the next couple of days in BJP.
Okay, you're saying it's going to be a bloodbath, which is putting the BJP on notice. Priyank, one final question. Some of the big constituency candidates have also been announced today. Sitting ministers V. Somanna in Varuna against your leader Siddaramaiah, R. Ashok, another sitting minister, fielded in Kanakapura versus your state president D.K. Shivakumar. Any thoughts on those?
This shows that the BJP does not have the depth that is required in senior leadership or in young leadership. They think that everything can be controlled by Delhi, and they think that they can have some people, heavyweights of BJP, contest against our heavyweights on 2 constituencies, and they might actually dent their fortunes. But it actually reflects on the lack of planning. It actually reflects on the depth in lack of depth in the leadership of the BJP, and they seem desperate, and it looks like somehow they just want to tie down our top leadership by any means, and I don't think it's going to work.
Okay, Priyank Kharge, thanks very much. All the very best for the election. Thanks very much for joining us with your first reactions on the BJP's list. Now, just 30 days, 29 days actually to go for polling in Karnataka. And as we just heard from our reporters, it's already been a double whammy for the BJP in this state of war. After former Deputy Chief Minister K.S. Ishwarappa announced his retirement, obviously at the instigation of the High Command, another veteran and former Karnataka Chief Minister, Lingayat strongman Jagdish Tytler, also today made the headlines after publicly expressing his unhappiness at being instructed by the High Command in Delhi not to contest this election. And he was told that he is not getting a ticket this time, which is true. Tytler went on to say that he was hurt by the decision, adding that it was not acceptable to him. He also urged the leadership to reconsider and that he was told that the matter would be discussed once again. Meanwhile, soon after Ishwarappa announced his retirement, protests erupted in his constituency of Shivamogga. Supporters also set tires ablaze, just 4 or 5 supporters, you can make what you will of that, of Jagdish Tytler and Ishwarappa.
ಮತ್ತು ನೂರಾರು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಟಿಕೆಟ್ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 6 ಸಲ ನಾನು ಆರಿಸಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪ್ರತಿ ಸಲ 25,000 ಮತಗಳ ಅಂತರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಗೆದ್ದು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ನಿಲ್ಲಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಕಾರಣ ಏನು, ನನ್ನ ಮೈನಸ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಏನು, ಅಥವಾ ಸರ್ವೇದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸರ್ವೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನನ್ನ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟು 70% ಅಷ್ಟು ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಆದಂಥ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ಬಂದದ.
ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದರ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಬಹುಮತ ನಮಗೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ತನಕ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಪಕ್ಷದ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಬಹುಮತದ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದೇ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಚುನಾವಣೆಗೆ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧಿಸಬಾರದು ಅಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಪತ್ರವನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ತುಂಬ
And it looks like the BJP is now being forced into some troubleshooting after Jagdish Tytler has openly expressed his unhappiness. Now Tytler has been summoned to Delhi by BJP chief JP Nadda. Jagdish Tytler, who's been denied a BJP ticket, he's a former chief minister, says he will be going to Delhi tomorrow and that his name should have been in the first list. He says, I did not make any attempt to reach out to them, but obviously, and let's bring Nabila in on this story. Obviously, Nabila, Jagdish Tytler's, soundbite earlier, has obviously reached its destination. But first, let's listen in to what Jagdish Tytler has just said after the BJP list has come out.
ಅವರೇ ಸ್ವತಃ ಯಾವುದೇ ದಿಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾರು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಅವರೇ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ತಾಸು ಅಂದರೆ ನಾಳೆ ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೂಡ ಓಪನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪರಿಹಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾಳೆ ದಿಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅವರು ಮನವೊಲಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಏನು ನಾವು ಪ್ರಿಸಂಪ್ಷನ್ ಬರೀ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಹೋಗಿ ನಾನು ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನವರೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಬೇಕು
ಅಲ್ಲ. ತಾವು ಹಾಲಿ ಶಾಸಕರಿದ್ರಿ, ಮಾಜಿ ಸಿಎಂ ಇದ್ರಿ, ಹಿರಿಯ ನಾಯಕರಿದ್ರಿ, ಮೊದಲನೇ ಪಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮತ್ತು ನಾನು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತು ಏನೋ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರೇ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ, ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಏನು ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಇದಷ್ಟು ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತಿರ್ತೀರ ಸರ್?
Nabila, it looks like Jagdish Tytler, is controlling what's going on. I mean, if he's been summoned to Delhi by the BJP president, no less, just a few hours after, he had that meltdown on camera saying he's unhappy and no matter what happens, he will contest. Clearly, the BJP summoning him to Delhi means, they had not accounted for the possibility of someone as mild-mannered as Jagdish Tytler having this very public, moment.
Shiv, what Jagdish Tytler says will resonate within the BJP unit in the state, undoubtedly, because he is known as, first of all, a Lingayat leader. You're talking about the entire Lingayat vote base, which usually supports the BJP. He is a B.S. Yadurappa strongman, basically an ally of B.S. Yadurappa in the state. So hurting Jagdish Tytler not only hurts the Lingayat community, but also hurts the strongman B.S. Yadurappa. So there's a lot, and one knows that Jagdish Tytler himself was a former chief minister of the state. He's been a deputy chief minister. He's held several positions, enjoyed many cabinet positions in the state in the past. So for a man like Jagdish Tytler, who's had a constant victory at least 6 times in Hubballi constituency, what was the reason for the BJP High Command to ask him to step aside? This is his, in fact, he's the one who's questioning the BJP, asking them on what basis, what survey, what report, or what kind of findings do you have that shows that I will not win from my assembly constituency of Hubballi again? He's won by 21,000 votes just the last assembly elections in 2018, which is a sizable number. He's beat Mahesh Nalwad of the Congress there in that constituency of Hubballi. So the man who's won 6 times, who's been the chief minister, integral in catapulting the BJP to power in Karnataka, the only southern state that the BJP is in power in. For Jagdish Tytler, a man like him to be sidelined is absolutely shocking. It is taking, as journalists, we were taken aback. I can only imagine Jagdish Tytler being shocked. He's of course now, as expected, been summoned by the BJP High Command, and there are talks that will deliberate whether or not he will be named in the list to follow.
Polomi, Jagdish Tytler is extremely angry that he's not in the first list. He's going to be flying to Delhi tomorrow to meet with Mr. Nadda, the BJP president. Anything you're hearing about how the BJP plans to, navigate or firefight this, first big ticket mess that's hit them?
role. That conversation is to happen. The BJP, of course, has made that first gesture. Mr. Shettar himself says that I did not call them. They have called me.
Yeah.
Dharmendra Pradhan also who is the election in charge for the Bharatiya Janata Party for the state of Karnataka, has also spoken to Mr. Jagdish Tytler today as well. After Mr. Shettar very publicly, of course, announced that he, in fact, was being asked to step away from the contest, and he is not willing to do so at the moment. So it is a dilemma for the Bharatiya Janata Party. It remains to be seen. Again, Yediyurappa, a close aide of Yediyurappa as well. And we do know, as far as Yediyurappa is concerned, that he was not very happy with the way, of course, the selection process happened, especially because he walked out of the Central Election Committee meeting even before if it had officially concluded. He did not attend the meeting which some of the national leaders, including Mr. Nadda, had with some of the state leaders, including Nalan Katil and others. Mr. Yediyurappa skipped that meeting. He had a one-on-one with Mr. Nadda and he left for Bengaluru. So clearly there is the resentment and rebellion brewing within the BJP state unit, and the BJP is going to have a tough time trying to quell it.
Okay, we've got Jagdish Shettar, who's just spoken to India Today's Nagarjun Dwarkanath on the phone line. Exclusive first conversation with the ex-Chief Minister, who's been dramatically dropped and is very unhappy about it. Take a look. Jagdish Shettar, exclusively in conversation to India Today.
Tomorrow I'm going to Delhi.
At what time, sir?
Around about 12:30, 1 o'clock I will reach.
So you're taking off from Bangalore or Hubli directly, sir?
No, morning. I am now in Hubli.
Okay.
Tomorrow morning I will catch Hubli to Bengaluru flight.
Okay.
Next to Delhi.
So why do you think this happened, sir? You have been a former chief minister. You have been a party in the core committee. You have been opposition leader, speaker. What happened, sir?
What is the denial? I don't know.
Okay.
Tomorrow I will reach Delhi and I will.
No, but did you expect this, sir? Did you expect this?
No, I never expected like this.
Do you feel disappointed somewhere that party let you down?
Definitely, it is a disappointing time.
Okay. So, final question, sir. Are you still thinking of fighting it independently? If it comes?
No, unless and until party last stand, I cannot say anything about it.
But that's also an option. It's open for you.
Tomorrow we'll discuss with our national president.
Okay.
What will be the next course?
Okay.
We'll decide.
So the one option is open. You are still, that option is not closed. Independent is still there.
No, I am never thinking about anything. After only High Command final discussion, what will be the next course?
Okay.
I am not next course. How like this I am going to take? I am not at anything.
Okay.
I'm a loyal party worker, committed worker.
So who called you this morning, sir? Who called you this morning?
Say I am here. My family is from Janasangh here in our party.
Sir, correct, sir. Who called you from High Command, sir, to speak to you this morning?
JP Naddaji.
JP Naddaji spoke to you.
Yes.
Did you request him at least to give you a chance, sir?
Yeah. No, I don't want to discuss everything, all these things.
Okay, done, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, that's Jagdish Shettar. First an exclusive conversation to India Today's Nagarjun Dwarkanath in Bengaluru. He says he's flying from Hubli to Bengaluru tomorrow morning. He will be in Delhi by noon for that meeting with JP Nadda. Confirms that he is disappointed and that he expected his name to be on that first list, but is keeping the door open for some kind of a discussion. He has played his hand. He's not a small fry. He's a 6-time MLA who went on to become the chief minister between 2012 and 2013. And he is from the dominant Lingayat community as well. I'll be going to Nagarjun in just a moment from now. Let's get Polami in once again in on this. Polami, tomorrow at noon, Jagdish Shettar lands. The manner in which the BJP, sort of handles this very volatile sort of situation. There's a famous saying, one must always fear the anger of the patient or the meek. Jagdish Tytler can always be described as a mild-mannered, almost very quiet, under-the-radar kind of person, non-confrontational, non-controversial, and he has expressed his unhappiness, which means he is really unhappy, because as a disciplined soldier of the BJP, he preferred to be in the back room. So that's perhaps the reason why the BJP is taking this extremely seriously.
Absolutely. The BJP is taking this extremely seriously, and very interestingly, they've not announced a candidate yet for the Hubli-Dharwad Central seat, which is the sitting seat as far as Mr. Jagdish Tytler is concerned. So clearly, the BJP is still trying to work as far as the backroom politics is concerned, trying to get Mr. Tytler on board. Like I said, Mr. Nadda has called him to Delhi. He will be speaking with him. Dharmendra Pradhan, who's the election in charge for the BJP for the state of Karnataka, has already spoken with him as well. So clearly, there are attempts being made to placate him to ensure that, he doesn't, because at the end of the day, this is not a situation similar to what happened in Gujarat, where you compelled a Nitin Patel or a Vijay Rupani to pull out of the race. They did not, in a sense, have that kind of constituency that they could possibly take with you, or at least make a dent in as far as your own campaign was concerned. But Mr. Tytler belongs to the Lingayat community. That's the biggest vote bank as far as the BJP is concerned. So it is extremely crucial for the Bharatiya Janata Party to delicately work around these caste equations, because at the end of the day, as far as Karnataka election is concerned, Shiv, you know it better, it boils down to the caste equation and the numbers there.
Okay, Paulomi, continue to stay with us, because we are going to get a few more news breaks on this broadcast. The first list released by the BJP for Karnataka, like we've listed some of them already, it's seen several surprises, some of which India Today had already given you a heads up about. India Today now gets you the inside track into the formulation of this list. Now, sources have told India Today that Prime Minister Modi and the BJP's high command felt that the Karnataka BJP was not in sync with the ethos of the central leadership, and so an overhaul was deemed necessary. 52 new faces, including 9 sitting MLAs and those who had contested the last time and lost against the JDS and Congress candidates, have all been replaced. Sources also tell India Today that when the first list was presented before the Prime Minister in the poll panel meeting a few days ago, the Prime Minister was reportedly very unhappy with the party high command list, because the list looked status quoist and not aspirational, energetic and fresh. He asked for fresh names specifically to be included. Now, no tickets have been handed out to fathers and sons. If a son wants a ticket as an MLA, the father will have to retire, etc., etc. I want to go across to Nagarjun Dwarkanath once again, because he's the reporter who's just spoken to Jagdish Tytler. Naga, Jagdish Tytler obviously realizes that he's got the BJP in a power position. He's pinned them down in certain ways by speaking out in this manner. So all eyes on what happens tomorrow in Delhi.
Well, that's true. In fact, what we are picking up from sources close to Jagdish Tytler is that he's going to negotiate with the party, asking for a Lok Sabha ticket in 2024. Either from Belgaum or any other northern Karnataka constituency. He wants to stay relevant in the electoral politics. He feels he still has 7 to 8 years or 10 years maximum pending still in electoral politics. So there'll be a negotiation done tomorrow. He's going to meet JP Nadda, Dharmendra Pradhan himself. He saw time with Amit Shah also, but unlikely that the party will promise him anything at this point of time. He's also told close family members and his close friends to be prepared for an independent candidature if all goes wrong with the negotiations between Jagdish Tytler and BJP.
But Hubli-Dharwad definitely not going to him. It's not been announced in this first list, Naga. Is there still a chance that the BJP may buckle and announce his name?
No, absolutely not, Shiv. BJP has clearly made up its mind not to give a ticket to Jagdish Tytler. The inside scoop of this is that Prime Minister, when he saw Jagdish Tytler list name in the list in the first CEC, he asked, will Jagdish Tytler be the Chief Minister again? Every member in the CEC said, no, he's not going to be the CEC again. So the Prime Minister and High Command asked, then why is his name here? What is his name doing here? Jagdish Tytler himself had told the High Command back then that he would not want to be a minister apart from CM. So he was only eyeing for the CM post and not any cabinet minister post. So the High Command, including the Prime Minister, said, if the party will not make him Chief Minister, if he doesn't want to be a cabinet minister, why is his name next to the Hubli-Dharwad central seat? please remove it. Let him guide young people in the constituency. Let there be fresh air, and aspirational politics should make way in Hubli Dharwad as well. Remember, Prahlad Joshi, whose union parliamentary minister, was very close to the High Command, both Amit Shah and Pradhan Mantri. He comes from the same district. So there would be pressure on Prahlad Joshi also to recommend Jagdish Tytler's name, because if Jagdish Tytler constituency performs, it will only add up to the parliament seats for Prahlad Joshi. The votes add up for the Lok Sabha constituency. Even after Prahlad Joshi jumping in, even after being the former chief minister, Jagdish Tytler still lost the seat. That means the party was very sure that Jagdish Tytler or a senior Neta will be shown the door.
When it comes to soap operas, when it comes to suspense and thrills, nothing matches and nothing comes close to the Karnataka election. Nabila, Polomi, Naga, continue to stay with me. I'm taking a very, very quick break. We're back in just a moment, because amidst all of this politics of tickets, there is a huge pool of milk simmering and coming to the boil in Karnataka. The big story that India Today broke first has become the biggest story from the poll-bound state. We'll tell you what's going on in the Amul Nandini controversy next.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
You are watching India Today.
Well, the milk war simmering in state of war Karnataka has come to a boil after the Congress red-flagged dairy giant Amul's foray into the state, saying it will impact the homegrown dairy brand Nandini. The BJP is now gone on the counter-offensive, accusing Siddaramaiah and the Congress of bringing in Amul into Karnataka in 2017. The political war of words is only getting bigger. Who will be impacted the most by this very unseemly churn, which is based more on politics and not very much on facts?
A ubiquitous brand seasoned by the tongue-in-cheek take of its ads. Another champion in the sector with a loyal consumer recall and base, a market leader in Karnataka.
Nandini.
ನನ್ನ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್.
Nandini, power-packed milk.
The Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation's Amul attempted entry into the state to supply milk and curd has left its dairy market and politics on the boil.
This is really the most famous local brand when it comes to milk and milk products in the state of Karnataka, and really something very sensitive also has become now a huge political issue right at a time of elections here in the state.
With elections just a month away, the opposition has invoked Kannadiga pride over the homegrown brand, accusing the ruling BJP of serving the interests of Gujarat-based businesses, with the sole aim to eventually merge Karnataka's Nandini into Amul.
नंदनी जो है उसको जबरन खत्म करके गुजरात की अमूल को भी हम सम्मान करते हैं, पर नंदनी को खत्म करके आप अमूल को ला रहे हैं, ये सरासर गलत है.
The issue seems to have struck chord with the locals, given their sentimental attachment with the half-century-old Nandini. The opposition has accused the state government of using unfair means against the protesters.
ನಾನು ಭಾಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಹಾಸನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಭಾಳ ಸದೃಢವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ಜನಾಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಣಿಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಜನತೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಏನಿದೆ, ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ತಲೆಬಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಸುಗಮವಾಗಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಡೀತದೆ.
The BJP has dismissed opposition accusations as false propaganda. The ruling party insists there are no plans to merge Nandini and Amul, and that it always stood beside farmers and livestock breeders of the state.
ತಾಯಂದಿರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಯಾರು? ನಮ್ಮ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರ ಅಥವಾ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ? ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಗೋ ಹತ್ಯೆ ನಿಷೇಧ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಗೋ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಲು ಕೊಡೋ ಗೋ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ತಿನ್ನೋರು ಓಟ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು.
A look at the scale of its operations shows Amul beats Nandini at the national level, but Nandini dominates Karnataka's market completely. Nandini's products are far cheaper than Amul's. If Amul sells 1 litre of toned milk at ₹54 in Delhi, Nandini's price is nearly ₹11 lower in Bengaluru, for instance. Amul MD Jayan Mehta, in an exclusive interview to India Today, claimed the Gujarat brand is not competing with Nandini for market share.
It's been wrongly portrayed as Amul is working against Nandini. It's never been Amul versus Nandini. It's always been Amul and Nandini together. Both as cooperatives, we are owned by the farmers. We work with the same values, mission, and the model. And together, for decades, we've been working together.
BJP has replied saying that even if Amul comes here or if any other tough competitor from any other land comes down to Karnataka, Nandini is strong enough to give a tough competitor and it will always continue to be the #1 brand of Kannadigas, is how the current dispensation has responded.
Business competition aside, politics has gathered steam over the two dairy brands in the run up to the state elections. With Nabila Jamal and Anagha, Bureau Report, India Today.
And India Today, also the first channel to speak to the managing director of Amul. Here's what he said.
How do you explain it? How do you explain the fact that you find yourself, as I said, in the midst of a very acrimonious political battle? You're being accused in a way of entering Karnataka to finish Nandini, according to the Congress.
So it's actually wrong information being spread for Amul as well as the relationship we enjoy with Nandini, and that's what has caused all this. But that's why if we can talk about the facts about the relationship we enjoy and the cooperation we've been doing, actually it will solve most of the problems. Fact number one, our entry into Karnataka fresh milk market is not new. In North Karnataka, Hubli, Belgaum, we've been selling Amul milk and dahi and buttermilk since 2015-16. So the entry into Bangalore only with a limited purpose of selling our products at our prices only through e-commerce channel can actually do nothing to Nandini. And the managing director of Nandini also has admitted that Amul cannot make any dent in Nandini's business in the Bangalore market. Second, Amul continues to make ice creams using Karnataka, Nandini's milk, using their plants and facilities. And we've been doing this since 1998. Yesterday also 30,000 liters of ice cream was packed at 3 of their plants and sold in Karnataka and rest of South India. I cannot comment on the criticism because those people who are trolling us or participating in these hashtag movements are perhaps our customers, if not currently, the potential ones. So I'll not get into that space of the debate which is happening.
But effectively, is Amul saying we will enter markets across the country, there is no space for protectionism, and we will compete with local brands? Am I correct? That you are effectively, why not accept that you are competing with a local brand and there is enough space for both?
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's why we are there. I mean, you can see the Taste of India logo behind me, and Amul Doodh Peeta hai India is a phrase which the whole country resonates with. The point here is that if you are competing, see, typically in Bombay, Delhi, all milk brands sell milk at almost the same price. In Karnataka, that option is not available. And that's why we chose the e-commerce route, that people who want to try Amul products will find it through this niche. So it's a niche launch, niche marketing effort, but just to get a presence in that market. It's not a foothold, it's not to gain market share.
So even if there is a Congress government next month in Karnataka, you believe that Amul will continue to spread in Karnataka and will be there along with Nandini?
I cannot talk about the election results or the political environment, but fact remains that every single state of the country, irrespective of whatever government is there, Amul continues to exist and coexist with the respective brands of the respective states. So I see no reason in saying that irrespective of whatever happens, Amul will be there to serve the interests of the consumers of Karnataka and the farmers of the Karnataka state.
And coming up next, it's not just the BJP that is saddled with one trouble after another in Karnataka. Take a look at the latest in the Sachin Gehlot soap opera that has been exploding in Rajasthan. The latest roundup on that comes up next.
You are watching India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
As state of war Karnataka begins, A reminder why India today is the true number one. The 5 big faces speak to us before all others. From Chief Minister Bommai
our intent is to weed out corruption.
to Chief Challenger Siddaramaiah,
Yes, 100% I'm an aspirant.
from old warhorse Yediyurappa
And I have got 100% confidence that we are going to come back to power in Karnataka.
to muscle man DK Shivakumar,
My number Karnataka on 13th, 141 will be the number.
and Kingmaker Kumaraswamy.
Offer is there. Okay. Everybody offering me.
When it's Karnataka, there's no competition. India's number one election channel.
You are watching India Today.
What a day it's been in Rajasthan, the latest episode in the long-running multi-season soap opera called Sachin Pilot versus Ashok Gehlot. Well, in a fresh attack on his boss, Chief Minister Gehlot, former Rajasthan Deputy Chief Minister Sachin Pilot on Tuesday sat on an hours-long hunger strike in Jaipur. Pilot's move to sit in on a day-long fast has, however, caused a lot of disquiet within the Congress Parivar. While his loyalists are lending their support, the Rajasthan Congress has expressed its displeasure over his dharna, and the leadership has called him an anti-party activist. Take a look.
The Congress battles a potential revolt in poll-bound Rajasthan. In a short but symbolic fast against corruption, former Deputy Chief Minister Sachin Pilot has shone the light on his years-old rift with Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. He accused Gehlot of shielding BJP leader Vasundhara Raje in corruption allegations against her.
वसुंधरा जी के कार्यकाल में जो तमाम खटपट घोटाले हुए, जिन घोटालों को भ्रष्टाचार को उजागर करने के लिए हम लोग सड़कों पर उतरे, जेलों में गए, हमने आंदोलन किए, और अब जब हम सरकार में हैं और 4 साल से ज़्यादा का समय बीत गया, मैं उम्मीद करता था अब तक कार्रवाई होगी, लेकिन कार्रवाई हुई नहीं। इसलिए आज मैंने उस सरकार के करप्शन जो मामले थे उन पर कार्रवाई हो, इसको लेकर आज अनशन रखा है।
Sachin Pilot went ahead with his dharna despite a clear warning from the Congress High Command. Pilot was not only warned that the fast was against the Congress's interests, but that it would also amount to anti-party activity. While Chief Minister Gehlot has maintained silence on Pilot's attacks on him, the party is finding itself divided on the issue.
जो भी बात है वो घर में होनी चाहिए ना, घर से बाहर नहीं होनी चाहिए। अब आप मुझसे पूछ रहे हो तो वो भी मैं वही गलती करूं जो कोई और कर रहा है। अगर मेरे मन में कोई बात होगी तो मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी से अवश्य मिलूंगा, कहूंगा, वो मेरे मित्र हैं, दोस्त हैं, हम उनका सम्मान करते हैं। अगर कुछ पार्टी के हित में होगा तो मैं उनसे कहूंगा।
He is on hunger strike not against Mr. Gehlot, for an inquiry against Vasundhara Raje ji. He is raising an issue regarding corruption of Vasundhara Raje and her government. That is not anti-party.
Even as speculation builds up on Sachin Pilot's next move, prominent Jat leader Hanuman Beniwal has offered an alliance with Pilot if he forms a new party.
हम मजबूती से लड़ेंगे चुनाव। हमने एक बात पहले ही कह रखी थी कि पायलट अगर अलग पार्टी बनाते हैं तो आरएलपी उनसे गठबंधन करेगी, और नहीं बनाते हैं तो वो अपनी जान है। मैं सलाह ही तो दे सकता हूँ किसी व्यक्ति को, भाई मैंने सलाह दे दी।
The political drama in Rajasthan has embarrassed the Congress big time. Sachin Pilot's fast happened on the day Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra took out a roadshow in Rahul's former constituency, Wayanad. The show of strength was overshadowed by the developments in Rajasthan. Rajasthan, Karnataka, Chhattisgarh. The Congress's infighting wars do not seem to end. Will Congress act against Pilot or turn a blind eye? Bureau Report, India Today.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has slammed the Muslims are unsafe in India narrative. Speaking in Washington, D.C., Sitaraman said that Muslims in India are doing much better than Muslims living in, for instance, Pakistan. She claimed perceptions were being created by Western media by people who've not even visited the ground. Take a look.
If there is a perception their lives are difficult or made difficult with the support of the state, will the Muslim population be growing than what it was in 1947?
Speaking at the Peterson Institute for International Economics in Washington, D.C. on Monday, the finance minister hit out at the negative perception of India built by sections in the West. The minister compared the state of minorities in Pakistan and India to drive home her point.
Every minority has been dwindling in its number, or if I may use the word which is harsher, decimated in Pakistan. Whereas in India, you would find every strand of Muslim doing their business, their children getting educated, fellowships are being given by the government.
The minister invited those with negative perceptions of India to visit the country and find for themselves the truth.
I would only say, come have a look at what's happening in India, rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited on the ground and who produce reports.
Sitaraman also spoke on the economic revival in India after the COVID-19 pandemic.
Government's policy played to the spirit of wanting to come out by the people of India, and that I would put in essence was the reason behind this revival and a sustained growth.
Sitaraman also met with an American Sikh delegation. The Sikh team condemned the anti-India Khalistani movements around the world, saying a handful of them were given a bad name to the entire Sikh community. Nirmala Sitharaman is in Washington to attend the spring meetings of the World Bank and the IMF. She will chair the second G20 finance ministers and central bank governors meeting. Bureau Report, India Today.
Keep watching India Today. The news continues on the other side of this very short break.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
As State of War Karnataka begins, a reminder why India Today is the true number one. The 5 big faces speak to us before all others. From Chief Minister Bommai
Our intent is to weed out corruption.
to Chief Challenger Siddaramaiah,
Yes, 100% I'm an aspirant.
from old warhorse Yediyurappa
And I have got 100% confidence that we are going to come back to power in Karnataka.
To muscle man DK Shivakumar.
My number Karnataka on 13th, 141 will be the number.
And Kingmaker Kumaraswamy.
Offer is there. Okay. Everybody offering me.
When it's Karnataka, there's no competition. India's #1 election channel.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I am Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. BJP releases the first list of candidates. Yediyurappa's son B.Y. Vijendra to fight from Shikaripur, Bommai to fight from Shigaon, R. Ashoka fielded against DKS. Milk war simmers in the state of Karnataka. Amul MD speaks to India Today, says Amul not competing with the state cooperative Nandini. Rajasthan Congress MLA Sachin Pilot holds day-long dharna against Ashok Gehlot government, demands action on corruption. Congress accuses Pilot of anti-party activities. Disqualified MP Rahul Gandhi leads the yatra in former constituency Wayanad. Launches attack on the centre, says they can jail me but they cannot block the truth. Sonia Gandhi writes an editorial slamming the central government. Says Modi is destroying the 3 pillars of democracy. India Today and Aaj Tak News director Rahul Kanwal wins the Managing India Award for Outstanding Contribution to Media. Kumar Mangalam Billa awarded the Businessman of the Year of the Decade Award.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Suspense ends over who the BJP is fielding for the big Karnataka elections. The BJP released the names of 189 candidates for the first list, which includes a whopping 52 fresh faces. Party veterans like Jagdish Tytler and Ishwarappa are the biggest losers, with 10 sitting MLAs also losing out on their seats. In this new BJP list, as many as 32 candidates come from other backward classes, 30 are from the scheduled caste, 9 candidates are doctors, 5 are lawyers and 2 are retired bureaucrats. It's not just that, there are also 8 women in this first list. All eyes will now be on seats like Varuna, where Somna will face off with Congress's Siddaramaiah. Kakakpura is also the place where R. Ashok will face off with D.K. Shivkumar, and finally Chenapatta, where C.P. Yogeshwar will face off with JDS chief H.D. Kumaraswamy.
देखिए, जगदीश शेट्टर जी हमारे बहुत वरिष्ठ नेता है, आदरणीय नेता है। उनको हम हमारे साथ वो रहेंगे, हम उनको समझा पाएंगे। मेरे भी आज उनसे बातचीत हुई है, हम उसमें आश्वस्त हैं।
प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री जिनकी कॉमन मैन की छवि है, मैन की छवि, वह जो उनकी पहले की सीट थी सिगांव, बसवराज बोम्बई जी सिगांव से चुनाव लड़ेंगे। वरुणा, जहां से सिद्धरमैया चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, पिछली बार बड़े मुश्किल से वो बहुत कम वोटों से जीते, इसे वरुणा से वी सोमन्ना जी जो वहां पे लोकप्रिय मंत्री भी हैं, वह वरुणा से चुनाव लड़ेंगे सिद्धरमैया के सामने। और सिद्धरमैया पिछली बार तो किसी तरीके से कुछ वोटों से जीत पाए, इस बार सिद्धरमैया इस सीट से 100% हारेंगे।
With less than just 29 days before the elections, it's double whammy for BJP in the state of Karnataka. After former Deputy Chief Minister K.S. Ishwarappa announced his retirement, another veteran and former Karnataka Chief Minister Jagdish Tytler says he's been asked to make way for others. Tytler further went on to say he was hurt by the decision, adding that it was not acceptable to him. He also urged the leadership to reconsider it, and he said that the matter would be discussed once again. Soon after Ishwarappa announced his retirement, there were protests that erupted in Shivamoga. Supporters also set tires ablaze in support of Jagdish Tytler and Ishwarappa.
ಅವರೇ ಸ್ವತಃ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ದಿಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾರು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಅವರೇ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ತಾಸು ಅಂದರೆ ನಾಳೆ ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೂಡ ಓಪನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪರಿಹಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾಳೆ ದಿಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅವರು ಮನವೊಲಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಏನು ನಾವು ಪ್ರಿಸಂಪ್ಷನ್ ಬರೀ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಹೋಗಿ ನಾವು ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನವರೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಭೇಟಿ ಅಲ್ಲ. ತಾವು ಹಾಲಿ ಶಾಸಕರಿದ್ರಿ, ಮಾಜಿ CM ಇದ್ರಿ, ಹಿರಿಯ ನಾಯಕರಿದ್ರಿ, ಮೊದಲನೇ ಪಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮತ್ತು ನಾನು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತು ಏನೋ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವರೇ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ, ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಏನು ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದರ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಬಹುಮತ ನಮಗೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ತನಕ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಪಕ್ಷದ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಬಹುಮತದ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದೇ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಚುನಾವಣೆಗೆ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧಿಸಬಾರದು ಅಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಪತ್ರವನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ತುಂಬ
Now, what's taking place in the state of Karnataka is for everyone to see. The BJP is now saying that they have made way for fresh blood, and also said that the state of Karnataka at the moment is happy with the way in which Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been handling the entire situation.
Tomorrow I'm going to Delhi.
At what time, sir?
Around about 12:30, 1 o'clock I will reach.
So you're taking off from Bangalore or Hubli directly, sir?
No, morning I am now in Hubli.
Okay.
Tomorrow morning I will catch Hubli to Bangalore flight.
Okay.
Next to Delhi.
So why do you think this happened, sir? You have been a former chief minister. You have been a party in the core committee. You have been opposition leader, speaker. What happened, sir?
What is the denial? I don't know.
Okay.
Tomorrow I'll reach Delhi and I will.
No, but did you expect this, sir? Did you expect this?
No, I don't. I never expected like this.
Do you feel disappointed somewhere that party let you down?
Definitely, it is a disappointing time.
No. So, final question, sir. Are you still thinking of fighting it independently if it comes?
No, unless and until party last stand,
yeah,
I cannot say anything about it.
But that's also an option. It's open for you.
Tomorrow we'll discuss with our national president.
Okay.
What will be the next course?
Okay.
We'll decide.
So the one option is open. You are still, that option is not closed. Independent is still there.
No, I am never thinking about anything. After only High Command final discussion, next. What will be the next course?
Okay.
I am not next course. How like this I am going to take? I am not planning anything.
Okay.
I am a loyal party worker, committed worker.
So who called you this morning, sir? Who called you this morning?
Say I am here. My family is from Jagdish here in our party.
Sir, correct, sir. Who called you from High Command, sir, to speak to you this morning?
JP Nadaji.
JP Nadaji spoke to you.
Yes.
Did you request him at least to give you a chance, sir?
Yeah. No, I don't want to discuss everything, all these things.
Okay, done, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now, the milk war is simmering in the state of Karnataka after the Congress red-flagged Amul's foray into the state, saying it will impact the homegrown brand, which is called Nandini. The BJP has now gone on an offensive, accusing Siddaramaiah of bringing in Amul into Karnataka way back in 2017. Now, there's a political war of words that is only getting ugly by the minute. Who will be impacted the most by this churn is the big question now.
A ubiquitous brand seasoned by the tongue-in-cheek take of its ads. Another champion in the sector with a loyal consumer recall and base. a market leader in Karnataka.
Nandini, non-energy drink.
Nandini, power-packed milk.
The Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation's Amul attempted entry into the state to supply milk and curd has left its dairy market and politics on the boil.
This is really the most famous local brand when it comes to milk and milk products in the state of Karnataka, and really something very sensitive also has become now a huge political issue right at a time of elections here in the state.
With elections just a month away, the opposition has invoked Kannadiga pride over the homegrown brand, accusing the ruling BJP of serving the interests of Gujarat-based businesses, with the sole aim to eventually merge Karnataka's Nandini into Amul.
नंदनी जो है उसको जबरन खत्म करके गुजरात की अमूल को भी हम सम्मान करते हैं, पर नंदनी को खत्म करके आप अमूल को ला रहे हैं, ये सरासर गलत है.
The issue seems to have struck chord with the locals, given their sentimental attachment with the half-century-old Nandini. The opposition has accused the state government of using unfair means against the protesters.
ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಹಾಸನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಬಹಳ ಸದೃಢವಾಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ಜನಾಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಣಿಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಜನತೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಏನಿದೆ, ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ತಲೆಬಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಸುಗಮವಾಗಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಡೀತದೆ.
The BJP has dismissed opposition accusations as false propaganda. The ruling party insists there are no plans to merge Nandini and Amul, and that it always stood beside farmers and livestock breeders of the state.
ತಾಯಂದಿರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಯಾರು? ನಮ್ಮ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರ ಅಥವಾ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ? ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಗೋಹತ್ಯೆ ನಿಷೇಧ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಇವರಿಗೆ ಗೋ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಲು ಕೊಡೋ ಗೋ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ತಿನ್ನೋರು ಓಟ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು.
A look at the scale of its operations shows Amul beats Nandini at the national level, but Nandini dominates Karnataka's market completely. Nandini's products are far cheaper than Amul's. If Amul sells 1 litre of toned milk at ₹54 in Delhi, Nandini's price is nearly ₹11 lower in Bengaluru, for instance. Amul MD Jayan Mehta, in an exclusive interview to India Today, claimed the Gujarat brand is not competing with Nandini for market share.
It's been wrongly portrayed as Amul is working against Nandini. It's never been Amul versus Nandini. It's always been Amul and Nandini together. Both as cooperatives, we are owned by the farmers. We work with the same values, mission, and the model. And together, for decades, we've been working together.
BJP has replied saying that even if Amul comes here or if any other tough competitor from any other land comes down to Karnataka, Nandini is strong enough to give a tough competitor, and it will always continue to be the #1 brand of Kannadigas, is how the current dispensation has responded.
Business competition aside, politics has gathered steam over the two dairy brands in the run up to the state elections. With Nabila Jamal and Anagha, Bureau Report, India Today.
In a fresh attack on Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, former Rajasthan Deputy Chief Minister Sachin Pilot sat on hunger strike. Now, Pilot's move to sit on a day-long fast has caused quite discontent amongst the Congress Parivar. Now, his loyalists are lending their support. On the other side is the Rajasthan Congress that is now expressing its displeasure over the dharna that Sachin Pilot undertook. Watch this story coming from the state of Rajasthan.
The Congress battles a potential revolt in poll-bound Rajasthan. In a short but symbolic fast against corruption, former Deputy Chief Minister Sachin Pilot has shown the light on his years-old rift with Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. He accused Gehlot of shielding BJP leader Vasundhara Raje in corruption allegations against her.
वसुंधरा जी के कार्यकाल में जो तमाम गड़बड़ घोटाले हुए, जिन घोटालों को, भ्रष्टाचार को उजागर करने के लिए हम लोग सड़कों पर उतरे, जेलों में गए, हमने आंदोलन किए और अब जब हम सरकार में हैं और 4 साल से ज़्यादा का समय बीत गया, मैं उम्मीद करता था अब तक कार्रवाई होगी, लेकिन कार्रवाई हुई नहीं। इसलिए आज मैंने उस सरकार के करप्शन जो मामले थे उन पर कार्रवाई हो, इसको लेकर आज अनशन रखा है।
Sachin Pilot went ahead with his dharna despite a clear warning from the Congress High Command. Pilot was not only warned that the fast was against the Congress's interests, but that it would also amount to anti-party activity. While Chief Minister Gehlot has maintained silence on Pilot's attacks on him, the party is finding itself divided on the issue.
जो भी बात है वो घर में होनी चाहिए ना, घर से बाहर नहीं होनी चाहिए। आप मुझसे पूछ रहे हो तो वो भी मैं वही गलती करूं जो कोई और कर रहा है। अगर मेरे मन में कोई बात होगी तो मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी से अवश्य मिलूंगा, कहूंगा, वो मेरे मित्र हैं, दोस्त हैं, हम उनका सम्मान करते हैं। अगर कुछ पार्टी के हित में होगा तो मैं उनसे कहूंगा।
He is on hunger strike not against Mr. Gehlot, for an inquiry against Vasundhara Raje ji. He is raising an issue regarding corruption of Vasundhara Raje and her government. That is not anti-party.
Even as speculation builds up on Sachin Pilot's next move, prominent Jat leader Hanuman Beniwal has offered an alliance with Pilot if he forms a new party.
हम मजबूती से लड़ेंगे चुनाव। हमने एक बार पहले ही कह रखी थी कि पायलट अगर अलग पार्टी बनाते हैं तो आरएलपी उनसे गठबंधन करेगी, और नहीं बनाते हैं तो वो अपनी जान है। मैं सलाह तो दे सकता हूँ किसी व्यक्ति को, भाई मैंने सलाह दे दी।
The political drama in Rajasthan has embarrassed the Congress big time. Sachin Pilot's fast happened on the day Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra took out a roadshow in Rahul's former constituency, Wayanad. The show of strength was overshadowed by the developments in Rajasthan. Rajasthan, Karnataka, Chhattisgarh. The Congress's infighting wars do not seem to end. Will Congress act against Pilot or turn a blind eye? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has slammed the Muslims are unsafe in India narrative. Speaking in Washington DC, she said Muslims are doing much better in India than they are doing in Pakistan. She has also claimed that there were perceptions that were being created by the Western media, by those people who have actually never visited India.
If there is a perception their lives are difficult or made difficult with the support of the state, will the Muslim population be growing than what it was in 1947?
Speaking at the Peterson Institute for International Economics in Washington DC on Monday, the finance minister hit out at the negative perception of India built by sections in the West. The minister compared the state of minorities in Pakistan and India to drive home her point.
Every minority has been dwindling in its number, or if I may use the word which is harsher, decimated in Pakistan. Whereas in India, you would find every strand of Muslim doing their business, their children getting educated, fellowships are being given by the government.
The minister invited those with negative perceptions of India to visit the country and find for themselves the truth.
I would only say, come have a look at what's happening in India, rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited on the ground and who produce reports.
Sitharaman also spoke on the economic revival in India after the COVID-19 pandemic.
Government's policy played to the spirit of wanting to come out by the people of India, and that I would put in essence was the reason behind this revival and a sustained growth.
Sitharaman also met with an American Sikh delegation. The Sikh team condemned the anti-India Khalistani movements around the world, saying a handful of them were given a bad name to the entire Sikh community. Nirmala Sitharaman is in Washington to attend the spring meetings of the World Bank and the IMF. She will chair the second G20 finance ministers and central bank governors meeting. Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, Piyush Goyal made the first stop for his 3-day Euro trip at Paris, where he addressed the Indian diaspora and met some of the top French CEOs. Now, the Commerce and Industry Minister addressed the India-France Business Summit and expressed confidence at the strengthening partnership of both the countries.
अब भारत अपने बलबूते पे, अपने खुद के सामर्थ्य पे विश्व में व्यापार करने निकला है। ये फॉरेन ट्रेड पॉलिसी एक प्रकार से भारत के निर्यातकों को और ज्यादा सहायता भी देती है, पर साथ ही साथ साहस देती है, उनको आत्मनिर्भर बनाती है, उनको और मजबूती से विश्व के साथ व्यापार करने के लिए एक प्रकार से प्रोत्साहन देती है और उस संकल्प के साथ आज भारत के निर्यातक निकल चुके हैं।
It is time now for us to slip into a very quick break. More news coming up on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Now, Chhattisgarh's Bemitara district remains tense after 2 more bodies have been found amid the communal clashes that took place there. Now, Bemitara emerged as a hotspot of communal violence after 23-year-old Bhuvneshwar Sahu was killed when a heated argument broke out between 2 kids. Watch this ground report.
Chhattisgarh is on the edge. Days after a 23-year-old man was killed in a communal clash in Bhiranpur village in Bemitara district, 2 people with head injuries were found dead in Korve village in the same district.
आप ये कह रहे हैं आप लाश को उठने नहीं देंगे, अंतिम संस्कार होने नहीं देंगे, इसकी क्या वजह है?
क्योंकि सरकार उनके निर्णय लिया है, तो हमारे उपस्थिति में सरकार क्या कर रहा है, हमको यही जानकारी लेना है।
गवर्नमेंट साहब की क्या डिमांड है?
गवर्नमेंट हमको इंसाफ चाहिए, कुछ नहीं चाहिए मैडम हम लोग को। भाई जैसा हमारे आदमी को उठा रहा है वैसा उनको भी उठाना चाहिए साथ साथ।
11 लोग जो अरेस्ट किए गए हैं, 11-12 वो सब मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी से
आदमी को उठा के लेके गया है, तो उनका कमेटी आदमी क्यों उठा रहा है मीडिया पुलिस वाले? हम लोग को यही चाहिए, उनको भी आदमी उठना चाहिए भी साथ साथ, तब तो शांत होगा दंगा तुम्हारा।
Some intercaste marriages that happened in a few months back in Korve seem to have created a rift between Hindu and Muslim communities.
Now, the entire district has been under a strong curfew. This is the day 3 after 8th of April, after the killing of Bhuvneshwar Sahu. Still, the tension remains the same. And right now, what you see around me is the heavy police deployment that is just getting increased. On day 1, 400 police personnel were present here. However, the number of police personnel is constantly increasing, with 700 to now more than 1,000.
Bhuvneshwar Sahu was killed and 3 policemen were injured on Saturday in a communal flare-up triggered by a fight between 2 children. Sahu's father has alleged that the police didn't come forward to help his son.
पुलिस ने ज़्यादा पूछताछ नहीं की। अगर पुलिस पूछताछ करती तो फिर आपको लगता है कि घटना वो हो सकती थी?
नहीं होती थी।
अगर नहीं होती थी, अगर पुलिस पूछती, किसी को नहीं पूछा।
Chhattisgarh Chief Minister has announced 10 lakh rupees and a government job for Sahu's family. The murder has added to communal tensions. Right-wing Hindu groups had observed a bandh in the state on Monday. With Sumi Rajapan in Bemetara, Bureau Report, India Today.
And our good news today is coming out from the state of Uttar Pradesh. Now, there are slum dwellers in Prayagraj who have started their own tiffin service. Now, this initiative has become quite hit and more women are now chipping in. Watch this special report.
They may not have the necessary resources. They may not have the finances. But where there is a will, there is a way. These super women living in a slum in UP's Prayagraj have commenced their own tiffin service. For 50 rupees, you can get a piping hot meal of dal, chawal, roti, sabzi and salad.
टिफिन सर्विस के काम हम लोग अब खाना बनाने लगे हैं। खाना यहाँ अच्छा लगता है और वहाँ काम करने झाड़ू पोछा जाते थे तो 4 बात सुननी पड़ती, कभी लड़का बीमार हो गया, आज नहीं आएंगे, क्यों नहीं आओगी, पैसा काट लेंगे, पैसा नहीं देंगे। अब यहाँ है तो अच्छा लगता है, आपको खर्चा भी निकल आता है हम लोग को।
Their daughters also chip in after school, helping in packing food and of course spreading the word on their mother's amazing service. Several other girls also help in any way they can. The tiffin service has now become a community affair.
मेरे बस्ती के लोग बहुत सब चूल्हा बर्तन करते हैं। मेरी मम्मी भी चूल्हा बर्तन करने जाती हैं। मैं यहाँ पर शुरुआत में खाना भी बनाती हूँ, मैं पढ़ती भी हूँ और इससे मेरा खर्चा भी निकल जाता है, इससे मेरे परिवार भी खुश है।
So who's the motivator? Who pushed these women to pursue their passion and earn a buck or two? Meet Abhishek. He teaches the children of this slum and decided to help out these ladies to become self-reliant.
हम लोग पिछले 7 वर्षों से जो स्लम की बच्चियां होते हैं, बच्चे होते हैं, उनको शिक्षित करने का काम कर रहे हैं और इसके साथ साथ में हम उन्हें स्वावलंबी बनाने के लिए लगातार प्रयास कर रहे थे। तो उसी दौरान हमें पता चला कि जो यहाँ की महिलाएं होती हैं उनके अंदर प्रतिभा तो बहुत होता है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं उसको सही प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं मिल पा रहा है। तो उनसे बात करके हमने एक टिफ़िन सर्विस की शुरुआत की।
These women have now transformed their families' lives, bringing in money to feed everyone at home. With Pankaj Srivastav in Prayagraj, Bureau Report, India Today.
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition. Thank you for watching India Today. This is me, Aishwarya Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News.
As State of War Karnataka begins, a reminder why India Today is the true #1. The 5 big faces speak to us before all others. From Chief Minister Bommai,
our intent is to weed out corruption,
to Chief Challenger Siddaramaiah,
yes, 100% I'm an aspirant.
From old warhorse Yediyurappa
And I have got 100% confidence that we are going to come back to power in Karnataka.
To muscle man DK Shivakumar.
My number Karnataka on 13th, 141 will be the number.
And Kingmaker Kumaraswamy.
Offer is there.
Okay.
Everybody offering me.
When it's Karnataka, there's no competition. India's #1 election channel.
Hello and welcome. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel and I'm back with the best from the world of entertainment. Now, Salman Khan, who was last seen in Radhe, Your Most Wanted Bhai, and then in a special cameo in Shah Rukh Khan's star Pathaan, is now all set to return to the big screen with Kisi Ka Bhai Kisi Ki Jaan. The superstar, along with the star cast, had a grand trailer launch of this Eid offering in Mumbai on April 10th. But before we get to the highlights from the star-studded evening, here's a look at what all can you expect from this movie.
धर्म क्षेत्रे कुरुक्षेत्रे संवेदता युत्सवा मामका पांडवश्चैव किम कुरुवत् संजय।
वैसे आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा कोई नाम नहीं है, लेकिन मैं भाईजान नाम से जाना चाहता हूँ।
Salman Khan is back and will be seen in an all-action avatar yet again. Hammer-hitting, neck-breaking, the adrenaline-pumping sequences are finally merged with cheesy one-liners between Salman Khan and his lady love in the film Pooja Hegde.
भाई ये 400 साल पुराना एंटीक था।
Thank God, मुझे ऐसा लगा नया था।
What is even better is the fact that Salman will be playing Bhaijan on the screens.
मैं आपको भाईजान बुलाऊं तो आपको अच्छा लगेगा?
अब नहीं।
तो सिर्फ जान?
कोई जान देता है, कोई जान लेता है।
And as they say, cherry on the top, the stellar cast with Venkatesh essaying the role of Pooja Hegde's non-violent brother, Jagapati Babu, as the antagonist.
She's dearest to me. इसका ख्याल रखना, जान से भी ज़्यादा।
The film is a treat for reasons more than one.
क्या हुआ?
हो गया।
शादी से पहले?
प्यार हो गया।
This Farhad Samji directorial has Salman go all out with the action sequences and even has the superstar crash the entire building in just